Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex Deva. Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. The wind howled out of the northwest, blind with snow and barbed with ice crystals. All the way up the half-mile precipice it fingered and wrenched away at groaning ice slabs. It screamed over the top, whirled snow in a dervish dance around the hollow there, piled snow into the long furrow, plowed ruler straight through streamlined hummocks of snow. The sun glinted on black rock glazed by ice, chasms and ridges and bridges of ice. It lit the snow slope to a frozen glare, penciled black shadow down the long furrow, and flashed at the furrow's end on a thing of metal and plastics, an artifact thrown down in the dead wilderness. Nothing grew, nothing flew, nothing walked, nothing talked. But the thing in the hollow was stirring in stiff jerks like a snake with its back broken or a clockwork toy running down. When the movement stopped, there was a click and a strange sound began. Thin, scratchy, inaudible more than a yard away, wary but still cocky, there leaked from the shape in the hollow the sound of a human voice. "I have tried my hands and arms, and they seem to work," it began. "I've wiggled my toes with entire success. It's well on the cards that I'm all in one piece and not broken up at all, though I don't see how it could happen. Right now I don't feel like struggling up and finding out. I'm fine where I am. I'll just lie here for a while and relax and get some of the story on tape. This suit's got a built-in recorder. I might as well use it. That way, even if I'm not as well as I feel, I'll leave a message. You probably know we're back and wonder what went wrong. I suppose I'm in a state of shock. That's why I can't seem to get up. I wouldn't be shocked after luck like that. I've always been lucky, I guess. Luck got me a place in the Whale. Sure, I'm a good astronomer, but so are lots of other guys. If I were 10 years older, it would have been an honor. Being picked for the first long jump in the first starship ever. At my age, it was luck. You'll want to know if the ship worked. Well, she did. Went like a bomb. We got lined up between Earth and Mars, you remember, and James pushed the button marked jump. Took his finger off the button, and there we were, Alpha Centauri. 2 months later your time, 1 second later by us. We covered our whole survey assignment like that, smooth as a pint of old and mild, which right now I could certainly use. Better yet would be a pint of hot black coffee with sugar in. Failing that, I could even go for a long drink of cold water. There was never anything wrong with the Whale till right at the end, and even then I doubt if it was the ship itself that fouled things up. That was some survey assignment. We astronomers really lived. Wait till you see, but of course you won't. I could weep when I think of those miles of lovely color film all gone up in smoke. I'm shocked, all right. I never said who I was. Matt Hennessy from Farside Observatory, back of the moon, just back from a proving flight cum astronomical survey in the starship Whale. Whoever you are who finds this tape, you're made. Take it to any radio station or newspaper office. You'll find you can name your price and don't take any wooden nickels. Where had I got to? I told you how we happened to find Chang, hadn't I? That's what the natives called it. Walking, talking natives on a blue sky planet with 1.1 g gravity and a 20% oxygen atmosphere at 15 psi. The odds against finding Chang on a 6-sun survey on the first star jump ever must be up in the Googles. We certainly were lucky. The Chang natives aren't very technical, haven't got space travel for instance. They're good astronomers though. We were able to show them our sun in their telescopes. In their way, they're a highly civilized people. Look more like cats than people, but they're people all right. If you doubt it, chew these facts over. 1. They learned our language in 4 weeks. When I say they, I mean a 10-man team of them. 2. They brew a near beer that's a lot nearer than the canned stuff we had aboard the whale. 3. They've a great sense of humor. Ran rather to silly practical jokes, but still, can't say I care for that hot foot and belly laugh stuff myself, but tastes differ. 4. The 10-man language team also learned chess and table tennis. But why go on? People who talk English, drink beer, like jokes and beat me at chess or table tennis are people for my money, even if they look like tigers in trousers. It was funny the way they won all the time at table tennis. They certainly weren't so hot at it. Maybe that 10% extra gravity put us off our strokes. As for chess, Sven Love was our champion. He won sometimes. The rest of us seemed to lose whichever Qingxi we played. There again, it wasn't so much that they were good. How could they be in the time? It was more than we all seemed to make silly mistakes when we played them, and that's fatal in chess. Of course, it's a screwy situation playing chess with something that grows its own fur coat, has yellow eyes 1.5 inches long, and long white whiskers. Could you have kept your mind on the game? And don't think I fell victim to their feline charm. The children were pets, but you didn't feel like patting the adults on their big grinning heads. Personally, I didn't like the one I knew best. He was called, well, we called him Charlie, and he was the ethnologist, ambassador, contact man, or whatever you like to call him, who came back with us. Why I disliked him was because he was always trying to get the edge on you. All the time he had to be top. Great sense of humor, of course. I nearly broke my neck on that butter slide he fixed up in the metal alleyway to the whale's engine room. Charlie laughed fit to bust. Everyone laughed. I even laughed myself, though doing it hurt me more than the tumblehead. Yes, life and soul of the party, old Charlie. My last sight of the minnow was a cabin full of dead and dying men, the sweetish stink of burnt flesh and the choking reek of scorching insulation, the boat jolting and shuddering and beginning to break up, and in the middle of the flames, still unheard, was Charlie. He was laughing. My God, it's dark out here. Wonder how high I am. Must be all of 50 miles and doing 800 miles an hour at least. I'll be doing more than that when I land. What's final velocity for a 50-mile fall? Same as a 50,000-mile fall, I suppose. Same as escape. 24,000 miles an hour. I'll make a mess. That's better. Why didn't I close my eyes before? Those star streaks made me dizzy. I'll make a nice shooting star when I hit air. Come to think of it, I must be deep in air now. Let's take a look. It's getting lighter. Look at those peaks down there. Like great, Knives. I don't seem to be falling as fast as I expected, though. Almost seem to be floating. Let's switch on the radio and tell the world hello. Hello, Earth. Hello again. And goodbye. Sorry about that, I passed out. I don't know what I said, if anything, and the suit recorder has no playback or eraser. What must have happened is that the suit ran out of oxygen and I lost consciousness due to anoxia. I dreamed I switched on the radio, but I actually switched on the emergency tank, thank the Lord, and that brought me round. Come to think of it, why not crack the suit and breathe fresh air instead of bottled? Nah, I'd have to get up to do that. I think I'll just lie here a little bit longer and get properly rested up before I try anything big like standing up. I was telling about the return journey, wasn't I? The long jump back home, which should have dumped us between the orbits of Earth and Mars, instead of which, when James took his finger off the button, the mass detector showed nothing except the noise level of the universe. We were out in that no place for a day. We astronomers had to establish our exact position relative to the solar system. The crew had to find out exactly what went wrong. The physicists had to make mystic passes in front of meters and mutter about residual folds in stress-free space. Our task was easy because we were about half a light year from the sun. The crew's job was also easy. They found what went wrong in less than half an hour. It still seems incredible. To program the ship for a star jump, you merely told it where you were and where you wanted to go. In practical terms, that entailed first a series of exact measurements which had to be translated into the somewhat abstruse coordinate system we used based on the topological order of mass points in the galaxy. Then you cut a tape on the computer and hit the button. Nothing was wrong with the computer. Nothing was wrong with the engines. We'd hit the right button and we'd gone to the place we'd aimed for. All we'd done was aim for the wrong place. It hurts me to tell you this, and I'm just attached personnel with no spaceflight tradition. In practical terms, one highly trained crew member had punched a wrong pattern of holes on the tape. Another, equally skilled, had failed to notice this when reading back. A childish error, highly improbable, twice repeated, thus squaring the improbability. Incredible, but that's what happened. Anyway, we took good care with the next lot of measurements. That's why we were out there so long. They were cross-checked about 5 times. I got sick, so I climbed into a spacesuit and went outside and took some photographs of the sun, which I hoped would help to determine hydrogen density in the outer regions. When I got back, everything was ready. We disposed ourselves about the control room and relaxed for all we were worth. We were all praying that this time nothing would go wrong, and all looking forward to seeing Earth again after 4 months' subjective time away, except for Charlie, who was still chuckling and shaking his head, and Captain James, who was glaring at Charlie and obviously wishing human dignity permitted him to tear Charlie limb from limb. Then James pressed the button. Everything twanged like a bowstring. I felt myself turned inside out, passed through a small sieve and poured back into shape. The entire bow wall screen was full of earth. Something was wrong, all right, and this time it was much, much worse. We'd come out of the jump about 200 miles above the Pacific, pointed straight down, traveling at a relative speed of about 2,000 miles an hour. It was a fantastic situation. Here was the Whale, the most powerful ship ever built, which could cover 50 light years in a subjective time of 1 second, and it was helpless, for, as of course you know, The star drive couldn't be used again for at least 2 hours. The Whale also had ion rockets, of course, the standard deuterium fusion thing with direct conversion. As again you know, this is good for interplanetary flight because you can run it continuously and it has extremely high exhaust velocity. But in our situation it was no good, because it has rather a low thrust. It would have taken more time than we had to deflect us enough to avoid a smash. We had 5 minutes to abandon ship. James got us all into the minnow at a dead run. There was no time to take anything at all except the clothes we stood in. The minnow was meant for short, heavy hops to planets or asteroids. In addition to the ion drive, it had emergency atomic rockets using steam for reaction mass. We thanked God for that when Kazamian cancelled our downwards velocity with them in a few seconds. We curved away up over China, and from about 50 miles high, we saw the Whale hit the Pacific. 600 tons of mass at well over 2,000 miles an hour make an almighty splash. By now you'll have divers down, but I doubt they'll salvage much you can use. I wonder why James went down with the ship, as the saying is. Not that it made any difference. It must have broken his heart to know that his lovely ship was getting the chopper. Or did he suspect another human error? We didn't have time to think about that, or even to get the radio working. The steam rockets blew up. Poor Kazamian was burnt to a crisp. Only thing that saved me was the spacesuit I was still wearing. I snapped the faceplate down because the cabin was filling with fumes. I saw Charlie coming out of the toilet, that's how he'd escaped, and I saw him beginning to laugh. Then the port side collapsed, and I fell out. I saw the launch spinning away, glowing red against a purplish-black sky. I tumbled head over heels towards the huge curved shield of Earth 50 miles below. I shut my eyes, and that's about all I remember. I don't see how any of us could have survived. I think we're all dead. I'll have to get up and crack this suit and let some air in. But I can't. I fell 50 miles without a parachute. I'm dead, so I can't stand up. There was silence for a while except for the vicious howl of the wind. Then snow began to shift on the ledge. A man crawled stiffly out and came shakily to his feet. He moved slowly around for some time. After about 2 hours, he returned to the hollow, squatted down, and switched on the recorder. The voice began again, considerably warier. "Hello there. I'm in the bleakest wilderness I've ever seen. This place makes the moon look cozy. There's precipice around me every way but one, and that's up. So it's up I'll have to go till I find a way to go down. I've been chewing snow to quench my thirst, but I could eat a horse." I picked up a shortwave broadcast on my suit, but couldn't understand a word. Not English, nor French, and there I stick. Listened to it for 15 minutes just to hear a human voice again. I haven't much hope of reaching anyone with my 5 milliwatt suit transmitter, but I'll keep trying. Just before I start the climb, there are 2 things I want to get on tape. The first is how I got here. I've remembered something from my military training when I did some parachute jumps. Terminal velocity for a human body falling through air is about 120 miles per hour. Falling 50 miles is no worse than falling 500 feet. You'd be lucky to live through a 500-foot fall, true, but I've been lucky. The suit is bulky but light and probably slowed my fall. I hit a 60-mile-an-hour updraft this side of the mountain, skidded downhill through about half a mile of snow, and fetched up in a drift. The suit is part worn but still operational. I'm fine. The second thing I want to say is about the Qingxi, and here it is. Watch out for them. Those jokers are dangerous. I'm not telling how, because I've got a scientific reputation to watch. You'll have to figure it out for yourselves. Here are the clues. 1. The Qingxi talk and laugh, but after all they aren't human. On an alien world 100 light years away, why shouldn't alien talents develop? A talent that's so uncertain and rudimentary here that most people don't believe it might be highly developed out there. 2. The whale expedition did fine till it found Chang. Then it hit a seam of bad luck. Real stinking bad luck that went on and on till it looks fishy. We lost the ship, we lost the launch, all but one of us lost our lives. We couldn't even win a game of ping pong. So, what is luck, good or bad? Scientifically speaking, future chance events are by definition chance. They can turn out favorable or not. When a preponderance of chance events has occurred unfavorably, you've got bad luck. It's a fancy name for a lot of chance results that didn't go your way. But the gambler defines it differently. For him, luck refers to the future, and you've got bad luck when future chance events won't go your way. Scientific investigations into this have been inconclusive, but everyone knows that some people are lucky and others aren't. All we've got are hints and glimmers, the fumbling touch of a rudimentary talent. There's the evil eye legend and the Jonah, bad luck bringers. Superstition, maybe. But ask the insurance companies about accident prones. What's in a name? Call a man unlucky and you're superstitious. Call him accident prone, and that's sound business sense. I've said enough. All the same, search the spaceflight records. Talk to the actuaries. When a ship is working perfectly and is operated by a hand-picked crew of highly trained men in perfect condition, how often is it wrecked by a series of silly errors happening one after another in defiance of probability? I'll sign off with 2 thoughts, one depressing and one cheering. A single Qingxi wrecked our ship and our launch. What could a whole planet full of them do? On the other hand, a talent that manipulates chance events is bound to be chancy. No matter how highly developed, it can't be surefire. The proof is that I've survived to tell the tale. At 20 below zero and 50 miles an hour, the wind ravaged the mountain. Peering through his polarized visor at the white waste and the snow-filled air howling over it, sliding and stumbling with every step on a slope that got gradually steeper and seemed to go on forever, Matt Hennessy began to inch his way up the north face of Mount Everest. End of Accidental Death by Peter Bailey.
As Easy as ABC by Rudyard Kipling. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands. As Easy as ABC by Rudyard Kipling. Isn't it almost time that our planet took some interest in the proceedings of the Aerial Board of Control? One knows that easy communications nowadays, and lack of privacy in the past, have killed all curiosity among mankind, but as the board's official reporter, I'm bound to tell my tale. At 9:30 a.m. August 26, AD 2065, the board, sitting in London, was informed by De Forest that the district of northern Illinois had riotously cut itself out of all systems, and would remain disconnected till the board should take over and administer it direct. Every northern Illinois freight and passenger tower was, he reported, out of action. All district main, local and guiding lights had been extinguished. All general communications were done, and through traffic had been diverted. No reason had been given, but he gathered unofficially from the mayor of Chicago that the district complained of crowd-making and invasion of privacy. As a matter of fact, it is of no importance whether northern Illinois stay in or out of planetary circuit. As a matter of policy, any complaint of invasion of privacy needs immediate investigation, lest worse follow. At 9:45 a.m., DeForest, Dragomirov, Russia, Takehira, Japan, and Pirillo, Italy, were empowered to visit Illinois and to take such steps as might be necessary for the resumption of traffic and all that implies. By 10 a.m. the hall was empty, and the 4 members and I were aboard what Pirillo insisted on calling my little godchild. That is to say, the new Victor Pirillo. Our planet prefers to know Victor Pirillo as a gentle grey-haired enthusiast who spends his time near Foggia, inventing or creating new breeds of Spanish-Italian olive trees. But there is another side to his nature, the manufacture of quaint inventions, of which the Victor Pirillo is, perhaps, not the least surprising. She and a few score sister craft of the same type embody his latest ideas, but she is not comfortable. An ABC boat does not take the air with the level-keeled lift of a liner, but shoots up rocket fashion like the aeroplane of our ancestors, and makes her height at top speed from the first. That is why I found myself sitting suddenly on the large lap of Eustace Arnott, who commands the ABC fleet. One knows vaguely that there is such a thing as a fleet somewhere on the planet, and that, theoretically, it exists for the purposes of what used to be known as war. Only a week before, while visiting a glacier sanatorium behind Gotthaven, I had seen some squadrons making false auroras far to the north while they manoeuvred round the pole, but naturally it had never occurred to me that the things could be used in earnest. Said Arnott to DeForest as I staggered to a seat on the chart-room divan, "We're tremendously grateful to him in Illinois. We've never had a chance of exercising all the fleet together. I've turned in a general call, and I expect we'll have at least 200 keels aloft this evening." "Well aloft?" DeForest asked. "Of course, sir. Out of sight till they're called for." Arnott laughed as he lolled over the transparent chart table where the map of the summer blue Atlantic slid along degree by degree in exact answer to our progress. Our dial already showed 320 miles per hour, and we were 2,000 feet above the uppermost traffic lines. "Now, where is this Illinois district of yours?" said Dragomirov. "One travels so much, one sees so little. Oh, I remember. It is in North America." DeForest, whose business it is to know the out districts, told us that it lay at the foot of Lake Michigan. A road to nowhere in particular, was about half an hour's run from end to end, and, except in one corner, as flat as the sea. Like most flat countries nowadays, it was heavily guarded against invasion of privacy by forced timber, 50-foot spruce and tamarack grown in 5 years. The population was close on 2 millions, largely migratory between Florida and California, with a backbone of small farms. They call 1,000 acres a farm in Illinois, whose owners come into Chicago for amusements and society during the winter. They were, he said, noticeably kind, quiet folk, but a little exacting, as all flat countries must be, in their notions of privacy. There had, for instance, been no printed news sheet in Illinois for 27 years. Chicago argued that engines for printed news sooner or later developed into engines for invasion of privacy, which in turn might bring the old terrors of crowds and blackmail back to the planet. So, news sheets were not. "And that's Illinois," DeForest concluded. "You see, in the old days she was in the forefront of what they used to call progress, and Chicago—" "Chicago," said Takehira. "That's the little place where there is Salati's statue of the nigger in flames. A fine bit of old work." "When did you see it?" asked DeForest quickly. "They only unveil it once a year." "I know. At Thanksgiving. It was then," said Takehira with a shudder. "And they sang MacDonald's song too." "Phew!" DeForest whistled. I did not know that. I wished you'd told me before. MacDonald's song may have had its uses when it was composed, but it was an infernal legacy for any man to leave behind. It's protective instinct, my dear fellows, said Pirillo, rolling a cigarette. The planet, she has had her dose of popular government. She suffers from inherited agoraphobia. She has no, use for crowds. Dragomirov leaned forward to give him a light. Certainly, said the white-bearded Russian. The planet has taken all precautions against crowds for the past 100 years. What is our total population today? 600 million, we hope. 500 million, we think. But if next year's census shows more than 450, I myself will eat all the extra little babies. We have cut the birth rate out, right out. For a long time we have said to Almighty God, "Thank you, sir, but we do not much like your game of life, so we will not play." Anyhow, said Arnott defiantly, men live a century apiece on the average now. Oh, that is quite well. I am rich, you are rich, we are all rich and happy because we are so few and we live so long. Only I think, Almighty God, He will remember what the planet was like in the times of crowds and the plague. Perhaps He will send us nerves. Eh, Pirillo? The Italian blinked into space. Perhaps, he said, He has sent them already. Anyhow, you cannot argue with the planet. She does not forget the old days. And what can you do? For sure we cannot remake the world. De Forest glanced at the map flowing smoothly across the table from west to east. We ought to be over our ground by 9 tonight. There won't be much sleep afterwards. On which hint we dispersed, and I slept till Takahiro waked me for dinner. Our ancestors thought 9 hours sleep ample for their little lives. We, living 30 years longer, feel ourselves defrauded with less than 11 out of the 24. By 10 o'clock we were over Lake Michigan. The west shore was lightless except for a dull ground glare at Chicago and a single traffic-directing light, its leading beam pointing north at Waukegan on our starboard bow. None of the lake villages gave any sign of life, and inland, westward, so far as we could see, blackness lay unbroken on the level earth. We swooped down and skimmed low across the dark, throwing calls county by county. Now and again we picked up the faint glimmer of a house light, or heard the rasp and rend of the cultivator being played across the fields. But northern Illinois as a whole was one inky, apparently uninhabited, waste of high forest woods. Only our illuminated map, with its little pointer switching from county to county as we wheeled and twisted, gave us any idea of our position. Our calls, urgent, pleading, coaxing, or commanding, through the general communicator brought no answer. Illinois strictly maintained her own privacy in the timber which she grew for that purpose. "Oh, this is absurd," said De Forest. "We're like an owl trying to work a wheat field. Is this Bureau Creek? Let's land, Arnott, and get hold of someone." We brushed over a belt of forced woodland, 15-year-old maples 60 feet high, grounded on a private meadow dock, none too big, where we moored to our own grapnels, and hurried out through the warm, dark night towards a light in a veranda. As we neared the garden gate, I could have sworn we had stepped knee-deep in quicksand, for we could scarcely drag our feet against the prickling currents that clogged them. After 5 paces we stopped, wiping our foreheads, as hopelessly stuck on dry, smooth turf as so many cows in a bog. "Pest!" cried Pirillo angrily. "We are ground-circuited, and it is my own system of ground circuits too. I know the pull." "Good evening," said a girl's voice from the veranda. "Oh, I'm sorry. We've locked up. Wait a minute." We heard the click of her switch and almost fell forward as the currents round our knees were withdrawn. The girl laughed and laid aside her knitting. An old-fashioned controller stood by her elbow, which she reversed from time to time, and we could hear the snort and clank of the obedient cultivator half a mile away, behind the guardian woods. "Come in and sit down," she said. "I'm only playing a plough. Dad's gone to Chicago to— Ah, then it was your call I heard just now." She had caught sight of Arnott's board uniform, leapt to the switch and turned it full on. We were checked, gasping, waist deep in current this time, 3 yards from the veranda. "We only want to know what's the matter with Illinois," said De Forest placidly. "Then hadn't you better go to Chicago and find out?" she answered. There's nothing wrong here. We own ourselves. How can we go anywhere if you won't loose us? DeForest went on while Arnott scowled. Admirals of fleets are still quite human when their dignity is touched. Stop a minute. You don't know how funny you look. She put her hands on her hips and laughed mercilessly. Don't worry about that, said Arnott, and whistled. A voice answered from the Victor Pirillo in the meadow. Only a single fuse ground circuit, Arnott called. Sort it out gently, please. We heard the ping of a breaking lamp. A fuse blew out somewhere in the veranda roof, frightening a nestful of birds. The ground circuit was open. We stooped and rubbed our tingling ankles. How rude! How very rude of you! The maiden cried. Sorry, but we haven't time to look funny, said Arnott. We've got to go to Chicago, and if I were you, young lady, I'd go into the cellars for the next 2 hours and take Mother with me. Off he strode, with us at his heels muttering indignantly, till the humour of the thing struck and doubled him up with laughter at the foot of the gangway ladder. The board hasn't shown what you might call a fat spark on this occasion, said DeForest, wiping his eyes. I hope I didn't look as big a fool as you did, Arnott. Hello, what on earth is that? Dad coming home from Chicago? There was a rattle and a rush, and a 5-plough cultivator, blades in air like so many teeth, trundled itself at us around the edge of the timber, fuming and sparking furiously. Jump! said Arnott as we bundled ourselves through the none too wide door. Never mind about shutting it. Up! The Victor Pirillo lifted like a bubble, and the vicious machine shot just underneath us, clawing high as it passed. There's a nice little spit kitten for you, said Arnott, dusting his knees. We ask her a civil question. First she circuits us, and then she plays a cultivator at us. And then we fly, said Dragomirov. If I was 40 years more young, I would go back and kiss her. Ho, ho. I, said Pirillo, would smack her. My pet ship has been chased by a dirty plough. How do you say, agricultural implement. Oh, that is Illinois all over, said DeForest. They don't content themselves with talking about privacy. They arrange to have it. And now, where's your alleged fleet, Arnott? We must assert ourselves against this wench. Arnott pointed to the black heavens. Waiting on, up there, said he. Shall I give them the whole installation, sir? Oh, I don't think the young lady is quite worth that, said DeForest. Get over Chicago and perhaps we'll see something. In a few minutes we were hanging at 2,000 feet over an oblong block of incandescence in the centre of the little town. That looks like the old city hall. Yes, there's Salati's statue in front of it, said Takahira. But what on earth are they doing to the place? I thought they used it for a market nowadays. Drop a little, please. We could hear the sputter and crackle of road surfacing machines, the cheap Western type that fuse stone and rubbish into lava-like ribbed glass for their rough country roads. 3 or 4 surfacers worked on each side of a square of ruins. The brick and stone wreckage crumbled, slid forward, and presently spread out into white-hot pools of sticky slag, which the levelling rods smoothed more or less flat. Already a third of the big block had been so treated, and was cooling to dull red before our astonished eyes. It is the old market, said DeForest. Well, there's nothing to prevent Illinois from making a road through a market. It doesn't interfere with traffic, that I can see. Hush, said Arnott, gripping me by the shoulder. Listen, they're singing. Why on earth are they singing? We dropped again till we could see the black fringe of people at the edge of that glowing square. At first they only roared against the roar of the surfacers and levellers. Then the words came up clearly, the words of the forbidden song that all men knew, and none let pass their lips. Poor Pat McDonough's song, made in the days of the crowds and the plague, every single word of it loaded to sparking point with the planet's inherited memories of horror, panic, fear and cruelty. And Chicago, innocent, contented little Chicago, was singing it aloud to the infernal tune that carried riot, pestilence and lunacy around our planet only a few generations ago. Once there was the people, terror gave it birth. Once there was the people, and it made a hell of earth. Then the stamp and pause. Earth arose and crushed it. Listen, O ye slain. Once there was the people, it shall never be again. The levellers thrust in savagely against the ruins as the song renewed itself again and again, louder than the crash of the melting walls. De Forest frowned. "I don't like that," he said. "They've broken back to the old days. They'll be killing somebody soon. I think we'd better divert 'em, Arnott." "Aye, aye, sir." Arnott's hand went to his cap, and we heard the hull of the Victor Pirlo ring to the command. "Lamps! Both watchers stand by! Lamps! Lamps! Lamps!" "Keep still," Takahira whispered to me. "Blinkers, please, quartermaster." "It's all right," said Pirlo from behind, and to my horror slipped over my head some sort of rubber helmet that locked with a snap. I could feel thick colloid bosses before my eyes, but I stood in absolute darkness. "To save the sight," he explained, and pushed me onto the chart room divan. "You will see in a minute." As he spoke I became aware of a thin thread of almost intolerable light, let down from the heavens at an immense distance. One vertical hair's breadth of frozen lightning. "Those are our flanking ships," said Arnott at my elbow. "That one is over Galena. Look south. That other one's over Keithburg. Vincennes is behind us, and north yonder is Winthrop Woods. The fleet's in position, sir." This to De Forest. "As soon as you give the word." "Ah, no, no," cried Dragomirov at my side. I could feel the old man tremble. "I do not know all that you can do, but be kind. I ask you to be a little kind to them below. This is horrible, horrible." "When a woman kills a chicken, dynasties and empires sicken," Takahira quoted. "It is too late to be gentle now." "Then take off my helmet! Take off my helmet!" Dragomirov began hysterically. Pirlo must have put his arm around him. "Hush," he said. "I am here. It is all right, Ivan, my dear fellow." "I'll just send our little girl in Bureau County a warning," said Arnott. "She don't deserve it, but we'll allow her a minute or two to take Mama to the cellar." In the utter hush that followed the growling spark, after Arnott had linked up his service communicator with the invisible fleet, we heard McDonough's song from the city beneath us grow fainter as we rose to position. Then I clapped my hand before my mask lenses, for it was as though the floor of heaven had been riddled, and all the inconceivable blaze of suns in the making was poured through the manholes. "You needn't count," said Arnott. I had no thought of such a thing. "There are 250 kills up there, 5 miles apart. Full power, please, for another 12 seconds." The firmament, as far as eye could reach, stood on pillars of white fire. One fell on the glowing square at Chicago and turned it black. "Oh, oh, oh! Can man be allowed to do such things?" Dragomirov cried and fell across our knees. "Glass of water, please," said Takahira to a helmeted shape that leapt forward. "He is a little faint." The light switched off, and the darkness stunned like an avalanche. We could hear Dragomirov's teeth on the glass edge. Pirlo was comforting him. All right, he repeated. "Come and lie down. Come below and take off your mask. I will give you my world, old friend. It is all right. They are my siege lights. Little Victor Pirlo's little lights. You know me. I do not hurt people." "Pardon," Dragomirov moaned. "I've never seen death. I've never seen the board take action. Shall we go down and burn them alive, or is that already done?" "Oh, hush," said Pirlo, and I think he rocked him in his arms. "Do we repeat, sir?" Arnott asked De Forest. "Give 'em a minute's break," De Forest replied. "They may need it." We waited a minute, and then McDonough's song, broken but defiant, rose from undefeated Chicago. "They seem fond of that tune," said De Forest. "I should let 'em have it, Arnott." "Very good, sir," said Arnott, and felt his way to the communicator keys. No lights broke forth, but the hollow of the skies made herself the mouth for one note that touched the raw fibre of the brain. Men hear such sounds in delirium, advancing like tides from horizons beyond the ruled foreshores of space. "That's our pitch pipe," said Arnott. "We may be a bit ragged. I've never conducted 250 performers before." He pulled out the couplers and struck a full chord on the service communicators. The beams of light leapt down again and danced solemnly and awfully, a stilt dance, sweeping 30 or 40 miles left and right at each stiff-legged kick, while the darkness delivered itself, there is no scale to measure against that utterance, of the tune to which they kept time. Certain notes, one learnt to expect them with terror, cut through one's marrow, but after 3 minutes, thought and emotion passed in indescribable agony. We saw, we heard, but I think we were in some sort swooning. The 250 beams shifted, reformed, straddled and split, narrowed, widened, rippled in ribbons, broke into 1,000 white-hot parallel lines, melted and revolved in interwoven rings like old-fashioned engine turning, flung up to the zenith, made as if to descend and renew the torment, halted at the last instant, twizzled insanely round the horizon and vanished, to bring back for the 100th time darkness more shattering than their instantly renewed light over all Illinois. Then the tune and light ceased together, and we heard one single devastating wail that shook all the horizon as a rubbed wet finger shakes the rim of a bowl. "Ah, that is my new siren," said Pirillo. "You can break an iceberg in half if you find the proper pitch. They will whistle by squadrons now. It is the wind through pierced shutters in the bows." I had collapsed beside Dragomirov, broken and snivelling feebly because I had been delivered before my time to all the terrors of the Judgment Day, and the archangels of the resurrection were hailing me naked across the universe to the sound of the music of the spheres. Then I saw De Forest smacking Arnott's helmet with his open hand. The wailing died down in a long shriek as a black shadow swooped past us and returned to her place above the lower clouds. "I hate to interrupt a specialist when he's enjoying himself," said De Forest, "but as a matter of fact all Illinois has been asking us to stop for the last 15 seconds. What a pity." Arnott slipped off his mask. "I wanted you to hear us really hum. Our lowest C will lift street paving." "It is hell! Hell!" cried Dragomirov and sobbed aloud. Arnott looked away as he answered, "It's a few thousand volts ahead of the old shoot 'em and sink 'em game, but I should scarcely call it that. What shall I tell the fleet, sir?" "Tell 'em we're pleased and impressed. I don't think they need wait on any longer. There isn't a spark left down there." De Forest pointed. "They'll be deaf and blind." "Oh, I think not, sir. The demonstration lasted less than 10 minutes." "Marvellous," Takahiro sighed. "I should have said it was half a night. Now, shall we go down and pick up the pieces?" "But first a small drink," said Pirillo. "The board must not arrive weeping at its own works." "I am an old fool, Dragomirov began piteously. "I did not know what would happen. It is all new to me. We reason with them in Little Russia." Chicago North landing tower was unlighted, and Arnott worked his ship into the clips by her own lights. As soon as these broke out, we heard groanings of horror and appeal from many people below. "All right," shouted Arnott into the darkness. "We aren't beginning again." We descended by the stairs to find ourselves knee-deep in grovelling crowd, some crying that they were blind, others beseeching us not to make any more noises, but the greater part writhing face downward, their hands or their caps before their eyes. It was Pirillo who came to our rescue. He climbed the side of the surfacing machine and there, gesticulating as though they could see, made oration to those afflicted people of Illinois. "You stupids," he began, "there is nothing to fuss for. Of course your eyes will smart and be red tomorrow. You will look as if you and your wives had drunk too much, but in a little while you will see again as well as before. I tell you this, and I am Pirillo, Victor Pirillo." The crowd with one accord shuddered, for many legends attached to Victor Pirillo of Foggia, deep in the secrets of God. "Pirillo?" An unsteady voice lifted itself. "Then tell us, was there anything except light in those lights of yours just now?" The question was repeated from every corner of the darkness. Pirillo laughed. "No!" he thundered. "Why have small men such large voices? I give you my word and the board's word that there is nothing except light, just light. You stupids! Your birth rate is too low already as it is. Some day I must invent something to send it up, but send it down, never. Is that true? We thought, somebody said—" One could feel the tension relax all round. "You two big fools!" Pirillo cried. "You could have sent us a call and we would have told you." "Send you a call?" a deep voice shouted. "I wish you had been at our end of the wire." "I'm glad I wasn't," said De Forest. "It was bad enough from behind the lamps. Never mind, it's over now. Is there anyone here I can talk business with? I'm De Forest, for the board." "You might begin with me, for one. I'm mayor," the bass voice replied. A big man rose unsteadily from the street and staggered towards us, where we sat on the broad turf edging in front of the garden fences. "I ought to be the first on my feet. Am I?" said he. "Yes," said De Forest, and steadied him as he dropped down beside us. "Hello, Andy. Is that you?" a voice called. "Excuse me," said the mayor. "That sounds like my chief of police, Bluthner." "Bluthner, is it? And here's Mulligan and Keefe on their feet. Bring 'em up, please, Blut. We're supposed to be the four in charge of this hamlet. What we say goes. And De Forest, what do you say?" "Nothing, yet," De Forest answered, as we made room for the panting, reeling men. "You've cut out of system. Well?" "Tell the steward to send down drinks, please," Arnott whispered to an orderly at his side. "Good," said the mayor, smacking his dry lips. "Now I suppose we can take it, De Forest, that henceforward the board will administer us direct." "Not if the board can avoid it," De Forest laughed. "The ABC is responsible for the planetary traffic only." "And all that implies," the big four who ran Chicago chanted their Magna Charta like children at school. "Well, get on," said De Forest warily. "What is your silly trouble anyway?" "Too much damn democracy," said the mayor, laying his hand on De Forest's knee. "So? I thought Illinois had her dose of that." "She has. That's why. Blut, what did you do with our prisoners last night?" "Locked them in the water tower to prevent the women killing 'em," the chief of police replied. "I'm too blind to move just yet, but—" "Arnott, send some of your people, please, and fetch 'em along," said De Forest. "They're triple-circuited," the mayor called. "You'll have to blow out 3 fuses." He turned to De Forest, his large outline just visible in the paling darkness. "I hate to throw any more work on the board. I'm an administrator myself, but we've had a little fuss over our serviles. What? In a big city there's bound to be a few men and women who can't live without listening to themselves, and who prefer drinking out of pipes they don't own both ends of. They inhabit flats and hotels all the year round. They say it saves them trouble. Anyway, it gives them more time to make trouble for their neighbours. We call them serviles locally, and they are apt to be tuberculous." "Just so," said the man called Mulligan. "Transportation is civilization, democracy is disease. I've proved it by the blood test every time." "Mulligan's our health officer, and a one-idea man," said the mayor, laughing. "But it's true that most serviles haven't much control. They will talk, and when people take to talking as a business, anything may arrive, mayn't it, De Forest?" "Anything, except the facts of the case," said De Forest, laughing. "I'll give you those in a minute," said the mayor. "Our serviles got to talking, first in their houses and then on the streets, telling men and women how to manage their own affairs. You can't teach a servile not to finger his neighbour's soul. That's invasion of privacy, of course, but in Chicago we'll suffer anything sooner than make crowds. Nobody took much notice, and so I let 'em alone. My fault. I was warned there would be trouble, but there hasn't been a crowd or murder in Illinois for 19 years. 22, said his chief of police. "Likely. Anyway, we'd forgot such things. So, from talking in the houses and on the streets, our serviles go to calling a meeting at the old market yonder. He nodded across the square, where the wrecked buildings heaved up grey in the dawn glimmer behind the square-case statue of the Negro in flames. There's nothing to prevent anyone calling meetings except that it's against human nature to stand in a crowd, besides being bad for the health. I ought to have known by the way our men and women attended that first meeting that trouble was brewing. There were as many as 1,000 in the marketplace, touching each other. Touching! Then the serviles turned in all tongue switches and talked, and we— "What did they talk about?" said Takahiro. "First, how badly things were managed in the city. That pleased us four. We were on the platform, because we hoped to catch 1 or 2 good men for city work. You know how rare executive capacity is. Even if we didn't, it's refreshing to find anyone interested enough in our job to damn our eyes. You don't know what it means to work year in, year out without a spark of difference with a living soul." "Oh, don't we?" said DeForest. "There are times on the board when we'd give our positions if anyone would kick us out and take hold of things themselves." "But they won't," said the mayor ruefully. "I assure you, sir, we four have done things in Chicago in the hope of rousing people that would have discredited Nero. But what do they say? 'Very good, Andy. Have it your own way. Anything's better than a crowd. I'll go back to my land.' You can't do anything with folk who can go where they please and don't want anything on God's earth except their own way. There isn't a kick or a kicker left on the planet." "Then I suppose that little shed yonder fell down by itself," said DeForest. We could see the bare and still smoking ruins and hear the slag pools crackle as they hardened and set. "Oh, that's only amusement. Tell you later. As I was saying, our serviles held the meeting, and pretty soon we had to ground circuit the platform to save them from being killed, and that didn't make our people any more pacific." "How do you mean?" I ventured to ask. "If you've ever been ground circuited," said the mayor, "you'll know it don't improve any man's temper to be held up straining against nothing. No, sir. 800 or 900 folk kept pawing and buzzing like flies in treacle for 2 hours, while a pack of perfectly safe serviles invades their mental and spiritual privacy, may be amusing to watch, but they are not pleasant to handle afterwards." Pirillo chuckled. "Our folk own themselves. They were of opinion things were going too far and too fiery. I warn the serviles, but they're born house dwellers. Unless a fact hits them on the head, they cannot see it. Would you believe me? They went on to talk about what they called popular government. They did. They wanted us to go back to the old voodoo business of voting with papers and wooden boxes and word-drunk people and printed formulas and news sheets. They said they practiced it among themselves about what they'd have to eat in their flats and hotels. Yes, sir. They stood up behind Bluthner's doubled ground circuits and they said that, in this present year of grace, 2 self-owning men and women on that very spot. Then they finished." He lowered his voice cautiously, "by talking about the people. And then Bluthner, he had to sit up all night in charge of the circuits because he couldn't trust his men to keep him shut." "I was trying him too high," the chief of police broke in. "But we couldn't hold the crowd ground-circuited forever. I gathered in all the serviles on charge of crowd-making and put them in the water tower. Then I let things cut loose. I had to. The district lit like a sparked gas tank. The news was out over 7 degrees of country," the mayor continued. "And when once it's a question of invasion of privacy, goodbye to right and reason in Illinois. They began turning out traffic lights and locking up landing towers on Thursday night. Friday they stopped all traffic and asked for the board to take over. Then they wanted to clean Chicago off the side of the lake and rebuild elsewhere, just for a souvenir of the people that the serviles talked about. I suggested that they should slag the old market where the meeting was held while I turned in a call to you all on the board. That kept him quiet till you came along, and now you can take hold of the situation." "Any chance of their quieting down?" DeForest asked. "You can try," said the mayor. DeForest raised his voice in the face of the reviving crowd that had edged in towards us. Day was come. "Don't you think this business can be arranged?" he began, but there was a roar of angry voices. "We've finished with crowds. We aren't going back to the old days. Take us over. Take the serviles away. Administer direct or we'll kill 'em. Down with the people. An attempt was made to begin MacDonald's song. It got no further than the first line, for the Victor Pirillos sent down a warning drone on one stopped horn. A wrecked sidewall of the old market tottered and fell inwards on the slag pools. None spoke or moved till the last of the dust had settled down again, turning the steel case of Salaty's statue ashy grey. "You see, you'll just have to take us over," the mayor whispered. De Forest shrugged his shoulders. "You talk as if executive capacity could be snatched out of the air like so much horsepower. Can't you manage yourselves on any terms?" he said. "We can, if you say so. It will only cost those few lives to begin with." The mayor pointed across the square, where Arnott's men guided a stumbling group of 10 or 12 men and women to the lakefront and halted them under the statue. "Now I think," said Takahira under his breath, "there will be trouble." The mass in front of us growled like beasts. At that moment the sun rose clear and revealed the blinking assembly to itself. As soon as it realized that it was a crowd, we saw the shiver of horror and mutual repulsion shoot across it precisely as the steely floors shot across the lake outside. Nothing was said, and, being half blind, of course it moved slowly, yet in less than 15 minutes most of that vast multitude, 3,000 at the lowest count, melted away like frost on south eaves. The remnant stretched themselves on the grass, where a crowd feels and looks less like a crowd. "These mean business," the mayor whispered to Takahira. "There are a goodish few women there who have borne children. I don't like it." The morning draught off the lake stirred the trees round us with promise of a hot day. The sun reflected itself dazzlingly on the canister-shaped covering of Salaty's statue. Cocks crew in the gardens, and we could hear gate latches clicking in the distance as people stumblingly resought their homes. "I'm afraid there won't be any morning deliveries," said De Forest. "We rather upset things in the country last night." "That makes no odds," the mayor returned. "We're all provisioned for 6 months. We take no chances." Nor, when you come to think of it, does anyone else. It must be 3/4 of a generation since any house or city faced a food shortage. Yet is there a house or city on the planet that has not half a year's provisions laid in? We are like shipwrecked seamen in the old books who, having once nearly starved to death, ever afterwards hide away bits of food and biscuit. Truly we trust no crowds, nor system based on crowds. De Forest waited till the last footstep had died away. Meantime the prisoners at the base of the statue shuffled, posed and fidgeted with the shamelessness of quiet little children. None of them were more than 6 feet high, and many of them were as grey-haired as the ravaged, harassed heads of old pictures. They huddled together in actual touch, while the crowd, spaced at large intervals, looked at them with congested eyes. Suddenly, a man among them began to talk. The mayor had not in the least exaggerated. It appeared that our planet lay sunk in slavery beneath the heel of the aerial board of control. The orator urged us to arise in our might, burst our prison doors and break our fetters. All his metaphors, by the way, were of the most medieval. Next, he demanded that every matter of daily life, including most of the physical functions, should be submitted for decision at any time of the week, month, or year too, I gathered, anybody who happened to be passing by or residing within a certain radius, and that everybody should forthwith abandon his concerns to settle the matter. First by crowd making, next by talking to the crowds made, and lastly by describing crosses on pieces of paper, which rubbish should later be counted with certain mystic ceremonies and oaths. Out of this amazing play, he assured us, would automatically arise a higher, nobler and kinder world, based, he demonstrated this with the awful lucidity of the insane, based on the sanctity of the crowd and the villainy of the single person. In conclusion, he called loudly upon God to testify to his personal merits and integrity. When the flow ceased, I turned bewildered to Takahira, who was nodding solemnly. "Quite correct," said he. "It is all in the old books. He has left nothing out, not even the war talk." "But I don't see how this stuff can upset a child, much less a district," I replied. "Ah, you are too young," said Dragomirov. "For another thing, you are not a mamma. Please look at the mamas." 10 or 15 women who remained had separated themselves from the silent men and were drawing in towards the prisoners. It reminded one of the stealthy encircling, before the rush in at the quarry, of wolves round musk oxen in the north. The prisoners saw and drew together more closely. The mayor covered his face with his hands for an instant. De Forest, bareheaded, stepped forward between the prisoners and the slowly, stiffly moving line. "That's all very interesting," he said to the dry-lipped orator, "but the point seems that you've been making crowds and invading privacy." A woman stepped forward and would have spoken, but there was a quick assenting murmur from the men, who realised that De Forest was trying to pull the situation down to ground line. "Yes, yes," they cried. "We cut out because they made crowds and invaded privacy. Stick to that. Keep on that switch. Lift the serviles out of this. The board's in charge. Hush!" "Yes, the board's in charge," said De Forest. "I'll take formal evidence of crowd making if you like, but the members of the board can testify to it. Will that do?" The women had closed in another pace, with hands that clenched and unclenched at their sides. "Good! Good enough!" the men cried. "We're content. Only take them away, quickly." "Come along up," said De Forest to the captives. "Breakfast is quite ready." It appeared, however, that they did not wish to go. They intended to remain in Chicago and make crowds. They pointed out that De Forest's proposal was gross invasion of privacy. "My dear fellow," said Pirolo to the most voluble of the leaders, "you hurry, or your crowd that can't be wrong will kill you." "But that would be murder," answered the believer in crowds, and there was a roar of laughter from all sides that seemed to show the crisis had broken. A woman stepped forward from the line of women, laughing, I protest, as merrily as any of the company. One hand, of course, shaded her eyes. The other was at her throat. "Oh, they needn't be afraid of being killed," she called. "Not in the least," said De Forest. "But don't you think that, now the board's in charge, you might go home while we get these people away?" "I shall be home long before that. It's been rather a trying day." She stood up to her full height, dwarfing even De Forest's 6'8", and smiled, with eyes closed against the fierce light. "Yes, rather," said De Forest. "I'm afraid you feel the glare a little. We'll have the ship down." He motioned to the Pirolo to drop between us and the sun, and at the same time to loop circuit the prisoners, who were a trifle unsteady. We saw them stiffen to the current where they stood. The woman's voice went on, sweet and deep and unshaken. "I don't suppose you men realize how much this sort of thing means to a woman. I've borne 3. We women don't want our children given to crowds. It must be an inherited instinct. Crowds make trouble. They bring back the old days. Hate, fear, blackmail, publicity. The people. That. She points to the statue, and the crowd growled once more. "Yes, if they are allowed to go on," said De Forest. "But this little affair. It means so much to us women that this little affair should never happen again. Of course, never's a big word, but one feels so strongly that it is important to stop crowds at the very beginning. Those creatures," she pointed with her left hand at the prisoners swaying like seaweed in a tideway as the circuit pulled them. "Those people have friends and wives and children in the city and elsewhere. One doesn't want anything done to them, you know. It's terrible to force a human being out of 50 or 60 years of good life. I'm only 40 myself, I know. But at the same time one feels that an example should be made, because no price is too heavy to pay if these people and all that they imply can be put an end to. Do you quite understand? Or would you be kind enough to tell your men to take the casing off the statue? It's worth looking at." "I understand perfectly. But I don't think anybody here wants to see the statue on an empty stomach. Excuse me one moment." De Forest called up to the ship. "A flying loop ready on the port side, if you please." Then to the woman he said with some crispness, "You might leave us a little discretion in the matter." "Oh, of course. Thank you for being so patient. I know my arguments are silly, but—" She half turned away and went on in a changed voice. "Perhaps this will help you decide." She threw out her right arm with a knife in it. Before the blade could be returned to her throat or her bosom, it was twitched from her grip, sparked as if it flew out of the shadow of the ship above, and fell flashing in the sunshine at the foot of the statue 50 yards away. The outflung arm was arrested, rigid as a bar for an instant, till the releasing circuit permitted her to bring it slowly to her side. The other women shrank back, silent among the men. Pirillo rubbed his hands, and Takahiro nodded. "That was clever of you, De Forest," said he. "What a glorious pose," Dragomirov murmured, for the frightened woman was on the edge of tears. "Why did you stop me? I would have done it," she cried. "I have no doubt you would," said De Forest, "but we can't waste a life like yours on these people. I hope the arrest didn't sprain your wrist. It's so hard to regulate a flying loop. But I think you are quite right about those persons, women and children. We'll take them all away with us if you promise not to do anything stupid to yourself." I promise," she controlled herself with an effort. "But it is so important to us women. We know what it means. And I thought if you saw I was in earnest—" "I saw you were, and you've gained your point. I shall take all your serviles away with me at once. The mayor will make lists of their friends and families in the city and the district, and will ship them after us this afternoon." "Sure," said the mayor, rising to his feet. "Keefe, if you can see, hadn't you better finish levelling off the old market? It don't look sightly the way it is now, and we shan't use it for crowds any more." "I think you had better wipe out that statue as well, Mr. Mayor," said De Forest. "I don't question its merits as a work of art, but I believe it's a shade morbid." "Oh, Keefe, slag the nigger before you go on to fuse the market." "I'll get to the communicators and tell the district that the board is in charge. Are you making any special appointments, sir?" "None. We haven't meant to waste on these backwoods. Carry on as before, but under the board. Arnott, run your serviles aboard, please. Ground ship and pass them through the bilge doors. We'll wait till we've finished with this work of art." The prisoners trailed past him, talking fluently but unable to gesticulate in the drag of the current. Then the surfacers rolled up, 2 on each side of the statue. With one accord the spectators looked elsewhere, but there was no need. Keefe turned on full power, and the thing simply melted within its case. All I saw was a surge of white-hot metal pouring over the plinth, a glimpse of Salati's inscription, "To the eternal memory of the justice of the people," ere the stone base itself cracked and powdered into finest lime. The crowd cheered. "Thank you," said De Forest, "but we want our breakfasts, and I expect you do too. Goodbye, Mr. Mayor. Delighted to see you at any time, but I hope I shan't have to, officially, for the next 30 years. Goodbye, madam. Yes, we're all given to nerves nowadays. I suffer from them myself. Goodbye, gentlemen all. You're under the tyrannous heel of the board from this moment, but if ever you feel like breaking your fetters, you've only to let us know. This is no treat to us. Good luck." We embarked amid shouts, and did not check our lift till they had dwindled into whispers. Then De Forest flung himself on the chart room divan and mopped his forehead. "I don't mind men," he panted, "but women are the devil." "Still the devil," said Pirillo cheerfully. "That one would have suicided." "I know it. That was why I signalled for the flying loop to be clapped on her. I owe you an apology for that, Arnott. I hadn't time to catch your eye, and you were busy with our caitiffs. By the way, who actually answered my signal? It was a smart piece of work." "Ilroy," said Arnott, "but he overloaded the wave. It may be pretty gallery work to knock a knife out of a lady's hand, but didn't you notice how she rubbed him? He scorched her fingers. Slovenly, I call it. Far be it from me to interfere with fleet discipline, but don't be too hard on the boy. If that woman had killed herself, they would have killed every servile and everything related to a servile throughout the district by nightfall. That was what she was playing for," Takahiro said, "and with our fleet gone, we could have done nothing to hold them." "I may be an ass enough to walk into a ground circuit," said Arnott, "but I don't dismiss my fleet till I'm reasonably sure that trouble is over. They're in position still, and I intend to keep them there till the serviles are shipped out of the district. That last little crowd meant murder, my friends." "Nerves, all nerves," said Pirillo. "You cannot argue with agoraphobia." "And it is not as if they had seen much death, or is it?" said Takahiro. In all my 90 years, I have never seen death. Dragomirov spoke as one who would excuse himself. Perhaps that is why, last night... Then it came out as we sat over breakfast that, with the exception of Arnott and Pirolo, none of us had ever seen a corpse, or knew in what manner the spirit passes. We're a nice lot to flap about governing the planet, De Forest laughed. I confess, now it's all over, that my main fear was I mightn't be able to pull it off without losing a life. I thought of that too, said Arnott, but there's no death reported and I've inquired everywhere. What are we supposed to do with our passengers? I've fed 'em. We're between two switches, De Forest drawled. If we drop them in any place that isn't under the board, the natives will make their presence an excuse for cutting out, same as Illinois did, and forcing the board to take over. If we drop them in any place under the board's control, they'll kill them as soon as our backs are turned. If you say so, said Pirolo thoughtfully, I can guarantee that they will become extinct in process of time, quite happily. What is their birth rate now? Go down and ask 'em, said De Forest. I think they might become nervous and tear me to bits, the philosopher of Foggia replied. Not really. Well? Open the bilge doors, said Takahiro with a downward jerk of the thumb. Scarcely. After all the trouble we've taken to save 'em, said De Forest. Try London, Arnott suggested. You could turn Satan himself loose there, and they'd only ask him to dinner. Good man. You've given me an idea. Vincent! Oh, Vincent! He threw the general communicator open so that we could all hear, and in a few minutes the chart room filled with the rich, fruity voice of Leopold Vincent, who has purveyed all London, her choicest amusements for the last 30 years. We answered with expectant grins, as though we were actually in the stalls of, say, the Combination on a first night. We've picked up something in your line, De Forest began. That's good, dear man, if it's old enough. There's nothing to beat the old things for business purposes. Have you seen London, Chatham and Dover at Earl's Court? No? I thought I missed you there. Immense. I've had the real steam locomotive engines built from the old designs, and the iron rails cast specially by hand. Cloth cushions in the carriages too. Immense. And paper railway tickets. And Polly Milton. Polly Milton back again? Said Arnott rapturously. Book me 2 stalls for tomorrow night. What's she singing now, bless her? The old songs. Nothing comes up to the old touch. Listen to this, dear men. Vincent carolled with flourishes. O cruel lamps of London, if tears your lights could drown, your victims' eyes would weep them, O lights of London town. Then they weep. You see, Pirolo waved his hands at us. The old world always wept when it saw crowds together. It did not know why, but it wept. We know why, but we do not weep, except when we pay to be made to be fat. Wicked old Vincent. Old yourself, Vincent laughed. I'm a public benefactor. I keep the world soft and united. And I'm De Forest at the board, said De Forest acidly, trying to get a little business done. As I was saying, I've picked up a few people in Chicago. I cut out. Chicago is... Do listen. They're perfectly unique. Do they build houses of baked mud blocks while you wait, eh? That's an old contact. They're an untouched primitive community with all the old ideas. Sewing machines and maypole dancers, cooking on coal gas stoves, lighting pipes with matches and driving horses. Gerolstein tried that last year, an absolute blowout. De Forest plugged him wrathfully and poured out the story of our doings for the last 24 hours on the top note. And they do it all in public, he concluded. You can't stop 'em. The more public, the better they are pleased. They'll talk for hours, like you. Now you can come in again. Do you really mean they know how to vote? Said Vincent. Can they act it? Act? It's their life to 'em. And you never saw such faces. Scarred like volcanoes, envy, hatred and malice in plain sight. Wonderfully flexible voices. They weep too. Aloud? In public? I guarantee. Not a spark of shame or reticence in the entire installation. It's the chance of your career. Do you say you've brought their voting props along, those papers and ballot box things? No, confound you. I'm not a luggage lifter. Apply direct to the mayor of Chicago. He'll forward you everything. Well? Wait a minute. Did Chicago want to kill him? That'll look well on the communicators. Yes. They were only rescued with difficulty from a howling mob, if you know what that is. But I don't, answered the great Vincent simply. Well then, they'll tell you themselves. They can make speeches hours long. How many are there? By the time we ship 'em all, there'll be perhaps 100, counting children. An old world in miniature. Can't you see it? Yes, but I've got to pay for it, if it's a blowout, dear man. They can sing the old war songs in the streets. They can get word drunk and make crowds and invade privacy in the genuine old-fashioned way, and they'll do the voting trick as often as you ask 'em a question. Too good, said Vincent. You unbelieving Jew. I've got a dozen head aboard here. I'll put you through direct. Sample 'em yourself. He lifted the switch and we listened. Our passengers on the lower deck at once, but not less than 5 at a time, explained themselves to Vincent. They had been taken from the bosom of their families, stripped of their possessions, given food without finger bowls, and cast into captivity in a noisome dungeon. But look here, said Arnott aghast. They're saying what isn't true. My lower deck isn't noisome, and I saw to the finger bowls myself. My people talk like that sometimes in Little Russia, said Dragomirov. We reason with them. We never kill, no. But it's not true, Arnott insisted. What can you do with people who don't tell facts? They're mad. Hush, said Pirolo, his hand to his ear. It is such a little time since all the planet told lies. We heard Vincent silkily sympathetic. Would they, he asked, repeat their assertions in public, before a vast public? Only let Vincent give them a chance, and the planet, they vowed, should ring with their wrongs. Their aim in life, 2 women and a man explained it together, was to reform the world. Oddly enough, this also had been Vincent's life dream. He offered them an arena in which to explain and by their living example to raise the planet to loftier levels. He was eloquent on the moral uplift of a simple, old-world life presented in its entirety to a debauched civilization. Could they, would they, for 3 months certain, devote themselves under his auspices as missionaries to the elevation of mankind at a place called Earl's Court, which he said, with some truth, was one of the intellectual centres of the planet? They thanked him and demanded, we could hear his chuckle of delight, time to discuss and to vote on the matter. The vote, solemnly managed by counting heads, 1 head, 1 vote, was favourable. His offer, therefore, was accepted, and they moved a vote of thanks to him in 2 speeches, one by what they called the proposer, and the other by the seconder. Vincent threw over to us, his voice shaking with gratitude. I've got 'em. Did you hear those speeches? That's nature, dear men. Art can't teach that. And they voted as easily as lying. I've never had a troop of natural liars before. Bless you, dear men. Remember, you're on my free list forever. Anywhere. All of you. Oh, Gerolstein will be sick. Sick. Then you think they'll do, said De Forest. Do? The little village will go crazy. I'll knock up a series of old world plays for 'em. Their voices will make you laugh and cry. My God, dear men, where do you suppose they picked up all their misery from? On this sweet earth. I'll have a pageant of the world's beginnings, and Mosenthal shall do the music. I'll go and knock up a village for 'em by tonight. We'll meet you at number 15 West Landing Tower, said De Forest. Remember, the rest will be coming along tomorrow. Let 'em all come, said Vincent. You don't know how hard it is nowadays, even for me, to find something that really gets under the public's damned iridium-plated hide. But I've got it at last. Goodbye. Well, said De Forest when we had finished laughing, if anyone understood corruption in London, I might have played off Vincent against Gerolstein and sold my captives at enormous prices. As it is, I shall have to be their legal adviser tonight when the contracts are signed, and they won't exactly press any commission on me either. Meantime, said Takahiro, We cannot, of course, confine members of Leopold Vincent's last engaged company. Chairs for the ladies, please, Arnott." "Then I go to bed," said De Forest. "I can't face any more women," and he vanished. When our passengers were released and given another meal, finger bowls came first this time, they told us what they thought of us and the board. And, like Vincent, we all marvelled how they had contrived to extract and secrete so much bitter poison and unrest out of the good life God gives us. They raged, they stormed, they palpitated, flushed and exhausted their poor torn nerves, panted themselves into silence, and renewed the senseless, shameless attacks. "But can't you understand," said Pirolo pathetically to a shrieking woman, "that if we'd left you in Chicago, you'd have been killed?" "No, we shouldn't. You were bound to save us from being murdered." "Then we should have had to kill a lot of other people." "That doesn't matter. We were preaching the truth. You can't stop us. We shall go on preaching in London, and then you'll see." "You can see now," said Pirolo, and opened a lower shutter. We were closing on the little village, with her 3,000,000 people spread out at ease inside her ring of gurgling main traffic lights. Those 8 fixed beams at Chatham, Tonbridge, Redhill, Dorking, Woking, St Albans, Chipping Ongar and Southend. Leopold Vincent's new company looked, with small pale faces, at the silence, the sighs and the separated houses. Then some began to weep aloud, shamelessly, always without shame. MacDonough's Song. Whether the state can loose and bind, in heaven as well as on earth, if it be wiser to kill mankind before or after the birth, these are matters of high concern where state-kept schoolmen are, but holy state, we have lived to learn, endeth in holy war. Whether the people be led by the Lord or lured by the loudest throat, if it be quicker to die by the sword or cheaper to die by vote, these are the things we have dealt with once, and they will not rise from their grave, for holy people, however it runs, endeth in holy slave. Whatsoever, for any cause, seeketh to take or give, power above or beyond the laws, suffer it not to live. Holy state or holy king or holy people's will, have no truck with the senseless thing, order the guns and kill. Saying after me, once there was the people, terror gave it birth. Once there was the people, and it made a hell of earth. Earth arose and crushed it. Listen, O ye slain, once there was the people, it shall never be again. End of As Easy as ABC by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands.
Bridge Crossing by David Dreyfus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Bridge Crossing by Dave Dreyfus. He knew the city was organized for his individual defense, for it had been that way since he was born. But who was his enemy? In 1849, the mist that sometimes rolled through the Golden Gate was known as fog. In 2149, it had become far more frequent and was known as smog. By 2349, it was fog again. But tonight there was smoke mixed with the fog. Roddy could smell it. Somewhere in the forested ruins, fire was burning. He wasn't worried. The small blaze that smoldered behind him on the cracked concrete floor had consumed everything burnable within blocks. What remained of the gutted concrete office building from which he peered was fireproof. But Roddy was himself aflame with anger. As always, when invaders broke in from the north, He'd been left behind with his nurse, Molly, while the soldiers went out to fight. And nowadays Molly's presence wasn't the comfort it used to be. He felt almost ready to jump out of his skin, the way she rocked and knitted in that grating ruined chair, saying over and over again, "The soldiers don't want little boys. The soldiers don't want little boys. The soldiers don't." "I'm not a little boy," Roddy suddenly shouted. "I'm full grown and I've never even seen an invader. Why won't you let me go and fight?" Fiercely he crossed the bare, gritty floor and shook Molly's shoulder. She rattled under his jarring hand and abruptly changed the subject. "A is for atom, B is for bomb, C is for corpse," she chanted. Roddy reached into her shapeless dress and pinched. Lately that had helped her over these spells, but this time, though it stopped the kindergarten song, the treatment only started something worse. "Was 'em hungry?" Molly cooed, still rocking. Utterly disgusted, Roddy ripped her head off her neck. It was a completely futile gesture. The complicated mind that had cared for him and taught him speech and the alphabet hadn't made him a mechanic, and his only tool was a broken-handled screwdriver. He was still tinkering when the soldiers came in. While they lined up along the wall, he put Molly's head back on her neck. She gaped coyingly at the new arrivals. "Hello, boys," she simpered. "Looking for a good time?" Roddy slapped her to silence, reflecting briefly that there were many things he didn't know about Molly. But there was work to be done. Carefully he framed the ritual words she'd taught him. "Soldiers, come to attention and report." There were 11 of them, 6 feet tall, with 4 limbs and 8 extremities. They stood uniformly, the thumbs on each pair of hands touching along the center line of the legs, front feet turned out at an angle of 45 degrees, rear feet turned inward at 30 degrees. "Sir," they chorused, "we have met the enemy and he is ours." He inspected them. All were scratched and dented, but one in particular seemed badly damaged. His left arm was almost severed at the shoulder. "Come here, fellow," Roddy said. "Let's see if I can fix that." The soldier took a step forward, lurched suddenly, stopped, and whipped out a bayonet. "Death to invaders!" he yelled, and charged crazily. Molly stepped in front of him. "You aren't being very nice to my baby," she murmured, and thrust her knitting needles into his eyes. Roddy jumped behind him, knocked off his helmet, and pressed a soft spot on his conical skull. The soldier collapsed to the floor. Roddy salvaged and returned Molly's needles. Then he examined the patient, tearing him apart as a boy dismembers an alarm clock. It was lucky he did. The left arm's pair of hands suddenly writhed off the floor in an effort to choke him. But because the arm was detached at the shoulder and therefore blind, he escaped the clutching onslaught and could goad the reflexing hands into assaulting one another harmlessly. Meanwhile, the other soldiers left, except for one, apparently another casualty, who stumbled on his way out and fell into the fire. By the time Roddy had hauled him clear, damage was beyond repair. Roddy swore, then decided to try combining parts of his casualty with pieces of the other to make a whole one. To get more light for the operation, he poked up the fire. Roddy was new at his work and took it seriously. It alarmed him to watch the soldiers melt away, gradually succumbing to battle damage, shamed him to see the empty ruins burn section by section as the invaders repeatedly broke through and had to be burned out. Soon there would be nothing left of the private property Keep Out that, according to Molly's bedtime story, the owners had entrusted to them when driven away by radioactivity. Soon the soldiers themselves would be gone. None would remain to guard the city, but a few strayed servants like Molly and an occasional civil defender. And himself, Roddy reflected, spitting savagely into the fire. He might remain. But how he fitted into the picture, he didn't know. And Molly, who claimed to have found him in the ruins after a fight with invaders 20 years before, couldn't or wouldn't say. Well, for as long as possible, Roddy decided he'd do his duty as the others did theirs, single-mindedly. Eventually, the soldiers might accept him as one of themselves. Meanwhile, this newly attempted first aid was useful to them. He gave the fire a final poke and then paused, wondering if, when heated, his screwdriver could make an unfastened end of wire stick on the grayish spot where it seemed to belong. Stretching prone to blow the embers hot so he could try out his new idea, Roddy got too close to the flames. Instantly the room filled with the stench of singed hair. Roddy drew angrily back, beating out the sparks in his uncut blond mane. As he stood slapping his head and muttering, a deranged civil defense firefighter popped into the doorway and covered him with carbon dioxide foam. Roddy fled. His lifelong friends were not merely wearing out, they were unbearably wearing. In the street, even before he'd wiped off the foam, he regretted his flight. The fire was back home, and here in the cold of this fog-shrouded canyon, a mere trail between heaped-up walls of rubble. The diaper he wore felt inadequate against the pre-dawn cold. His cherished weapon, a magnetic tack hammer, was chill beneath the diaper's top, and the broken radium-dialed wrist watch, suspended from a string around his neck, hung clammy against his chest. He stood, irresolute on numbing bare feet, and considered returning to the more familiar bedlam. But colder than cold was his shame at being cold. Molly never was, though she knew how to keep him warm. Nor were the others. Hunger, thirst, pain, and coldness were sensations never experienced by his friends. Like the growth he'd been undergoing till recently, these were things of ignominy, to be hidden as far as possible from inquiring eyes. Cold as it was, he'd have to hide. Temporarily the darkness concealed him, though it was not quite complete. From above the fog, the moon played vaguely deceptive light on the splinters of architecture looming toward it. Some distance off, an owl hooted, but here nocturnal rodents felt free to squeak and rustle as they scampered. The world seemed ghostly, yet it wasn't dead. It merely lurked. And as an irrepressible yawn reminded Roddy of his absurd need for sleep even in the midst of danger, he concluded for the thousandth time that the one who'd built him must have been an apprentice. For just such reasons he'd developed the hideout toward which he now walked. It had been the haven of his adolescence, when the discovery of how much he differed from his friends had been a shock, and the shock itself a difference to be hidden. His hiding place was a manhole, dead center in the dead street. A weathered bronze bar, carefully placed in the cover's slotted rim, was the levering key that opened its door. Everything was wrong tonight. He couldn't even find the bar. Of course, that spoiled things, because the bar was a roller on which to move the heavy cover from below, and a support that held it ajar for ventilation. But the example of his friends had taught him above all else to carry out every purpose. Molly was a nurse. She had raised him despite all obstacles. The soldiers were guards. They protected the ruins against everything larger than a rat. The firefighter had put even him out when he was aflame. Anyhow, the manhole cover had been loosened by his frequent handling. He lifted it aside by main strength, then flattened himself to the street and felt with his feet for the top rung. Halfway down the iron ladder, something made him pause. He looked, but saw only blackness. He listened, sniffed, found nothing. What could have entered through the iron cover? He sneered at his own timidity and jumped to the bottom. It was warm. The dry bottom of the hole had the temperature of body heat, as if a large animal had recently rested there. Quickly, Roddy drew the hammer from his waist. Then, with weapon ready for an instantaneous blow, he stretched his left hand through the darkness. He touched something warm, softish. Gingerly he felt over that curving surface for identifying features. While Roddy investigated by touch, his long fingers were suddenly seized and bitten. At the same time, his right shin received a savage kick, and his own retaliatory blow was checked in mid-swing by an unexpected voice. "Get your filthy hands off me!" it whispered angrily. "Who do you think you are?" Startled, he dropped his hammer. "I'm Roddy," he said, squatting to fumble for it. "Who do you think you are?" "I'm Ida. Naturally. Just how many girls are there in this raiding party?" His first invader, and he had dropped his weapon. Scrabbling fearfully in the dust for his hammer, Roddy paused suddenly. This girl, whatever that was, seemed to think him one of her own kind. There was a chance, not much, but worth taking, to turn delay to advantage. Maybe he could learn something of value before he killed her. That would make the soldiers accept him. He stalled, seeking a gambit. How would I know how many girls there are? Half expecting a blow, he got instead an apology. "I'm sorry," the girl said. "I should have known. Never even heard your name before, either. Roddy. Whose boat did you come in, Roddy?" "Boat? What was a boat? How would I know?" he repeated, voice tight with fear of discovery. If she noticed the tension, she didn't show it. Certainly her whisper was friendly enough. "Oh, you're one of the fellows from Bodega, then. They shoved a boy into our boat at the last minute, too. Tough, wasn't it, getting separated in the fog and tied like that? If only we didn't have to use boats. But say, how are we going to get away from here?" "I wouldn't know," Roddy said, closing his fingers on the hammer and rising. "How did you get in?" "Followed your footprints. It was sundown, and I saw human tracks in the dust, and they led me here. Where were you?" "Scouting around," Roddy said vaguely. "How did you know I was a man when I came back?" "Because you couldn't see me, silly. You know perfectly well these androids are heat sensitive and can locate us in the dark." Indeed, he did know. Many times he'd felt ashamed that Molly could find him whenever she wanted to, even here in the manhole. But perhaps the manhole would help him now to redeem himself. "I'd like to get a look at you," he said. The girl laughed self-consciously. "It's getting gray out. You'll see me soon enough." But she'd see him, Roddy realized. He had to talk fast. "What'll we do when it's light?" he asked. "Well, I guess the boats have gone," Ida said. "You could swim the gate, I guess. You seem tall and strong enough, but I couldn't. You'll think it's crazy, but I've given this some thought, and even looked it over from the other side. I expect to try the Golden Gate Bridge." Now he was getting somewhere. The bridge was ruined, impassable. Even her own people had crossed the strait by other means. But if there were a way over the bridge— "It's broken," he said. "How in the world can we cross it?" "Oh, you'll find out if you take me up there. I don't want to be alone, Roddy. Will you go with me, now?" Well, she could be made to point out the route before he killed her, if nothing happened when she saw him. Uneasy, Roddy hefted the hammer in his hand. A giggle broke the pause. "It's nice of you to wait and let me go first up the ladder," the girl said. "But where the heck is the rusty old thing?" "I'll go first," said Roddy. He might need the advantage. "The ladder's right behind me." He climbed with hammer in teeth and stretched his left hand from street level to grasp and neutralize the girl's right. Then, nervously fingering his weapon, he stared at her in the thin gray dawn. She was short and lean, except for roundnesses here and there. From her shapeless doeskin dress stretched slender legs that tapered to feet that were bare, tiny, and like her hands, only two in number. Roddy was pleased. They were evenly matched as to members, and that would make things easy when the time came. He looked into her face. It smiled at him, tanned and ruddy, with a full mouth and bright dark eyes that hid under long lashes when he looked too long. Startling, those wary eyes. concealing. For a moment he felt a rush of fear, but she gave his hand a squeeze before twisting loose, and burst into sudden laughter. "Diapers!" she chortled, struggling to keep her voice low. "My big, strong, blond and blue-eyed hero goes into battle wearing diapers, and carrying only a hammer to fight with. You're the most unforgettable character I have ever known." He'd passed inspection, then, so far. He expelled his withheld breath, and said, "I think you'll find me a little odd, in some ways." "Oh, not at all," Ida replied quickly. "Different, yes, but I wouldn't say odd." When they started down the street she was nervous despite Roddy's assertion that he knew where the soldiers were posted. He wondered if she felt some of the doubt he'd tried to conceal, shared his visions of what the soldiers might do if they found him brazenly strolling with an invader. They might not believe he was only questioning a prisoner. Every day his friends were becoming more unpredictable. For that very reason, because he didn't know what precautions would do any good, he took a chance and walked openly to the bridge by the most direct route. In time, this apparent assurance stilled Ida's fears, and she began to talk. Many of the things she said were beyond his experience and meaningless to him, but he did note with interest how effective the soldiers had been. "It's awful," Ida said. "So few young men are left, so many casualties." "But why do we, keep up the fight?" Roddy asked. "I mean, the soldiers will never leave the city. Their purpose is to guard it, and they can't leave, so they won't attack. Let them alone, and there'll be plenty of young men." "Well," said Ida sharply, "you need indoctrination. Didn't they ever tell you that the city is our home, even if the stupid androids do keep us out? Don't you know how dependent we are on these raids for all our tools and things?" She sounded suspicious. Roddy shot her a furtive, startled glance, but she wasn't standing off to fight him. On the contrary, she was too close for both comfort and combat. She bumped him hip and shoulder every few steps, and if he edged away, she followed. He went on with his questioning. "Why are you here? I mean, sure, the others are after tools and things, but what's your purpose?" Ida shrugged. "I'll admit no girl has ever done it before," she said, "but I thought I could help with the wounded. That's why I have no weapon." She hesitated, glanced covertly up at him, and went on with a rush of words. "It's the lack of men, I guess. All the girls are kind of bored and hopeless, so I got this bright idea and stowed away on one of the boats when it was dark and the fog had settled down. Do you think I was being silly?" "No, but you do seem a little purposeless." In silence they trudged through a vast area of charred wood and concrete foundations on the northern end of the city. Thick fog over the water hid Alcatraz, but inshore visibility was better, and they could see the beginning of the bridge approach. A stone rattled nearby. There was a clink of metal. Ida gasped and clung to Roddy's arm. "Behind me," he whispered urgently. "Get behind me and hold on." He felt Ida's arms encircling his waist, her chin digging into his back below the left shoulder. Facing them, 100 feet away, stood a soldier. He looked contemptuous, hostile. "It's all right," Roddy said, his voice breaking. There was a long, sullen, heart-stopping stare. Then the soldier turned and walked away. Ida's grip loosened, and he could feel her sag behind him. Roddy turned and held her. With eyes closed, she pressed cold blue lips to his. He grimaced and turned away his head. Ida's response was quick. "Forgive me," she breathed, and slipped from his arms, but she held herself erect. "I was so scared, and then we've had no sleep, no food or water." Roddy was familiar with these signs of weakness, proud of appearing to deny his own humiliating needs. "I guess you're not as strong as me," he said smugly. "I'll take care of you. Of course we can't sleep now, but I'll get food and water." Leaving her to follow, he turned left to the ruins of a supermarket he had previously visited, demonstrating his superior strength by setting a pace Ida couldn't match. By the time she caught up with him, he had grubbed out a few cans of the special size that Molly always chose. Picking two that were neither dented, swollen, nor rusted, he smashed an end of each with his hammer and gave Ida her choice of strained spinach or squash. "Baby food," she muttered. "Maybe it's just what we need. But to eat baby food with a man wearing a diaper! Tell me, Roddy, how did you happen to know where to find it?" "Well, this is the northern end of the city," he answered, shrugging. "I've been here before." "Why did the soldier let us go?" "This watch," he said, touching the radium dial. "It's a talisman." But Ida's eyes had widened, and the color was gone from her face. She was silent too, except when asking him to fill his fast emptied can with rainwater. She didn't finish her own portion, but lay back in the rubble with feet higher than her head, obviously trying to renew her strength. And when they resumed their walk, her sullen, fear clouded face showed plainly that he'd given himself away. But to kill her now, before learning how she planned to cross the supposedly impassable bridge, seemed as purposeless and impulsive as Ida herself. Roddy didn't think, in any case, that her death would satisfy the soldiers. With new and useful information to offer, he might join them as an equal at last. But if his dalliance with this enemy seemed pointless, not even Molly's knitting needles could protect him. He was sure the soldiers must be tracking the mysterious emanations of his watch dial, and had trouble to keep from glancing over his shoulder at every step. But arrival at the bridge approach ended the need for this self-restraint. Here, difficult going demanded full attention. He'd never gone as far as the bridge before, not having wanted to look as if he might be leaving the city. The approach was a jungle of concrete with an underbrush of reinforcing steel that reached for the unwary with rusted spines. Frequently they had to balance on cracked girders and inch over roadless spots high off the ground. Here Ida took the lead. When they got to where three approach roads made a cloverleaf, she led him down a side road and into a forest. Roddy stopped and seized her arm. "What are you trying to do?" he demanded. "I'm taking you with me," Ida said firmly. "Taking you where you belong." "No," he blurted, drawing his hammer. "I can't go, nor let you go. I belong here." Ida gasped, twisted loose, and ran. Roddy ran after her. She wasn't so easily caught. Like a frightened doe, she dashed in and out among the trees, leapt to the bridge's underpinnings where they thrust rustically from a cliff, and scrambled up the ramp. Roddy sighed and slowed down. The pavement ended just beyond the cable anchors. From there to the south tower, only an occasional dangling support wire showed where the actual bridge had been suspended. Ida was trapped. He could take his time, let the soldiers come up, as they undoubtedly would, to finish the job. But Ida didn't seem to realize she was trapped. Without hesitation, she dashed up the main left-hand suspension cable and ran along its curved steel surface. For a moment, Roddy thought of letting her go, letting her run up the ever-steepening catenary until, because there were no guard ropes or hand grips, she simply fell. That would solve his problem. Except it wouldn't be his solution. Her death wouldn't prove him to his friends. He set out quickly, before Ida was lost to sight in the thick fog that billowed in straight from the ocean. At first he ran erect along the top of the yard-wide cylinder of twisted metal, but soon the curve steepened. He had to go on all fours, clinging palm and sole. Blood was on the cable where she'd passed. More blood stained it when he'd followed. But because his friends knew neither pain nor fatigue, Roddy would admit none either. Nor would he give in to the fear that dizzled him at every downward look. He scrambled on like an automaton, watching only his holds, till he rammed Ida's rear with his head. She had stopped, trembling and gasping. Roddy clung just below her and looked dazedly around. There was nothing in sight but fog, pierced by the rapier of rusted wire supporting them. Neither end of it was in sight. Upward lay success, if death were not nearer on the cable. No soldier had ever come even this far, for soldiers, as he told Ida, never left the city, were not built to do so. But he was here. With luck, he could capitalize on the differences that had plagued him so long. "Go on," he ordered hoarsely. "Move." There was neither answer nor result. He broke off an end of loosened wire and jabbed her rear. Ida gasped, and crawled on. Up and up they went, chilled, wet, bleeding, pain-racked, exhausted. Never had Roddy felt so thoroughly the defects of his peculiar, non-mechanical construction. Without realizing it, he acquired a new purpose, a duty as compelling as that of any soldier or fire watcher. He had to keep that trembling body of his alive, mount to the tall rust tower overhead. He climbed and he made Ida climb, till, at nightmare's end, the fog thinned and they came into clear, wind-swept air and clawed up the last 100 feet to sanctuary. They were completely spent. Without word or thought, they crept within the tower, huddled together for warmth on its dank steel deck, and slept for several hours. Roddy awoke as Ida finished struggling free of his unconscious grip. Limping, he joined her painful walk around the tower. From its openings they looked out on a strange and isolated world. To the north, where Ida seemed drawn as though by instinct, Mount Tamalpais reared its brushy head, a looming island above a billowy white sea of fog. To the south were the Twin Peaks, a pair of buttons on a cotton sheet. Eastward lay Mount Diablo, bald and brooding, tallest of the peaks and most forbidding. But westward over the ocean lay the land of gold, of all the kinds of gold there are, from brightest yellow to deepest orange. Only a small portion of the setting sun glared above the fog bank. The rest seemed to have been broken off and smeared around by a child in love with its color. Fascinated, Roddy stared for minutes, but turned when Ida showed no interest. She was intent on the tower itself. Following her eyes, Roddy saw his duty made suddenly clear. Easy to make out, even in the fading light, was the route by which invaders could cross to the foot of this tower, on the remaining ruins of the road, climb to where he now stood, and then descend the cable over the bridge's gap and catch the city unaware. Easy to estimate was the advantage of even this perilous route over things that scattered on the water and prevented a landing in strength. Easy to see was the need to kill Ida before she carried home this knowledge. Roddy took the hammer from his waist. "Don't! Oh, don't!" Ida screamed. She burst into tears and covered her face with scratched and bloodied hands. Surprised, Roddy withheld the blow. He had wept as a child, and weeping had for the first time learned he differed from his friends. Ida's tears disturbed him, bringing unhappy memories. "Why should you cry?" he asked comfortingly. "You know your people will come back to avenge you and will destroy my friends." "But my people are your people too," Ida wailed. "It's so senseless, now, after all our struggle to escape. Don't you see? Your friends are only machines, built by our ancestors. We are men, and the city is ours, not theirs." "It can't be," Roddy objected. "The city surely belongs to those who are superior, and my friends are superior to your people, even to me. Each of us has a purpose, though, while you invaders seem to be aimless. Each of us helps preserve the city. You only try to rob and end it by destroying it. My people must be the true men, because they are so much more rational than yours, and it isn't rational to let you escape." Ida had turned up her tear-streaked face to stare at him. "Rational? What's rational about murdering a defenseless girl in cold blood? Don't you realize we're the same sort of being, we two? Don't you remember how we've been with each other all day?" She paused. Roddy noticed that her eyes were dark and frightened. yet somehow soft, over scarlet cheeks. He had to look away, but he said nothing. "Never mind," Ida said viciously. "You can't make me beg. Go ahead and kill. See if it proves you're superior. My people will take over the city regardless of you and me, and regardless of your jumping jack friends, too. Men can accomplish anything." Scornfully she turned and looked toward the western twilight. It was Roddy's turn to stand and stare. "Purpose," Ida flung at him over her shoulder. "Logic. Women hear so much of that from men. You're a man, all right. Men always call it logic when they want to destroy. Loyalty to your own sort, kindness, affection, all emotional, aren't they? Not a bit logical. Emotion is for creating, and it's so much more logical to destroy, isn't it?" She whirled back toward him, advancing as if she wanted to sink her teeth into his throat. "Go ahead, get it over with, if you have the courage." It was hard for Roddy to look away from that wrath crimsoned face, but it was even harder to keep staring into the blaze of her eyes. He compromised by gazing out an opening at the gathering dusk. He thought for a long time before he decided to tuck his hammer away. "It isn't reasonable to kill you now," he said. "Too dark. You can't possibly get down that half-ruined manway tonight, so let's see how I feel in the morning." Ida began to weep again, and Roddy found it necessary to comfort her. And by morning he knew he was a man. End of Bridge Crossing by Dave Dreyfus.
Dead End by Wallace McFarlane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Amato. Dead End by Wallace McFarlane. Scientist William Manning Norris drank his soup meticulously and scooped up the vegetables at the bottom of the cup, while his attention was focused on the television screen. He watched girls swimming in formation as he gnawed the bone of his steak. He stolidly ate the baked potato with his fingers when the girls turned around, displaying "Ouija's are best" signs pasted to their shapely backs. The final flourish was more formation swimming, where they formed a wheel underwater, swimming past the camera to display in individual letters stuck to their bare midriffs, "Wonderful Ouija's." Norcross chuckled appreciatively when a fat old man swam after them with an "Is that right?" strung across his behind. Young men followed him, each carrying a one-word card that spelled, "You bet it's right, don't be left, by Ouija's." The scene ended on the surface. The grotesque old man was far and back, while the young men caught the young women, and together they kicked up a cloud of spray in the distance, which by a trick of photography mounted the sky, and the words swept across the globe in monstrous letters, "By Ouija's." The dessert was apple pie, and Scientist Norcross turned the screen to the Abstractions channel. Watching the colors and patterns form in response to the music, he finished the pie and licked his fingers appreciatively. He pressed a stud to reveal the mirror wall before he activated the molecular cleanup. Not many people would do that. It was not contrary to morals exactly, but it was like scratching in public, and it took a scientific mind to study the human form unshaken, immediately after digestion. There was pie on his tunic, and gravy in his hair, and a smear of grease from cheek to ear. With no sign of squeamishness, he smeared beet juice on his nose, and studied the effect before he depressed the clear stud. He stretched and stood up while the tray disappeared, then turned and glanced in the mirror again. Nothing on him. Clean. He yawned luxuriantly before he tapped the finish panel on the door and stepped forth, an immaculate and well-fed gentleman of the year 2512. He had a well-trained sense of humor, and a smile crossed his lips as he thought of the terror a 21st century man would feel in such an eating chamber. When he pressed the clear button, the barbarian would be clean, really sterilely clean, for the first time in his life, and without clothes too. Oh, what a jape that would be, for the molecular cleanup would immediately disintegrate such abominations as the fur of animals, and much clothing 400 years ago, was actually made of such things as sheep hair. He bowed to a pretty woman just entering a cubicle and thought defiantly that a scientific mind afforded much amusement. There was no illusion in his icy clear thoughts, for they were not befogged by moral questions. With a sigh, scientist William Manning Norcross returned to the difficult problem he had set aside while having lunch. The garden was beautiful outside, but he gave only passing attention to the rain slithering down the huge dome of force over the buildings. He did not pause to admire the everlasting flowers in their carefully simulated beds of soil. John Davis Drumstetter was in a state of crisis again, and Scientist Norcross was worried. His fears were well-founded. The young man wheeled on Scientist Norcross the minute he stepped through the hedge into the force field under the giant live oak tree. "Where are they?" he demanded. "I am coming to believe, scientist, that your reputation is exceeded only by your inability to live up to it. The problem is only an extension of your own early work. You volunteered cooperation, and I accepted it gladly, but your delays are very distressing." "Johnny," said Scientist Norcross, "the press of my own experiments." "Then tell me you won't do it." "I want to help you. Don't you remember the years we spent together in your training to the high calling of scientist? I took your young hand, Johnny, and helped you over the juvenile stumbling blocks. Why, your first mind machine was one I gave you. And when— "You're a fraud, scientist," said the young man bitterly. "The young never appreciate the old," sighed Norcross. "Go suck a mango." Norcross was shocked. "There's no call for being obscene, John Davis Drumstetter," he said sternly. "To mention eating to another person, and right in public, where you might be overheard. Eat a slippery, sloppery mango on television, you old fool. Smear it all over your face while you ingest it into your unspeakable digestive tract." "John Davis Drumstetter," said the scientist with great control, "I have been your friend since you were born. Your father and I became scientists on the same day. You are young and overeager. Just remember," he finished with a warning shake of his finger, "Satellite Station 1 wasn't built in a day." Drumstetter stopped his furious pacing and subdued his rage with visible effort. He chilled, like red steel hardening, and when he spoke, he was in full command of himself. "Now listen to me, Norcross, and keep your mouth shut. For the past 40 years, I've been working on the stellar overdrive. We have the solar system in our reticule, colonies have been established on every planet, and ships have been sent to Alpha Centauri, with every chance that mankind has established itself in that solar system. But in the 400 years since science has emerged from the Dark Ages, we've managed to creep only 4 light-years away from home. And you, scientist, are withholding your work on the overdrive relay. Do you understand why your plea of old friendship does not affect me? In the past 2 years, you've done nothing." "Experiments that must be kept secret," mumbled Norcross. "And it is my belief," said the young man in a clipped, cold voice, "that you have sold yourself to your taste buds and digestive tract. Either that," and here his burning rage came into the open, "or you are a pseudo-life." At this ultimate insult, Scientist Norcross was silent with indignation. He watched Drumstetter shrug into a stole, turn down the power to the huge mind machine, sling his reticule over his shoulder, and stalk off through the hedge. Norcross slumped into a chair, his mind in confusion. He heard Drumstetter's plane as it left the ground. Plane, he thought, his mind avoiding the problem. Plane. What a curious name, handed down through the ages, to call a swift skip powered by Earth's magnetism. An original plane fought the air, buoyed up by the lift of plane surfaces and movement. When the movement stopped, it died. Died. Death. Pseudolife. Scientist Norcross shuddered. His well-trained sense of humor did not include abominations. He took the communication from his pocket and cleared to Prime Center. When the prim, grim face of Prime Center himself in the little disk was sharp, Norcross reported what had happened, even to the suggestion Drumstetter had made that he was pseudo-life. "This is very bad," said Prime Center. "Monica Drake Lane is now pseudo-life too. God's name. Took her skiff into a cliff in the Sierra Mountains yesterday. Disconnected the anti-collision. A clear case. What will this do to Drumstetter?" "Nothing," said Prime Center. "Unless he learns." "Is she ready?" "I'm sending her to you right now for indoctrination. Reports are that Drumstetter is visiting scientists on the West Coast, and probability reports that he may cover the world before he returns. Do you understand? Her indoctrination must be perfect. It always has been. Norcross pulled his lip. The same limitation will be in Monica Drake Lane? He asked hopelessly. Of course, said Prime Center. We'll keep you posted on developments. You'd better try women, said Norcross. Women, narcotics, or anything else. I'd eat a blueberry pie with my hands behind my back at high noon, said Prime Center with fierce obscenity, if I thought it would do any good. He cut the connection. Norcross was still under the oak tree, lost in contemplation of a color abstraction on his little communication, when a tall blonde girl, brown as a berry, stepped hesitantly through the hedge. She walked to him, and, when he looked up, she buried her face in her hands. He stood and held her shoulders. Now, said Scientist Norcross. Don't cry, my dear. But this is so puzzling. And I wasn't crying, she answered. What's happened to me? Sit down, Monica, and tell me what you think has happened. But I don't know. You see, the last thing I remember is walking through the psych lab in San Francisco, and suddenly I'm in New York, and they're sending me to you. What has happened? Where do you first remember being in New York? I don't know. She was in a flush of embarrassment. I'll help you, my dear. You were in the pseudo-life clinic. You are not exactly Monica Drake Lane anymore. She died. You are pseudo-life. Her eyes were bright, and the pupils were pinpointed from shock. You are the pseudo-life Monica Drake Lane. To all outward appearances, you are an exact counterpart of the girl. Inwardly, well, your internal organs have been simplified, and you cannot reproduce. Aside from such minor changes, you are identical, and incidentally, a much more efficient creature than your prototype. And if your mind, which is a very good one, was a human mind, I could not tell you this. Pseudo-life is a most remarkable thing, but Lewis and Havinghurst and Covalt, who developed it 300 years ago, were never able to imbue pseudo-life with what they called the -1 factor, which includes the phenomenal human emotional sensitivity, among other things. Are you feeling better now? Why, yes. Her voice trailed off. You are no longer a slave to your emotions, said Scientist Norcross complacently. None of us are. You are... Oh, yes. We generally don't speak of such things, but since I'm to introduce you to pseudo-life, I can tell you that I died 2 years ago. I'm afraid I never did know, or Monica Drake Lane never, that is, You are Monica Drake Lane. If you will sit quietly, I'll tell you about it. Scientist Norcross took 2 cigarettes from his reticule and offered the girl one. The lip play was considered somewhat daring between the sexes, but under the circumstances, he thought the mild narcotic would be good for her, as well as the sharpening of the senses brought on by actually smoking together. When the Americans, who inhabited this continent, gained domination of the world in the 21st century, they consolidated their position by carrying their customs to the ends of the earth. For that matter, to Alpha Centauri, if the ships did get through. Forgive me, he interrupted himself, if I seem improper or even immoral in this little talk of ours. Believe me, it's not with an easy disregard to proprieties that I bring myself to speak of such things. Well, the Americans believed, and rightly so, that death is a dreadful thing. Until Lewis and Havinghurst and Covalt developed pseudo-life, a great deal of time and effort and money went into such things as cemeteries, places where they literally buried their dead with elaborate ceremonials and much anguish. They had other equally wasteful practices, such as madhouses and jails, which were done away with when it became practical to replace a useless person with another, who matched the original to near absolute perfection, but without fatal flaws of body or weaknesses of the mind. Emphasis was shifted since those early years, when the abnormals were dealt with, to the comforting of human beings. Should John Davis Drumstetter suffer greatly at the loss of his mentor, the man who guided him in the ways of science? Of course not. He never knew I died. Norcross puffed complacently, sending iridescent rainbow smoke rings over the mind machine. And I am his fiancée, said the girl. Should he suffer because you died? No reason for it, said Norcross heartily. A psychic trauma of that nature would make him desperately unhappy. Happiness is the proper state in life, as everyone knows. In fact, you will make him much happier than Monica Drake Lane, the original, ever could. Yes, I shall be happy, mused the girl, as if feeling a more limited capacity for sorrow within herself. But you spoke of a -1 factor. Yes, it takes in a lot of things. Though we are immortal, barring accidents, and we retain all the knowledge we had as human beings, the flaw to pseudo-life is that no original thought is possible. Students of the matter compare it to glancing at a page in a dictionary. Of course, you don't consciously remember the words there, but in pseudo-life, you're capable of remembering and using them properly, so to speak, but not using them creatively. That is our trouble with John Davis Drumstetter. I was a brilliant physicist, but the understanding of new problems is beyond my limitations, and he is beyond me. But I woke in New York, she said irrelevantly. Because your master's pseudo-life file was kept there, explained Scientist Norcross. As a human being, you were required to visit the psych lab every month, where your changed pattern was recorded by the mind machine. The pseudo-life girl could never lose more than a month of the human being's life. What was your regular appointment date? The 21st. Let's see. You died yesterday, so there would be only 3 days gone. We're very fortunate. But won't he notice a difference in me? Absolutely not. Am I still capable of love? Scientist Norcross blew a plume of rainbow smoke into the air. S'pose, my dear, we find out. Monica Drake Lane agreed, for morality, which is essentially organized taboo that changes as society changes, had, in the 26th century, been confirmed exclusively to eating. Scientist Norcross had often amused himself by imagining how people of other ages would have been outraged by the moral standards of his own era. But his famous sense of humor was not rugged enough to be amused by the moral standards of the past. Not, at any rate, if he had had to endure them, though he found them sufficiently comic as history. She built a bower, an attractive courtship custom that had been adopted from the birds, and the day ended much more pleasantly than Scientist Norcross had expected at lunch. The reports came in from Prime Center. Drumstetter stayed in Los Angeles 2 days, in San Francisco 3, and then consulted with Dowson in Honolulu. He skipped to New Zealand, back north to Japan, and swung across Siberia, with short stops at various laboratories and universities. He was in Finland for 3 days, with old scientist Theophil Gertzley, who, though little better than a witch doctor, called himself a psychologist. He greeted Scientist Norcross and his fiancée with an offhandedness that Norcross had not expected, and asked that he be excused from any long immediate association with them, due to the press of uncompleted work. But Johnny, said Monica Drake Lane, I'd made a bower close by, and you seem very tired. There's work to be done, said the young man firmly. I have no time to... Wait, I'll see your bower. As they walked over the lush, artificial grass, Scientist Norcross explained that his results from the overdrive relay equations were in the mind machine even now, but John Davis Drumstetter only patted him on the shoulder in a friendly way, and told him not to bother. When they reached the bower, Scientist Norcross expected that Drumstetter would sleep there after all, for it was an exceptionally pleasant design. The force field was night, and the sky was filled with adapted creatures from Mars, dancing to their susurrate music, and the air was permeated with the bittersweet and exciting scent of a Venusian lake, the very odor of romance. In the background was the song of the sea. John Davis Drumstetter stepped out of the bower and said gently, It's one of the nicest I've ever seen, and we spent some happy nights in it a year ago, didn't we, Monica? He kissed her gently, as he might kiss a child, and walked back to the oak tree. He's behaving very oddly, reported Norcross to Prime Center, as soon as he could, and gave the details. I'd give a lot to have him meet a human female, said Prime Center wistfully. What shall I do? Stay with him and wait, ordered Prime Center. This is the first time the hopes of humanity lie in one man. Remember that. We can only serve, he added bitterly. He hasn't tested the final limitation? Good. Keep me informed. John Davis Drumstetter stayed beside his huge mind machine for nearly a week, and, though he was only 60, he looked like an old man when he greeted Monica and Norcross at the end of that time. The relay is finished, he announced. It's being installed in the Last Hope now. That's what I'm calling my ship, the ship to make mankind free of the stars. My work on Earth is nearly done. But Johnny, darling, said Monica Drake Lane, looking up at him through her eyelashes, what about our marriage? He looked at her with grim pity. The bower was an old bower, he answered. Did you have the courage to be a unique in a patterned world? Can you reproduce Monica Drake Lane? Oh, Johnny. The final limitation, he said. Humans have the power to command pseudolife. Pseudolife, answer. I command. She sank to the ground. No, she said. No, Johnny, I can't have a baby. I died over a month ago. I'm sorry you found out. John Davis Drumstetter turned on scientist William Manning Norcross. You've done no new work because you have no capacity for it, correct? Answer, pseudolife. I command. Norcross lifted a calm face. Why, yes, he said. I'm pseudolife. Have been for over 2 years. But don't you worry, Johnny. It's better this way, and only natural that... John Davis Drumstetter paid no attention. He spoke as if explaining to himself. You see, there's pseudolife, dancing to the very end of the masquerade ball that started so long ago. It began when measurable science, the science of finity, made a finite man, a man nearly as good. It was the mental climate of an age that wanted its books digested and then abandoned reading for television. They froze food and pre-cooked it, and said it was even better than garden-fresh vegetables. Do it the easy way, they said, never knowing that the hard way is the only way in the last analysis. Why try and cure a neurotic when you can make a pseudolife of him? Don't let his grieving friends or relations suffer. Provide them with a pseudolife. He's just the same, they said, and he's not sick. And should a man die? Oh no, make a pseudolife for his wife and children. But Johnny, be still, pseudolife. Why bother with men who are beginning to understand the human mind, when you can create pseudolife? The cheap drives out the good every time. Oh, with the kindliest intentions, with the softest sympathies, hide, conceal, the truth be damned. But Johnny, darling, began Monica Drake Lane. Be still, pseudolife. There's one more thing, the final capstone to mankind's pyramid of folly. He got Prime Center on the communication. Answer, pseudolife, I command. Am I the last human being on Earth? Since you put it that way, said Prime Center reluctantly, you are. And in the solar system? I'm afraid so. The communication dropped from John Davis Drumstetter's hand. This is the logical conclusion, he said slowly. The actors are playing on a stage of worlds for an audience of one. At the Solar Observatory on Mercury, astronomers study the sun and send in their reports, in case I should glance at them. Miners dig ore to provide a market quotation I might see in the telepapers. He kicked the communication across the floor. Get out, he told them with infinite weariness. The last human being commands. He slept for a day and had breakfast in full public view under a tree. Peeping Toms of both sexes watched him. Prime Center appeared in person just as he finished mopping up the last of his once-over-lightly egg. Prime Center coughed and blushed and looked away, and John Davis Drumstetter laughed out loud, humorlessly. Good morning, he said cheerfully. Yes, said Prime Center. Sit down. Have an egg? A wicked light appeared in his eyes, and he went on in a low, sinister voice. A coddled egg, soft and white and runny. Maybe you want to gulp some coffee, or snap your way through a piece of crackling toast. No? His guest was turning pale and sick-looking. Well, let me finish this bacon, and state your business. He threw back his head and slipped the bacon into his mouth. Prime Center shuddered. Scientist Drumstetter, he said, keeping his gaze fixed on the trunk of the tree. I have come to offer you all the worlds. Yes, the whole solar system, including the asteroids and Pluto. You will be more powerful than Alexander, or Caesar, or Stalin, or O'Toole. We will create a new office, Prime Squared Center, to rule the solar system. Do you mind not doing that? John Davis Drumstetter was licking his fingers thoughtfully. He nodded. Then you accept? No, I'm through licking my fingers. I'll give you your answer on a system-wide communication. Arrange it, pseudolife, immediately. As a concession to morality, John Davis Drumstetter agreed to step into a molecular cleanup booth. When he came out again, he spoke to the worlds and all the ships in space. My friends, from now on, the blind will lead the blind. Moral obliquity has triumphed and becomes common morality. He laughed and rubbed his nose. I'm sorry. I was speaking to an audience of one. Myself. What I want you billions to do is to continue your work, to maintain the system as it now stands. Pseudolife will be replaced by pseudolife till the end of time. It will be a static world. It will be a nearly as good world. It will be a pleasant world by your standards. I wish you to do this, and you must, of course, obey my command. My purpose reaches a little beyond your natural inclination. This system will serve as a fertile warning to any beings with intelligence who may come after me. I will not be with you long, myself. Suicide? Asked Prime Center, hopefully. Alpha Centauri, said John Davis Drumstetter with a chuckle. The colonists left because they didn't like pseudolife either. Goodbye to you all. He snapped off the communication, waved to the little group under the tree, and entered the Last Hope. The entry port swung closed. The force field glowed, and then the ship was gone, leaving behind a whirlwind of dust. Alpha Centauri? Asked Monica Drake Lane. Following the others of his wild, unstable breed, said Scientist Norcross. Easy come, easy go, the girl said, shrugging. Prime Center had the last word. Yes, and good riddance. Human beings have always been a nuisance. Dead End by Wallace McFarlane.
Doctor by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Loving. Suddenly, the biggest thing in the universe was the very tiniest. There were suns which were nearby, and there were stars which were so far away that no way of telling their distance had any meaning. The suns and planets, most of which didn't matter, but the ones that did count had seas and continents, and the continents had cities and highways and spaceports and people. The people paid no attention to their insignificance. They built ships which went through the emptiness beyond imagining, and they landed upon planets and rebuilt them to their own liking. Suns flamed terribly, renting their impertinence, and storms swept across the planets they preempted, but the people built more strongly and were secure. Everything in the universe was bigger or stronger than the people, but they ignored the fact. They went about the businesses they had contrived for themselves. They were not afraid of anything until somewhere on a certain small planet an infinitesimal single molecule changed itself. It was one molecule among unthinkably many, upon one planet of one solar system among uncountable star clusters. It was not exactly alive, but it acted as if it were, in which it was like all the important matter of the cosmos. It was actually a combination of two complicated substances not too firmly joined together. When one of the parts changed, it became a new molecule, but, like the original one, it was still capable of a process called autocatalysis. It practiced that process and catalyzed other molecules into existence, which in each case were duplicates of itself. Then mankind had to take notice, though it ignored the flaming suns and monstrous storms and emptiness past belief. Men called the new molecule a virus and gave it a name. They called it and its duplicates chlorophages, and chlorophages was, to people, the most terrifying thing in the universe. In a strictly temporary orbit around the planet Altera, the Star Queen floated, while lift ships brought passengers and cargo up to it. The ship was too large to be landed economically at an unimportant spaceport like Altera. It was a very modern ship, and it made the Regulus to Cassim run, which is 500 light-years, in only 50 days of Earth time. Now the lift ships were busy. There was an unusual number of passengers to board the Star Queen at Altera, and an unusual number of them were women and children. The children tended to pudginess, and the women had the dieted look of the wives of well-to-do men. Most of them looked red-eyed, as if they'd been crying. One by one, the lift ships hooked onto the airlock of the Star Queen and delivered passengers and cargo to the ship. Presently the last of them was hooked on, and the last batch of passengers came through to the liner, and the ship's doctor watched them stream past him. His air was negligent, but he was actually impatient. Like most doctors, Nordenfeld approved of lean children and wiry women. They had fewer things wrong with them, and they responded better to treatment. While he was the doctor of the Star Queen, and he had much authority, he exerted it back on Regulus to insist that a shipment of botanical specimens for Cassim travel in quarantine. to be exact, in the ship's practically unused hospital compartment, and he was prepared to exercise authority over the passengers. He had a sheaf of health slips from the examiners on the ground below. There was one slip for each passenger. It certified that so-and-so had been examined and could safely be admitted to the Star Queen's air, her 4 restaurants, her 2 swimming pools, her recreation areas, and the 6 levels of passenger cabins the ship contained. He immediately watched the people go by. Health slips or no health slips, he looked them over. A characteristic gait or a typical complexion tint or even a certain lack of hair luster could tell him things that ground physicians might miss. In such a case, the passenger would go back down again. It was not desirable to have deaths on a liner in space. Of course, nobody was ever refused passage because of chlorophagy. If it were ever discovered, the discovery would already be too late. But the health regulations for space travel were very, very strict. He looked twice at a young woman as she passed. Despite applied complexion, there was a trace of waxiness in her skin. Nordenfeld had never actually seen a case of chlorophagy. No doctor alive ever had. The best authorities were those who'd been in patrol ships during the quarantine of Cameron, when chlorophagy was loose on that planet. They'd seen beamed-up pictures of patients, but not patients themselves. The patrol ships stayed in orbit while the planet died. Most doctors, and Nordenfeld was among them, had only seen pictures of the screens which showed the patients. He looked sharply at the young woman. Then he glanced at her hands. They were normal. The young woman went on, unaware that for the fraction of an instant there had been the possibility of the landing of the Star Queen on Altera, and the destruction of her space drive, and the establishment of a quarantine which, if justified, would mean that nobody could ever leave Altera again, but must wait there to die, which would not be a long wait. A fat man puffed past. The gravity in Altera was some 5% under ship normal, and he felt the difference at once. But the veins at his temples were ungorged. Nordenfeld let him go by. There appeared a white-haired, space-tanned man with a briefcase under his arm. He saw Nordenfeld and lifted a hand in greeting. The doctor knew him. He stepped aside for the passengers and stood there. His name was Jensen, and he represented a fund which invested the surplus money of insurance companies. He traveled a great deal to check on the business interests of that organization. The doctor grunted. "What are you doing here? I thought you'd be on the far side of the cluster." "Oh, I get about," said Jensen. His manner was not quite normal. He was tense. "I got here 2 weeks ago on a Q&C tramp from Regulus. We were a shipload of salt meat. There's romance for you. Salt meat by the space shipload." The doctor grunted again. All sorts of things move through space, naturally. The Star Queen carried a botanical collection for a museum, and pig beryllium, and furs, and enzymes, and a list of items no man could remember. He watched the passengers go by, automatically counting them against the number of health slips in his hand. "Lots of passengers this trip," said Jensen. "Yes," said the doctor, watching a man with a limp. "Why?" Jensen shrugged and did not answer. He was uneasy, the doctor noted. He and Jensen were as much alike as 2 men could very well be, but Jensen was good company. A ship's doctor does not have much congenial society. The file of passengers ended abruptly. There was no one in the Star Queen's airlock, but the connected lights still burned, and the doctor could look through into the small lift ship from the planet down below. He frowned. He fingered the sheaf of papers. "Unless I missed count," he said annoyedly, "there's supposed to be 1 more passenger. I don't see—" A door opened far back in the lift ship. A small figure appeared. It was a little girl, perhaps 10 years old. She was very neatly dressed, though not quite the way a mother would have done it. She wore the carefully composed expression of a child with no adult in charge of her. She walked precisely from the lift ship into the Star Queen's lock. The opening closed briskly behind her. There was the rumbling of seals making themselves tight. The lights flickered for disconnect, then all clear. They went out, and the lift ship had pulled away from the Star Queen. "There's my missing passenger," said the doctor. The child looked soberly about. She saw him. "Excuse me," she said very politely. "Is this the way I'm supposed to go?" "Through the door," said the doctor gruffly. "Thank you," said the little girl. She followed his direction. She vanished through the door. It closed. There came a deep droning sound, which was the interplanetary drive of the Star Queen, building up that directional stress in space which had seemed such a triumph when it was first contrived. The ship swung gently. It would be turning out from orbit around Altera. It swung again. The doctor knew that its astrogators were feeling for the incredibly exact pointing of its nose toward the next port, which modern commercial ship operation required. An error of fractional seconds of arc would mean valuable time lost in making port some 10 light-years of distance away. The drive droned and droned, building up velocity while the ship's aiming was refined and re-refined. The drive cut off abruptly. Jensen turned white. The doctor said impatiently, "There's nothing wrong. Probably a message or a report should have been beamed down to the planet and somebody forgot. We'll go on in a minute." But Jensen stood frozen. He was very pale. The interplanetary drive stayed off. 30 seconds. A minute. Jensen swallowed audibly. 2 minutes. 3. The steady, monotonous drone began again. It continued interminably, as if while off, the ship's head had swung wide off its destination, and the whole business of lining up for a jump in overdrive had to be done all over again. Then there came that ping, and the sensation of spiral fall, which meant overdrive. The droning ceased. Jensen breathed again. The ship's doctor looked at him sharply. Jensen had been taut. Now the tensions had left his body, but he looked as if he were going to shiver. Instead, he mopped his suddenly streaming forehead. "I think," said Jensen in a strange voice, "that I'll have a drink, or several. Will you join me?" Nordenfeld searched his face. The ship's doctor had many duties in space. Passengers can have many things wrong with them, and in the absolute isolation of overdrive, they can be remarkably affected by each other. "I'll be at the 4th level bar in 20 minutes, said Nordenfeld. "Can you wait that long?" "I probably won't wait to have a drink," said Jensen, "but I'll be there." The doctor nodded curtly. He went away. He made no guesses, though he just observed the new passengers carefully and was fully aware of the strict health regulations that affect space travel. As a physician, he knew that the most deadly thing in the universe was chlorophages, and that the planet Cameron was only 1 star system away. It had been a stop for the Star Queen until 4 years ago. He puzzled over Jensen's tenseness and the relief he'd displayed when the overdrive field came on, but he didn't guess. Chlorophages didn't enter his mind. Not until later. He saw the little girl who'd come out of the airlock last of all the passengers. She sat on a sofa as if someone had told her to wait there until something or other was arranged. Dr. Nordenfeld barely glanced at her. He'd known Jensen for a considerable time. Jensen had been a passenger on the Star Queen 6 times. He shouldn't have been upset by the temporary stoppage of an interplanetary drive. Nordenfeld divided people into 2 classes, those who were not and those who were worth talking to. There weren't many of the latter. Jensen was. He filed away the health slips. Then, thinking of Jensen's pallor, he asked what had happened to make the Star Queen interrupt her slow-speed drive away from orbit around Altera. The purser told him, but the purser was fussily concerned because there were so many extra passengers from Altera. He might not be able to take on the expected number of passengers at the next stopover point. It would be bad business to have to refuse passengers. It would give the space line a bad name. Then the air officer stopped Nordenfeld as he was about to join Jensen in the 4th level bar. It was time for a medical inspection of the 1/4 acre of Banthian jungle which purified and renewed the air of the ship. Nordenfeld was expected to check the complex ecological system of the air room. Specifically, he was expected to look for and identify any patches of colorlessness appearing on the foliage of the jungle plants the Star Queen carried through space. The air officer was discreet, and Nordenfeld was silent about the ultimate reason for the inspection. Nobody liked to think about it, but if a particular kind of bleaching appeared, as if the chlorophyll of the leaves were being devoured by something too small to be seen by an optical microscope, why, that would be chlorophages. It would also be a death sentence for the Star Queen and everybody in her. But the jungle passed medical inspection. The plants grew lushly in soil, which periodically was flushed with hydroponic solution, then drained away again. The UV lamps were properly distributed, and the different quarters of the air room were alternately lighted and darkened. And there were no colorless patches. A steady wind blew through the air room and had its excess moisture and unpleasing smells wrung out before it recirculated through the ship. Dr. Nordenfeld authorized the trimming of some liana-like growths which were developing woody tissue at the expense of leaves. The air officer also told him about the reason for the turning off of the interplanetary drive. He considered it a very curious happening. The doctor left the air room and passed the place where the little girl, the last passenger to board the Star Queen, waited patiently for somebody to arrange something. Dr. Nordenfeld took a lift to the 4th level and went into the bar where Jensen should be waiting. He was. He had an empty glass before him. Nordenfeld sat down and dialed for a drink. He had an indefinite feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. There are always things going wrong for a ship's doctor, though. There are so many demands on his patients that he's usually short of it. Jensen watched him sip at his drink. "A bad day?" he asked. He'd gotten over his own tension. Nordenfeld shrugged, but his scowl deepened. There are a lot of new passengers. He realized that he was trying to explain his feelings to himself. They'll come to me feeling miserable. I have to tell each one that if they feel heavy and depressed, it may be the gravity constant of the ship, which is greater than their home planet. If they feel lightheaded and giddy, it may be because the gravity constant of the ship is less than they're used to. But it doesn't make them feel better, so they come back for a second assurance. I'll be overwhelmed with such complaints within 2 hours. Jensen waited. Then he said casually, too casually, "Does anybody ever suspect chlorophage?" "No," said Nordenfeld shortly. Jensen fidgeted. He sipped. Then he said, "What's the news from Cameron, anyhow?" "There isn't any," said Nordenfeld. "Naturally, why ask?" "I just wondered," said Jensen, after a moment. "What was the last news?" "There hasn't been a message from Cameron in 2 years," said Nordenfeld curtly. "There's no sign of anything green anywhere on the planet. It's considered to be uninhabited." Jensen licked his lips. "That's what I understood, yes." Nordenfeld drank half his drink and said unpleasantly, "There were 30 million people on Cameron when the chlorophage appeared. At first it was apparently a virus which fed on the chlorophyll of plants. They died. Then it was discovered that it could also feed on hemoglobin, which is chemically close to chlorophyll. Hemoglobin is the red coloring matter of the blood. When the virus consumed it, people began to die. Cameron doctors found that the chlorophage virus was transmitted by contact, by inhalation, by ingestion. It traveled as dust particles in the feet of insects, and it was in the drinking water and the air one breathed. The doctors on Cameron warned spaceships off, and the patrol put a quarantine fleet in orbit around it to keep anybody from leaving. And nobody left, and everybody died. And so did every living thing that had chlorophyll in its leaves, or hemoglobin in its blood, or that needed plant or animal tissues to feed on. There's not a person left alive on Cameron, nor an animal or bird or insect, nor a fish, nor a tree, or a plant, or a weed, or blade of grass. There's no longer a quarantine fleet there. Nobody'll go there, and there's nobody left to leave. But there are beacon satellites to record any calls and to warn any fool against landing. If the chlorophage got loose and was carried about by spaceships, it could kill the other 40 billion humans in the galaxy, together with every green plant or animal with hemoglobin in its blood." "That," said Jensen, and tried to smile, "sounds final." "It isn't," Nordenfeld told him. "If there's something in the universe which can kill every living thing except its maker, that something should be killed. There should be research going on about the chlorophage. It would be deadly dangerous work, but it should be done. A quarantine won't stop contagion, it can only hinder it. That's useful, but not enough." Jensen moistened his lips. Nordenfeld said abruptly, "I've answered your questions. Now what's on your mind, and what is it to do with chlorophage?" Jensen started. He went very pale. "It's too late to do anything about it," said Nordenfeld. "It's probably nonsense anyhow, but what is it?" Jensen stammered out his story. It explained why there were so many passengers for the Star Queen. It even explained his departure from Altera. But it was only a rumor, the kind of rumor that starts up untraceably and can never be verified. This one was officially denied by the Alteran planetary government, but it was widely believed by the sort of people who usually were well informed. Those who could sent their families up to the Star Queen, and that was why Jensen had been tense and worried until the liner had actually left Altera behind. Then he felt safe. Nordenfeld's jaw set as Jensen told his tale. He made no comment, but when Jensen was through, he nodded and went away, leaving his drink unfinished. Jensen couldn't see his face. It was hard as granite. And Nordenfeld, the ship's doctor of the Star Queen, went into the nearest bathroom and was violently sick. It was a reaction to what he had just learned. There were stars which were so far away that their distance didn't mean anything. There were planets beyond counting in a single star cluster, let alone the galaxy. There were comets and gas clouds in space, and worlds where there was life, and other worlds where life was impossible. The quantity of matter which was associated with life was infinitesimal, and the quantity associated with consciousness, animal life, was so much less that the difference couldn't be expressed. But the amount of animal life which could reason was so minute by comparison that the nearest ratio would be that of a single atom to a sun. Mankind, in fact, was the least impressive fraction of the smallest category of substance in the galaxy. Men did curious things. There was the cutting off of the Star Queen's short-distance drive before she'd gotten well away from Altera. There had been a lift ship locked to the liner's passenger airlock. When the last passenger entered the big ship, a little girl, the airlocks disconnected and the lift ship pulled swiftly away. It was not quite 2 miles from the Star Queen when its emergency airlocks opened and space-suited figures plunged out of it to emptiness. Simultaneously, the ports of the lift ship glowed, and almost immediately the whole plating turned cherry red, crimson, and then orange from unlimited heat developed within it. The lift ship went incandescent and ruptured, and there was a spout of white-hot air, and then it turned blue-white and puffed itself into nothing in metallic steam. Where it had been, there was only shining gas, which cooled. Beyond it, there were figures in spacesuits which tried to swim away from it. The Star Queen's control room obviously saw the happening. The lift ship's atomic pile had flared out of control and melted down the ship. It had developed something like 60,000 degrees Fahrenheit when it ceased to flare. It did not blow up, it only vaporized, but the process must have begun within seconds after the lift ship broke contact with the Star Queen. In automatic reaction, the man in control of the liner cut her drive and offered to turn back and pick up the space-suited figures in emptiness. The offer was declined with almost hysterical haste. In fact, it was barely made before the other lift ships moved in on rescue missions. They had waited, and they were picking up castaways before the Star Queen resumed its merely interplanetary drive and the process of aiming for a solar system some 30 light-years away. When the liner flicked into overdrive, more than half the floating figures had been recovered, which was remarkable. It was almost as remarkable as the flare-up of the lift ship's atomic pile. One has to know exactly what to do to make a properly designed atomic pile vaporize metal. Somebody had known, somebody had done it, and the other lift ships were waiting to pick up the destroyed lift ship's crew when it happened. The matter of the lift ship's destruction was fresh in Nordenfeld's mind when Jensen had told his story. The two items fitted together with an appalling completeness. They left little doubt or hope. Nordenfeld consulted the passenger records, and presently was engaged in conversation with the sober-faced, composed little girl on a sofa in one of the cabin levels of the Star Queen. "You're Kathy Brand, I believe," he said matter-of-factly. "I understand you've been having a rather bad time of it." She seemed to consider. "It hasn't been too bad," she assured him. "At least I've been seeing new things. I got dreadfully tired of seeing the same things all the time." "What things?" asked Nordenfeld. His expression was not stern now, though his inner sensations were not pleasant. He needed to talk to this child. He had learned how to talk to children. The secret is to talk exactly as to an adult, with respect and interest. "There weren't any windows," she explained. "And my father couldn't play with me, and all the toys and books were ruined by the water. It was dreadfully tedious. There weren't any other children, you see, and presently there weren't any grown-ups but my father." Nordenfeld only looked more interested. He'd been almost sure, ever since knowing of the lift ship's destruction and listening to Jensen's account of the rumor the government of Altera denied. He was horribly sure now. "How long were you in the place that hadn't any windows?" "Oh, dreadfully long," she said. "Since I was only 6 years old, almost half my life." She smiled brightly at him. "I remember looking out of windows and even playing out of doors, but my father and mother said I had to live in this place. My father talked to me often and often. He was very nice, but he had to wear that funny suit and keep the glass over his face because he didn't live in the room. The glass was because he went under the water, you know." Nordenfeld asked carefully, conversational-sounding questions. Kathy Brand, now aged 10, had been taken by her father to live in a big room without any windows. It hadn't any doors, either. There were plants in it, and there were bluish lights to shine on the plants, and there was a place in one corner where there was water. When her father came in to talk to her, He came up out of the water wearing the funny suit, with glass over his face. He went out the same way. There was a place in the wall where she could look out into another room, and at first her mother used to come and smile at her through the glass, and she talked into something she held in her hand, and her voice came inside. But later she stopped coming. There was only one possible kind of place which would answer Kathy's description. When she was 6 years old, she had been put into some university's aseptic environment room, and she had stayed there. Such rooms were designed for biological research. They were built and then made sterile of all bacterial life, and afterward entered through a tank of antiseptic. Anyone who entered wore a suit which was made germ-free by its passage through the antiseptic, and he did not breathe the air of the aseptic room, but air which was supplied him through a hose, the exhaled air hose also passing under the antiseptic outside. No germ or microbe or virus could possibly get into such a room without being bathed in corrosive fluid which would kill it. So long as there was someone alive outside to take care of her, a little girl could live there and defy even chlorophage. And Kathy Brand had done it. But, on the other hand, Cameron was the only planet where it would be necessary, and it was the only world from which a father would land his small daughter on another planet's spaceport. There was no doubt. Nordenfeld grimly imagined someone, he would have had to be a microbiologist even to attempt it, fighting to survive and defeat the chlorophage while he kept his little girl in an aseptic environment room. She explained quite pleasantly as Nordenfeld asked more questions. There had been other people besides her father, but for a long time there had only been him, and Nordenfeld computed that somehow she had been kept alive on the dead planet Cameron for 4 long years. Recently, though, very recently, her father told her that they were leaving. Wearing his funny antiseptic-wetted suit, he'd enclosed her in a plastic bag with a tank attached to it. Air flowed from the tank into the bag and out through a hose that was all wetted inside. She breathed quite comfortably. It made sense. An air tank could be heated and its contents sterilized to supply germ-free or virus-free air. And Kathy's father took an axe and chopped away a wall of the room. He picked her up, still inside the plastic bag, and carried her out. There was nobody about. There was no grass. There were no trees. Nothing moved. Here Kathy's account was vague, but Nordenfeld could guess at the strangeness of a dead planet to the child who barely remembered anything but the walls of an aseptic environment room. Her father carried her to a little ship, said Kathy, and they talked a lot after the ship took off. He told her that he was taking her to a place where she could run about the outdoors and play, but he had to go somewhere else. He did mysterious things which to Nordenfeld meant a most scrupulous decontamination of a small spaceship's interior and its airlock. Its outer surface would reach a temperature at which no organic material could remain uncooked. And finally, said Kathy, her father had opened a door and told her to step out and goodbye. And she did, and the ship went away, her father still wearing his funny suit, and people came and asked her questions she did not understand. Kathy's narrative fitted perfectly into the rumor Jensen said circulated among the usually well-informed people on Altera. They believed, said Jensen, that a small spaceship had appeared in the sky above Altera's spaceport. It ignored all calls, landed swiftly, opened an airlock and let someone out, and plunged for the sky again. And the story said that radar telescopes immediately searched for and found the ship in space. They trailed it, calling vainly for it to identify itself, while it drove at top speed for Altera's sun. It reached the sun and dived in. Nordenfeld reached the skipper on intercom vision phone. Jensen had been called there to repeat his tale to the skipper. "I've talked to the child," said Nordenfeld grimly, "and I'm putting her into isolation quarters in the hospital compartment. She's from Cameron. She was kept in an aseptic environment room at some university or other. She says her father looked after her. I get an impression of a last-ditch fight by microbiologists against the chlorophage. They lost it. Apparently her father landed her on Altera and dived into the sun. From her story, he took every possible precaution to keep her from contagion or carrying contagion with her to Altera. Maybe he succeeded. There's no way to tell yet." The skipper listened in silence. Jensen said thinly, "Then the story about the landing was true." "Yes, the authorities isolated her and shipped her off on the Star Queen. Your well-informed friends, Jensen, didn't know what their government was going to do." Nordenfeld paused and said more coldly still, "They didn't handle it right. They should have killed her, painlessly, but at once. Her body should have been immersed with everything that she had touched in full-strength nitric acid. The same acid should have saturated the place where the ship landed and every place she walked. Every room she entered and every hall she passed through should have been doused with nitric acid and then burned. It would still not have been all one could wish. The air she breathed couldn't be recaptured and heated white hot, but the chances for Altera's population to go on living would be improved. Instead, they isolated her, and they shipped her off with us, and thought they were accomplishing something by destroying the lift ship that had her in an airtight compartment until she walked into the Star Queen's lock. The skipper said heavily, "Do you think she brought chlorophage on board?" "I've no idea," said Nordenfeld. "If she did, it's too late to do anything but drive the Star Queen into the nearest sun. No. Before that, one should give warning that she was aground on Altera. No ship should land there. No ship should take off. Altera should be blocked off from the rest of the galaxy like Cameron was, and to the same end result." Jensen said unsteadily, "There'll be trouble if this is known on the ship. There'll be some unwilling to sacrifice themselves." "Sacrifice?" said Nordenfeld. "They're dead. But before they lie down, they can keep everybody they care about from dying too. Would you want to land and have your wife and family die of it?" The skipper said in the same heavy voice, "What are the probabilities? You say there was an effort to keep her from contagion. What are the odds?" "Bad," said Nordenfeld. "The man tried, for the child's sake, but I doubt he managed to make a completely aseptic transfer from the room she lived in to the spaceport on Altera. The authorities on Altera should have known it. They should have killed her and destroyed everything she'd touched, and still the odds would have been bad." Jensen said, "But you can't do that, Nordenfeld, not now." "I shall take every measure that seems likely to be useful." Then Nordenfeld snapped, "Damnation, man, do you realize that this chlorophage can wipe out the human race if it really gets loose? Do you think I'll let sentiment keep me from doing what has to be done?" He flicked off the vision phone. The Star Queen came out of overdrive. Her skipper arranged it to be done at the time when the largest possible number of her passengers and crew would be asleep. Those who were awake, of course, felt the peculiar inaudible sensation which one subjectively translated into sound. They felt the momentary giddiness which, having no natural parallel, feels like the sensation of treading on a stair-step that isn't there, combined with a twisting sensation, so it's like a spiral fall. The passengers who were awake were mostly in the bars, and the bartenders explained that the ship had shifted overdrive generators and there was nothing to it. Those who were asleep started awake, but there was nothing in their surroundings to cause alarm. Some blinked in the darkness of their cabins and perhaps turned on the cabin lights, but everything seemed normal. They turned off the lights again. Some babies cried and had to be soothed, but there was nothing except wakening to alarm anybody. Babies went back to sleep, and mothers returned to their beds, and such awakenings being customary, went back to sleep also. It was natural enough. There were vague and commonplace noises, together making an indefinite hum. Fans circulated the ship's purified and reinvigorated air. Service motors turned in remote parts of the hull. Cooks and bakers moved about in the kitchens. Nobody could tell by any physical sensation that the Star Queen was not in overdrive except in the control room. There the stars could be seen. They were unthinkably remote. The ship was light years from any place where humans lived. She did not drive. Her skipper had a family on Cassim. He would not land a plague ship which might destroy them. The executive officer had a small son. If his return meant that small son's death as well as his own, he would not return. All through the ship, the officers who had to know the situation recognized that if chlorophage had gotten into the Star Queen, the ship must not land anywhere. Nobody could survive. Nobody must attempt it. So the huge liner hung in the emptiness between stars, waiting until it could be known definitely that chlorophage was aboard, or that with absolute certainty it was absent. The question was up to Dr. Nordenfeld. He had isolated himself with Kathy in the ship's hospital compartment. Since the ship was built, it had been used once by a grown man who developed mumps, and once by an adolescent boy who developed a raging fever which antibiotics stopped. Health measures for space travel were strict. The hospital compartment had only been used those 2 times. On this voyage, it had been used to contain an assortment of botanical specimens from a planet 70 light-years beyond Regulus. They were on their way to the Botanical Research Laboratory on Cassim. As a routine precaution, they had been placed in the hospital, which could be fumigated when they were taken out. Now the doctor had piled them in on one side of the compartment, which he had divided in half with a transparent plastic sheet. He stayed in that side. Kathy occupied the other. She had some flowering plants to look at and admire. They'd come from the air room, and she was delighted with their coloring and beauty. But Dr. Nordenfeld had put them there as a continuing test for chlorophages. If Kathy carried that murderous virus on her person, the flowering plants would die of it, probably even before she did. It was a scrupulously scientific test for the deadly stuff. Completely sealed off, except for a circulator to freshen the air she breathed, Kathy was settled with toys and picture books. It was an improvised but well-designed germ-proof room. The air for Kathy to breathe was sterilized before it reached her. The air she had breathed was sterilized as it left her plastic-sided residence. It should be the perfection of protection for the ship, if it was not already too late. The vision phone buzzed. Dr. Nordenfeld stirred in his chair and flipped the switch. The Star Queen's skipper looked at him out of the screen. "I've cut the overdrive," said the skipper. "The passengers haven't been told." "Very sensible," said the doctor. "When will we know?" "That we can go on living when the other possibility is exhausted." "Then how will we know?" asked the skipper stonily. Dr. Nordenfeld ticked off the possibilities. He bent down a finger. 1. Her father took great pains. Maybe he did manage an aseptic transfer from a germ-free room to Altera. Kathy may not have been exposed to the chlorophages. If she hasn't, no bleached spots will show up on the air room foliage, or among the flowering plants in the room with her. No one in the crew or among the passengers will die. He bent down a second finger. It's probably more likely that white spots will appear in the plant, in the air room, and here, and people will start to die. That will mean Kathy brought contagion here the instant she arrived, and almost certainly that Altera will become like Cameroon, uninhabited. In such a case, we're finished. He bent down a third finger. Not so likely, but preferable. White spots may appear on the foliage inside the plastic with Kathy, but not in the ship's air room. In that case, she was exposed, but the virus was incubating when she came on board, and only developed and spread after she was isolated. Possibly, in such a case, we can save the passengers and crew, but the ship will probably have to be melted down in space. It would be tricky, but it might be done. The skipper hesitated. If that last happened, "I will take whatever measures are necessary," said Dr. Nordenfeld. "To save your conscience, we won't discuss them. They should have been taken on Altera." He reached over and flipped off the phone. Then he looked up and into the other part of the ship's hospital space. Kathy came out from behind a screen, where she'd made ready for bed. She was beaming. She had a large picture book under one arm and a doll under the other. "It's all right for me to have these with me, isn't it, Dr. Nordenfeld?" she asked hopefully. "I didn't have any picture books but one, and it got worn out. And my doll, it was dreadful how shabby it was." The doctor frowned. She smiled at him. He said, "After all, picture books are made to be looked at and dolls to be played with." She skipped to the tiny hospital bed on the far side of the presumably virus-proof partition. She climbed into it and zestfully arranged the doll to share it. She placed the book within easy reach. She said, "I think my father would say you were very nice, Dr. Nordenfeld, to look after me so well." "No," said the doctor in a detached voice, "I'm just doing what anybody ought to do." She snuggled down under the covers. He looked at his watch and shrugged. It was very easy to confuse official night with official day in space. Everybody else was asleep. He'd been putting Kathy through tests, which began with measurements of pulse and respiration and temperature, and went on from there. Kathy managed them herself under his direction. He settled down with one of the medical books he'd brought into the isolation section with him. Its title was Decontamination of Infectious Material from Different Planets. He read it grimly. The time came when the Star Queen should have come out of overdrive with the sun's Circe blazing fiercely nearby, and a green planet with ice caps to be approached on interplanetary drive. There should have been droning, comforting drive noises to assure the passengers, who naturally could not see beyond the ship's steel walls, that they were within a mere few million miles of a world where sunshine was normal, and skies were higher than ship ceilings, and there were fascinating things to see and do. Some of the passengers packed their luggage and put it outside their cabins to be picked up for landing. But no stewards came for it. Presently there was an explanation. The ship had run under maximum speed, and the planetfall would be delayed. The passengers were disappointed, but not concerned. The luggage vanished into cabins again. The Star Queen floated in space among 1,000 million stars. Her astrogators had computed a course to the nearest star into which to drive the Star Queen, but it would not be used unless there was mutiny among the crew. It would be better to go into remote orbit around Circe 3, and give the news of chlorophagy on Altera if Dr. Nordenfeld reported it on the ship. Time passed. 1 day, 2, 3. Then Jensen called the hospital compartment on vision phone. His expression was dazed. Nordenfeld saw the interior of the control room behind Jensen. He said, "You're a passenger, Jensen. How is it you're in the control room?" Jensen moistened his lips. "The skipper thought I'd better not associate with the other passengers. I've stayed with the officers the past few days. We, the ones who know what's in prospect, we're keeping separate from the others, so nobody will let anything out by accident." "Very wise. When the skipper comes back on duty, ask him to call me. I've something interesting to tell him." "He's checking something now," said Jensen. His voice was thin and reedy. "The air officer reports there are white patches on the plants in the air room. They're growing fast. He told me to tell you. He's gone to make sure." "No need," said Nordenfeld bitterly. He swung the vision screen. It faced that part of the hospital space beyond the plastic sheeting. There were potted flowering plants there. They had pleased Kathy. They shared her air, and there were white patches on their leaves. "I thought," said Nordenfeld with an odd, mirthless levity, "that Skipper'd be interested. It is of no importance whatever now, but I accomplished something remarkable. Kathy's father didn't manage an aseptic transfer. She brought the chlorophagy with her, but I can find it. The plants on the far side of that plastic sheet show the chlorophagy patches plainly. I expect Kathy to show signs of anemia shortly. I decided that drastic measures would have to be taken, and it looked like they might work because I've confined the virus. It's there where Kathy is, but it isn't where I am. All the botanical specimens on my side of the sheet are untouched. The phage hasn't hit them. It is remarkable, but it doesn't matter a damn if the air room's infected. And I was so proud." Jensen did not respond. Nordenfeld said ironically, "Look what I accomplished. I protected the air plants on my side. See, they're beautifully green, no sign of infection. It means that a man can work with chlorophagy. A laboratory ship could land on Cameron and keep itself the equivalent of an aseptic environment room while the damned chlorophagy was investigated and ultimately whipped, and it doesn't matter." Jensen said numbly, "We can't ever make port. We ought to. We'll take the necessary measures," Nordenfeld told him. Very quietly and very efficiently, with neither the crew nor the passengers knowing that Altera sent the chlorophagy on board the Star Queen in the hope of banishing it from there. The passengers won't know that their own officials shipped it off with them as they tried to run away. And I was so proud that I'd improvised an aseptic room to keep Kathy in. I sterilized the air that went into her, and I sterilized... Then he stopped. He stopped quite short. He stared at the air unit, set up with 2 pipes passing through the plastic partition which cut the hospital space in 2. He turned utterly white. He went roughly to the air machine. He jerked back its cover. He put his hand inside. Minutes later, he faced back to the vision screen from which Jensen looked apathetically at him. "Tell the skipper to call me," he said in a savage tone. "Tell him to call me instantly he comes back, before he issues any orders at all." He bent over the sterilizing equipment and very carefully began to disassemble it. He had it completely apart when Kathy waked. She peered at him through the plastic separation sheet. "Good morning, Dr. Nordenfeld," she said cheerfully. The doctor grunted. Kathy smiled at him. She had gotten on very good terms with the doctor since she had been kept in the ship's hospital. She did not feel that she was isolated. In having the doctor where she could talk to him at any time, she had much more company than ever before. She had read her entire picture book to him and discussed her doll at length. She took it for granted that when he did not answer or frown that he was simply busy, but he was company because she could see him. Dr. Nordenfeld put the air apparatus together with an extremely peculiar expression on his face. It had been built for Kathy's special isolation by a ship's mechanic. It should sterilize the used air going into Kathy's part of the compartment, and it should sterilize the used air pushed out by the supplied fresh air. The hospital itself was an independent sealed unit with its own chemical air freshener, and it had been divided into 2. The air freshener was where Dr. Nordenfeld could attend to it, and the sterilizer pump simply shared the freshening air with Kathy, but the pipe that pumped air to Kathy was brown and discolored from having been used for sterilizing, and the pipe that brought air back was not. It was cold. It had never been heated. So Dr. Nordenfeld had been exposed to any contagion Kathy could spread. He hadn't been protected at all. Yet the potted plants on Kathy's side of the barrier were marked with great white splotches which grew almost as one looked. while the botanical specimens in the doctor's part of the hospital, as much infected as Kathy's could have been, by failure of the ship's mechanic to build the sterilizer to work two ways. The stacked plants, the alien plants, the strange plants from 70 light-years beyond Regulus, they were vividly green. There was no trace of chlorophages on them, yet they had been as thoroughly exposed as Dr. Nordenfeld himself. The doctor's hands shook. His eyes burned. He took out a surgeon's scalpel and ripped the plastic partition from floor to ceiling. Kathy watched interestedly. "Why did you do that, Dr. Nordenfeld?" she asked. He said in an emotionless, unnatural voice, "I'm going to do something that it was very stupid of me not to do before. It should have been done when you were 6 years old, Kathy. It should have been done on Cameron, and after that on Altera. Now we're going to do it here. You can help me." The Star Queen had floated out of overdrive long enough to throw all distance computations off, but she swung about and swam back, and presently she was not too far from the world where she was now many days overdue. Lift ships started up from the planet's surface, but the Star Queen ordered them back. "Get your spaceport health officer on the vision phone," ordered the Star Queen's skipper. "We've had chlorophages on board." There was panic. Even at a distance of 100,000 miles, chlorophages could strike stark terror into anybody. But presently the image of the spaceport health officer appeared on the Star Queen's screen. "We're not landing," said Dr. Nordenfeld. "There's almost certainly an outbreak of chlorophages on Altera, and we're going back to do something about it. It got our ship with passengers from there. We've whipped it, but we may need some help." The image of the health officer aground was a mask of horror for seconds after Nordenfeld's last statement. Then his expression became incredulous, though still horrified. "We came on to here," said Dr. Nordenfeld, "to get you to send word by the first other ship to the patrol that a quarantine has to be set up on Altera, and that we need to be inspected for recovery from chlorophages infection. And we need to pass on, officially, the discovery that whipped the contagion on this ship. We were carrying botanical specimens to Cassim, and we discovered that they were immune to chlorophages. That's absurd, of course. Their green coloring is the same substance as in plants under Sol-type suns anywhere. They couldn't be immune to chlorophages, so there had to be something else." Was there?" asked the health officer. "There was. Those specimens came from somewhere beyond Regulus. They carried, as normal symbiotes on their foliage, microorganisms unknown both on Cameron and Altera. The alien bugs are almost the size of virus particles, feed on virus particles, and are carried by contact, air, and so on, as readily as virus particles themselves. We discovered that those microorganisms devoured chlorophages. We washed them off the leaves of the plants, sprayed them in our air room jungle, and they multiplied faster than the chlorophages. Our whole air supply is now loaded with an airborne anti-chlorophages organism which has made our crew and passengers immune. We're heading back to Altera to turn loose our merry little bugs on that planet. It appears that they grow on certain vegetation, but they'll live anywhere there's phage to eat. We're keeping some chlorophages cultures alive so our microorganisms don't die out for lack of food." The medical officer on the ground gasped. "Keeping phage alive?" "I hope you've recorded this," said Nordenfeld. "It's rather important. This trick should have been tried on Cameron and Altera and everywhere else new diseases have turned up. When there's a bug on one planet that's deadly to us, there's bound to be a bug on some other planet that's deadly to it. The same goes for any pests or vermin. The principle of natural enemies. All we have to do is find the enemies." There was more communication between the Star Queen and the spaceport on Circe 3, which the Star Queen would not make other contact with on this trip, and presently the big liner headed back to Altera. It was necessary for official as well as humanitarian reasons. There would need to be a health examination of the Star Queen to certify that it was safe for passengers to breathe her air and eat in her restaurants and swim in her swimming pools, and occupy the 6 levels of passenger cabins she contained. Excellent reason to look for appreciation in the value of the investments he was checking up. And Dr. Nordenfeld? He talked very gravely to Kathy. "I'm afraid," he told her, "that your father isn't coming back. What would you like to do?" She smiled at him hopefully. "Could I be your little girl?" she asked. Dr. Nordenfeld grunted. I'll think about it." But he smiled at her. She grinned at him, and it was settled. End of Doctor by Murray Leinster. Recording by David Loving, www.davidaloving.com.
Dumbwaiter by James Stammers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Dumbwaiter by James Stammers. Antimony 9 divers can't be seen, of course, but don't have anything in mind when one of them is around you. The man ahead of me had a dragon in his baggage, so the Lemovic boys confiscated it. Lemovic. Livestock, animal, mineral, and vegetable. International Customs. Does not like to find dragons curled up in a thermos. And since this antipathy was a two-way exchange, the Lemovic inspectors of Philadelphia International were singed and heated all ways by the time they got to me. I knew them well. Mr. Saul Jones? That's right, I said, watching the would-be dragon smuggler being marched away. A very amateur job. I could have told them. There are only two ways to smuggle a dragon nowadays. Any livestock to declare, Mr. Jones? I have no livestock on my person or in my baggage, nor am I accompanied by any material prohibited article, I said carefully, for I saw they were recording. The little pink bald inspector, with a charred collar, looked at his colleague. Anything known? His colleague looked down at me from 6 feet of splendid physique, smiled unpleasantly, and flipped the big black record book. Saul Jones, he read. Lemovic 4-star offender. Galactic registration 6 to 10th power 763918. 5 foot 10 inches. Earth scale. Blue eyes. Hair variable and usually nondescript brown. Earlobes and cranial. You're not disputing identity, Mr. Jones? Oh no, that's me. I see. Irrevocable galactic citizenship for services to family of Supreme President Xgol in matter of asteroid fungus. Subsequent senatorial amnesty confirmed. Previous sentences therefore omitted. Lemovic offenses thereafter include no indictable evidence but total 24 minor fines for introducing prohibited livestock onto various planets. Suspected complicity in Lemovic cases 1 through 76 as follows. Mobile sands, crystal thinkers, recording turtle, operatic fish, giant mastodon. Mr. Jones, you seem to have given us trouble before. Before what? Before this, that, I said, is an unconstitutional remark. I am giving no trouble. I have made a full declaration. I demand the rights of a galactic citizen. He apologized, as he had to. This merely made both inspectors angry, but they were going to search me anyway. I knew that. Certainly I am a smuggler, and I had in fact a little present for my girl Florence, a wedding present, I hoped. But they would never find it. This time I really had them fooled, and I intended to extract maximum pleasure from watching their labors. I saw the Lemovic records once. The next leading offender has only 2 stars and he's out on Ceres in the penal colony. My 4 stars denote that I disapprove of all these rules prohibiting the carrying of livestock from one planet to another. Other people extend the galactic empire. I extend my galactic credit. You want an amusing extraterrestrial pet to while away the 2-hour work week? I can provide one. Of course, this pet business was overdone in the early days when any space hopper could bring little foreign monsters back to the wife and kiddies. Any weird thing could come in, and did. You are aware, Mr. Jones, that you have declared that you are not trying to bring in any prohibited life form, whether animal, mineral, vegetable, or any or all of these? I am, I said. You are further aware of the penalties for a false declaration? In my case, I believe I could count on 30 years' invigorating work on a penal planet. You could, Mr. Jones. You certainly could. Well, I've made my declaration. Will you step this way? Very polite in Philadelphia spaceport. I followed the inspectors into the screening cubicles. There was a nasty-looking device in the corner. I thought those things were illegal, I said. Unfortunately, Mr. Jones, you are, as you know, quite right. We may not employ a telepath instrument on any unconvicted person. They looked sorry, but I wasn't. A telepath would have told them immediately where I had Florence's pet and all about it. I smiled at them. They paid no attention, took my passport and began turning up the Lamavic manual on Antimony 9, livestock of prohibited forms. I had just come from there and so had Florence's little diver, which I had brought as a happy surprise. I sat down. The two inspectors looked as if they were going to say something, then continued flipping pages of their manual. Here it is, Antimony 9. One of them read out the prohibitions, and the other tried to watch me and the reflex counter behind me at the same time. A crude instrument which should be used, in my professional view, only to determine a person's capacities for playing poker with success. Ants, water, babblers, bunces, candelabra plants, catchem fellers, Scythia majoris, divers, dunces, dimple images, drakes, dunking dogs, dogs, salvage, dogs, water, dogs not otherwise provided for, unspecified, elephants, miniature, fish, any. They went on. Antimony 9 is teeming with life and almost every specimen is prohibited on other planets. We had passed the divers, anyway. I smiled and gave the reflex counter a strong jerk just as the smaller inspector was saying, mammoths. They looked at me in silence. Funny man, one said, and they went on reading. Okay, the large inspector said at last, we'll examine him for everything. For the next 3 hours they took blood specimens to see if I had microscopic livestock hidden there, then X-rayed me and my baggage, fluoroscoped everything again, put the baggage through an irritator life indexer, investigated my orifices in detail with a variety of instruments, took skin scrapings in case I was wearing a false layer, and the only thing they found was my dark glasses. Why don't you wear modern contact lenses? It's none of your business, I said, but these old-style spectacles have liquid lenses. There was a flurry, and they sent away for analysis a small drop from one of the lenses. There were no signs of prohibited life in the liquid. I could have told you that, I said. It's dicyanin, a vegetable extract. Diminishes the glare. I put the glasses on my nose and hooked on the earpieces. The effect was medieval, but I could see the little diver now. I could also see disturbing evidence of the inspector's mental condition. A useful little device, invented by Dr. W. J. Kilner, 1847 to 1920, for the study of the human aura in sickness and health. After a little practice, which I was not going to allow the Lamavic inspectors, the retina became sufficiently sensitive to see the microwave aura when you looked through the dicyanin screen. As was true of most of these PSI pioneers at that time, nothing was done to further Kilmer's work when he died. I noticed, without surprise, that the inspectors had a mental field of very limited extent, and that the little diver had survived the journey nicely. Can I go now? I asked. This time, Mr. Jones. When I left, the repair staff was building a new inspection barrier to replace the parts the Dragon had got. Such an amateur performance. Leave smuggling to professionals, and we'd have Lamavik disbanded from boredom in 10 years. I nearly slipped on the fine silica dioxide which had fused in the air when the Dragon got annoyed. Nasty, dangerous pets. The one for Florence was the only contraband I was carrying this trip, which was purely pleasure. She was waiting for me in her apartment, tall, golden, luscious, and all mine. She thought I was in import-export, which in a sense was true. "I've missed you so much, Saul," she said, twining herself on me and the couch like a Venusian water nymph. "Did you bring me a present?" I lay back and let her kiss me. Of course I did. A small but very valuable present. I let her kiss me again. "Not a Jupiter diamond, Saul?" "Much rarer than that, and more useful." "Oh, useful. Something to help you in the house when we're married, honey. Now don't pout so prettily, or I'll never get around to showing you." My homecoming was not developing quite as I planned, but I put this down to womanly, if not exactly maidenly, quirks. When she found out what I had brought her, I was sure she would be all over me again. I put on my dark glasses so that I could see where the diver was. "Would you like a drink, honey?" I asked. "I don't mind," she said sulkily. I looked at the diver, concentrated hard on the thought of a bottle from the cabinet, 2 glasses and a pitcher of ice from the kitchen. He went revolving through the air obediently, and the items came floating out neatly. Florence nearly shattered the windows with her screams. "Now calm down, honey," I said, catching her. "Calm down. It's just a little present I brought you." The bottle, glasses and pitcher dropped gently on to the table beside us. "See," I said. "Service at a thought. Remote control. The end of housework. Kiss me." She didn't. "You mean you did that, Saul?" "Not me exactly. I've brought you a little baby diver, honey. All the way from Antimony 9. Just for you. There isn't another one on Earth. In fact, I doubt if there's another one outside Antimony 9. I had a lot of trouble securing this rare and valuable present for you." "I don't like it. It gives me the creeps." "Honey," I said carefully, "this is a little baby. It couldn't hurt a mouse. It's about 6 inches in diameter, and all it is doing is to teleport what you want it to teleport." "Then why can't I see it?" "If you could see it, I wouldn't have been allowed to bring it for you, honey, because a whole row of nasty-minded solar civil servants would have seen it too, and they would have taken it from your own sweet Saul." "They can have it." "Honey, this is a rare and valuable pet. It will do things for you." "So you think I need something done for me? Well, I'm glad you came right out and said this before we were married." The following series of but from me and irrelevance from Florence occupied an hour, but hardly mentioned the diver. Eventually I got her back into my arms. My urges for Florence were strictly biological, though intense. There were little chances for intellectual exchanges between us, but I was more interested in the probabilities of her as a woman. I could go commune with wild and exotic intelligences on foreign planets any time I had the fare. As a woman, Florence was what I wanted. Back on Antimony 9, I explained carefully, life is fierce and rugged. So, to keep from being eaten, these little divers evolve themselves into little minds with no bodies at all, and they feed off solar radiation. Now, honey, minds are not made of the same stuff brains are made of, good solid tissue and gray matter and neural cortex." "Don't be dirty, Saul." "There is nothing dirty about the body, honey. Minds are invisible, but detectable in the micro wavelengths of any sensitive counter, and look like little glass eggs when you can see them. as I can by using these glasses. In fact, your diver is over by the window now, but having evolved this far, they came across a little difficulty and couldn't evolve any further. So there they are, handy little minds for teleporting whatever you want moved and reading other people's thoughts." She gasped. "Did you say reading other people's thoughts?" "Certainly," I said. "As a matter of fact, that's what stopped the divers from evolving further. If they brush against any thinking creature, they pick up whatever thought is in the creature's conscious mind. But they also pick up the subliminal activity, if you follow me. And down at that level of a mind, such as man's, his thoughts are not only the present unconscious thoughts, but also a good slice of what is to him still the future. It's one of those space-time differences. The divers are not really on the same space-time reference as the physical world, but that makes them all the more useful because our minds aren't either." "Did you say reading other people's thoughts, like a telepath?" she persisted. "Exactly like a telepath, or any other class of PSI. We're really living on a much wider scale than we're conscious of, but our mind only tracks down one point in time-space in a straight line, which happens to fit our bodies. Our subliminal mind is way out in every direction, including time, and when you pick up fragments of this consciously, you're a PSI. That's all." So the divers got thoroughly confused. That's what it amounts to, and never evolved any further. So you see, honey, it's all perfectly natural. "I think you're just dirty." "Eh?" "Everyone hates telepaths. You know that." "I don't." "Oh, you go wandering all over the galaxy. But my friends, what could I say to my friends if they learned I had something like a telepath in the apartment?" "It's only a baby diver, I keep telling you, honey. And anyway, you'll be able to tell what they're really thinking about you." Florence looked thoughtful. "And what they've been doing?" "Sometimes they will do what they think they'll do, and sometimes they don't make it. But it's what their subliminal plans to have happen. Yes." She kissed me. "I think it's a lovely present, Saul." She snuggled up to me, and I concentrated on bringing the diver over to her. I thought I'd read her, just for a joke, and see what she had in mind. I took a close look. "What's the matter, Saul?" "Oh, honey, you beautiful creature." "This is nice, but what made you say that?" "I just got the diver to show me your mind, and bits of the next 2 weeks you have in mind. It's going to be a lovely, lovely vacation." She blushed very violently and got angry. "You had no right to look at what I was thinking, Saul." "It wasn't what you were thinking so much as what you will be thinking, honey. I figure in it quite well." "I won't have it, Saul. Do you hear me? I think spying on people is detestable." "I thought you liked the idea of tagging your friends." "That's different. Either we go somewhere without that whatever it is, or you can marry someone else. I don't mind having it around after we're married, but not before, Saul. Do you understand?" I was already reaching for the video yellow pages. I turned on the television wall in the apartment before we left and instructed the diver to stay around and watch it. They are very curious creatures, inquisitive, always chasing new ideas, and I thought that should hold the diver happily for several days. Meanwhile, I had booked adjoining rooms at the Asteroid Central. The Asteroid Central advertised in the video yellow pages that it practiced the most rigid discrimination, meaning no telepaths, clairvoyants, clairaudients, or psychometrists. Life was hard on a PSI outside government circles, but life was much harder on the rest of the world seeking secluded privacy and discretion. The Asteroid Central was so discreet you could hardly see where you were going. Dim lights, elegant figures passing in the gloom, singing perfumes of the gentlest kind, and guaranteed PSI free on every bedroom door. I was humming idly in my room, with one eye on the communicating door through which, were she but true to her own mind, Florence would shortly come, and I turned on the television wall only to see how less fortunate people were spending their leisure, an idle and most regrettable gesture. There was a quiz game on International Channel 462, dull and just finishing. All the contestants seemed to know all the answers. In fact, the man who won the trip around the rings of Saturn did so by answering the question before the Martian quizmaster had really finished reading it out. When the winner turned sharply on the other contestants and knocked them down, yelling, "So that's what you think of my mother, is it?" the wall was blacked out and we were taken straight to the Solar Party convention. The nominee this decade was human. He seemed to be speaking on his aims, his pure record, and altruistic intentions. The stereo cameras looked over the heads of the delegates. Starting in the row by the main aisle, each delegate shot to his feet and started booing and jeering. It rippled down the rows like a falling pack of cards, each delegate in turn after the man in front of him, and each row picking up where the back of the previous row left off. It was as if someone were passing a galvanizing brush along the heads of the delegates, row by row. Or as if a diver were refreshing the delegates with a clear picture of their nominee's mind. I groaned and called Florence. "Look," I said when she came, "that damned pet has followed the program back to the cameras from your apartment, and there he is lousing up the convention." "I vote Earth," she told me indifferently. "That isn't the point, honey. I'll have to bring the diver here, and quickly." "You do that, Saul. I'll be at home when you get rid of it." By the time the diver picked up my thoughts and came flickering into the room through the walls, Florence had left. I felt the diver off the back of my head, made my thoughts as kindly as possible, and went downstairs to the largest, longest bar. The evening passed profitably because I was invited to join a threesome of crooks at cards. With the aid of the little diver, I was able to shorten the odds to a pleasant margin in my favor. But this was doing nothing about Florence. A not altogether funny remark about teleporting the cards did, however, suggest the answer. After the transaction was over, I sent the diver off to a friend on the faculty of Luke University, where they had a long history of PSI investigation, and where the diver could be guaranteed to be kept busy rolling dice and such. This was easy to fix by a video call. There had been times in the past when certain services to the extraterrestrial zoology and botanical tanks had made me discreetly popular with the faculty, and anyway they thought I was doing them a favor. They promised to keep the little diver busy for an indefinite period. I reported to Florence, and after a certain amount of feminine shan't I, she came back to the asteroid central. This time I did not turn on the television wall. I lay still. I said nothing. I hardly thought at all. And after several years compressed themselves into every minute, my own true honey, Florence, slid open the communicating door and came into the room. She walked shyly toward me, hiding modestly within a floating nightgown as opaque as a very clear soap bubble. I stood up, held out my arms, and she came toward me, smiling, and stopped to pick up something on the carpet. "Ooh, Saul, look, a Jupiter diamond!" She held up the largest and most expensive diamond I have ever seen. I was just going to claim credit for this little gift, when another appeared, and a long line marching over the carpet like an ant trail. They came floating in under the door. Now love is for vacations, and between my own sweet Florence and a diamond mine there is no comparison. I put on my dicyanid glasses and saw the baby diver was back and at work teleporting. I said so, but this time there were no hysterics from Florence. "I was just thinking of him," she said, "and wishing you had brought me a Jupiter diamond instead." "Well, honey, it looks as if you got both." I watched her scrambling on the carpet, gathering handfuls of diamonds and not in the least interested in me. On Antimony 9, the little divers switched from one space-time point to another simultaneously, and the baby diver had come back from the solar party convention the same way. I thought of it. I thought of it, and it came. Florence had just thought of it, and here it was. But now it seemed to be flitting lightly from Earth to Jupiter and back with diamonds, so perhaps there was no interplanetary distance to a mind. This had a future. I could see myself with a winter and a summer planet of my own, even happily paying Earth, solar and galactic taxes. Well, honey, don't you worry, I said. You don't like divers, so I'll take it back and give you something else. Just leave it to Saul. Take your foot off that diamond, Saul Jones. You gave me this dear little diver, and he's mine. She sat back on her heels and thought. The evidence of her thinking immediately came trickling through the door. Venusian opals set in a gold bracelet half a pound heavy, Martian sleaze furs, spiderweb stockings, platinum belts. The room was beginning to look like a video fashion center, a galactic merchandise mart. And after Florence put on a coat and opened the door, her ideas began to get bigger. "This is fun!" she cried, teleporting like mad. "Why, I can have anything in the galaxy just by thinking about it." "Now, honey, think of the benefits to humanity. This is too big to be used for personal gain. This should be dedicated—" "This is dedicated to me, Saul Jones, so just you keep your fingers off it. Why, the cute little thing. Look, he's been out to Saturn for me." I made a decision. "Think wide and grand, Saul Jones," I said. "Sacrifice yourself for the greater good." "Florence, honey, you know I love you. Will you marry me?" That stopped her. "You mean it, Saul?" "Of course." "It's not just because of this diver. Why, honey, how could you think such a thing? If I'd never brought it in for you, I'd still want to marry you." "You never said so before," she said. "But okay, if you do it now. Right now, Saul Jones." So the merchandise stopped coming in while we plugged into the video and participated in a moving and legal ceremony. The marriage service was expensive, but after all we could teleport a few thousand credit blanks from the solar treasury. Immediately after we had switched off, we did so. "Are you sure you married me for myself, Saul?" "I swear it, honey. No other thought entered my head. Just you." I made a few notes while Florence planned the house we would have, furnished with rare materials from anywhere. I thought one of the medium asteroids would do for a base for Saul Jones' intragalactic transport. I could see it all, vast warehouses and immediate delivery of anything from anywhere. I wondered if there was a limit to the diver's capacity. So Florence desired an encyclopedia, and in it came, floating through the doorway. "It says," she read, "not much is known about Antimony 9 divers because none have ever been known to leave their planet." "They probably need the stimulus of an educated mind," I said. "Anyway, this one can get diamonds from Jupiter, and so on, and that's what matters." I kissed the wife of the president of Saul Jones Intragalactic and was interrupted by discreet tapping on the door. The manager of the Asteroid Central beamed at us. "Excuse," he said, "but we understand you have just been married, Mr. and Mrs. Jones." "Irrevocably," I said. "Felicitations. The Asteroid Central will be sending up complimentary euphorics. There is just a small point, Mr. Jones. We notice you have a large selection of valuable gifts for the bride." He looked round the room and smiled at the piles of stuff Florence had thought of. "Of course," he went on, "we trust your stay will be pleasant and perhaps you will let us know if you will be wanting anything else." "I expect we will, but we'll let you know," I said. "Thank you, Mr. Jones. It is merely that we noticed you had emptied every showcase on the ground floor and a few moments ago teleported the credit contents of the bar up here. Not of importance, really. It is all charged on your bill." You saw it and didn't stop it? I yelled. Oh no, Mr. Jones, we always make an exception for antimony 9 divers. Limited creatures, really, but good for our business. We get about one a month. Smuggled in, you know. But the upkeep proves too expensive. Some women do shop without more than a passing thought, don't they? I saw what he meant, but Mrs. Saul Jones took it very philosophically. Never mind, Saul, you have me. Or vice versa, honey, I said. End of Dumbwaiter by James Stamers.
The End of All by Nim Crinkle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. The End of All by Nim Crinkle. The difficulty that I experience in complying with your request, dear spirit, springs from the terrestrial limitations of thought and expression, from which, as you may well know, I have not been long enough with you to free myself. I shall, however, give you a plain narrative of the events attending the extinction of life on our planet, asking you only to remember that I am doing it just as I would have done it, were it possible, for a fellow human being while on Earth, using the phraseology and the terrestrial time divisions with which I am most familiar. The circumstance which at our last intercourse I was trying to explain to you was simply this. In the early summer of the year 1892, a sudden interruption of navigation occurred on the Pacific coast, which, curiously enough, attracted very little attention outside of scientific circles. I was living at the house of my wealthy friend Judge Brisbane in Gramercy Park. To tell you the truth, I was in love with his beautiful daughter, of whom I shall have to speak more fully to you, for she was intimately associated with me in the appalling scenes which you desire me to describe. I was sitting in the judge's library on the night of June 25th. His daughter was present, and I had been conversing with her in an undertone while the judge read the evening papers. He suddenly laid down the paper, took off his spectacles, and, turning round in his chair, said to me, "Did you see the brief dispatch in the morning papers 2 days ago from San Francisco, saying that all the eastern-bound vessels were overdue on that coast?" I replied at once that I had not noticed it. "It is astonishing," he said, "that in our present system of journalism the most important events connected with the welfare of mankind receive the slightest attention from the newspapers, and the trivialities of life are most voluminously treated. A movement in the iron trade that affects millions of homes gets a brief paragraph in small type, and the quarrel of a ballet girl with her paramour receives illuminated attention down whole columns. Here is something taking place in the Pacific Ocean of surpassing interest to the race, and nobody pays the slightest attention to it, except, perhaps, the consignees and shipping clerks." "What is it?" we both asked, with the languid interest that young people, having an overmastering personal affair on hand, would be apt to take in matters of national or universal importance. The judge got up, and going to a side table where he kept his papers piled in chronological order, pulled out a recent issue of a morning journal, and after looking it over searchingly a moment, said, "Here, I should think you would notice such a paragraph as this." Then he read, as I recollect, a telegraphic dispatch to this effect: "San Francisco, June 23rd. Considerable anxiety is felt here in commercial circles by the non-arrival of any eastward bound vessels for a week. The steamship Cathay of the Occidental Line is overdue 4 days. An unusual easterly wind has been blowing for 24 hours. Weather mild." "That dispatch, you will perceive," said the judge, "was sent 2 days ago. Now, here, on the 25th, I read in the evening paper another dispatch from San Francisco, hidden away at the bottom of a column of commercial news. Listen to this: San Francisco, June 25th. The entire suspension of travel from the west continues to excite the gravest apprehensions. Nothing but coastwise vessels have come in during the past 8 days. The U.S. cruiser Mobile left Honolulu 3 weeks ago for this coast. There is no official intimation of a storm in the Chinese seas." The judge laid the paper down and regarded us both a moment in silence, as if expecting to hear some remark that indicated our suddenly awakened curiosity. I don't think we responded with any adequate interest to the occasion. Miss Brisbane did indeed stare at her father in her dreamy, abstracted way a moment, and then got up, and going to the open window, began to arrange the curtains, as if relinquishing whatever problem there was to the superior acumen of the masculine mind. I think I said that it looked as if there had been a cyclone somewhere, and if there had, we should in all probability get the accounts of it soon enough. "But, young man," replied the judge with his magisterial emphasis, "cyclones do not extend from the 50th degree of north latitude to the 40th degree of south latitude, and vessels are due at San Francisco from Melbourne and Japan." "What, then, other than a storm at sea, could have caused a detention of all these vessels?" I asked. And I must have unwittingly betrayed in the tone of my voice or the expression of my face that considerate superciliousness with which youth regards the serious notions of mature philosophers. For the judge, putting his gold spectacles upon his nose, and regarding me over the top of them a moment, said rather severely, "Other than the known and regular phenomena of this planet do not interest young men. If I could answer your question, there would be no special interest in the matter." I mention these trivial incidents because, insignificant as they may seem, they were the first ripples of that disaster which was soon enough to overwhelm us all, and to show you what were the only premonitions the world had of the events which were to follow. On June 26th the subject did not occur to me. 100 other things of far more immediate consequence to me occupied my attention. A young man who is preparing to get married is not apt to take sombre views of anything, nor is he very apt to allow the contumacy of age in his prospective father-in-law to aggravate him. It was a pardonable freak, I thought, in a man who had retired in most respects from the active world, to dogmatize a little about that world, now that he judged it through his favourite evening paper. When, therefore, on the night of the 26th, while at the tea-table, the judge broke out again about the meteorological wave on the Pacific coast, his daughter Kate and I exchanged a rapid but furtive glance which said, in the perfect understanding of lovers, There comes the old gentleman's new hobby again, and we can well afford to treat it leniently." The judge had the damp evening paper in his hand, and he disregarded the steaming cup of tea which his daughter had poured for him. "Well," he said, with a toss of self-satisfied import, "now the newspapers are waking up to the significance of the California news." He then read from the paper, as nearly as I can recollect, something like the following: "San Francisco, June 26th. There is an intense and growing anxiety on this coast with respect to the non-appearance of any eastward bound vessels. The breeze from the east continues and is unprecedented." "Now I should like to know," said the judge, as he laid down the paper and took up his teacup, "why a breeze from the east in California should be unprecedented." "Because," I ventured to remark, "it usually blows from the sea at this season." "Nonsense!" exclaimed the judge with vigor. "A variation for a few days in wind or weather is a common occurrence everywhere. Fancy a message sent all over the world from the West Indies that the trade winds were 6 days late, or a telegram from Minnesota that the winter frosts had been interfered with for a week by pleasant sunshine. No, sir. The event of importance to the Californian at this moment is the mysterious something that has happened out at sea, and there is no excuse for his associating a summer breeze from the east with it, except that there is something peculiar about that breeze that associates it in the mind with the predominant mystery." I smiled. "You will pardon me, Judge, but it seems to me," I said, "that you are trying to invest the whole affair with an occult significance that is subjective. I suppose that in a few hours the matter will be explained and forgotten." In a moment we were in one of those foolish little wrangles in which, so far as argument is concerned, the younger man is at a great disadvantage, when the elder, however unreasonable his claims, enforces them with the advantage of age and position. I remember that the desire to convince Kate, on the one hand, that I was free from what I conceived to be her father's unreasonableness, and sustain my independence of views, on the other hand, led me to say much more than was polite, for I exasperated the old gentleman, and with a curt and not altogether complimentary remark, he got up and left the room. The moment he was gone I turned to the daughter and laughingly said, "Well, my dear, I'm afraid I have offended your father without intending it. But you at least understand me, and are free from his superstition." To my surprise she regarded me with a serious air, and replied, "I do not know what you mean by superstition. My father believes that something has happened, and I feel that he is right." "You do not mean to tell me," I said, "that you believe anything has happened that can concern us?" She made no reply. I looked at her with some astonishment, and wondered if I had offended her by opposing her father's childish views. "Perhaps," I persisted, "you too think I am stupidly unreasonable because I will not consent to be dishonestly chimerical." I well remember the look of sad reproach with which she silently regarded me, and I well remember, too, the thought that came into my mind. I said to myself, "This is the same obduracy that her father has shown. Odd it is that I never noticed the trait in her before." Then I added, with an equal obduracy that I was not conscious of, "Perhaps you too have discovered some peculiarity of good sense in me that is offensive, and you are afraid that something will happen if we—" Here she interrupted me in her quiet, resolute, and reproachful way. "Something has happened," she said. I was amazed. If I had suddenly discovered that the woman I loved was unfaithful to me, it could not have produced, in my frame of mind at that moment, a greater shock. It seemed to me then that the wooing of months, the confidence and affection of a year, were to be sacrificed in a moment of infatuated stubbornness. The very thought was so unnatural that it produced a revulsion in my own feelings. "My darling," I said, as I went toward her impulsively, "we are playing the unworthy part of fools. Nothing can ever happen that will make us love each other less, or prevent you from being my wife." I put my arm around her in the old familiar way. She was passive and irresponsive. She stood there, limply holding the curtain, with one white arm upraised, her beautiful head bent over, and her eyes cast down, so that I could not look into her face. This stony obduracy was so new and unlike her that I withdrew my arm and stepped back a little to regard her with astonishment, not unmingled with pique. At that moment she lifted her head slowly, and as she looked at me with a dreamy and far-away pathos, I saw that her eyes were filled with tears. "It seems to me," she said, with a voice that sounded as if it was addressed to an invisible phantom way beyond me, "it seems to me that I shall never be your wife." I must have stared at her several seconds in silence. Then I said, "You are ill. You are not yourself. When you have recovered your normal condition I will come back." I snatched a kiss from her lips that were strangely cold, and rushed from the house. It was not till the next morning, when I woke up after a short and disturbed sleep, that my mind reverted to the cause of all this purely sentimental disagreement, and I felt a strong desire to have events prove that the Judge was slightly monomaniacal, and that I was right. I went to Riccadonna's for my breakfast, and got all the morning papers as usual, but this time with a distinct confidence that the news would be the best vindication of my good sense, and that I should yet have a good laugh at the Judge. I opened the paper as I sipped my coffee, and the first thing my eyes fell on were the headlines of a dispatch from St. Louis. I read them with an inexplicable sense of something sinking in me. As I recall them, they ran as follows: "Strange news from the West. All communication west of Salt Lake City ceases. Meteorological puzzle. What is the matter with the wires?" Then followed the dispatch, which I have not forgotten: "St. Louis, June 26th, 8 p.m." A dispatch received here from Yuma on the Texas Pacific announces that no eastern-bound train has come in since morning, and all attempts to open communication by telegraph with points west of that place have failed. It is the opinion of railroad men that a great storm is raging in California. Weather here pleasant, with a steady, dry wind from the east blowing. Immediately following this was another news item which I can quote from memory: "Denver, June 26th, 9 p.m. Intelligence from Cheyenne is to the effect that railway travel and telegraphic communication west of Pocatello on the Union Pacific, and Ogden and on the Central Pacific, have been interrupted by a storm. The telegraph wires are believed to be in good condition, but up to 9 o'clock there has been no return current. I read these paragraphs over 3 or 4 times. Ordinarily, I should have passed them by and given any attention to other and more congenial news. But now a dull fear that events were conspiring to widen the breach between myself and the Brisbanes focused my interest on them. There was that easterly wind blowing again. Was I, too, growing superstitious? I turned over all the papers. The news was the same in all, but there was not an editorial paragraph of comment in any of the sheets, which indeed teemed with all the details of active commercial, political, and social life. I went downtown after eating my breakfast and found that the intelligence had not awakened any public attention that was observable. The 2 or 3 persons to whom I spoke with regard to it treated it as one of the passing sensations of the hour that would be explained sooner or later. It was not till the evening papers of the 27th came out that the matter began to be discussed. The dispatches in these papers were of a nature to arouse widespread anxiety. It was very obvious from their construction and import that the feeling west of the Mississippi was more intense than had up to this time been suspected. The columns of the papers were filled with brief but rather startling telegrams from various points: Denver, El Paso, Salt Lake City, Cheyenne, St. Paul, St. Louis, and Chicago sent anxious sentences which had a thrill of trepidation in their broken phrases, and it was easy to see that this feeling of deep concern increased with each dispatch from a point further west. Telegrams sent to St. Louis, Chicago, and St. Paul represented the condition of anxiety in Ogden and Pocatello to be bordering on excitement. Fears were entertained, the dispatches said, of a meteorological cataclysm, and thousands who had friends either on the coast or in transit were besieging the telegraph offices in vain. The hurried comments of the evening papers on the news were singularly unsatisfactory and non-committal. The unprecedented storm that is now raging on the Pacific slope, I read, and which has temporarily cut off communications with the far west, will by its magnitude fill the country with the most serious apprehensions. The earliest news from California, which shall give us the details of the storm, said another paper, will be looked for with eagerness, and will be promptly and fully furnished to our readers. As curious as anybody could be to know what kind of a storm it was that had stopped railroad traffic from Idaho to Mexico, and remarking with surprise that the signal office utterly refused to recognize a great storm anywhere, I dismissed the subject from my mind with the reflection that there would in all probability be explanatory news in the morning, and resolved to make my usual visit to the Brisbane family. To my surprise, Kate received me cordially, and with no other allusion to the unpleasantness of the night before than a demure remark that she was afraid she had offended me. "Let us not refer to it at all," I said, "and thus avoid making idiots of ourselves." "I am glad you came tonight," she remarked, after a moment's silence, "for I wanted to tell you of the change we are going to make." A little pang darted through me. It was said so seriously. "What is it, my dear?" I asked, trying to be as affectionate as if the conditions had not changed. "My father and I have determined to go to Europe." "To Europe?" I repeated, aghast. "You surely do not mean it." "Yes," resolutely. "He wanted to consult you about it, but was afraid you would disagree with his plans. And when did he make up his mind to take this sudden move? This morning. And you intend to go with him? Yes, and I was going to ask you to go, too. When do you propose to go? Immediately. It was evident to my mind now that this old man was a panic-stricken monomaniac, and had infected his daughter with his fears. "Kate," I said as I took her by her hands and pulled her to the sofa beside me, "you are running away from something. It is not from me, is it?" "I want you to go with us," she answered. "But you knew when you asked me that I could not go so suddenly. You expected me to refuse." "No," she said, "I expect you to consent." "Be careful. In a moment of bravado I may take you at your word, at any cost." She caught hold of me. "Do," she said tremulously, and I felt a little shiver in her hand. "Do, do." "I would rather go with you than lose you," I said at a hazard. "And if you are determined to go, I believe I will accompany you if your father will consent." "We are determined," she calmly replied. "But I must put my affairs in order," I suggested. "How many hours will it take you?" "Hours?" I repeated. "You would not like to start tonight, surely?" "Yes," she answered, "I would gladly start tonight." My patience was giving way very fast at this imperturbable obduracy. "Perhaps," I said, "you will give me some adequate reason for a haste that I cannot comprehend." She did not answer. She was listening, with her head averted, and she held up her hand for me to listen also, as if that were her answer. Then there came through the open windows the hoarse cry of a distant newsboy who was bellowing an extra. There was something weird in her attitude and action, connecting, as they did, her motives with that discordant, ominous cry. "It's an extra," I said, as unconcernedly as possible. "I'll get a copy. There may be some good news for you." And I made a move toward the window. "Don't," she said quietly. "We were talking about going to Europe. Pa is not familiar with the business of securing passages, and you are. You could relieve him of a great deal of worry, and if you would go with us—" "Kate," I said, "do you want me to go?" "Yes, I do," she replied. "I do not want to leave you here." "Then," I said, "I will go. I will see your father in the morning and tell him that I will attend to the whole business of securing passages. I will set about arranging my affairs at once." She then let me plague her a little about her timidity, and after a half hour of playful badinage on my part, I came away with a parting promise on my lips to lose no delay in making the arrangements for our departure. Such, however, was not my intention. I felt sure that the judge and his daughter would change their minds if I could only manage to delay matters a few days. To go running off to Europe at a moment's notice would be utter folly for me. As I left the house I heard the voices of the newsboys in various keys still calling the extras. I bought a paper and read it under the gaslight of the church on 20th Street. Display headlines announced, "As silent as the grave. Nothing heard from the Pacific. Great excitement in Chicago and St. Louis." I must have stood there 10 minutes poring over the strange news. An expedition in a special train had been sent west from Yuma that day, with railroad men and doctors. It had left at 3 p.m. The train reached Mesquite in less than an hour, and word was sent back from that station, "All right here. Track clear. will reach the Springs at 9 p.m. A dispatch from Yuma sent at 10 o'clock and received at St. Louis said, "Nothing further heard from the special." News from Chicago, where the excitement appeared to be momentarily growing, reflected intelligence from Denver, St. Paul, and Kansas City, and it was vain to ignore the fact that the entire West was in an alarming condition of anxiety. A special train was fitting out at Cheyenne under government orders to start in the morning, with a corps of signal service men, army officers, and electricians. It was to go provided with every scientific appliance, and to carry an insulated cable to be paid out from the car. The accounts said that the people were all on the streets of Cheyenne, and an enormous mob surrounded the station where the preparations were making. For the first time I felt, as I threw the paper away, what I can only call a sense of misgiving. As I walked up the deserted avenue this feeling grew upon me, and when I reached 23rd Street, on my way to the Fifth Avenue Hotel, a sudden and entirely new reflection made me stop unconsciously as I turned it over in my mind. If this strange news has affected Judge Brisbane and his daughter so seriously, why may it not be affecting millions of other people similarly? If there is at this moment a panic in the West, how long will it take the reflex wave to reach New York? The next morning events, or at least the publication of them, had reached that condition which arrests public attention everywhere. The news from the West swamped all else in the morning journals. The editors, by their work, now acknowledged that the mysterious silence on the Pacific slope was by far the most important subject for consideration before the world. The moment I glanced at the sheets, I saw that there was but one theme in the journalistic mind. 2 days had passed, and the silence was unbroken. Never before in the history of the world had the absence of news become such important news. Public attention was now mainly centered on the attempt to get a train of observation through from Cheyenne. There was a hopeful spirit to most of the accounts, as if it was believed that science would unravel the mystery. But there was nothing from any quarter of the globe that as yet afforded the feeblest gleam of comfort. The government train was to start early on this, the morning of the 28th, and the papers were only able to furnish details of the preparation and reports of the public excitement in Cheyenne and Denver. The officers of the train were to send dispatches from every station west of Pocatello. They were sagacious, experienced men, and the expedition was under the direction of the well-known engineer, General Albert Carroll. I felt as I read the accounts that these men would probably clear up the mystery, and I resolved to delay engaging the passages on the ocean steamer until the next day. So I wrote a carefully worded note to Judge Brisbane, informing him that I would attend to the matter immediately. Had I then had the slightest knowledge of the cumulative rapidity with which a panic moves, I would not have taken this risk. But my whole object was to gain time, with the hope that something would occur to change the minds of my 2 timid friends. On the night of the 28th I avoided the Brisbane establishment, although my desire drew me in that direction. I resolved to wait until the morrow, and if nothing happened, to change the determination of the judge to go to Europe, to then make my arrangements to go with him and Kate. That night there was a visible change in the metropolis. The theaters were deserted. Men and women were congregated at the corners, and were walking in the roadways, a sure indication in a great city of some popular disturbance. The bulletins and news centers were crowded, and the mystery of the great silence was being discussed by everybody. One thing struck everybody with a vague terror, and it was the accounts of the strange wind that was now blowing at Cheyenne and Denver. One special correspondent at Cheyenne said that it seemed to him that the atmosphere of the earth, influenced by some incomprehensible suction, was all rushing to an unseen vortex. It was not in any sense a disturbance of the atmosphere that we usually call a wind, but a steady, silent draught. And the spectacle of trees bent over and held all day by the pressure, but unfluttered and unrelieved by fluctuant variations, filled them with wonder and dread. I got up early on the morning of the 29th, for I had slept lightly and fitfully. To my surprise, I found that almost everybody else was up. It made me realize, as I had not done before, the feverish tension of public expectation. The news, if news it can be called, was startling. Let me try and repeat it to you just as it was presented to my sense. The special train upon which the eyes of the whole country were fixed had been heard from. It had gone west from Cheyenne and passed through Pocatello without interruption. Then followed the dispatches received from it at Cheyenne as it passed the stations beyond Pocatello. They were in this order and to this effect: Mikano, 10 a.m. All right. Instruments working well. Track clear. Inhabitants appear to be moving east. No intelligence of a definite character obtained. Shoshone 108 miles west. Expect to make it in 4 hours. Bannock, 2:30 p.m. Conditions unchanged. Past moving settlers all the way. They are going east with chattels. Wind from the east has pressure without the violence of a gale. Party in good spirits. Sunshine, 3:15. Vast herds of wild cattle now impeding progress. Wind increasing. Road otherwise clear. American Falls, 4:40. Signs of the exodus decreasing. Country strewn with household goods. Reports here that all the teams that went out on the roads west have not returned. Expect to hear something definite from Minidoka. Minidoka, 6:10. Electrical and barometrical indications unchanged. Signs of life disappearing. Party in excellent spirits and eager to reach the facts. The next dispatch was from Cheyenne, and it was sent at 8 o'clock. It simply said, "Nothing further heard from government party. Wire in good order." Then followed 2 telegrams of gruesome brevity and significance. Pocatello, 9 p.m. Nothing here. Cheyenne, 10 p.m. Nothing has come over the special wire up to this hour. Microphonic tests at Pocatello indicate that the train is still moving. Electrical tests indicate that the current is unbroken. Finally, there was a special message from the New York Star's correspondents at Cheyenne, dated 11 p.m. It was about to this effect: the current on the government wire was broken at 10:40. Delicate tests show that the wire is now grounded. The dire conclusion of experts here is that the train ran from some point west of Minidoka from about 6:15 to 10:40 without human control, and then met with an accident. At the rate at which it was moving, the train must have reached Shoshone. Terrible excitement here. My keen sense detected in the newspaper itself certain infallible little signs that the news had disturbed the precision and routine of the office. Lines of type were in the wrong place, and typographical errors made it difficult to get the exact sense. Dispatch after dispatch, all bearing the same import of panic, was huddled into the column. From St. Louis the announcement was, "An unprecedented excitement here over the news from Cheyenne. The authorities appear to have lost their heads and are unable to preserve order. Eastward bound trains are carrying away people at a mob rate. We are in the midst of chaos." From Chicago the intelligence was similarly appalling. "A panic prevails here," said the dispatch. "Impelled by a senseless apprehension of disaster, people have lost their reason. The mayor has just issued a call upon the best citizens to assist him in preserving order." It required no news expert to see that all the issues of life were temporarily suspended by the tremendous and growing interest in this stupendous mystery. Channels of news worn smooth by the placid streams of everyday platitudes began to show the role of this new freshet. A dispatch from Washington was unintentionally significant. It read like this: "The only explanation forwarded by Colonel Sandford of the abandonment of the Pikes Peak signal station by himself and party is that of a coward. He says the wind pressure indicated that the place would speedily become untenable." I turned over the sheet in which these disheartening facts were presented and looked at the editorial page. There was a double-leaded leader, evidently written late at night, and its conclusions were more gruesome than the facts. For while the facts could be interpreted in various ways according to the reader's condition of mind, there was no mistaking the official tone of the editor, whose business it was to weigh and estimate the public value of news. It seemed to me that this umpire, to whom we instinctively looked for opinions, had thrown up the sponge, so to speak. Let me recall his words as they were impressed upon me that morning: "That a grave crisis has arrived in the conditions of life on this planet, it would be folly and is impossible any longer to deny. It is not our province, nor is it within our power, to offer any solution of the stupendous mystery that is now enveloping a part of our continent. It is only imperative upon us, as brave agents in the dispensing of truth, to say with all the candor that we can summon that the effort of the government to open communication with the vast region west of what must now be known as the meridian of silence has dismally failed, and it is the conviction of the maturest judgment, based upon all the facts of the attempt that are obtainable, that it failed because the explorers themselves ceased to exist when they had passed a certain pretty well-defined line, which we now know extends north and south from Helena in Montana to Yuma on the borders of Mexico." I found myself standing by my breakfast table reading this. I had risen unconsciously. My breakfast was unheeded. An ungovernable impulse to go anywhere seized me. To sit still with this crushing uncertainty was impossible. I found myself in a coupé. Where I got it I do not distinctly remember, but I do remember that it was by means of an extraordinary offer to the driver, who, like all his fellows, was dashing through the streets at a headlong pace, and I also have a very clear recollection of the strange nervous effect produced upon me by seeing the people along the curbs on Broadway watching the flying vehicles with a mute terror, as if the very recklessness of the drivers afforded them a palpable distraction from the unintelligible weight of their own fears. I speedily noticed that the stream of humanity on the streets was tending downtown, and almost immediately I understood that it was heading, like myself, for the news centers. I could get no farther than Chambers Street, owing to the block of people and vehicles, and the driver rudely refused to take the risk of a jam. I looked at the City Hall clock. It was only 8. My heart was beating rapidly, and I knew enough of the effect of emotion on the cardiac system to understand that it was caused by suspense. 1,000 new terrors were in the air, of which the experience and the sagacity of man were ignorant. I forced my way with the greatest difficulty across the park, which was full of restless but strangely mute people, and got near enough to the newspaper bulletins to read the painted lines. They were feverishly indicative of the cross currents of excitement in the country, and were in short, decisive sentences like this: "The President asked to appoint a day of humiliation and prayer immediately." "The Governor of Colorado, crazed by the excitement, commits suicide." "Mob rule in Chicago." "Rioting in Denver." "Breakdown of the Alton and Chicago road." "Unparalleled scenes at El Paso." "Fanaticism in New Orleans." "The Christian pastors of this city will meet at Cooper Union at 10 o'clock, irrespective of sect." "Panic in Milwaukee." Held by a numbing sort of fascination, I read these sentences over and over. Across Printing House Square, on another bulletin, in big black letters, I saw the line, "It baffles the world. Has annihilation set in?" There was something weird in the use of the pronoun "it." It seemed to be man's last effort in language to express a mystery that was specific and yet incomprehensible. And I found that by the common consent of ignorance, men were referring to the phenomenon as "it." I looked at the strained, anxious faces of the mob, and a great fear fell upon me. With it came an awful reproach. I would go instantly and redeem my word to Kate by securing passages to Europe. I had to fight my way by inches out of the stolid and frightened crowd to the steamship office on Lower Broadway, and there I found another jam. The street was full of private carriages, and it was impossible to get anywhere near the entrance to the office. I saw a policeman who was on the outside of the press, and who was walking up and down in a restless and unofficial manner. "What is the matter here?" I asked him. He looked me all over as if he suspected that I had fallen out of the clouds. Then he said, "Trying to get tickets for Europe. Where do you come from?" And then, after a restless turn or two, he added as he passed me, "But it ain't no use, 'cause there ain't steamships enough in the world." Then it was, I think, that the whole terrible truth first lit my consciousness like the sudden upflaring of a bale fire. The inhabitants were fleeing from the country. They were all affected as had been the Brisbanes. I was the only dolt and idiot and liar who had no instincts of danger, and who had failed to rescue the woman I loved when she had appealed to me. Then I plunged wildly out into the street with a sense of desperation, and that sinking of the spirits that comes only in the worst crises, and when one begins to comprehend how helpless man is. I saw that in the brief time that had elapsed, a change had taken place in the aspect of the crowds. When I got to Broadway again, it was with the utmost difficulty that I could make my way at all against the surging mass of people that seemed momentarily to swell. It was utterly unlike any crowd in numbers and disposition that I had ever encountered. It was made up of all classes. It had lost that American characteristic of good humor which had been swallowed up in a dire, personal, and selfish instinct of self-preservation. It was animated by a vague terror, and disregarded every consideration but that of personal safety. A horrible conviction seized me that the ordinary restraints of society were breaking down, and that speedily panic would mount to chaos. I saw that this dread was adding to the terror of everybody, aside from the fear of it. Like an assemblage in a burning building, the fear of each other was more subtle and operative than the fear of the elements. By indefatigable labor I got off the main thoroughfare and reached Hudson Street, and here in the crowd I learned the latest news and discovered the cause of the rapidly increasing excitement. I had run against an intimate friend and associate by accident. His first words were, as he wiped the perspiration out of his eyes, "Well, this is awful, eh?" "What's the news?" I asked. "The latest is that the death line is moved. The Thurbers have a private wire, and I just heard that Denver is cut off now. It looks as if it was every man for himself." So terrible was this announcement, and so engrossed was I with the despairing thoughts that it gave rise to, that I took little heed of what was going on about me until I reached Canal Street. The one dull conviction that it was useless to fight against now was that annihilation had set in, that some destroying wave had started out to encircle the globe, and that the race was doomed. Something, God alone knew what, had happened to our planet, and humanity was to be swept away in one of those cataclysms with which soulless nature prepares for a new order of existence. I was rudely awakened from this reverie of wretchedness by the crowd which surged against me with a blind, unvindictive violence. My one desire was to get uptown to the woman I loved and had neglected, and I saw that every minute was adding to the difficulty. How I reached the Brevoort House I do not know, but there I found a number of citizens who had not utterly lost their heads, and who had come together for counsel. There was a private wire in the house, and they were receiving intelligence from several central points in the city. The looks of these men, who were huddled into the parlour, were enough to dismay the most resolute observer. Their pale faces and painfully set mouths indicated the sense of an awful crisis, which wisdom did not know how to meet or avoid. A well-known citizen read the dispatches to them as they were received, and torn as I was by impatience, my curiosity held me there to hear. It was now about 11:30 in the morning. The rapidity with which events had moved since I got up was made startlingly apparent by the information here furnished. The authorities, together with a number of influential citizens, had come together as if by a common instinct at the Fifth Avenue Hotel. The mayor, the police and fire commissioners, several wealthy bankers, and a number of prominent clergymen were holding some kind of council and sending out appeals for cooperation and addresses to the public, which later were entirely unheeded. As I forced myself into the room I saw and heard a venerable and majestic gentleman, evidently a clergyman, addressing those present in an impassioned manner. There were tears in his eyes and an awful sadness in his voice. "Men and brethren," he said, "it is appointed unto all men once to die. If it be appointed unto us, who remain to die together, let us die like Christians, who still retain our faith in eternal justice and eternal mercy, and not like wild beasts that devour each other." A report came that the fatal east wind was blowing, and at this there was a general movement of those present, as if the time were too short to waste in longer listening. I came up Lafayette Place to Astor Place, with the intention of reaching Fourth Avenue. Both spaces were choked with people, and on 8th Street I saw a woman on the steps of a private residence, wildly calling on the mob, which paid no attention to her, to repent, for the day of judgment was at hand. Her white hair was blown over her face, and her arms were frantically gesticulating. Into the great hall of the Cooper Union a mass of religious people had flocked, and a number of speakers were making addresses and offering up prayers. When I passed the woman who was exhorting the crowd, I had noticed the manner in which her hair, which was of soft, flossy white, streamed out straight in front of her, but it did not occur to me until I reached the square in front of the Cooper Union that this was caused by the peculiar and ominous draught of wind from the east, of which I had heard so much. For it was there that I saw a crowd pointing up to the roof of the vast building known as the Bible House, which appeared to be covered with people. Some of them were holding flags and drapery, and the material floated out westward without any of the undulating motion which always marks a flag in a disturbed current. These extemporized pennants stood out as if they were starched. I could see that this sign produced a dumb sort of terror in the crowd. It seemed to me then that all the emotion of which I was capable was centered on the one desire to get to the woman I loved and die with her. A crushing and at the same time an animating remorse, as if somehow I had been responsible for her death, at least, in disregarding her warnings, and somehow doubly guilty in mistrusting her motives, unmanned and inflamed me. It was with something of the same disregard of everybody but myself that I had seen in others that I fought my way to 21st Street. What brutalities I committed need not be recounted. That hour remains with me an acute and jangled memory of frenzy. I reached the steps of Judge Brisbane's house torn and bleeding. The terrible scenes were in my eyes, and the dreadful monotonous tumult of human desperation. That vast sigh of doomed humanity, pierced here and there by the wails and shrieks of despair and the cries of innocence for help, was in my ears. The celerity with which it had all come on left no chance for cool reason. An invisible phantom was at the heels of the community, and we were part of a mighty stampede. After fumbling for an instant at the bell and pushing back several ghastly creatures who were on the steps, I must have applied my shoulder to the door and pushed it in. Someone appeared to be resisting on the other side, but it gave way, and I half fell into Judge Brisbane's vestibule. An instant later we were looking into each other's faces, I bloody and soiled and ragged and wild with the frenzy of fear and impatience, he pale as death but resolute and holding an ominous bar over me. "Quick," he said, "help me fasten this door." That sudden call of duty struck something habitual in me, and without knowing exactly what I was doing, I found myself assisting him in barricading the door. The endeavor somewhat changed the current of my thoughts from the danger that was unseen to the danger that was storming under our windows. I must have muttered some kind of excuse for my conduct to the judge, for he said, "No time for apologies or recriminations now. The house is full of my neighbors who have come here for protection. Go upstairs and look after the women. The best and only thing we can do is to preserve a quiet place to die in, and not be trampled to pieces. Are you armed?" I dashed up the broad staircase, and found the upper rooms occupied by women, some of whom, in mourning attire hastily thrown on, were sitting around with their heads in their hands, while others were huddled at the windows, staring with strained looks of terror at the crowds on the street. Walking up and down the room, wringing his hands, a middle-aged man was giving expression to the most terrible irony and cowardice, without reference to his listeners. I ran my eye over the huddled groups of frightened women. The one I sought was not there. I flew through the groaning figures on the stairway up to her chamber. I knocked loudly and called her by name passionately. Then I listened. I heard nothing but the dull sounds of the human tumult that came through the open casement, and the sighing tones of the telegraph wires as the steady draught from the east swept through them. I shook the door and abjured her to come to me. Then in my madness I burst it in. She was on her knees at the bed, with her hands on her ears, and her head buried in the bedclothes. I fell down on my knees beside her and put my arm around her. "Kate," I said, "we will die together. Look up. Love, at least, is eternal." She was cold. I caught her head between my hands and turned her beautiful face toward me. My God, she was dead. Dead, with her staring eyes full of terror, and her beautiful mouth set in hard and ghastly lines. Then it was that I felt rise up within me for the first time the rebellious bitterness of the natural man. Need I tell you that at such moments man is little better than an animal, save in his free agency that enables him to defy? I passed hours there, moaning, cursing, bewailing. When at last the force of the paroxysm had expended itself, I shook my fist in the face of heaven with the obduracy of pagan Greek, and said, "Come on now, you envious fates, and do your worst speedily, or I will be too quick for you." Judge Brisbane found me there raving. "Do you know?" I asked. "Yes," he answered, "and I am grateful. She is spared much that we must endure." "And so," I said, "life, love, and the vaunted future of the race end in mockery." "It seems so," he replied, "but we cannot be sure. Come with me." We ascended to the roof. The spectacle that greeted us was indescribable. The tops of all the houses were black with people, who were staring mutely and with childish terror into the west. The steady, subdued organ tone of the rushing atmosphere could now be heard above all else. We stood there in silence a few moments, and then I said, "It's terrible. What do you suppose is taking place?" "I suppose," replied the judge, "that we are losing our atmosphere, reeling it off, so to speak, slowly as we revolve. Our planet has entered some portion of the ethereal space where the conditions are sucking us dry of oxygen. As it recedes from the earth, the water disappears, and we shall be left to revolve like the moon, without air and without liquid, and consequently without life." He said this meditatively, less as if he were answering my question than if he were formulating his own fears. Then I remarked, if this takes place gradually, the millions have got to struggle and writhe and fight together in suffocation. We can at least blow our brains out and cheat such a fate." "I should hate," said the judge, To think that the man who was to marry Kate had not the bravery to face his destiny. That was all that was said. We came down, and some ripples of intelligence reached us during the afternoon from one or two persons who made their way into the house. We learned that in the frenzy of fear the populace were committing the most extraordinary excesses. The shore line of the Atlantic was crowded with people, many of whom plunged into the ocean in the vain attempt to get away. The scenes in the city were too revolting to narrate, for a large class of the community, released from all restraint of moral and civil law, were bent on securing all the lawless pleasures that force could command, during the few hours that was left to them. And the line was steadily coming east. Chicago was cut off at 12 o'clock, and at 4 intelligence had ceased coming from Buffalo. At this time the sound of the winds was like the roar of the sea. I had torn myself away from the window, where I had been staring at the now packed and struggling masses of people, and had locked myself in the room with the dead body of Kate. There was a vial of opium on her table, which had been used for neuralgia. I swallowed it and sat down by the bedside. I know not how long I remained there, but a loud report, as of a discharged cannon, roused me. I remember staggering and panting in the dark, with a semi-consciousness that the end had come, and I now know that the report was occasioned by the bursting of the drums of my ears. I remember nothing more. I have given you a plain statement of my experiences in that crisis, and I dare say they are uneventful enough by the side of the experiences of millions. End of the End of All by Nim Crinkle.
If You Was a Mocklin by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mark Nelson. If You Was a Mocklin. Up to the very last minute, I can't imagine that Mocklin is going to be the first planet that humans get off of, moving fast, breathing hard, and sweating awful copious. There ain't any reason for it. Humans have been on Mocklin for more than 40 years, and nobody ever figures there is anything the least bit wrong until Brooks works it out. When he does, nobody can believe it. But it turns out bad, plenty bad. But maybe things are working out all right now. Maybe. I hope so. At first, even after he sent off long reports by 6 ships in a row, I don't see the picture beginning to turn sour. I don't get it until after the old Palmyra comes and squats down on the next-to-last trip a company ship is ever going to make to Mocklin. Up to that very morning, everything is serene, and that morning I'm sitting on the trading post porch, not doing a thing but sitting there and breathing happy. I'm looking at a Mocklin kid. She's about the size of a human 6-year-old, and she is playing in a mud puddle while her folks are trading in the post. She is a cute kid, mighty human-looking. She has long whiskers like Old Man Bland, who was the first human to open a trading post and learn to talk to Mocklins. Mocklins think a lot of Old Man Bland. They build him a big tomb, Mocklin style, when he dies, and there is more Mocklin kids born with long whiskers than you can shake a stick at. And everything looks okay. Everything. Sitting there on the porch, I hear a Mocklin talking inside the trade room, talking English just as good as anybody. He says to Deeth, our Mocklin trade clerk, "But Deeth, I can buy this cheaper over at the other trading post. Why should I pay more here?" Deeth says, in English too, "I can't help that. That's the price here. You pay it or you don't. That's all." I just sit there breathing complacent, thinking how good things are. Here I'm Joe Brinkley, and me and Brooks are the company on Mocklin, Only humans rate as company employees and get pensions, of course. And I'm thinking sentimental about how much humaner Mocklins are getting every day and how swell everything is. The 6-year-old kid gets up out of the mud puddle and wrings out her whiskers. They are exactly like the ones on the picture of Old Man Bland in the trade room, and she goes trotting off down the road after her folks. She is mighty human-looking, that one. The wild ones don't look near so human. Those that live in the forest are greenish and have saucer eyes, and their noses can wiggle like an earth rabbit. You wouldn't think they were the same breed as the trading post Mocklins at all, but they are. They crossbreed with each other, only the kids look humaner than their parents and are mighty near the same skin color as Earthmen, which is plenty natural when you think about it, but nobody does. Not up to then. I don't think about that then or anything else. Not even about the reports Brooks keeps sweating over and sending off with every company ship. I'm just sitting there contented when I notice that Sally, the tree that shades the trading post porch, starts pulling up her roots. She gets them coiled careful and starts marching off. I see the other trees are moving off too, clearing the landing field. They're waddling away to leave a free space, and they're pushing and shoving, trying to crowd each other, and the little ones sneak under the big ones, and they all act peevish. Somehow, they know a ship is coming in. That's what their walking off means anyhow. But there ain't a ship due for a month yet. They're clearing the landing field, though, so I start listening for a ship's drive, even if I don't believe it. At first, I don't hear a thing. It must be 10 minutes before I hear a thin whistle, and right after it, the heavy drone that's the ground repulsor units pushing against the bedrock underground. Lucky they don't push on wet stuff, or a ship would sure mess up the local countryside. I get off my chair and go out to look. Sure enough, the old Palmyra comes bulging down out of the sky, a month ahead of schedule, and the trees over at the edge of the field shove each other all round to make room. The ship drops, hangs anxious 10 feet up, and then kind of sighs and lets down. Then there's Mocklins running out of everywhere, waving cordial. They sure do like humans, these Mocklins. Humans are their idea of what people should be like. Mocklins will wrestle the freight over to the trading post, while others are climbing over everything that's waiting to go off, all set to pass it up to the ship and hoping to spot friends they've made in the crew. If they can get a human to go home with them and visit while the ship is down, they'll brag about it for weeks. And do they treat their guests swell. They've got fancy Mocklin clothes for them to wear, soft, silky guest garments, and they got Mocklin fruits and Mocklin drinks. You ought to taste them. And when the humans have to go back to the ship at takeoff time, the Mocklins bring them back with flower wreaths all over them. Humans is tops on Mocklin, and Mocklins are getting humaner every day. There's Deeth, our clerk. You couldn't hardly tell him from human anyways. He looks like a human named Casey that used to be at the trading post, and he's got a flock of brothers and sisters as human-looking as he is. You'd swear. But this is the last time but one that her Earth ship is going to land on Mocklin, though nobody knows it yet. Her passenger port opens up and Captain Haney gets out. The Mocklins yell cheerful when they see him. He waves a hand and helps a human girl out. She has red hair and a sort of businesslike air about her. The Mocklins wave and holler and grin. The girl looks at them funny, and Cap Haney explains something, but she sets her lips. Then the Mocklins run out a freight truck, and Haney and the girl get on it, and they come racing over to the post, the Mocklins pushing and pulling them and making a big fuss of laughing and hollering, all so friendly it would make anybody feel good inside. Mocklins like humans. They admire them tremendous. They do everything they can think of to be human, and they're smart, but sometimes I get cold shivers when I think how close a thing it turns out to be. Cap Haney steps off the freight truck and helps the girl down. Her eyes are blazing. She is the maddest-looking female I ever see, but pretty as they make them, with that red hair and those blue eyes staring at me hostile. "Hiya, Joe," says Cap Haney. "Where's Brooks?" I tell him. Brooks is poking around in the mountains up back of the post. He is jumpy and worried and peevish, and he acts like he's trying to find something that ain't there, but he's bound he's going to find it regardless. "Too bad he's not here," says Haney. He turns to the girl. "This is Joe Brinkley," he says. "He's Brooks' assistant. And Joe, this is Inspector Caldwell, Miss Caldwell." "Inspector will do," says the girl, curt. She looks at me accusing. "I'm here to check into this matter of a competitive trading post on Mauchline." "Oh," I says, "that's bad business, but it ain't cut into our trade much. In fact, I don't think it's cut our trade at all." "Get my baggage ashore, Captain," says Inspector Caldwell, imperious. "Then you can go about your business. I'll stay here until you stop on your return trip." I call, "Hey, Deeth!" but he's right behind me. He looks respectful and admiring at the girl. You'd swear he's human. He spit an image of Casey, who used to be on Mauchline until 6 years back. "Yes, sir," says Deeth. He says to the girl, "Yes, ma'am. I'll show you your quarters, ma'am, and your baggage will get there right away. This way, ma'am." He leads her off, but he don't have to send for her baggage. A pack of Mauchlins come along dragging it, hoping of having her say thank you to them for it. There hasn't ever been a human woman on Mauchline before, and they're all excited. I bet if there had been women around before, there'd have been hell loose before, too. But now the Mauchlins just hang around admiring. There are kids with whiskers like Old Man Bland, and other kids with mustaches, male and female both, and all that sort of stuff. I'm pointing out to Cap Haney some kids that bear a remarkable resemblance to him, and he's saying, "Well, what do you know?" when Inspector Caldwell comes back. "What are you waiting for, Captain?" she asks, frosty. "The ship usually grounds a few hours," I explain. "These Mauchlins are such friendly critters, we figure it makes good will for the trading post for the crew to be friendly with them." "I doubt," says Inspector Caldwell, her voice dripping icicles, "that I shall advise that that custom be continued." Cap Haney shrugs his shoulders and goes off, so I know Inspector Caldwell is high up in the company. She ain't old, maybe in her middle 20s, I'd say. But the Caldwell family practically owns the company, and all the nephews and cousins and so on get put into special school so they can go to work in the family firm. They get taught pretty good, and most of them really rate the good jobs they get. Anyhow, there's plenty of good jobs. The company runs 20 or 30 solar systems, and it's run pretty tight. Being a Caldwell means you get breaks, but you got to live up to them. Cap Haney almost has to fight his way through the Mauchlins, who want to give him flowers and fruits and such. Mauchlins are sure crazy about humans. He gets to the entry port and goes in, and the door closes and the Mauchlins pull back. Then the Palmyra booms. The ground repulsor unit is on. She heaves up like she is grunting, and goes bulging up into the air, and the humming gets deeper and deeper, and fainter, and suddenly there's a keen whistling, and she's gone. It's all very normal. Nobody would guess that this is the last time but one an Earthship will ever lift off Mauchline. Inspector Caldwell taps her foot, icy. "When will you send for Mr. Brooks?" she demands. "Right away," I says to her. "Deeth." "I sent a runner for him, ma'am," says Deeth. "If he was in hearing of the ship's landing, he may be on the way here now." He bows and goes in the trade room. There are Mauchlins that came to see the ship land, and now have tramped over to do some trading. Inspector Caldwell jumps. What's that?" she asks, tense. The trees that crowded off the field to make room for the Palmyra are waddling back. I realize for the first time that it might look funny to somebody just landed on Mauchline. They are regular-looking trees, in a way. They got bark and branches and so on. Only they can put their roots down into holes they make in the ground, and that's the way they stay, mostly. But they can move. Wild ones, when there's a water shortage or they get too crowded or mad with each other, they pull up their roots and go waddling around looking for a better place to take root in. The trees on our landing field have learned that every so often a ship is going to land, and they've got to make room for it. But now the ship is gone, and they're lurching back to their places. The younger ones are waddling faster than the big ones, though, and taking the best places, and the old grunting trees are waving their branches indignant and puffing after them mad as hell. I explain what is happening. Inspector Caldwell just stares. Then Sally comes lumbering up. I got a friendly feeling for Sally. She's pretty old. Her trunk is all of 3 feet thick, but she always puts out a branch to shade my window in the morning, and I never let any other tree take her place. She comes groaning up and uncoils her roots, and sticks them down one by one into the holes she'd left, and sort of scrunches into place and looks peaceful. "Aren't they dangerous?" asks Inspector Caldwell, pretty uneasy. "Not a bit," I says. "Things can change on Mocklin. They don't have to fight. Things fight in other places because they can't change, and they get crowded, and that's the only way they can meet competition. But there's a special kind of evolution on Mocklin. Cooperative, you might call it. It's a nice place to live. Only thing is everything matures so fast. 4 years, and a Mocklin is grown up, for instance." She sniffs. "What about that other trading post?" she says, sharp. "Who's back of it? The company is supposed to have exclusive trading rights here. Who's trespassing?" "Brooks is trying to find out," I says. "They got a good complete line of trade goods, but the Mocklins always say the humans running the place have gone off somewhere, hunting and such. We ain't seen any of them." "No," says the girl, short. "I'll see them. We can't have competition in our exclusive territory. The rest of Mr. Brooks' reports—" She stops. Then she says, "That clerk of yours reminds me of someone I know." "He's a Mocklin," I explain, "but he looks like a company man named Casey. Casey's area director over on Cadam 2 now, but he used to be here, and Deeth is the spittin' image of him." "Outrageous," says Inspector Caldwell, looking disgusted. There's a couple of trees pushing hard at each other. They are fighting, tree fashion, for a specially good place. And there's others waddling around, mad as hell, because somebody else beat them to the spots they liked. I watch them. Then I grin, because a couple of young trees duck under the fighting big ones and set their roots down in the place the big trees was fighting over. "I don't like your attitude," says Inspector Caldwell, furious. She goes stamping into the post, leaving me puzzled. What's wrong with me smiling at those kid trees getting the best of their betters? That afternoon, Brooks comes back, marching ahead of a pack of woods Mocklins with greenish skins and saucer eyes that have been guiding him around. He's a good-looking kind of fellow, Brooks is, with a good build and a solid jaw. When he comes out of the woods on the landing field, the trees are all settled down by then, he's striding impatient and loose-jointed. With the woods Mocklins trailing him, he looks plenty dramatic, like a visi-reel picture of an explorer on some unknown planet, coming back from the dark and perilous forests, followed by the strange natives who do not yet know whether this visitor from outer space is a god or what. You know the stuff. I see Inspector Caldwell take a good look at him, and I see her eyes widen. She looks like he is a shock, and not a painful one. He blinks when he sees her. He grunts. "What's this, a she-Mocklin?" Inspector Caldwell draws herself up to her full 5'3". She bristles. I say quick, "This here is Inspector Caldwell that the Palmyra dumped off here today. Inspector, this is Brooks, the head trader." They shake hands. He looks at her and says, "I'd lost hope my reports would ever get any attention paid to them. You've come to check my report that the trading post on Mocklin has to be abandoned?" "I have not," says Inspector Caldwell, sharp. "That's absurd. This planet has great potentialities. This post is profitable, and the natives are friendly, and the trade should continue to increase. The board is even considering the introduction of special crops." That strikes me as a bright idea. I'd like to see what would happen if Mocklin started cultivating new kinds of plants. It would be a thing to watch. With regular Mocklin plants seeing strangers getting good growing places and special attention, I can't even guess what'll happen, but I want to watch. "What I want to ask right off," says Inspector Caldwell, fierce, "is why you have allowed a competitive trading post to be established, and why you did not report it sooner, and why you haven't identified the company back of it." Brooks stares at her. He gets mad. "Hell," he says, "my reports cover all that. Haven't you read them?" "Of course not," says Inspector Caldwell. "I was given an outline of the situation here and told to investigate and correct it." "Oh," says Brooks, "that's it." Then he looks like he's swallowing naughty words. It is funny to see them glare at each other, both of them looking like they are seeing something that interests them plenty, but throwing off angry sparks just the same. "If you'll show me samples of their trade goods," says Inspector Caldwell, arrogant, "and I hope you can do that much, I'll identify the trading company handling them." He grins at her without amusement and leads the way to the inside of the trading post. We bring out the stuff we've had some of our Mocklins go over and buy for us. Brooks dumps the goods on a table and stands back to see what she'll make of them, grinning with the same lack of mirth. She picks up a visi-reel projector. She says, scornful. "Not very good quality. It's—" Then she stops. She picks up a forest knife. "This," she says, "is a product of—" Then she stops again. She picks up some cloth and fingers it. She really steams. "I see," she says, angry. "Because we have been on this planet so long, and the Mocklins are used to our goods, the people of the other trading post duplicate them. Do they cut prices?" 50%, says Brooks. I chime in, "But we ain't lost much trade. Lots of Mocklins still trade with us out of friendship. Friendly folks, these Mocklins." Just then Deeth comes in, looking just like Casey that used to be here on Mocklin. He grins at me. "A girl just brought you a compliment," he lets me know. "Shucks," I says, embarrassed and pleased. "Send her in and get a present for her." Deeth goes out. Inspector Caldwell hasn't noticed. She's seething over that other trading company copying our trading goods and underselling us on a planet we're supposed to have exclusive. Brooks looks at her grim. "I shall look over their post," she announces fierce, "and if they want a trade war, they'll get one. We can cut prices if we need to. We have all the resources of the company behind us." Brooks seems to be steaming on his own, maybe because she hasn't read his reports. But just then a Mocklin girl comes in. Not bad looking either. You can see she is a Mocklin. She ain't as convincing human as Deeth is, say, but she looks pretty human at that. She giggles at me. "Compliment," she says, and shows me what she's carrying. I look. It's a Mocklin kid, a boy, just about brand new. And it has my shape ears, and its nose looks like somebody had stepped on it. My nose is that way. And it looks like a very small-sized working model of me. I chuck it under the chin and say, "Kitchy-coo." It gurgles at me. "What's your name?" I ask the girl. She tells me. I don't remember it, and I don't remember ever seeing her before, but she's paid me a compliment all right, Mocklin style. "Mighty nice," I say. "Cute as all get out. I hope he grows up to have more sense than I got, though." Then Deeth comes in with an armload of trade stuff, like old man Bland gave to the first Mocklin kid that was born with long whiskers like his, and I say, "Thanks for the compliment. I am greatly honored." She takes the stuff and giggles again and goes out. The kid beams at me over her shoulder and waves its fist. Mighty human-like. A right cute kid, any way you look at it. Then I hear a noise. Inspector Caldwell is regarding me with loathing in her eyes. "Did you say they were friendly creatures?" she asks, bitter. "I think affectionate would be a better word." Her voice shakes. "You are going to be transferred out of here the instant that Palmyra gets back." "What's the matter?" I asked, surprised. "She paid me a compliment, and I gave her a present. It's a custom. She's satisfied. I never see her before that I remember." "You don't," she says. "The callousness. You're revolting." Brooks begins to sputter. Then he snickers, and all of a sudden he's howling with laughter. He is laughing at Inspector Caldwell. Then I get it, and I snort. Then I hoot and holler. It gets funnier when she gets madder still. She near blows up from being mad. We must look crazy, the two of us there in the post, just hollering with laughter while she gets furiouser and furiouser. Finally, I have to lay down on the floor to laugh more comfortable. You see, she doesn't get a bit of what I've told her about there being a special kind of evolution on Mocklin. The more disgusted and furious she looks at me, the harder I have to laugh. I can't help it. When we set out for the other trading post next day, the atmosphere ain't what you'd call exactly cordial. There is just the inspector and me, with Deeth and a couple of other Mocklins for the look of things. She has on a green forest suit, and with her red hair, she sure looks good. But she looks at me cold when Brooks says I'll take her over to the other post, and she doesn't say a word the first mile or two. We trudge on, and presently Deeth and the others get ahead so they can't hear what she says. And she remarks, indignant, "I must say, Mr. Brooks isn't very cooperative. Why didn't he come with me? Is he afraid of the men at the other post?" "Not him," I says. "He's a good guy. But you got authority over him, and you ain't read his reports." "If I have authority," she says sharp, "I assure you it's because I'm competent." "I don't doubt it," I says. "If he wasn't cute, he wouldn't care. But a man don't want a good-looking girl giving him orders. He wants to give them to her. A homely woman, it don't matter." She tosses her head, but it don't displease her. Then she says, "What's in the reports that I should have read?" "I don't know," I admit, "but he's been sweating over them. It makes him mad that nobody bothered to read 'em." "Maybe," she guesses, "it was what I need to know about this other trading post. What do you know about it, Mr. Brinkley?" I tell her what Deeth has told Brooks. Brooks found out about it because one day some Mocklins came into trade and asked friendly why we charged so much for this and that. Deeth told them we'd always charged that, and they say the other trading post sells things cheaper, and Deeth says, "What trading post?" So they up and tell him there's another trading post that sells the same kind of things we do, only cheaper. But that's all they say. So Brooks tells Deeth to find out, and he scouts around and comes back. There is another trading post only 15 miles away, and it is selling stuff just like ours, and it charges only half price. Deeth didn't see the men, just the Mocklin clerks. We ain't been able to see the men either. "Why haven't you seen the men?" "Every time Brooks or me go over," I explain, "the Mocklins they got working for them say the other men are off somewhere. Maybe they're starting some more posts. We wrote 'em a note, asking what the hell they mean, but they never answered it. Of course, we ain't seen their books or their living quarters." "You could find out plenty by a glimpse at their books," she snaps. "Why haven't you just marched in and made the Mocklin show you what you want to know, since the men were away?" "Because," I says, patient, "Mocklins imitate humans. If we start trouble, they'll start it too. We can't set an example of rough stuff like burglary, mayhem, breaking and entering, manslaughter, or bigamy, or those Mocklins will do just like us." "Bigamy," she grabs on that sardonic. "If you're trying to make me think you've got enough moral sense—" I get a little mad. Brooks and me, we've explained to her careful how it is admiration and the way evolution works on Mocklin that makes Mocklin kids get born with long whiskers, and that the compliment the Mocklin girl has paid me is just exactly that, but she hasn't listened to a word. "Miss Caldwell," I says, "Brooks and me told you the facts. We tried to tell them delicate to spare your feelings. Now, if you'll try to spare mine, I'll thank you." "If you mean your finer feelings," she says, sarcastic, "I'll spare them as soon as I find some." So I shut up. There's no use trying to argue with a woman. We tramp on through the forest without a word. Presently we come on a nest bush. It's a pretty big one. There are a couple of dozen nests on it, from the little bitty bud ones, no bigger than your fist, to the big ripe ones lined with soft stuff that have busted open and have got cacklebirds housekeeping in them now. There are 2 cacklebirds sitting on a branch by the nest that is big enough to open up and have eggs laid in it, only it ain't. The cacklebirds are making noises like they are cussing it and telling it to hurry up and open, because they are in a hurry. "That's a nest bush," I says. "It grows nests for the cacklebirds. The birds, fertilize the ground around it. They're sloppy feeders and drop a lot of stuff that rots and is fertilizer too. The nest bush and the cacklebirds kind of cooperate. That's the way evolution works on Mocklin, like Brooks and me told you." She tosses that red head of hers and stamps on, not saying a word. So we get to the other trading post. And there she gets one of these slow-burning, long-lasting mads on that fill a guy like me with awe. There's only Mocklins at the other trading post as usual. They say the humans are off somewhere. They look at her admiring and polite. They show her their stock. It is practically identical with ours, only they admit that they've sold out of some items because their prices are low. They act most respectful and pleased to see her. But she don't learn a thing about where their stuff comes from or what company is horning in on Mocklin trade. And she looks at their head clerk, and she burns and burns. When we get back, Brooks is sweating over memorandums he has made, getting another report ready for the next company ship. Inspector Caldwell marches into the trade room and gives orders in a controlled, venomous voice. Then she marches right in on Brooks. I have just ordered the Mocklin sales force to cut the price on all items on sale by 75%, she says, her voice trembling a little with fury. I have also ordered the credit given for Mocklin trade goods to be doubled. They want a trade war? They'll get it. She is a lot madder than business would account for. Brooks says, tired, I'd like to show you some facts. I've been over every inch of territory in 30 miles, looking for a place where a ship could land for that other post. There isn't any. Does that mean anything to you? The post is there, isn't it? She says. And they have trade goods, haven't they? And we have exclusive trading rights on Mocklin, haven't we? That's enough for me. Our job is to drive them out of business. But she's a lot madder than business would account for. Brooks says, very weary, there's nearly a whole planet where they could have put another trading post. They could have set up shop on the other hemisphere and charged any price they pleased. But they set up shop right next to us. Does that make sense? Setting up close, she says, would furnish them with customers already used to human trade goods, and it furnished them with Mocklins trained to be interpreters and clerks. And then it came out, what she's raging, boiling, steaming, burning up about. And, she says, furious, it furnished them with a Mocklin head clerk who is a very handsome young man, Mr. Brooks. He not only resembles you in every feature, but he even has a good many of your mannerisms. You should be very proud. With this, she slams out of the room. Brooks blinks. She won't believe anything, he says, sour, except only that man is vile. Is that true about a Mocklin that looks like me? I nod. Funny his folks never showed him to me for a compliment present. Then he stares at me hard. How good is the likeness? If he is wearing your clothes, I tell him truthful, I'd swear he is you. Then Brooks, slow, very slow, turns white. Remember the time you went off with Deeth and his folks hunting? That was the time a Mocklin got killed. You were wearing guest garments, weren't you? I feel queer inside, but I nod. Guest garments, for Mocklins, are like the best bedroom and the drumstick of the chicken among humans. And a Mocklin hunting party is something. They go hunting garlictos, which you might as well call dragons, because they've got scales and they fly and they're tough babies. The way to hunt them is to take along some cacklebirds that ain't nesting. They are no good for anything while they're honeymooning, and the cacklebirds go flapping around until the garlictos comes after them, and then they go jet-streaking to where the hunters are, cackling a blue streak to say, "Here I come, boys! Hold everything till I get past!" Then the garlictos dives after them, and the hunters get it as it dives. You give the cacklebirds its innards, and they sit around and eat, cackling to each other zestful, like they're bragging about the other times they've done the same, only better. You were wearing guest garments, repeats Brooks, grim. I feel very queer inside, but I nod again. Mocklin guest garments are mighty easy on the skin and feel mighty good. They ain't exactly practical hunting clothes, but the Mocklins feel bad if a human that's their guest don't wear them. And, of course, he has to shed his human clothes to wear them. What's the idea? I want to know. But I feel pretty unhappy inside. You didn't come back for one day, in the middle of the hunt, after tobacco and a bath? No, I says, beginning to get rattled. We were way over at the Thunlib Hills. We buried the dead Mocklin over there and had a hell of a time building a tomb over him. Why?" "During that week," says Brooks, grim, "and while you were off wearing Mocklin guest garments, somebody came back wearing your clothes, and got some tobacco, and passed the time of day, and went off again. Joe, just like there's a Mocklin you say could pass for me, there's one that could pass for you. In fact, he did. Nobody suspected either." I get panicky. But what'd he do that for, I want to know. He didn't steal anything. Would he have done it just to brag to the other Mocklins that he fooled you? "He might," says Brooks, "have been checking to see if he could fool me, or Captain Haney of the Palmyra, or—" He looks at me, and I feel myself going numb. This can mean one hell of a mess. "I haven't told you before," says Brooks, "but I've been guessing at something like this. Mocklins like to be human, and they've got human kids that look human anyway. Maybe they can want to be smart like humans, and they are." He tries to grin and can't. "That rival trading post looked fishy to me right at the start. They're practicing with that. It shouldn't be there at all, but it is. You see?" I feel weak and sick all over. This is a dangerous sort of thing. But I say quick, "If you mean they got Mocklins that could pass for you and me, and they're figuring to bump us off and take our places, I don't believe that. Mocklins like humans. They wouldn't harm humans for anything." Brooks didn't pay any attention. He says, harsh, "I've been trying to persuade the company that we've got to get out of here, fast. And they send this Inspector Caldwell, who's not only female, but a redhead to boot. And all they think about is a competitive trading post. And all she sees is that we're a bunch of lascivious scoundrels, and since she's a woman, there's nothing that'll convince her otherwise." Then something hits me. It looks hopeful. "She's the first human woman to land on Mocklin, and she has got red hair. It's the first red hair the Mocklins ever saw. Have we got time?" He figures. Then he says, "With luck, it ought to turn up. You've hit it." And then his expression sort of softens. "If that happens, poor kid, she's going to take it hard. Women hate to be wrong, especially redheads. But that might be the saving of humanity when you think of it." I blink at him. He goes on, fierce. "Look, I'm no Mocklin. You know that. But if there's a Mocklin that looks enough like me to take my place, you see? We've got to think of Inspector Caldwell anyhow. If you ever see me cross my fingers, you wiggle your little finger. Then I know it's you. And the other way about. Get it? You swear you watch over Inspector Caldwell?" "Sure," I say. "Of course." I wiggle my little finger. He crosses his. It's a signal nobody but us two would know. I feel a lot better. Brooks goes off the next morning, grim, to visit the other trading post and see the Mocklin that looks so much like him. Inspector Caldwell goes along, fierce, and I'm guessing it's to see the fireworks when Brooks sees this Mocklin double that she thinks is more than a coincidence. Which she is right, only not in the way she thinks. Before they go, Brooks crosses his fingers and looks at me significant. I wiggle my little finger back at him. They go off. I sit down in the shade of Sally and try to think things out. I am all churned up inside and scared as hell. It's nearly 2 weeks to landing time when the old Palmyra ought to come bulging down out of the sky with a load of new trade goods. I think wistful about how swell everything has been on Mocklin up to now, and how Mocklins admire humans, and how friendly everything has been, and how it's a great compliment for Mocklins to want to be like humans, and to get like them, and how no Mocklin would ever dream of hurting a human, and how they imitate humans joyous and reverent and happy. Nice people, Mocklins, but the end of things is in sight. Liking humans has made Mocklins smart, but now there's been a slip-up. Mocklins will do anything to produce kids that look like humans. That's a compliment. But no human ever sees a Mocklin that's 4 or 5 years old and all grown up and looks so much like him that nobody can tell them apart. That ain't scheming. It's just that Mocklins like humans, but they're scared the humans might not like to see themselves in a sort of Mocklin mirror. So if they did that at all, they'd maybe keep it a secret, like children keep secrets from grown-ups. Mocklins are a lot like kids. You can't help liking them. But a human can get plenty panicky if he thinks what would happen if Mocklins get to passing for humans among humans, and want their kids to have top-grade brains and top-grade talents and so on. I sweat sitting there. I can see the whole picture. Brooks is worrying about Mocklins loose among humans, outsmarting them as their kids grow up, being the big politicians, the bosses, the planetary pioneers, the prettiest girls and the handsomest guys in the galaxy. Everything humans want to be themselves. Just thinking about it is enough to make any human feel like he's going nuts. But Brooks is also worrying about Inspector Caldwell, who is 5'3" and red-headed and cute as a bug's ear and riding for a bad fall. They come back from the trip to the other trading post. Inspector Caldwell is baffled and mad. Brooks is sweating and scared. He slips me the signal, and I wiggle my little finger back at him, just so I'll know he didn't get substituted for without Inspector Caldwell knowing it, and so he knows nothing happened to me while he was gone. They didn't see the Mocklin that looks like Brooks. They didn't get a bit of information we didn't have before, which is just about none at all. Things go on. Brooks and me are sweating it out until the Palmyra lets down out of the sky again. Meanwhile, praying for Inspector Caldwell to get her ears pinned back so proper steps can be taken, and every morning he crosses his fingers at me and I wiggle my little finger back at him, and he watches over Inspector Caldwell tender. The other trading post goes on placid. They sell their stuff at half the price we sell ours for. So, on Inspector Caldwell's orders, we cut ours again to half what they sell theirs for. So they sell theirs for half what we sell ours for. So we sell ours for half what they sell theirs for. And so on. Meanwhile, we sweat. 3 days before the Palmyra is due, our goods are marked at just exactly 1% of what they was marked a month before, and the other trading post is selling them at half that. It looks like we are going to have to pay a bonus to Mocklins to take our goods away for us to compete with the other trading post. Otherwise, everything looks normal on the surface. Mocklins hang around as usual, friendly and admiring. They'll hang around a couple days just to get a look at Inspector Caldwell, and they regard her respectful. Brooks looks grim. He is head over heels crazy about her now, and she knows it, and she rides him hard. She snaps at him, and he answers her patient and gentle, because he knows that when what he hopes is going to happen, she is going to need him to comfort her. She has about wiped out our stock, throwing bargain sales. Our shelves are almost bare, but the other trading post still has plenty of stock. "Mr. Brooks," says Inspector Caldwell, bitter at breakfast, "we'll have to take most of the Palmyra's cargo to fill up our inventory." "Maybe," he says, tender, "and maybe not." "But we've got to drive that other post out of business," she says, desperate. Then she breaks down. This is my first independent assignment. I've got to handle it successfully." He hesitates, but just then Deeth comes in. He beams friendly at Inspector Caldwell. "A compliment for you, ma'am. 3 of them." She goggles at him. Brooks says gentle, "It's all right. Deeth, show them in and get some presents." Inspector Caldwell splutters incredulous. But, don't be angry," says Brooks. "They mean it as a compliment. It is, actually, you know." 3 Mocklin girls come in giggling. They are not bad-looking at all. They look as human as Deeth, but one of them has a long, droopy mustache, like a mate of the Palmyra. That's because they had never seen a human woman before Inspector Caldwell came along. They sure have admired her, though. And Mocklin kids get born fast. Very fast. They show her what they're holding up so proud and happy in their arms. They have got 3 little Mocklin kids, 1 apiece. And every one of them has red hair, just like Inspector Caldwell. And every one of them is a girl that is the spit and image of her. You would swear they are human babies, and you'd swear they are hers. But of course they ain't. They make kid noises and wave their little fists. Inspector Caldwell's just plain paralyzed. She stares at them and goes red as fire and white as chalk, and she is speechless. So Brooks has to do the honors. He admires the kid's extravagant, and the Mocklin girls giggle, and they take the compliment presents Deeth brings in, and they go out happy. When the door closes, Inspector Caldwell wilts. "Oh," she wails, "it's true. You didn't. You haven't. They can make their babies look like anybody they want." Brooks puts his arm around her, and she begins to cry against his shoulder. He pats her and says, "They've got a queer sort of evolution on Mocklin, darling. Babies here inherit desired characteristics, not acquired characteristics, but desired ones. And what could be more desirable than you?" I am blinking at them. He says to me, cold, "Will you kindly get the hell out of here and stay out?" I come to. I says, "Just one precaution." I wiggle my little finger. He crosses his fingers at me. "Then," I says, "since there's no chance of a mistake, I'll leave you two together." And I do. The Palmyra booms down out of the sky 2 days later. We are all packed up. Inspector Caldwell is shaky, on the porch of the post, when Mocklins come hollering and waving friendly over from the landing field, pulling a freight truck with Cap Haney on it. I see other festive groups around members of the crew that, this being a scheduled stop, have been given ship leave for a couple of hours to visit their Mocklin friends. "I've got the usual cargo," begins Cap Haney. "Don't discharge it," says Inspector Caldwell, firm. "We are abandoning this post. I have authority, and Mr. Brooks has convinced me of the necessity for it. Please get our baggage to the ship." He gapes at her. "The company don't like to give in to competition." "There isn't any competition," says Inspector Caldwell. She gulps. "Darling, you tell him," she says to Brooks. He says, lucid, "She's right, Captain. The other trading post is purely a Mocklin enterprise. They like to do everything that humans do. Since humans were running a trading post, they opened one too. They bought goods from us and pretended to sell them at half price, and we cut our prices, and they bought more goods from us and pretended to sell at half the new prices. Some Mocklin or other must have thought it would be nice to be a smart businessman, so his kids would be smart businessmen. Too smart. We close up this post before Mocklins think of other things." He means, of course, that if Mocklins get loose from their home planet and pass as humans, their kids can maybe take over human civilization. Human nature couldn't take that. But it is something to be passed on to the high brass and not told around general. "Better sound the emergency recall signal," says Inspector Caldwell, brisk. We go over to the ship, and the Palmyra lets go that wailing siren that'll carry 20 miles. Any crew member in hearing is going to beat it back to the ship full speed. They come running from every which way, where they've been visiting their Mocklin friends. And then, all of a sudden, here comes a fellow wearing Mocklin guest garments, yelling, "Hey, wait! I ain't got my clothes!" And then there is what you might call a dead silence, because lined up for Chekhov is another guy that comes running at the recall signal, and he is wearing ship's clothes, and you can see that him and the guy in the Mocklin guest garments are just exactly alike. Twins, identical. The spit and image of each other. And it is for sure that one of them is a Mocklin. But which? Cap Haney's eyes start to pop out of his head. But then the guy in Palmyra uniform grins and says, "Okay, I'm a Mocklin. But us Mocklins like humans so much, I thought it would be nice to make a trip to Earth and see more humans. My parents planned it 5 years ago, made me look like this wonderful human, and hid me for this moment. But we would not want to make any difficulties for humans, so I have confessed, and I will leave the ship." He takes it as a joke on him. He talks English as good as anybody. I don't know how anybody could tell which was the human guy and which one the Mocklin, but this Mocklin grins and steps down, and the other Mocklins admire him enormous for passing even a few minutes as human among humans. We get away from there so fast, he is allowed to keep the human uniform. Mocklin is the first planet that humans ever got off of, moving fast, breathing hard, and sweating copious. It's one of those things that humans just can't take. Not that there's anything wrong with Mocklins. They're swell folks. They like humans. But humans just can't take the idea of Mocklins passing for human and being all the things humans want to be themselves. I think it's really a false alarm. I'll find out pretty soon. Inspector Caldwell and Brooks get married, and they go off to a post on Briareus 4, a swell place for a honeymoon if there ever was one, and I guess they're living happy ever after. Me, I go to the new job the company assigns me, telling me stern not to talk about Mocklin, which I don't, and the Space Patrol orders no human ship to land on Mocklin for any reason. But I've been saving money and worrying. I keep thinking of those 3 Mocklin kids that Inspector Caldwell knows she ain't the father of. I worry about those kids. I hope nothing's happened to them. Mocklin kids grow up fast, like I told you. They'll be just about grown now. I'll tell you, I've bought me a little private space cruiser, small but good. I'm shoving off for Mocklin next week. If one of those 3 ain't married, I'm going to marry her, Mocklin style, and bring her out to a human colony planet. We'll have some kids. I know just what I want my kids to be like. They'll have plenty of brains, top-level brains, and the girls will be real good-looking. But besides that, I've got to bring some other Mocklins out and start them passing for human too, because my kids are going to need other Mocklins to marry, ain't they? It's not that I don't like humans. I do. If the fellow I look like, Joe Brinkley, hadn't got killed accidental on that hunting trip with Deeth, I never would have thought of taking his place and being Joe Brinkley. But you can't blame me for wanting to live among humans. Wouldn't you if you was a Mocklin? The end of If You Was a Mocklin by Murray Leinster.
The Invader by Alfred Koppel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael A. The Invader by Alfred Koppel. The Triomed advanced stealthily across the floor of the dark cell toward the sleeping figure huddled in the corner. After the long, lonely voyage, the nearness to a host filled the Triomed with eager anticipation. The tiny spaceship that had carried him into this lush planetary system far from the galaxy's heart lay well hidden behind him. So far as he could tell, his descent had not been detected, and that was as it should be, for he was a Triomed and a scientist. One of the finest in the service of his dying race. Dying, that is, until now, he thought. No longer would the race of Triomeds weaken and die for lack of suitable hosts. This third planet of the yellow sun was a paradise thick with warm-blooded biped mammals. The sleeping creature stirred uneasily as though sensing the approach of danger. The Triomed froze into immobility. It was unlikely that he could be seen, he knew, though the sense of sight was only a synthesized abstraction to him. It was not one of his own proper senses, but he had been able to detect at long distance that almost every living creature on this planet received impressions through certain specialized organs mounted on and within their structure. There were plants, of course, as there were on Triom, but they were unimportant. There were viruses, too, and he had been afraid when he had discovered this fact that he had arrived too late. But the first attempts at establishing communication had relieved the Triomed of his fears. The indigenous viruses were primitive, not at all like his own illustrious ancestors of ancient Triom. The sleeping biped relaxed, and the Triomed inched forward again, a flat, almost two-dimensional smear of glistening matter on the floor in front of the biped. From high above the planet's night side, the Triomed had sensed the city. He had absorbed its shape and size and meaning while his craft settled through the heavy, oxygen-rich air. It was not enough that his instruments told of suitable hosts. He was a scientist and believed in absolute proof. Also, he had been in space long, without the satisfaction of a host, and he had yearned for the rapport, the domination of a warm-blooded creature. There had been a dark segment in the brilliant pattern of the city, an island of solitude amid the myriad confluences. It was there that he had landed his tiny probe ship and hidden it among the thickly wooded glades. Almost immediately he had sensed the nearness of many creatures. Insects, plants, warm-blooded quadrupeds, and bipeds. There had been machines and buildings and winding roadways among the trees. Darkness had covered his progress until at last he found himself near the sleeping creature, ready to infiltrate and take command. The glistening shape elongated, became a thread-like tendril of almost gossamer thickness. It touched the flesh of the sleeper and thrilled with pleasure. Cautiously, the Triomed moved up the hairy leg, an invisible strand of alien life close to the warm skin. Presently, the strand found the opening it sought. It slithered imperceptibly into the moist warmth of the sleeper's nostril, moved through the tear duct into the space behind the eyeball. Here it probed through muscle and membrane along the base of the brain, seeking the pineal gland. And found it, penetrated it, coiling like a microscopic serpent within the gland. A surge of pleasure went through the Triomed. Here was safety. The host was large, powerful, and vibrant with life. Quickly, the Triomed established dominance. It was shockingly easy. The creature's mind was immature, primitive. Briefly it struggled, and then died as the alien poisoned the identity centers of the brain. New sensations poured in through unfamiliar sense organs. Sounds of the faraway city, small sounds from the many living creatures in the darkness. Smells and sights and pressures from all about him presented themselves, were evaluated and recorded in the atomic structure of the Triomed. He was now equipped, he reflected with satisfaction, to carry out further exploration. In the guise of the indigenous biped, he could roam among the natives at will. He remained in a sitting position, however, while he familiarized himself with his host. He had 2 articulated appendages fixed to the trunk at a point near and below the skull case. These ended in complex extremities consisting of 5 jointed fingers. The same pattern was repeated at the lower end of the trunk, but the extremities were suited there for the carrying of the creature's considerable weight. Within the trunk were the customary viscera generally associated with warm-blooded beings: lungs, intestines, stomach, liver, bladder, reproductive organs, and assorted ducted and ductless glands. It was apparent to the Triomed that his present body was in excellent health. He was greatly pleased. After some careful experiments, the Triomed rose. If there was a proper method of egress from the cubicle in which he found himself, it was not imprinted on the biped's brain. For a moment, this gave the alien pause. He could, of course, determine the proper method by a tedious process of trial and error, but that would take time, and he had no desire to waste the hours of darkness. One wall, he noted, consisted of vertical risers fixed in the substance of the floor and ceiling. Beyond, he could see the darkling woods and the sky glow of the city. The answer, then, was simple force. He did not doubt there was strength enough in the host's musculature to distort the risers. His assumption was quite correct. Stepping through the bent risers, he picked his way along a narrow walkway lined with cubicles similar to the one he had left. Within them, dark shapes moved or lay sleeping. Some were alert, others were not, but none gave an alarm. The Triomed reached the end of the walk, scaled a fence easily, and stood on a surface of wet grass that sloped away from the low, dark building toward the woods. Behind him he heard a shout. A narrow beam of light pierced the night, swinging to and fro with a searching motion. He had a fleeting glimpse of a small biped running down the walk toward the cubicle he had deserted. The Triomed broke toward the wood with a long, loping pace that covered the ground with unbelievable swiftness. The probing light did not find him. Once among the trees, he paused and took his bearings. The woods were not thick. He could see the lights of the city through the foliage. They began at the very edge of the trees, where a wide open area could be discerned. Wheeled vehicles moved past with breathtaking speed. If there was pursuit, it was inefficient, for the Triomed moved through the woods undisturbed until he stood at the edge of the avenue, sheltered by the shadow of a large tree. Most of the traffic was vehicular, he noted. There were few pedestrians. From the noise and odor, he classified the vehicles as being powered by internal combustion engines burning hydrocarbons. Primitive. That was good, he reflected. When the fleets of Triom descended on this planet, there would be no science worthy of the name to oppose them. He waited until there was an interval in the traffic, and then stepped out confidently, crossing the avenue. As he reached the opposite side, he heard a screech of brakes and a garbled choking sound. He did not turn to discover the source of the disturbance until he had reached the shelter of a building on the far side of the walk bordering the street. A vehicle had stopped at an oblique angle to the lane in which it was traveling, and its single occupant, a very pale-faced biped, was goggling stupidly in the direction of the hidden Triomed. For the first time, the alien being felt a twinge of apprehension. Certainly he had done nothing out of the ordinary in crossing the open space on foot. But perhaps there were tribal taboos and traditions among the natives that could not be ignored without attracting attention. The Triomed promised himself that he would exercise more caution in such matters. Too much depended on this reconnaissance to allow it to be disturbed by carelessness. He worked his way through the shadows between the many buildings until the wide highway was far behind him. He was very aware of the teeming life all about him, in the buildings, in the vehicles on the streets. Still, some odd impulse that stemmed from the numbed brain of his host rather than his own kept him fairly hidden. This, he decided with something akin to annoyance, was not as it should be. If his survey were to be of any value, he must roam at will and without fear of detection, secure in his disguise. Presently he came upon a street where streams of bipeds jostled one another, each seemingly intent upon its own particular incomprehensible errands. For a long while he watched from the shelter of an alley doorway, classifying and integrating the information his host's sharp eyes brought him. It was miraculous. Hosts of every size and description were in abundance, an unlimited supply of them, enough for the whole population of Triom. It was beyond belief, but he could not doubt. And this was but a single concentration, a single city. From the stratosphere he had seen hundreds of similar cities. Paradise. He envisioned the fleets of Triom descending, the Triomeds emerging and infiltrating. The thoughts brought pride and anticipation. It had been so easy. He decided not to linger. He felt now that he had his proofs, and that he should return at once to his ship. Triom must be told immediately. The communicator in the ship could carry the message as soon as the craft reached a suitable distance from planetary mass. He would return, send the ship aloft, dispatch his message, and then return to his host to await the others of his race. His decision made, he stepped confidently out into the throng of bipeds, seeking the shortest route back to his hidden craft. The result was instantaneous and amazing. The crowd drew back with a howling, shrieking noise, leaving him standing in the center of a circle of dead white faces. Behind the first row of bipeds, he could see others running in every direction and screaming at the top of their voices. The racket, combined with the noises of the city, was most unpleasant. The Triomed began to be afraid. He broke into a rapid walk, and the crowd parted before him with much louder screeching. Here and there a biped, apparently braver than the rest, made threatening motions with bundles or knotted fists. A package struck him on the shoulder. The Triomed began to run. He noted for the first time that he towered head and shoulders over most of the bipeds nearby, and his host's brain interpreted the smells of hate and fear all about him. The crowd scattered wildly at his approach, but he was being followed. Panic began to clutch at the alien. What had he done wrong? Somewhere a wailing sound began. Vehicles with glaring red lights swept past him with vicious, explosive noises. He felt a stinging pain in one leg and glanced down to see it streaked with red. Ahead of him, a line of bipeds all clothed in identical blue sacks of fabric had formed, spilling from the vehicles as they halted. The Triomed stopped, sensing mortal danger. Behind him, the mob rumbled. Ahead, the blue bipeds stood holding artifacts that the Triomed did not for an instant doubt were weapons. No street opened up on either side of him. He was trapped between the weapons, the mob, and two tall buildings. He hesitated only for a moment. With a desperate leap, he reached the second level of the windows of the building nearest him and clung there, gasping. A white-faced creature appeared and began poking at him with a steel rod that burned like fire when it touched his host's flesh. The creature screamed shrilly all the while. With a sob, the Triomed swung himself onto the window ledge and began climbing upward, toward the roof of the building. It was slow work, and the pain in his leg and burned shoulders slowed him down. He dare not free himself of his host now, for he was much too far from his ship to be able to return in his natural form. There were searchlights in the street below, probing at him as he clung to the sheer facade of the building. Panic drove him upward. A continuous wailing roar rose from the canyon below, a fear-laden, hideous cacophony. The Triomed felt himself weak with terror, part of which was his host's and part of which stemmed from within himself. The terror and fear of not knowing what had gone wrong, and why he stood now in such peril. At last he reached the roof. He heaved himself over the parapet and lay for a moment, flanks heaving painfully. Then he stiffened with a new fear. He was not alone. The roof was occupied. A score or more of armed bipeds blocked him into a triangular corner of the roof. He got to his feet and stumbled backward. Their weapons were aimed at him. He retreated until the parapet stopped him, warning of the sheer drop to the street far below. A figure separated itself from the armed mass. A flash of recognition came, partially his own, partially his host's. It was the small biped he had seen in the searchlight beam running toward the cubicle he had deserted so long ago, it seemed. The small creature began speaking, making soft, soothing noises, advancing all the while, a tiny glass vial in his hands. Without knowing why, the Triomed felt his lips pull away from his teeth in a snarl. He heard a deep, rumbling, growling sound in his own throat. The biped stopped, and the Triomed could smell his sudden fear. He felt a surge of incomprehensible rage come over him. He crouched menacingly. The creature took a step closer. Another. The Triomed tensed. The creature was within reach, extending the vial. The alien could see that it was tipped with a sliver of steel. He sprang. The weapons crashed. The alien felt the thudding impact of projectiles penetrating the brain case. In a panic, he began to extrude from the pineal gland. If death overcame the host while he had rapport, he too would die. And if he died, Triom would die. He felt his huge body totter. There was another blast from the weapons, and he sensed the projectile coming, with what seemed to be agonizing slowness to his quickened senses. It was spinning in the darkness. It struck the eye, smashed it, moved inward along the base of the brain. The Triomed felt one deep, searing agony that was his alone as the bullet crushed him. The hot metal, acrid touch was the last thing he knew before death came. The policemen stood about in a circle, staring down in mixed awe and relief at the huge body on the roof. "I've seen him 12 times in the park," one said. "He always seems so peaceable." He shook his head. "What in hell do you suppose came over him?" The keeper looked up from where he knelt over the deep, still chest, bloody and riddled with bullets. "It happens like this sometimes," he said. "You can never tell about gorillas." End of The Invader by Alfred Koppel. Read by Michael A.
A Little Journey by Ray Bradbury. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. A Little Journey by Ray Bradbury. She'd paid good money to see the inevitable, and then had to work to make it happen. There were two important things. One, that she was very old. Two, that Mr. Thurkill was taking her to God. For hadn't he patted her hand and said, "Mrs. Bellows, we'll take off into space in my rocket and go to find him together." And that was how it was going to be. Oh, this wasn't like any other group Mrs. Bellows had ever joined. In her fervor to light a path for her delicate, tottering feet, she had struck matches down dark alleys and found her way to Hindu mystics who floated their flickering, starry eyelashes over crystal balls. She had walked on the meadow paths with ascetic Indian philosophers, imported by daughters in spirit of Madame Blavatsky. She had made pilgrimages to California's stucco jungles to hunt the astrological seer in his natural habitat. She had even consented to signing away the rights to one of her homes in order to be taken into the shouting order of a temple of amazing evangelists who had promised her golden smoke, crystal fire, and the great soft hand of God coming to bear her home. None of these people had ever shaken Mrs. Bellows's faith, even when she saw them sirened away in a black wagon in the night, or discovered their pictures, bleak and unromantic, in the morning tabloids. The world had roughed them up and locked them away because they knew too much, that was all. And then, 2 weeks ago, she had seen Mr. Thirkell's advertisement in New York City. Come to Mars! Stay at the Thirkell Restorium for 1 week, and then on into space on the greatest adventure life can offer. Send for free pamphlet, Nearer My God to Thee. Excursion rates, round trip, slightly lower. Round trip, Mrs. Bellows had thought, but who would come back after seeing him? And so she had bought a ticket and flown off to Mars and spent 7 mild days at Mr. Thirkell's Restorium. The building, with a sign on it which flashed, Thirkell's Rocket to Heaven. She had spent the week bathing in limpid waters and erasing the care from her tiny bones, and now she was fidgeting, ready to be loaded into Mr. Thirkell's own special private rocket, like a bullet, to be fired on out into space beyond Jupiter and Saturn and Pluto. And thus, who could deny it, you would be getting nearer and nearer to the Lord. How wonderful! Couldn't you just feel him drawing near? Couldn't you just sense his breath, his scrutiny, his presence? Here I am, said Mrs. Bellows, an ancient, rickety elevator ready to go up the shaft. God need only press the button. Now, on the 7th day, as she minced up the steps of the Restorium, a number of small doubts assailed her. For one thing, she said aloud to no one, it isn't quite the land of milk and honey, here on Mars, that they said it would be. My room is like a cell. The swimming pool is really quite inadequate. And, besides, how many widows who look like mushrooms or skeletons want to swim? And finally, the whole Restorium smells of boiled cabbage and tennis shoes. She opened the front door and let it slam, somewhat irritably. She was amazed at the other women in the auditorium. It was like wandering in a carnival mirror maze, coming again and again upon yourself. The same flowery face, the same chicken hands and jingling bracelets. One after another of the images of herself floated before her. She put out her hand, but it wasn't a mirror. It was another lady, shaking her fingers and saying, "We're waiting for Mr. Thirkell. Shh!" "Ah!" whispered everyone. The velvet curtains parted. Mr. Thirkell appeared, fantastically serene, his Egyptian eyes upon everyone. But there was something, nevertheless, in his appearance which made one expect him to call "Hi!" while fuzzy dogs jumped over his legs, through his hooped arms, and over his back. Then, dogs and all, he should dance with a dazzling piano keyboard smile off into the wings. Mrs. Bellows, with a secret part of her mind which she constantly had to grip tightly, expected to hear a cheap Chinese gong sound when Mr. Thirkell entered. His large, liquid, dark eyes were so improbable that one of the old ladies had facetiously claimed she saw a mosquito cloud hovering over them, as they did around summer rain barrows. And Mrs. Bellows sometimes caught the scent of the theatrical mothball and the smell of calliope steam on his sharply pressed suit. But, with the same savage rationalization that had greeted all other disappointments in her rickety life, she bit at the suspicion and whispered, "This time it's real. This time it'll work. Haven't we got a rocket?" Mr. Thirkell bowed. He smiled a sudden comedy mask smile. The old ladies looked in at his epiglottis and sensed chaos there. Before he even began to speak, Mrs. Bellows saw him picking up each of his words, oiling it, making sure it ran smooth on its rails. Her heart squeezed in like a tiny fist, and she gritted her porcelain teeth. "Friends?" said Mr. Thirkell, and you could hear the frost snap in the hearts of the entire assemblage. "No," said Mrs. Bellows ahead of time. She could hear the bad news rushing at her, and herself tied to the track while the immense black wheels threatened and the whistle screamed, helpless. "There will be a slight delay," said Mr. Thirkell. In the next instant Mr. Thirkell might have cried, or been tempted to cry, "Ladies, be seated," in minstrel fashion, for the ladies had come up at him from their chairs, protesting and trembling. "Not a very long delay." Mr. Thirkell put up his hands to pat the air. "How long?" "Only a week." "A week!" "Yes, you can stay here at the Restorium for 7 more days, can't you? A little delay won't matter, will it, in the end? You've waited a lifetime. Only a few more days." "At $20 a day," thought Mrs. Bellows coldly. "What's the trouble?" a woman cried. "A legal difficulty," said Mr. Thirkell. "We've a rocket, haven't we?" "Well, yes " "But I've been here a whole month waiting," said one old lady. "Delays, delays." "That's right," said every one. "Ladies, ladies," murmured Mr. Thirkell, smiling serenely. "We want to see the rocket." It was Mrs. Bellows, forging ahead, alone, brandishing her fist like a toy hammer. Mr. Thirkell looked into the old lady's eyes, a missionary among albino cannibals. "Well, now," he said. "Yes, now!" cried Mrs. Bellows. "I'm afraid " he began. "So am I," she said. "That's why we want to see the ship." "No, no. Now, Mrs. He snapped his fingers for her name. "Bellows!" she cried. She was a small container, but now all the seething pressures that had been built up over long years came steaming through the delicate vents of her body. Her cheeks became incandescent. With a wail that was like a melancholy factory whistle, Mrs. Bellows ran forward and hung to him, almost by her teeth, like a summer maddened Spitz. She would not and never could let go until he died, and the other women followed, jumping and yapping like a pound let loose on its trainer. The same one who had petted them and to whom they had squirmed and whined joyfully an hour before, now milling about him, creasing his sleeves and frightening the Egyptian serenity from his gaze. "This way!" cried Mrs. Bellows, feeling like Madame Lafarge. "Through the back! We've waited long enough to see the ship. Every day he's put us off, every day we've waited. Now let's see." "No, no, ladies!" cried Mr. Thirkell, leaping about. They burst through the back of the stage and out a door, like a flood, bearing the poor man with them into a shed, and then out, quite suddenly, into an abandoned gymnasium. "There it is!" said someone. "The rocket!" And then a silence fell that was terrible to entertain. There was the rocket. Mrs. Bellows looked at it, and her hand sagged away from Mr. Thirkell's collar. The rocket was something like a battered copper pot. There were 1,000 bulges and rents and rusty pipes and dirty vents on and in it. The ports were clouded over with dust, resembling the eyes of a blind hog. Everyone wailed a little silent wail. "Is that the rocket ship, Glory be to the highest?" cried Mrs. Bellows, appalled. Mr. Thirkell nodded and looked at his feet. "For which we paid out our $1,000 apiece and came all the way to Mars to get on board with you and go off to find him?" asked Mrs. Bellows. "Why, that isn't worth a sack of dried peas," said Mrs. Bellows. "It's nothing but junk." "Junk!" whispered everyone, getting hysterical. "Don't let him get away." Mr. Thirkell tried to break and run, but 1,000 possum traps closed on him from every side. He withered. Everybody walked around in circles like blind mice. There was a confusion and a weeping that lasted for 5 minutes as they went over and touched the rocket, the dented kettle, the rusty container for God's children. "Well," said Mrs. Bellows. She stepped up into the askew doorway of the rocket and faced everyone. "It looks as if a terrible thing has been done to us," she said. "I haven't any money to go back home to Earth, and I've too much pride to go to the government and tell them a common man like this has fooled us out of our life savings. I don't know how you feel about it, all of you, but the reason all of us came is because I'm 85, and you're 89, and you're 78, and all of us are nudging on toward 100, and there's nothing on Earth for us, and it doesn't appear there's anything on Mars either. We all expected not to breathe much more air, or crochet many more doilies, or we'd never have come here. So what I have to propose is a simple thing, to take a chance." She reached out and touched the rusted hulk of the rocket. "This is our rocket. We paid for our trip, and we're going to take our trip." Everyone rustled and stood on tiptoes and opened an astonished mouth. Mr. Thurkell began to cry. He did it quite easily and very effectively. "We're going to get in this ship," said Mrs. Bellows, ignoring him, "and we're going to take off to where we were going." Mr. Thurkell stopped crying long enough to say, "But it was all a fake. I don't know anything about space. He's not out there, anyway. I lied. I don't know where he is, and I couldn't find him if I wanted to. And you were fools to ever take my word on it." "Yes," said Mrs. Bellows, "we were fools. I'll go along on that. But you can't blame us, for we're old, and it was a lovely, good and fine idea, one of the loveliest ideas in the world. Oh, we didn't really fool ourselves that we could get nearer to him physically. It was the gentle, mad dream of old people, the kind of thing you hold on to for a few minutes a day, even though you know it's not true. So, all of you who want to go, you follow me in the ship." "But you can't go," said Mr. Thurkell. "You haven't got a navigator, and that ship's a ruin." "You," said Mrs. Bellows, "will be the navigator." She stepped into the ship, and after a moment the other old ladies pressed forward. Mr. Thurkell, windmilling his arms frantically, was nevertheless pressed through the port, and in a minute the door slammed shut. Mr. Thurkell was strapped into the navigator's seat, with everyone talking at once and holding him down. The special helmets were issued to be fitted over every gray or white head to supply extra oxygen in case of a leakage in the ship's hull, and at long last the hour had come, and Mrs. Bellows stood behind Mr. Thurkell and said, "We're ready, sir." He said nothing. He pleaded with them silently, using his great dark wet eyes, but Mrs. Bellows shook her head and pointed to the control. "Take off," agreed Mr. Thurkell morosely, and pulled a switch. Everybody fell. The rocket went up from the planet Mars in a great fiery glide, with the noise of an entire kitchen thrown down an elevator shaft, with the sound of pots and pans and kettles and fires boiling and stews bubbling, with a smell of burned incense and rubber and sulfur, with the color of yellow fire, and a ribbon of red stretching below them, and all the old women singing and holding to each other, and Mrs. Bellows crawling upright in the sighing, straining, trembling ship. "Head for space, Mr. Thurkell." "It can't last," said Mr. Thurkell sadly. "The ship can't last. It will—" It did. The rocket exploded. Mrs. Bellows felt herself lifted and thrown about dizzily, like a doll. She heard the great screamings and saw the flashes of bodies sailing by her in fragments of metal and powdery light. "Help! Help!" cried Mr. Thurkell, far away on a small radio beam. The ship disintegrated into a million parts, and the old ladies, all 100 of them, were flung straight on ahead with the same velocity as the ship. As for Mr. Thurkell, for some reason of trajectory, perhaps, he had been blown out the other side of the ship. Mrs. Bellows saw him falling separate, and away from them, screaming, screaming. There goes Mr. Thurkell, thought Mrs. Bellows, and she knew where he was going. He was going to be burned and roasted and broiled good, but very good. Mr. Thurkell was falling down into the sun. And here we are, thought Mrs. Bellows. Here we are, going on out and out and out. There was hardly a sense of motion at all, but she knew that she was traveling at 50,000 miles an hour, and would continue to travel at that speed for an eternity, until she saw the other women swinging all about her in their own trajectories, a few minutes of oxygen left to each of them in their helmets, and each was looking up to where they were going. Of course, thought Mrs. Bellows, out into space, out and the darkness like a great church, and the stars like candles, and in spite of everything, Mr. Thurkell, the rocket, and the dishonesty, we are going toward the Lord. And there, yes, there, as she fell on and on, coming toward her, she could almost discern the outline now, coming toward her was his mighty golden hand, reaching down to hold her and comfort her like a frightened sparrow. "I'm Mrs. Amelia Bellows," she said quietly, in her best company voice. "I'm from the planet Earth." End of A Little Journey by Ray Bradbury.
A Mixture of Genius by Arnold Castle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. A Mixture of Genius. The sleek transcontinental airliner settled onto one of the maze of runways that was Stevenson Airport. With its turbojets fading into a dense roar, it taxied across the field toward the central building. Inside the plane, a red light went off. Senator Vance Duran unhooked the seatbelt, reached for his briefcase, and stepped into the crowded aisle. The other passengers were all strangers, which had meant that for nearly an hour he had been able to give his full attention to the several hundred pages of proposed legislation and reports presented to the Committee on Extraterrestrial Development, of which he was chairman. But now there would be reporters, local political pleaders, the dinner at the governor's, and the inevitable unexpected interruptions which were a part of every trip home. As he strode through the door and onto the mobile escalator, he donned his smile of tempered confidence in the economic future of the nation. A television camera went into action at once, and newsmen formed a small circle at the bottom of the ramp. "That was a great little debate you put on with Ben Wickham last week," one of the reporters said. "You really tied him up." "You can thank Senator Wickham for arousing me," Duran answered, observing to himself that perhaps all of his efforts on the Hill did not go unnoticed in his home state, if most of them seemed to. "What do you think, Senator, of the FCC's modified ruling on the Integrated Lunar Relay Station plan?" another asked. "I haven't had time to get fully acquainted with it," the senator evaded, stepping onto the ground and out of the way of the ramp. "Say, Senator, what about the Mars Colony Project?" a third put in. "How come it's bogged down?" "No comment at present," the senator said. But he gave them an ambiguous little grimace which was meant to suggest a minor but sticky snarl behind the scenes. He hoped it would satisfy them for the moment. Making his escape as quickly as possible, he climbed onto the shuttle car already loaded down with the other passengers. Finding an empty seat, he folded himself into it, and was immediately joined by someone else. "Well, Senator, how does it feel to be home?" his companion asked with sympathetic irony. Duran turned, grinned, and reached for the man's hand. "Great, Wayne," he answered, recognizing an old friend who had been of no small aid during his earlier years in politics. "Say, I'd ask you over for dinner if I weren't going to the governor's tonight. Molly would love to see you. Unfortunately, I'm leaving for Washington again in the morning." "Why doesn't Molly move to D.C. with you, Vance?" the journalist asked. Duran hesitated. Maybe in a year or so, after the boys are out of high school, if I get the job again. The smile on the younger man's face was heartening. Don't play coy with me, Vance. You know you've got this state sewed up. Then came the slight frown of doubt. Just one thing, though. A lot of people are wondering why the holdup on the colony project. You're bound to get a little of the criticism. What the hell's wrong, anyway? Can't you guess? Yeah, I can guess. There's only one possibility, since the government scientists assure us they've ironed out all the technical wrinkles. But it's pretty hard to believe that out of the thousands of people who volunteer every week, not even a couple of hundred are acceptable. Duran considered his answer carefully before voicing it. Ever ask yourself who volunteers, Wayne? The journalist looked at him oddly, then nodded. The senator took an elevator directly to the helicopter landing on the roof of the building. It was several minutes before he had located the little runabout he had bought for his wife the previous Christmas. Jack Woodvale, their caretaker, gardener, and chauffeur, was just retrieving his suitcase from the baggage lift as the senator arrived. Waiting until Woodvale had secured the suitcase in the luggage compartment and climbed into the pilot's seat, Duran squeezed himself into the cabin. A minute or two later, the little craft was rising from the port, directed automatically into the appropriate channel and guided off toward the city. "How've things been going, Jack?" the senator asked. He felt good. Wayne's friendship and assurances had provided a needed boost. "Everything okay?" "I'd say so, sir," Woodvale told him. "Had a little trouble with the solar screen. The store sent a man out to fix it. It's all right now." The new power unit had been another of Molly's ideas, Duran recalled. The old crystal sulfide screen had been perfectly reliable, but Molly had thought it looked ugly up there on the roof. Molly's main faults, he decided, derived from her concern with the neighbors' opinions. "Oh, there was something else came up while I was on my way out to get you," Woodvale continued abruptly. "The state's attorney general called, said it was important you contact him immediately." Duran sensed anger surging up as he remembered the times when, as district attorney, Sig Loeffler had openly snubbed him. That, of course, had been back in the days when Duran had been a junior partner in one of the city's smaller law firms. He had not forgiven Loeffler, nor had Loeffler given him any reason to do so. Only the governor's backslapping mediation had allowed them to reach a politically stable relationship. The relationship did not involve Duran's compliance with the man's whims, however. "Get him on the phone, Jack," Duran said at last. "But just make one call. If he's not at his office, forget it." In less than a minute, Woodvale was turning around to say, "He's in, sir. You want to talk to him?" Duran grunted and lifted the phone from the clamp beside his seat. "Senator Duran speaking," he said. "Vance, this is Loeffler," boomed a voice in considerable contrast to the senator's own mild tone. "Something pretty fantastic has happened. We're trying to keep it quiet, at least until we decide on what action to take. But if you can make it over here sometime this evening, I'll tell you the story. You're going to be in on it eventually, and I thought you'd prefer getting in on it early." Duran had intended quite bluntly to explain that he had more important business. But there was something compelling about the man's apparently ingenuous urgency that caused the senator to change his mind. "Okay, Loeffler, I'll be right over." He broke the contact and told Woodvale to dial his home number. "Ernie, this is Dad," he said at the sound of his younger son's voice. "Tell Mother I'm going to stop off at the Attorney General's office. That's right, but that I'll be home in plenty of time to get ready for the dinner. Got that? That's right. How's school? Something wrong? Okay, son, I'll see you later." Ernie had said that everything was all right, but with an uneasiness in the way he spoke. Grades, maybe, Duran thought. The boy had been doing pretty well, almost as well as Roger, but was showing the inevitable adolescent ramifications of interest. Duran found himself musing briefly upon his own youthful extracurricular forays up the tree of knowledge, and sighed. "Go to the Capitol building, Jack," he said. "Which port should I use, sir?" the younger man asked. The official one, Duran told him. This was Loeffler's idea. The senator was surprised to find one of the Attorney General's harried-looking secretaries working late. She glanced up from her typewriter and gave him an equivocal smile of recognition. "He's expecting you, Mr. Senator," she said, nodding toward the inner office. "Go right in." Sigmund Loeffler was not alone, but the two other visitors were paled by the aura of importance which emanated from the large black-haired man behind the desk. He rose grandly at Duran's entrance, and without bothering to shake hands, proceeded with introductions. "Fritz Ambly, Senator Vance Duran. Fritz," he explained, "is chairman of the State Youth Welfare Board." Duran took the thin hand which the other extended to him and noted the concern on the man's slim, freckled face. His features were appropriately almost those of a child, but of a worried child. "And Bob Duff, Senator Duran," Loeffler went on. "Bob is head of our civil defense now." The second man was, in contrast, short and homely, but not without a touch of the other's anxiety. "Well, gentlemen, you're welcome to stay if you wish," the Attorney General told them. "I'll have to repeat all the facts to Senator Duran, of course." "I'd better be off," Ambly said. "Perhaps I'll see you at the governor's tonight?" "Not me, I'm afraid," Loeffler told him. "The DA and I have a little problem to work out together. I'll call you both tomorrow about the press release." "We can't wait too long," said Duff. "Rumors can be a lot worse than the truth, especially about something like this. In fact, I don't see the point in waiting at all." "Tomorrow, Bob, tomorrow," Loeffler promised. "Noon at the latest." His heavy smile faded as the two visitors closed the door behind them. With an unthrottled groan, he lowered himself into the chair and turned his dark gaze upon the senator. "They think they have troubles," he said. "And you think I have," Duran returned, seating himself. "I know you do. Unfortunately, I happen to share them to some extent." He paused to relight the stub of a cigar, then went on. "It's a crazy world we live in, Vance. Things change. Sometimes it's hard for us adults to keep up with it. The kids seem to, though." Duran tried to appear suavely bored with the other's musings, but in spite of himself he could sense his gaze becoming intently expectant. Whatever connection there might be between himself, Ambly, and Duff completely eluded him, and that elusive connection had aroused his curiosity. "Yeah, they keep up with things all right," Loeffler went on. "And sometimes they get some pretty big ideas." He halted, puffed thoughtfully, then barked, "Remember Mel Skinner's lodge out on that island in Wakatoga Lake? Big Spanish-style place? Built it for that wife of his he brought back from Chile or somewhere." "Yes, I remember it. Molly and I spent a weekend there a couple of years ago. Why?" the senator asked, realizing more than ever how much he disliked Sigmund Loeffler. "What are you getting at?" "Well, the next time you go, you'd better take along some sleeping bags," said Loeffler, "because the house isn't there anymore." "Okay," Duran said, strangely anxious. "Let's forget the riddles and get down to business. What happened to Mel Skinner's hacienda?" The Attorney General stared at his guest for a moment before remarking harshly, "It got blown up." "A bomb, you mean?" Duran asked. "Oh, no. Nothing so crude as that. This was a guided missile. With a warhead." The senator was thinking fast now, but still the pattern eluded him. "Not an act of war, surely," he remarked. "More like an act of revolution," Loeffler told him, "because the agents behind it were kids. Kids from our state, our city. Kids from decent homes, educated families. Bright kids, happy kids, kids with every opportunity. Kids who ought to know better." "Hold it, Loeffler," Durand interrupted, rising from the chair to place both hands on the edge of the desk. "Just one question. Was anyone killed or injured?" The other man hesitated melodramatically, then looked down at his cigar. "No, there was no one on the island. The place had been closed down for the winter. That's the only pleasant thing about it." Durand found it such unexpectedly good news that he was actually able to smile when he dropped back into the chair. "In other words, Loeffler, it was a prank." But the Attorney General seemed not to see it in precisely that light. "A prank, yes," he exploded. $100,000 prank? My God, Vance, don't you see what those boys did? They demonstrated the grossest lack of respect for private property. And what if they'd miscalculated? That rocket was fired from a distance of some 50 or 60 miles. It could have killed any number of people along its course had it fallen short." "Well, I'll admit it's not the sort of thing I'd like to see encouraged," said Durand. "Now, give me the details. Who were they? Where did they get the rocket? What was the point of it, anyway?" Sigmund Loeffler opened a folder which lay on his desk and started sifting through its contents. He pulled out several memoranda and a list of names, closing the folder again. "There was a gang of 8, all in the 11th or 12th grades at Eisenhower High. 5 of them were members of the school rocket club. 3 of them had juvenile delinquency records, minor stuff mostly, like copter stunting and public disturbance. The youngest had won a couple of science awards for demonstrations in," he glanced significantly at the senator, "the chemistry of explosives." Durand said nothing, but his sense of concern was growing. "Let's see," Loeffler went on. 2 of the boys were taking vocational courses. One had his own machine shop, in fact. Then there was the electronics expert, Cesar Grasso's son. Know him?" The senator nodded. "He runs the high school TV station. Knows a lot about radio, I understand. Oh yes, there was also the lad who drew up the plans for the gadget. Pretty sharp at engineering design, they say." Durand peered numbly across the desk at the grim-faced official. This was what he had been fearing all along, but despite his apprehension, he was not entirely ready for it. "That, I suppose," he said quietly, "was my son Roger." Loeffler nodded slowly. "That was your boy, Vance. Sorry I had to be the one to break it to you." "But where is he?" Durand asked. "And does Molly know about it?" "She knows he's been detained, but not how serious the charges are." "Just how serious are the charges?" "I don't know yet," said Loeffler. "That's not really my province, of course," said Loeffler. "But the problem is complicated by the fact that Lake Wakataoga is state property, with the island merely leased to Skinner." Durand fumbled through his pockets for his cigarettes. He found them and lit one. "When did this happen?" he asked, aware that the painfully tangled knot in his stomach was beginning to untie itself. "This afternoon around 1:30. A couple of guys fishing on the lake saw the explosion and called the local civil defense headquarters. They claimed they heard the rocket fall. Damn near had a war scare till the pieces were found. They were easy enough to trace, and the kids gave themselves away by all 8 of them being AWOL from their 1 o'clock classes, especially since 5 of them were absent from a physics class. That was the one class they never cut." "I don't see how they managed to go all the way through with it without someone finding out," Durand said bewilderedly. "I know," agreed Loeffler, nodding. "That's the way we all felt. But they admit doing it. Hell, they're proud of it. And we found the shed where the thing was assembled." "I don't suppose they offered any motive," Durand said. "Oh, sure. They claim they've been planning it ever since Skinner wouldn't let them land copters on the island. Pretty weak, huh?" The senator made no response. "Well, Vance, I guess you'll want to talk to the boy," Loeffler concluded. "I had him brought up here. Figured it would be best all around that way. I knew you had to get back to Washington tomorrow, and probably wouldn't have time to see him then. Shall I have him come in?" When Durand hesitated, he added, "Oh, I've got to duck out for a few minutes. Get some supper. Got a long evening ahead of me." "Okay, Loeffler, send him in. And," this was the hardest part, "and I appreciate this." "No trouble, Vance," the man said, rising and stepping around the desk. "No more than we've got already." He removed his suit coat from a hanger and left the office with it under his arm. A moment later, the door opened again, and the senator saw the shaggy head of his older son peer into the room. The boy was the one who finally broke the silence which followed. "Hi, Dad," he said, sauntering casually into the office. "Guess you're pretty sore at me. Can't blame you." Durand remained seated, indicating a chair against one wall. He waited till his son had sat down. "I'm a little dumbfounded, Raj, that's all. I suppose you had a good reason for it." "Sure. Old Skinflint Skinner wouldn't let us—" "Roger!" the senator growled threateningly. He was not going to allow the interview to start off with a half-truth. "Yeah, but that's state land," the boy persisted. "He hadn't any right." "Roger, I said a good reason." "Okay, Dad," he sighed. "No, we didn't have that kind of a reason." What it amounted to, Durand said, was that you wanted to do something spectacular, like building a rocket and firing it at something. Only to be fun, it had to be illegal, if not immoral. And Melvin Skinner's place seemed like the least objectionable target. Isn't that about it? "Yeah, I guess so. Only we had just about finished the rocket before we started wondering about a target. That was the trouble. Once we built it, we had to do something with it." "How do you think that's going to sound in court?" "I don't know, Dad. You're the lawyer." Durand cringed, but tried not to show it. "Roger," he said slowly, "flippancy is the easiest defense and the least effective. I hope you won't feel you have to resort to it too often." The boy said nothing. "Well, tell me about it," his father suggested, sensing his son's isolation. "About what?" "The rocket. Wouldn't a jet have been easier to make?" "A rocket was cheaper." The source of the money required for the project was something Durand had overlooked. However, it was, he realized, one best postponed for the present. The important thing now was to regain his son's confidence. "Did you design it?" "Yeah. Well, I drew it up. Nothing very original about it, but it was a good little machine." Durand noticed the boy's restless squirming, saw him perfunctorily place a hand to the baggy pocket of his jacket and quickly withdraw it, then arrived at a decision. Reaching into his own coat, Durand took out the pack of cigarettes, extending it to his son. "Care for a cigarette?" he asked. The youth looked at him doubtfully for an instant. Then he smiled his first smile that evening. "Thanks, Dad," he responded, taking one and lighting it self-consciously. He added, "You've been out of town so much, I didn't think you knew I'd started." "I know, Raj," the man said, aware of a rising flood of self-condemnation. "Go on, son, about the rocket. What kind of fuel did you use?" "Oh, nothing special. It had a liquid bipropellant motor. We used ethanol and liquid oxygen. Pretty old-fashioned, but we didn't know how to get hold of the fancier stuff, and didn't have any way of synthesizing it. Then, at the last minute, we found that one of the valves feeding into the nozzle was clogged up. That's why we were late to class." "Couldn't that have been dangerous?" Durand asked, and realized at once that he had said the wrong thing. The boy merely shrugged. "Well, it must have been a pretty good machine if it flew 60 miles and hit its target," Durand went on. "Oh, we had it radio-controlled with a midget TV transmitter mounted in it. Grasso took care of that. He did a terrific job. Of course, it was pretty expensive." He glanced at his father tentatively for a moment, then bent his gaze to the cigarette. "I don't have my car anymore, but I guess I won't be needing it now." There was a cautious knock on the door. "Listen, Raj," Durand began. "I'll try to get to see you tomorrow before I leave. Remember that your mother and I both are on your side, without qualification. You've done a pretty terrible thing, of course, but I have to admit, at the same time, that I'm really rather proud of you. Does that make sense?" "Sure," said Roger huskily. "I guess so." The flight home was a quiet one. Durand found himself with many thoughts to think, not the least of which was what his wife's reaction would be. The difficulty lay in the fact that their married life had been too easy, too free of tragedy to enable him to foresee her response. But life would not be quite the same now, even if Roger escaped the more concrete forms of punishment. And perhaps it would be the most difficult for Ernest, who would forever be expected to either live up to or down to his older brother's reputation, when all poor Ernest seemed to want these days was to play the saxophone. And then there was his own political future to consider. This would certainly not help it. But perhaps the affair would be forgotten in the next 3 years. After all, it might have been far worse. It might have happened in a campaign year. This way, he still had a fighting chance. 3 sessions with a good record might overbalance the loss in public confidence this would incur. And then he thought of the Mars Colony mess and winced. Telling his wife about the matter was not nearly so difficult as the senator had feared. She had been ready for news of a crime of passion, or at least of armed robbery. What her husband had to relate stunned her at first, but once she had ridden out the shock, she recovered quickly. "You don't have to go tonight, Molly," Duran told her. "You think it might look better if I didn't?" she asked gently. "That wasn't what I was getting at," he said. He thought it over for a moment, then added, "No, I don't. In fact, I think it would look better if we both went to the governor's. Roger is not a juvenile delinquent. That, I believe, is understood. If we must accept some of the responsibility for what he did today, let's do so gracefully. Were you to stay home tonight, it might appear to some that you had reason to be ashamed of the business, which you don't. It might also look as if I were afraid that Ernest might do something similar, as if I felt I had to watch him," she said. "Oh, people can be so ridiculous. Why wasn't Millie Gordon's boy in on it?" Duran smiled at the idea of the governor's tubby, obtuse son involved in the construction of anything more demanding than a paper glider. The governor's mansion, a century-old edifice typifying the moribund tendency to confuse dignity with discomfort, was teeming with professional and political personages when the Durans arrived. The dinner went off routinely, with no overt references made to the missile matter. However, the senator noticed that no one inquired into the health and happiness of his 2 sons, so that he presumed word had got around. It was not until after dinner, when he had seated himself alone in a corner of the luxurious old living room, a B&B in one hand and a cigar in the other, that his host approached him. "Evening, Vance. Sure glad you could make it," exclaimed the familiarly jovial voice of Governor Will Gordon. Duran set down his drink and took the governor's plump hand, shaking it vigorously. Then the senator observed the intense, youngish face of Fritz Ambley, who had followed the governor. "Guess you know Fritz," Gordon went on, seating himself next to Duran. "Says he met you at Sig's office this afternoon." "That's right," Duran said. "Good to see you again, Ambley." The Youth Welfare Board chairman nodded affably and took the remaining chair. His look of concern had mellowed somewhat with the evening, but the pale, close eyes remained set in an expression of aggressive earnestness. "How's Roger?" Gordon asked after a moment's silence. "As normal as ever," said Duran, unprepared for the question. Then, slyly, he added, "Thanks for talking Loeffler into letting me see him." "Well, Sig agreed it was the only thing to do, after I told him you'd be leaving for Washington again tomorrow," the governor said. Duran grinned wryly. It had been a guess, but a good one, and Loeffler's having passed the interview off as a personal favor put their relationship back in its proper perspective. "Well, what's to be done about the boys? They're all under 18, I suppose." "That's right," Gordon said. "It's entirely a matter for the juvenile authority. At least we're going to try to keep it there. But there's more to it than that. Which is why Fritz is here. He has something on his mind which he thinks is pretty important. I do, too." "You see, Senator," said Ambley, coming in promptly on his cue, "it's this way. If the case were an isolated one, it would be easy enough for us to deal with. But it's part of a pattern which few people have yet noticed. Let me cite several other similar incidents. Perhaps you read about the group of 50 teenaged copter jockeys who decided to hold a transcontinental scavenger hunt, ignoring all air traffic regulations, they managed to run up the magnificent total of 17 collisions and 32 casualties. "Hear about that one, Vance?" the governor asked, his earlier festiveness gone. "Yes, I think I saw something about it," Durand said. "It was pretty unfortunate, but—" And then there was the case of the promising young New England biologist who was discovered to have evolved a particularly deadly strain of bacteria, which he had been toting around with him in an aspirin bottle. Ambly went on, his thin hands clasped tightly in front of him. Of course, at the age of 16, one perhaps can't be expected to foresee all of the possible consequences. So let us consider the two 17-year-olds who caused something of a sensation in Florida when they used the Bransky-Baker method of genetic exchange to breed a quite fabulous species of winged alligator. Several of the so-called alibats escaped into the Everglades, but it is doubted that they will be able to reproduce themselves. At least there is some doubt. The senator reached for his drink and sipped it thoughtfully. He was beginning to see Roger's gang's misadventure in a new light. But it was an unfamiliar light, one that would take him a while to become accustomed to. Perhaps the most startling case of all, Ambly went on, concerns the Nuclear Fission Society of Urania, Nevada. It is not a well-publicized fact that this quasi-academic group of adolescent physicists was exposed in the act of assembling an elementary but workable atomic bomb. Many of the elders in this fast-growing little community are engaged, as you no doubt know, in atomic development of one sort or another. It seemed that this interest had trickled down to their offspring, who showed an impressive amount of ingenuity in getting the necessary materials. Fortunately, one youngster asked his father entirely too many questions concerning the actual fabrication of fission weapons. The man investigated and— "Now, wait a minute," Durand interrupted, wondering momentarily if the whole tale might not have been a hoax. "How much of this am I really expected to believe?" "It's all fact, Vance," Governor Gordon responded calmly. "Fritz has a couple of scrapbooks I'd like you to look at sometime. Each case is pretty well authenticated. But the important thing is the pattern. It's really sort of frightening in a way." "Many similar incidents have no doubt occurred of which I have no record," said Ambly. "I'd estimate that 90% of such cases are suppressed, either in the interest of national security or because the children's parents are sufficiently influential to have the story squelched." "Just as we'd have sat on this one," added Gordon, "if the dang thing hadn't actually been shot off." Durand smiled inwardly at the picture evoked by the governor's metaphor. However, he had to admit that the press would in all probability not have learned about the rocket at all had it been discovered prior to being launched. "Still," he remarked, "it's odd that the papers haven't shown more of an interest in it." "I wrote an article on the subject some time ago," Ambly told him, "but was never able to get it published. It seems that people, for the most part, are more interested in the traditional, sordid, sensational type of juvenile delinquency. Whereas this is something different, something unique. It isn't the result of poverty or broken homes, ignorance or twisted personalities. This is a mixture of genius, knowledge, restlessness, and something else I don't think we understand." "What do you suggest be done about it?" Durand asked. "Well, the first step," said Ambly, "is to get Congress to recognize the problem for what it is, and even that won't be easy." "That's where you're supposed to come in," the governor said, grinning a little guiltily. "Fritz has been trying to get me to talk to you about it for some months. I've got to admit, though, that the business this afternoon involving your son was what finally convinced me you might be sold." "I'm sold, Will," Durand told him. "But what's the solution? We can't supervise the activities of every kid in the country with an IQ above 110. Anyway, they're too limited as it is. That, it seems to me, is part of the trouble. And we can't hold their parents accountable. Responsibility has to be an individual matter. So what's the solution?" Governor Gordon raised a quizzical eyebrow at Fritz Ambly, who, in turn, merely shrugged. The senator glanced at each of them, then down at his drink. "So, there isn't one," he said. "Whatever it is," said Ambly, "it won't be simple or painless. There's only one such solution, and that's the time-honored technique of letting them grow into maturity. And even that is far from painless and simple to those doing the growing, nor is it always the solution. Yet you're convinced this, the senator paused briefly, phenomenon constitutes a danger to the nation. Ambly merely smiled, but very, very grimly. Well, think it over, Vance, the governor said, getting to his feet. Say, there are a couple of hydroponics men here somewhere who are pretty interested in meeting you. You've heard of Van Neef Industries. He's one of 'em. So much for the welfare of the nation, Durand thought with a taste of bitterness. Now back to politics. But he finished off his drink and put out his cigar and rose to follow the governor. Politics, after all, was the reason he had come. It was 2 a.m. before Senator Vance Durand wearily dropped into bed. But he found no rest in sleep that night, for in his dreams he seemed to see a youngster walking, now through a forest, now through a city, now through an autumn countryside, and in the boy's hand was a tightly capped bottle, and the expression on his face was an enigma. Early the next morning, Jack Woodvale parked the helicopter in a lot back of the City Youth Detention Home. 5 minutes later, the senator was again talking to his older son. "I have to get back to Washington this morning, Roger," he said. "I've scheduled a committee meeting for 10:30. I suppose I could call it off, but we've got to do something about the Mars Colony project before public apathy forces us to drop the whole thing. You understand, don't you?" "Sure," the boy said with apparent indifference. "Maybe you should have me volunteer. You'd have solved 2 problems at the same time." "Now, Roger," Durand began, but he stopped, suddenly alert. "Son, you weren't ever serious about that, were you? I mean, all that talk I used to hear about your wanting to go to one of the planets?" I don't know, Dad." "Please, Roger, you've got to be honest with me. I want to know exactly how you feel about it. I know you've tried before, and I refuse to take you seriously. I realize that. But now tell me the truth." And the curious thing was, he realized, that he wanted to hear from his son what he feared most to hear. "Well, sure I wanted to go," his son said. "I kept telling you, didn't I? Of course, I wouldn't want to go unless some of the gang were going too." "You really think that you'd be willing to leave Earth, your home, your family?" Durand hesitated angrily, knowing it was the wrong approach. He waited a moment, then began again. "I'm not condemning you for it, Roger. I just find it hard to believe, and I have to be sure you know what you'd be sacrificing." "I think I do, Dad," Roger said. "But you've got to make a break sometime. I guess there'd be some girls going along, wouldn't there?" Durand grinned numbly. "I guess there would, son," he said. The senator watched the land of his home state sink rapidly into the morning haze as the jetliner soared upward. It was a sight he had seen often, but never with the sense of challenge he experienced now, for every moment brought him closer to what beyond all doubt would be the toughest fight of his political career. But he felt that he had logic on his side, though sentiment would very probably be against him. He sat back, lit a cigarette, and considered the irony of the situation. When legislation had been passed authorizing the Department of Extraterrestrial Development to start the colony project, a list of criteria had been drawn up for the would-be settler. It had meticulously specified the requirements of health, intelligence, and adaptability. And most rigidly adhered to of all had been the provision that the applicant be over the age of 25. For above all, it was assumed, a colonist must be mature. And in that assumption, Durand concluded, he had hidden the fallacy which had made a fiasco of the project. For was not maturity largely a matter of finding an acceptable place for oneself in the scheme of things? Was not maturity essentially a realistic but wholly irrevocable resignation? If so, it had been inevitable that those who came to volunteer would, for the most part, be the misfits and the malcontents, men who hoped to escape the imagined or to find the imaginary. The mature, the resigned, had assuredly inherited the earth. Only the young could seek the stars. The end of A Mixture of Genius by Arnold Castle. A Pail of Air by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Nelson. A Pail of Air by Fritz Leiber. Pa had sent me out to get an extra pail of air. I just about scooped it full, and most of the warmth had leaked from my fingers when I saw the thing. You know, at first, I thought it was a young lady. Yes, a beautiful young lady's face, all glowing in the dark, and looking at me from the 5th floor of the opposite apartment, which hereabouts is the floor just above the white blanket of frozen air. I'd never seen a live young lady before, except in the old magazines. Sis is just a kid, and Ma is pretty sick and miserable, and it gave me such a start that I dropped the pail. Who wouldn't, knowing everyone on earth was dead except Pa and Ma and Sis and you? Even at that, I don't suppose I should have been surprised. We all see things now and then. Ma has some pretty bad ones, to judge from the way she bugs her eyes at nothing and just screams and huddles back against the blankets hanging around the nest. Pa says it is natural we should react like that sometimes. When I'd recovered the pail and could look again at the opposite apartment, I got an idea of what Ma might be feeling at those times, for I saw it wasn't a young lady at all, but simply a light. A tiny light that moved stealthily from window to window, just as if one of the cruel little stars had come down out of the airless sky to investigate why the earth had gone away from the sun, and maybe to hunt down something to torment or terrify, now that the earth didn't have the sun's protection. I tell you, the thought of it gave me the creeps. I just stood there shaking and almost froze my feet, and did frost my helmet so solid on the inside that I couldn't have seen the light even if it had come out of one of the windows to get me. Then I had the wit to go back inside. Pretty soon I was feeling my familiar way through the 30 or so blankets and rugs Pa has got hung around to slow down the escape of air from the nest, and I wasn't quite so scared. I began to hear the tick-ticking of the clocks in the nest, and I knew I was getting back into air, because there's no sound outside in the vacuum, of course. But my mind was still crawly and uneasy as I pushed through the last blankets. Pa's got them faced with aluminum foil to hold in the heat, and came into the nest. Let me tell you about the nest. It's low and snug, just room for the 4 of us and our things. The floor is covered with thick, woolly rugs. 3 of the sides are blankets, and the blankets roofing it touch Pa's head. He tells me it's inside a much bigger room, but I've never seen the real walls or ceiling. Against one of the blanket walls is a big set of shelves, with tools and books and other stuff, and on top of it a whole row of clocks. Pa's very fussy about keeping them wound. He says we must never forget time, and without a sun or moon that would be easy to do. The 4th wall has blankets all over except around the fireplace, in which there is a fire that must never go out. It keeps us from freezing, and does a lot more besides. One of us must always watch it. Some of the clocks are alarm, and we can use them to remind us. In the early days, there was only Ma to take turns with Pa. I think of that when she gets difficult, but now there's me to help, and Sis too. It's Pa who is the chief guardian of the fire, though. I always think of him that way. A tall man sitting cross-legged, frowning anxiously at the fire, his lined face golden in its light, and every so often carefully placing on it a piece of coal from the big heap beside it. Pa tells me there used to be guardians of the fire sometimes in the very old days, Vestal Virgins he calls them, although there was unfrozen air all around then and you didn't really need one. He was sitting just that way now, though he got up quick to take the pail from me and bawl me out for loitering. He'd spotted my frozen helmet right off. That roused Ma, and she joined in picking on me. She's always trying to get the load off her feelings, Pa explains. He shut her up pretty fast. Sis let off a couple of silly squeals, too. Pa handled the pail of air in a twist of cloth. Now that it was inside the nest, you could really feel its coldness. It just seemed to suck the heat out of everything. Even the flames cringed away from it as Pa put it down close by the fire. Yet it's that glimmery white stuff in the pail that keeps us alive. It slowly melts and vanishes and refreshes the nest and feeds the fire. The blankets keep it from escaping too fast. Pa'd like to seal the whole place, but he can't. Building's too earthquake-twisted, and besides, he has to leave the chimney open for smoke. Pa says air is tiny molecules that fly away like a flash if there isn't something to stop them. We have to watch sharp not to let the air run low. Pa always keeps a big reserve supply of it in buckets behind the first blankets, along with extra coal and cans of food and other things, such as pails of snow to melt for water. We have to go way down to the bottom floor for that stuff, which is a mean trip, and get it through a door to outside. You see, when the earth got cold, all the water in the air froze first and made a blanket 10 feet thick or so everywhere, and then down on top of that dropped the crystals of frozen air, making another white blanket 60 or 70 feet thick maybe. Of course, all the parts of the air didn't freeze and snow down at the same time. First to drop out was the carbon dioxide. When you're shoveling for water, you have to make sure you don't get too high and get any of that stuff mixed in, for it would put you to sleep, maybe for good, and make the fire go out. Next there's nitrogen, which doesn't count one way or the other, though it's the biggest part of the blanket. On top of that, and easy to get at, which is lucky for us, there's the oxygen that keeps us alive. Pa says we live better than kings ever did, breathing pure oxygen, but we're used to it and don't notice. Finally, at the very top, there's a slick of liquid helium, which is funny stuff. All of these gases in neat separate layers, like a pussy cafe, Pa laughingly says, whatever that is. I was busting to tell him all about what I'd seen, and so soon as I ducked out of my helmet and while I was still climbing out of my suit, I cut loose. Right away, Ma got nervous and began making eyes at the entry slit in the blankets and wringing her hands together, the hand where she lost 3 fingers from frostbite inside the good one, as usual. I could tell that Pa was annoyed at me for scaring her and wanted to explain it all away quickly, yet could see I wasn't fooling. "And you watched this light for some time, son?" he asked when I finished. I hadn't said anything about first thinking it was a young lady's face. Somehow, that part embarrassed me. Long enough for it to pass 5 windows and go to the next floor. And it didn't look like stray electricity or crawling liquid or starlight focused by a growing crystal or anything like that. He wasn't just making up those ideas. Odd things happen in a world that's about as cold as can be, and just when you think matter would be frozen dead, it takes on a strange new life. A slimy stuff comes crawling toward the nest, just like an animal snuffing for heat. That's the liquid helium. And once, when I was little, a bolt of lightning, not even Pa could figure where it came from, hit the nearby steeple and crawled up and down it for weeks, until the glow finally died. "Not like anything I ever saw," I told him. He stood for a moment, frowning. Then, "I'll go out with you, and you show it to me," he said. Ma raised a howl at the idea of being left alone, and Sis joined in too, but Pa quieted them. We started climbing into our outside clothes. Mine had been warming by the fire. Pa made them. They have plastic headpieces that were once big, double-duty transparent food cans, but they keep heat and air in and can replace the air for a little while, long enough for our trips for water and coal and food and so on. Ma started moaning again. "I've always known there was something outside there waiting to get us. I've felt it for years. Something that's part of the cold and hates all warmth and wants to destroy the nest. It's been watching us all this time, and now it's coming after us. It'll get you, and then come for me. Don't go, Harry." Pa had everything on but his helmet. He knelt by the fireplace and reached in and shook the long metal rod that goes up the chimney and knocks off the ice that keeps trying to clog it. Once a week, he goes up on the roof to check if it's working all right. That's our worst trip, and Pa won't let me make it alone. "Sis," Pa said quietly, "come watch the fire. Keep an eye on the air, too. If it gets low or doesn't seem to be boiling fast enough, fetch another bucket from behind the blanket. But mind your hands. Use the cloth to pick up the bucket." Sis quit helping Ma be frightened and came over and did as she was told. Ma quieted down pretty suddenly, though her eyes were still kind of wild as she watched Pa fix on his helmet tight and pick up a pail and the two of us go out. Pa led the way, and I took hold of his belt. It's a funny thing. I'm not afraid to go by myself, but when Pa's along, I always want to hold on to him. Habit, I guess, and then there's no denying that this time I was a bit scared. You see, it's this way. We know that everything is dead out there. Pa heard the last radio voices fade away years ago and had seen some of the last folks die who weren't as lucky or well protected as us. So we knew that if there was something groping around out there, it couldn't be anything human or friendly. Besides that, there's a feeling that comes with it always being night, cold night. Pa says there used to be some of that feeling even in the old days, but then every morning the sun would come and chase it away. I have to take his word for that, not ever remembering the sun as being anything more than a big star. You see, I hadn't been born when the dark star snatched us away from the sun, and by now it's dragged us out beyond the orbit of the planet Pluto, Pa says, taking us farther out all the time. I found myself wondering whether there mightn't be something on the dark star that wanted us, and if that was why it had captured the Earth. Just then we came to the end of the corridor, and I followed Pa out on the balcony. I don't know what the city looked like in the old days, but now it's beautiful. The starlight lets you see it pretty well. There's quite a bit of light in those steady points speckling in the blackness above. Pa says the stars used to twinkle once, but that was because there was air. We are on a hill, and the shimmery plain drops away from us and then flattens out, cut up into neat squares by the troughs that used to be streets. I sometimes make my mashed potatoes look like that before I pour on the gravy. Some taller buildings push up out of the feathery plain, topped by rounded caps of air crystals, like the fur hood Ma wears, only whiter. On those buildings you can see the darker squares of windows, underlined by white dashes of air crystals. Some of them are on a slant, for many of the buildings are pretty badly twisted by the quakes and all the rest that happened when the dark star captured the Earth. Here and there a few icicles hang, water icicles from the first days of the cold, other icicles of frozen air that melted on the roofs and dripped and froze again. Sometimes one of those icicles will catch the light of a star and send it to you so brightly you think the star has swooped into the city. That was one of the things Pa had been thinking of when I told him about the light, but I had thought of it myself first and known it wasn't so. He touched his helmet to mine so we could talk easier, and he asked me to point out the windows to him. But there wasn't any light moving around inside them now, or anywhere else. To my surprise, Pa didn't bawl me out and tell me I'd been seeing things. He looked all around quite a while after filling his pail, and just as we were going inside, he whipped around without warning, as if to take some peeping thing off guard. I could feel it too. The old peace was gone. There was something lurking out there, watching, waiting, getting ready. Inside, he said to me, touching helmets, "If you see something like that again, son, don't tell the others. Your ma's sort of nervous these days, and we owe her all the feeling of safety we can give her. Once, it was when your sister was born, I was ready to give up and die, but your mother kept me trying. Another time, she kept the fire going a whole week all by herself when I was sick. Nursed me and took care of the two of you, too. You know that game we sometimes play, sitting in a square in the nest, tossing a ball around? Courage is like a ball, son. A person can hold it only so long, and then he's got to toss it to someone else. When it's tossed your way, you've got to catch it and hold it tight, and hope there'll be someone else to toss it to when you get tired of being brave." His talking to me that way made me feel grown up and good, but it didn't wipe away the thing outside from the back of my mind, or the fact that Pa took it seriously. It's hard to hide your feelings about such a thing. When we got back in the nest and took off our outside clothes, Pa laughed about it all and told them it was nothing and kidded me for having such an imagination, but his words fell flat. He didn't convince Ma and Sis any more than he did me. It looked for a minute like we were all fumbling the courage ball. Something had to be done, and almost before I knew what I was going to say, I heard myself asking Pa to tell us about the old days and how it all happened. He sometimes doesn't mind telling that story, and Sis and I sure like to listen to it, and he got my idea. So we were all settled around the fire in a wink, and Ma pushed up some cans to thaw for supper, and Pa began. Before he did, though, I noticed him casually get a hammer from the shelf and lay it down beside him. It was the same old story as always. I think I could recite the main thread of it in my sleep, though Pa always puts in a new detail or two and keeps improving it in spots. He told us how the earth had been swinging around the sun ever so steady and warm, and the people on it fixing to make money and wars and have a good time and get power and treat each other right or wrong. Then, without warning, there comes charging out of space this dead star, this burned-out sun, and upsets everything. You know, I find it hard to believe in the way those people felt, any more than I can believe in the swarming number of them. Imagine people getting ready for the horrible sort of war they were cooking up, wanting it even, or at least wishing it were over so as to end their nervousness. As if all folks didn't have to hang together and pool every bit of warmth just to keep alive. And how can they have hoped to end danger any more than we can hope to end the cold? Sometimes I think Pa exaggerates and makes things out too black. He's cross with us once in a while, and was probably cross with all those folks. Still, some of the things I read in the old magazine sound pretty wild. He may be right. The dark star, as Pa went on telling it, rushed in pretty fast, and there wasn't much time to get ready. At the beginning, they tried to keep it a secret from most people, but then the truth came out, what with the earthquakes and floods. Imagine oceans of unfrozen water, and people seeing stars blotted out by something on a clear night. First off, they thought it would hit the sun, and then they thought it would hit the earth. There was even the start of a rush to get to a place called China, because people thought the star would hit on the other side. But then they found it wasn't going to hit either side, but was going to come very close to the earth. Most of the other planets were on the other side of the sun and didn't get involved. The sun and the newcomer fought over the earth for a little while, pulling it this way and that, like two dogs growling over a bone, Pa described it this time, and then the newcomer won and carried us off. The sun got a consolation prize, though. At the last minute, he managed to hold on to the moon. That was the time of the monster earthquakes and floods, 20 times worse than anything before. It was also the time of the big jerk, as Paul calls it, when all Earth got yanked suddenly, just as Pa has done to me once or twice, grabbing me by the collar to do it, when we'd been sitting too far from the fire. You see, the dark star was going through space faster than the sun, and in the opposite direction, and it had to wrench the world considerably in order to take it away. The big jerk didn't last long. It was over as soon as the Earth was settled down in its new orbit around the dark star. But it was pretty terrible while it lasted. Pa says that all sorts of cliffs and buildings toppled, oceans slopped over, swamps and sandy deserts gave great sliding surges that buried nearby lands. Earth was almost jerked out of its atmosphere blanket, and the air got so thin in spots that people keeled over and fainted, though, of course, at the same time, they were getting knocked down by the big jerk, and maybe their bones broke or skulls cracked. We've often asked Pa how people acted during that time, whether they were scared or brave or crazy or stunned or all four, but he's sort of leery of the subject, and he was again tonight. He says he was mostly too busy to notice. You see, Pa and some scientist friends of his figured out part of what was going to happen. They'd known we'd get captured and our air would freeze, and they'd been working like mad to fix up a place with airtight walls and doors, and insulation against the cold, and big supplies of food and fuel and water and bottled air. But the place got smashed in the last earthquakes, and all Pa's friends were killed then, and in the big jerk. So he had to start over and throw the nest together quick without any advantages, just using any stuff he could lay his hands on. I guess he's telling pretty much the truth when he says he didn't have any time to keep an eye on how other folks behaved, either then or in the big freeze that followed. Followed very quick, you know, both because the dark star was pulling us away very fast, and because Earth's rotation had been slowed in the tug-of-war, so that the nights were 10 old nights long. Still, I've got an idea of some of the things that happened from the frozen folk I've seen, a few of them in other rooms in our building, others clustered around the furnaces in the basements where we go for coal. In one of the rooms, an old man sits stiff in a chair, with an arm and a leg in splints. In another, a man and woman are huddled together in a bed with heaps of covers over them. You can just see their heads peeking out close together. And in another, a beautiful young lady is sitting with a pile of wraps huddled around her, looking hopefully toward the door, as if waiting for someone who never came back with warmth and food. They're all still and stiff as statues, of course, but just like life. Pa showed them to me once in quick winks of his flashlight, when he still had a fair supply of batteries and could afford to waste a little light. They scared me pretty bad and made my heart pound, especially the young lady. Now, with Pa telling his story for the umpteenth time to take our minds off another scare, I got to thinking of the frozen folk again. All of a sudden, I got an idea that scared me worse than anything yet. You see, I just remembered the face I thought I'd seen in the window. I'd forgotten about that on account of trying to hide it from the others. What, I asked myself, if the frozen folks were coming to life? What if they were like the liquid helium that got a new lease on life and started crawling toward the heat just when you thought its molecules ought to freeze solid forever? Or like the electricity that moves endlessly when it's just about as cold as that? What if the ever-growing cold, with the temperature creeping down the last few degrees to the last zero, had mysteriously wakened the frozen folk to life? Not warm-blooded life, but something icy and horrible. That was a worse idea than the one about something coming down from the dark star to get us. Or maybe, I thought, both ideas might be true. Something coming down from the dark star and making the frozen folk move, using them to do its work. That would fit with both things I'd seen, the beautiful young lady and the moving star-like light. The frozen folk with minds from the dark star behind their unwinking eyes, creeping, crawling, snuffing their way, following the heat to the nest. I tell you, that thought gave me a very bad turn, and I wanted very badly to tell the others my fears, but I remembered what Pa had said and clenched my teeth and didn't speak. We were all sitting very still. Even the fire was burning silently. There was just the sound of Pa's voice and the clocks. And then, from beyond the blankets, I thought I heard a tiny noise. My skin tightened all over me. Pa was telling about the early years in the nest and had come to the place where he philosophizes. "So I asked myself then," he said, "what's the use of going on? What's the use of dragging it out for a few years? Why prolong a doomed existence of hard work and cold and loneliness? The human race is done. The earth is done. Why not give up, I asked myself, and all of a sudden I got the answer. Again I heard the noise, louder this time, a kind of uncertain, shuffling tread, coming closer. I couldn't breathe. "Life's always been a business of working hard and fighting the cold," Pa was saying. "The Earth's always been a lonely place, millions of miles from the next planet, and no matter how long the human race might have lived, the end would have come some night. Those things don't matter. What matters is that life is good. It has a lovely texture, like some rich cloth or fur, or the petals of flowers. You've seen pictures of those, but I can't describe how they feel. Or the fire's glow. It makes everything else worthwhile. And that's as true for the last man as the first." And still the steps kept shuffling closer. It seemed to me that the inmost blanket trembled and bulged a little. Just as if they were burned into my imagination, I kept seeing those peering, frozen eyes. "So right then and there," Paul went on, and now I could tell that he heard the steps too, and was talking loud so we maybe wouldn't hear them. "Right then and there, I told myself that I was going on as if we had all eternity ahead of us. I'd have children and teach them all I could. I'd get them to read books. I'd plan for the future, try to enlarge and seal the nest. I'd do what I could to keep everything beautiful and growing. I'd keep alive my feeling of wonder, even at the cold and the dark and the distant stars." But then the blanket actually did move and lift, and there was a bright light somewhere behind it. Pa's voice stopped, and his eyes turned to the widening slit, and his hand went out until it touched and gripped the handle of the hammer beside him. In through the blanket stepped the beautiful young lady. She stood there looking at us the strangest way, and she carried something bright and unwinking in her hand. And two other faces peered over her shoulders, men's faces, white and staring. Well, my heart couldn't have stopped for more than 4 or 5 beats before I realized she was wearing a suit and helmet like Pa's homemade ones, only fancier, and that the men were too, and that the frozen folk certainly wouldn't be wearing those. Also, I noticed that the bright thing in her hand was just a kind of flashlight. The silence kept on while I swallowed hard a couple of times, and after that there was all sorts of jabbering and commotion. They were simply people, you see. We hadn't been the only ones to survive. We just thought so, for natural enough reasons. These 3 people had survived, and quite a few others with them. And when we found out how they'd survived, Paul let out the biggest whoop of joy. They were from Los Alamos, and they were getting their heat and power from atomic energy. Just using the uranium and plutonium intended for bombs, they had enough to go on for thousands of years. They had a regular little airtight city, with airlocks and all. They even generated electric light and grew plants and animals by it. At this, Paul let out a second whoop, waking Ma from her faint. But if we were flabbergasted at them, they were double flabbergasted at us. One of the men kept saying, "But it's impossible, I tell you. You can't maintain an air supply without hermetic sealing. It's simply impossible." That was after he had got his helmet off and was using our air. Meanwhile, the young lady kept looking around at us as if we were saints, and telling us we'd done something amazing, and suddenly she broke down and cried. They'd been scouting around for survivors, but they never expected to find any in a place like this. They had rocket ships at Los Alamos and plenty of chemical fuel. As for liquid oxygen, all you had to do was go out and shovel the air blanket at the top level. So after they'd got those things working smoothly at Los Alamos, which had taken years, they decided to make some trips to likely places where there might be other survivors. No good trying long-distance radio signals, of course, since there was no atmosphere to carry them around the curve of the Earth. Well, they found other colonies at Argonne and Brookhaven and way around the world at Harwell and Tanatuva. And now they've been giving our city a look, not really expecting to find anything. But they had an instrument that noticed the faintest heat waves, and it had told them there was something warm down here, so they'd landed to investigate. Of course, we hadn't heard them land, since there was no air to carry the sound, and they'd had to investigate around quite a while before finding us. Their instruments had given them a wrong steer, and they'd wasted some time in the building across the street. By now, all 5 adults were talking like 60. Paul was demonstrating to the men how he'd worked the fire and got rid of the ice in the chimney and all that. Ma had perked up wonderfully and was showing the young lady her cooking and sewing stuff, and even asking about how the women dressed at Los Alamos. The strangers marveled at everything and praised it to the skies. I could tell from the way they wrinkled their noses that they found the nest a bit smelly, but they never mentioned that at all and just asked bushels of questions. In fact, there was so much talking and excitement that Pa forgot about things, and it wasn't until they were all getting groggy that he looked and found the air had all boiled away in the pail. He got another bucket of air quick from behind the blankets. Of course, that started them all laughing and jabbering again. The newcomers even got a little drunk. They weren't used to so much oxygen. Funny thing, though, I didn't do much talking at all, and Sis hung on to Ma all the time and hid her face when anybody looked at her. I felt pretty uncomfortable and disturbed myself, even about the young lady. Glimpsing her outside there, I'd had all sorts of mushy thoughts, but now I was just embarrassed and scared of her, even though she tried to be nice as anything to me. I started wishing they'd all quit crowding the nest and let us be alone and get our feelings straightened out. And when the newcomers began to talk about our all going to Los Alamos, as if that were taken for granted, I could see that something of the same feeling struck Pa and Ma, too. Pa got very silent all of a sudden, and Ma kept telling the young lady, "But I wouldn't know how to act there, and I haven't any clothes." The strangers were puzzled like anything at first, but then they got the idea. As Pa kept saying, "It doesn't seem right to let this fire go out." Well, the strangers are gone, but they're coming back. It hasn't been decided yet just what will happen. Maybe the nest will be kept up as what one of the strangers called a survival school. Or maybe we will join the pioneers who are going to try to establish a new colony at the uranium mines at Great Slave Lake or in the Congo. Of course, now that the strangers are gone, I've been thinking a lot about Los Alamos and those other tremendous colonies. I have a hankering to see them for myself. You ask me, Pa wants to see them too. He's been getting pretty thoughtful, watching Ma and Sis perk up. "It's different, now that we know others are alive," he explains to me. "Your mother doesn't feel so hopeless anymore. Neither do I, for that matter, not having to carry the whole responsibility for keeping the human race going, so to speak. It scares a person." I looked around at the blanket walls and the fire and the pails of air boiling away, and Ma and Sis sleeping in the warmth and the flickering light. "It's not going to be easy to leave the nest," I said, wanting to cry, kind of. "It's so small, and there's just the four of us. I get scared at the idea of big places and a lot of strangers." He nodded and put another piece of coal on the fire. Then he looked at the little pile and grinned suddenly and put a couple of handfuls on, just as if it was one of our birthdays or Christmas. "You'll quickly get over that feeling, son," he said. "The trouble with the world was that it kept getting smaller and smaller, till it ended with just the nest. Now it'll be good to have a real huge world again, the way it was in the beginning." I guess he's right. You think the beautiful young lady will wait for me till I grow up? I'll be 20 in only 10 years. The end of A Pail of Air by Fritz Leiber.
The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael A. The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. We humans are a strange breed, unique in the universe. Of all the races met among the stars, only Homo sapiens thrives on deliberate self-delusion. Perhaps this is the secret of our greatness, for we are great, in power if not in supernal wisdom. Legends, I think, are our strength. If one day a man stands on the rim of the galaxy and looks out across the gulfs towards the seedy suns of Andromeda, it will be legends that drove him there. They are odd things, these legends, peopled with unreal creatures, magnificent heroes, and despicable villains. We stand for no nonsense where our mythology is concerned. A man becoming part of our folklore becomes a fey, one-dimensional shadow image of reality. Jack Merrill, the Jack Merrill of the history books, is such an image. History, folklore's jade, has daubed Merrill with the rouge of myth, and it does not become him. The Peacemaker, the chronicles have named him, and that at least is accurate in point of fact, but it was not through choice that he became the Peacemaker, and when his peace descended over the worlds of space, Merrill, the man, was finished. This I know, for I rode with him, his lieutenant in a dozen and more bloody fights that earned him his ironically Pacific laurels. Not many now living will remember the Wall Decade. History, ever pliable, is rewritten often, and facts are forgotten. When it was gone, the Wall Decade was remembered with shame, and so was expunged from the record of time. But I remember it well. It was an era compounded of stupidity and grandeur, of brilliant discovery and grimy political maneuver. We, the greedy men of space, and that includes Jack Merrill, saw it end with sorrow in our hearts, knowing that we had killed it. If you will think back to the years immediately preceding the Age of Space, you may remember the Iron Curtain. Among the nations of Earth, a great schism had arisen, and a wall of ideas was built between East and West. Hydrogen bombs were stockpiled, and armies marched and countermarched threateningly. Men lived with fear and hatred and distrust. Then, suddenly, came the years of spaceflight and the expanding frontiers. Luna was past. Mars and Venus and the Jovian moons felt the tread of living beings for the first time since the dawn of time. The larger asteroids were taken, and even the cold moonlets of Saturn and Uranus trembled under the blast of Terran rockets. But the Iron Curtain still existed. It was extended out into the gulf of space, an intangible wall of fear and suspicion. Thus was born the Wall Decade. Jack Merrill was made for that epoch. Ever in human history there are those who profit from the stupidity of their fellows. Jack Merrill so profited. He dredged up the riches of space and took them for his own, and his weapon was man's fear of his brothers. It was in Yaqui, down canal from the Terran settlement at Canalopolis, that Merrill's plan was born. His ship, the Arrow, stood on the red sands of Syrtis Major, waiting for a payload to the outer system. It stood among a good many like it, the Moon Maid, the Gay Lady, the Argonaut, and my own vessel, the Starhound. We, the captains, had gathered in the Spaceman's Rest, a tinkling gin mill peopled with human wrecks and hungry-eyed, dusty-skinned women who had come out to Mars hoping for riches and had found only the same squalor they had left behind. I remember the look in Merrill's eyes as he spoke of the treasures of space that would never be ours, of the gold and sapphires, the rubies and unearthly gems of fragile beauty and great price. All the riches of the worlds of space passing through our hands and into the vaults of the stay-at-homes who owned our ships and our very lives. It seemed to me that Merrill suffered as though from physical pain as he spoke of riches. He was nothing if not rapacious. Greedy, venal, ruthless, all of that. 5 of us, he said in a hard voice. Captains all, with ships and men. We carry the riches of the universe and let it slip through our fingers. What greater fools could there be? Oh, he was right enough. We had the power to command in our hands without the sense to grasp it firmly and take what we chose. And mark you, my friends, Merrill said. A wall has been built around Mars. A wall that weakens rather than strengthens. A wonderful, stupid wall. He laughed and glanced around the table at our faces, flushed with wine and greed. With all space full of walls, he said softly, who could unite against us? The question struck home. I thought of the 5 ships standing out there on the rusty desert across the silted canal. 5 tall ships against the stars. We felt no kinship to those at home who clung to creature comforts while we bucketed among the stars, risking our lives and more. We, the spacemen, had become a race apart from that of the home planet. And Merrill saw this in our faces that night so long ago, and he knew that he had spoken our thoughts. Thus was born the Compact. Gods of space, but I must laugh when I read what history has recorded of the Compact. Merrill, filled with the wonder of his great dream, spoke his mind to the captains. He told them of the sorrow in his heart for his divided fellow men, and his face grew stern when he urged them to put aside ideology and prejudice and join with him in the Compact. So speaks Quintus Bland, historian of the age of space. I imagine that I hear Merrill's laughter even as I write. Oh, we put aside ideology and prejudice, all right. That night in Yaqui, the 5 captains clasped hands over the formation of the first and only compact of space piracy in history. It was an all-or-nothing venture. Our crews were told nothing, but their pockets were emptied and their pittances joined with ours. We loaded the 5 ships with supplies and thundered off into the cobalt Martian sky to seek a stronghold. We found one readily enough. The chronicles do not record it accurately. They say that the fleet of the Compact based itself on Eros. This is incorrect. We wanted no base that would bring us so close to the home planet every year. The asteroid we chose was nameless and remained so. We spoke of it seldom a space, but it was ever in our minds. There was no space wall there to divide us one from the other. It was a fortress against the rest of mankind, and in it we were brothers. When we struck for the first time, it was not at a Russian missile post, as the histories say. It was at the Queen of Heaven, an undefended and unsuspecting merchantman. The records of Earth say the Queen was lost in space between Uranus and Mars, and this is so. But she was listed lost only because no Russian or American patrol found her gutted hulk. I imagine that at this very moment she hangs out beyond Pluto, rounding the bend of the long ellipse we sent her on that day we stripped her bones. She carried gold and precious stones, and more important yet, women being furloughed home after forced labor in the mines of Soviet Umbriel. The Starhound and the Arrow bracketed her 1,000,000 miles above the planet of the ecliptic near Saturn's orbit and killed her. We drew abreast of her and forced her valves. We boarded her and took what we chose. Then we slaughtered her men and sent them on their long voyage. That was the beginning. The attack against Corfu was our next move. This is the battle that Celia Whitmar Day has described in verse. Very bad verse. Corfu slumbered, gorged and proud, while Arrow, Hound, and Maid marshaled freedom's might above the tyrant's ground, and rained down death. There is much more, of course. Brave phrases of emotion and fanciful unreality written by one who never saw the night of space agleam with stars. There was no talk of tyranny or liberty aboard the Hound that day we leveled with the Maid and the Arrow 1,000 miles over the Russian base of Corfu. There was talk of the bullion stored under the fortress's turrets. Merrill's face appeared in my visor screen, superimposed on the image of the grimy little asteroid floating darkly against the star fields. Their radar has picked us up by now, and they're wondering who we are, he said. Take the Hound out on tangent left and join the Maid. Cover my attack and stand by to put a landing party aground. I watched the image of the Arrow, a sliver of darkness against the crescent of Corfu, lancing down at the fortress. Her forward tubes were glowing with the familiar pre-discharge emanation. Below us, confusion reigned. For the first time in memory, an asteroid base was under attack. Merrill brought the Arrow in to within 50 miles, and then unleashed the fury of his forward tubes. Hellfire coruscated over the steel turrets and stone walls of Corfu. It splashed like a liquid flame over men and metal, and twisted the towers and buttresses into spidery tendrils of glowing thread. Corfu died without firing a shot. We put a party from the Hound aground 10 hours later. Even then, we had to wear insulated suits to walk in that still molten inferno. Charred bodies had become one with the stuff of the fortress, and nothing living was left within the keep. We looted Corfu's treasure and lifted into space, heavy with gold. Time passed in an orgy of looting for the men of the Compact. We grew rich and arrogant, for in space we were kings. Torn by suspicion of one another, America and Russia could do nothing against us. They had built an iron curtain in space, and it kept them divided and weak. Endymion felt our blasts, and Clio. Then came Tethys, Rhea, Iapetus. We cared nothing for the flag these bases flew. They were the gathering points for all the gold and treasure of space, and we of the Compact took what we wished of it, leaving a trail of blood and rapine behind us. No nation claimed our loyalty. Space was our mother and lust our father. Thus the peacemakers. For 5 full years, the long years of the Outer Belt, the Arrow, the Starhound, the Moon Maid, the Lady, and the Argonaut were the scourges of the space lanes. No patrol could find us, and no defense could contain us. I recall how we laughed at the angry sputtering of Earth's radio. Vast sums were spent in searches and new weapons to protect the meek and the mutually distrustful from Merrill and the men of the Compact. Budgets, already strained to the breaking point by generations of the Cold War, creaked and groaned as Russians and Americans spent furiously to build up their defenses against our depredations. But though we were few, and they many, space was large, and it hit us well. And then, one darkling day, Jack Merrill and I stood on the thin methane snow that carpeted our base's landing ramp, waiting under our own blue-black sky for the return of the Argonaut. Merrill had sent her sunward to strike at the mines of Loki. an asteroid where Russian commissars rolled in mountains of blood-red rubies. We waited through the day and into the sable night, but the Argonaut did not return. For the first time since the formation of the compact, we had lost a ship, and something like unease crept into our hearts. The carousal that night had no gaiety, and there was the sound of bereaved women weeping. Merrill could learn nothing of the Argonaut's fate. It was as though she had dropped through a hole in the fabric of space itself and vanished from the ken of men. To me, he said, "I fear a new weapon." But to the rest, he kept his peace and let the work of the compact continue. There was nothing else to be done. Our wall decade was waning, and when a man or a compact outlives the age that gave him or it birth, there is nothing to do but go forward and meet the new day dawning. So it was with the compact. We lived on as we had lived before, looting and killing and draining the wealth of space into our coffers. But in the back of our minds, a shadow was lurking. On the next raid, the lady was lost. I saw it happen, as did Merrill. There was nothing we could do to help her, and she died, spilling men into the void as she ruptured in her last agony. It was off Hyperion, whence we had come to loot the trove built there by the prospectors of the Saturnian moons, and it was a trap. The arrow, the hound, and the lady circled the moonlit, swinging inward to the attack. It was the lady who was to put aground the raiding party, and her valves hung open while men readied the assault boats. Our radar screens showed nothing of danger. There was only the bloated giant in the sky, a ringed monster of yellow gold against the starry velvet of space. The lady dropped her boats, the hound and the arrow hovering by to watch over their sister. And suddenly the jagged moonscape below erupted, belching streaks of fire that sought us like probing fingers. I knew in one single instant of terror that this was the new weapon that had killed the Argonaut, for it sliced into the lady's flanks as though the steelite hull were cheese. She bulged, glowing like an ember. There was a sudden nimbus of snow about her as her air escaped and froze, and then she rolled into her death dance, open from bow to stern, spilling scorched corpse into the void. The arrow and the hound drove off into space like furies, leaving the spinning body of their sister ship behind, not waiting to watch her crash down onto the rocky face of Hyperion. And now the 5 of the compact were only 3, and again there was the sound of weeping among our women. 2 months after that engagement, a single assault boat returned to base. It was the lone survivor of the ladies' landing party. By some miracle, the 3 men aboard had escaped the Holocaust. They had landed and been captured, and then they had fought their way free and into the void once more. They were half dead from starvation and exposure, but they had brought word to Merrill that the wall that had so long protected us was crumbling. Merrill sought me out, his lean, hard face grim and set. "There was a Russian among the Americans on Hyperion," he said. "A prisoner?" It was my hope that spoke so, not my sure knowledge of what was to come. Merrill shook his head slowly. "A technician. They developed the beam that killed the Argonaut and the lady, together." His voice was harsh and bleak. Then suddenly he laughed. "We've touched them," he said. "Touched them on their tender spot, their purses." He bowed low, filled with bitter mockery. "Behold the diplomats, the men who are accomplishing the impossible." And I knew that his words spelt doom. Doom for the compact and for the wall decade that was our life. Yet we did not stint. In that year we raided Dione, Io, Ganymede, and even the American naval base on Callisto. We gutted 6 Russian and 4 American rockets filled with treasure, and we ventured sunward as far as the moons of Mars. We dared battles with patrol ships and won. We killed the destroyer Alexei Tolstoy off Europa, and we shattered an American monitor over Syrtis itself and watched the wreckage rain down on Yaqui, the place where the compact was born. And we lost the Moon Maid. The radio told us the story. Other new weapons were being developed against us, and here and there American and Russian spacecraft were seen in company for the first time in the history of the age of space. Convoys were formed from ships of both flags to protect spatial commerce from the imagined Great Fleet of the Compact. None knew that only the Arrow and the Starhound, small ships, weary ships, were left to face the slowly combining might of Earth. And then at last the pickings, growing slimmer always, diminished to the vanishing point. Merrill stood before us and gave the assembled crews their option. "The treasure hunt is over," our captain told us, "and those who wish may withdraw now. Take your women and the spaceboats and return to Mars. You have your shares, and you can live in comfort wherever you may choose. If you wish it, go now." Some few did go, but most remained. I watched Merrill's face and saw one last plan maturing there. Then he spoke again, and we all understood. One last raid, to take Luna and command the world. "Still the unity of mankind was not secure, and Merrill, filled with impatience for his great dream, decided on one final stroke. He would descend on Luna Base itself with his fleet, and commanding all Earth, he would drive men together, even though it might mean his own death. With this plan of self-immolation in his heart, the peacemaker ordered his hosts and sought the pumice soil of the mother planet's moon." This is the way Quintus Bland, historian and scholar, puts it down for posterity. I, one of his hosts, would say it another way. We had gutted the solar system of its treasure, and at last men were uniting against us. Our fleet was reduced to 2 small ships and a bare handful of men and women to fight them. Jack Merrill could see the handwriting on the wall, and he knew that all must be gambled on one last throw of the dice. Only with Terra herself under our guns could we hope to continue sucking the juice of the worlds into our mouths. It was all or nothing, for we had grown used to our life, and we could no longer change it to meet the demands of the dawning age of Soviet-American amity. Side by side, the Arrow and the Hound slanted sunward. Mars behind us, ahead lay the Earth-Moon system. 10 years had passed since any of us aboard the compact ships had seen the home world, and though we no longer felt a part of it, the sight of the silvery, cloud-flecked globe touched our hearts, touched them as the sapphires of Mimas or the gold of Corfu touched them. We saw the planet that gave us birth, and we were filled with hunger for it, to own it, command it, make it our own. Luna's mountains were white and stark under our keels as Merrill led us across the curve of the southern horizon, seeking to put us into position to attack the UN moon base in Clavius from the direction of the moon's hidden face. We swung low across unnamed mountain ranges and deep sheer valleys steeped in shadow. The voice of the ranger in the Arrow came softly through the open intercom into the tiny control room of the Hound. A woman's voice, tense with excitement, but disciplined and controlled. "Range 500 miles, 475, 450. And then Merrill's voice, calm and reassuring, giving heart to all the untried ones aboard with his steady, conning commands. 4 o'clock jet. Easy. Hold her. Driver's up 1/2 standard. Steady goes. Meet her. Steady." Line astern now, the 2 ships flashing low across the jagged lunar landscape, and a world in the balance. An alarm bell ringing suddenly, and my screen showing the fleeting outline of a Russian monitor above, running across our stern. My own voice, sharp with command. "Gun pointer." "Here, sir." "Get me that gunboat." The Hound's turret wound about with agonizing slowness as the monitor reached for the sky, clawing for altitude and safety. And then there came a searing blast of fire, and the fragments of the Russian gunboat raining down lazily, seeking their eternal rest in the pumice of Luna's hidden face. But they had been warned at the UN base. The monitor had left one dying shriek in the ether, and the waiting garrison had heard. Merrill knew it, and so did I. We moved forward calmly into the jaws of hell. The Arrow attacked from 10 o'clock, low on the horizon, the Hound from 12 o'clock, high. We swept in over the batteries of pulsating projectors, raining down our bombs. The ground shuddered and shook with the fury of exploding uranium, and the sky was laced with a net of fiery death. The hound shrieked her protest as I swung her about for another attack. There was a sickening swerve and the smell of ozone in my ship. Somewhere, deep within her, a woman screamed, and I felt the deck under me give as one of the questing beams from the fortress below cut into the hull. Airtight doors slammed throughout the wounded vessel, and I drove her to the attack again, hard. The last of the bombs clattered out of the vents, sending mushrooms of pumice miles into the black sky. One battery of guns below fell silent. The Arrow vanished into the night above, and as suddenly reappeared, her forward tubes spewing red fire onto the base below. Then Merrill pulled her up again and disappeared among the pale stars. The hound's hurt was mortal. I could feel her dying under my hands, and tears streaked my face. Below decks, she was a shambles where the cutting beam from the ground had torn part of her heart out. Still I fought her. There was no retreat from this last raid, nor did I wish any. There was a madness in us, a bloodlust as hot and demanding as ever our lust for gold and treasure might have been. I lashed the face of the fortress with the hound's forward tubes, frantically, filled with a hateful anguish. I felt my ship losing way, twisting and seeking rest on the jagged ground below, and thinking he had deserted us, I cursed Merrill in an ecstasy of blind fury. Again and again the hound was hit. I knew then that Merrill's plan had been madness, a last gesture of defiance to the new age of unity among men. The hound fell at last, spitting fire and gall in a futile dance of death. She struck on a high plateau, grinding into the pumice, rolling with macabre abandon across the face of the high tableland. Then, at last, she was still, hissing and groaning fitfully as she died, her buccaneering days gone forever. I donned a suit and staggered, half-dazed, out into the lunar night. A half-dozen men and women from the crew had survived the impact, and they stood by the wreckage, faces under the plastic helmets turned skyward. They were one and all stunned and bleeding from the violence of the hound's end, but they looked neither back nor around them. Their eyes were filled with the insane glory of the drama being enacted in the sky. The Arrow had returned. She lanced down out of the night like a spear of flame, vengeful and deadly. Straight into the mouth of the screaming guns she dove, death spilling from her tubes. She bathed the moon base in fire, searing the men within, Russian and American alike, into the brotherhood of death. Miraculously, she pulled up out of her encircling net of flame. We watched in open-mouthed wonder as she reached with sobbing heart for the sky just once again, and then, failing, crippled and dying, she hung above the crater's rim, framed with deadly beams from below, but radiant in her own right, gleaming in the light of the sun. This was defeat. We knew it as we stood by the tangled pile of steelite that had been the hound and watched the Arrow die. But nothing in this life that I have lived ever told me so grandly that the wall decade was ended, and our life of buccaneering with it, as the thing that happened next. The Arrow's valve opened, and a tiny figure stepped out into space. I did not need to be told that Jack Merrill was coming to meet the men he had welded together against him. Lazily, unreally, the tiny shape twisted over and over as it fell, until at last it vanished amid the raw welter of craters and ridges beyond the razor wall of Clavius. But men are ashamed, and the chronicles of history must be rewritten to hide their weaknesses. Jack Merrill has become a legend, and the man that I knew is forgotten. Merrill, pirate, fighter, grandiose dreamer. That was my captain, not the colorless do-good creature of the legend. Merrill fought for lust and greed, and these are the things that will one day take men to the stars. He knew this truth, of course, and that was the substance of his great dream. Because of it, there are no longer walls in space, and the men who united to fight the Peacemaker will one day rule the universe. Meanwhile, chroniclers will write lies about him, and Jack Merrill's laughter will echo in some ghostly Valhalla beyond the farthest star. End of The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. Read by Michael A.
Pictures Don't Lie by Catherine MacLean. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pictures Don't Lie by Catherine MacLean. Excerpt from Galaxy Science Fiction, August 1951. Pictures, that is, that one can test and measure, and these pictures positively, absolutely could not lie. The man from The News asked, "What do you think of the aliens, Mr. Nathan? Are they friendly? Do they look human?" "Very human," said the thin young man. Outside, rain sleeted across the big windows with a steady faint drumming, blurring and dimming the view of the airfield where they would arrive. On the concrete runways the puddles were pockmarked with rain, and the grass growing untouched between the runways of the unused field glistened wetly, bending before gusts of wind. Back at a respectful distance from where the huge spaceship would land were the grey shapes of trucks, where TV camera crews huddled inside their mobile units, waiting. Farther back in the deserted sandy landscape behind distant sandy hills, artillery was ringed in a great circle, and in the distance across the horizon bombers stood ready at airfields, guarding the world against possible treachery from the first alien ship ever to land from space. "Do you know anything about their home planet?" asked the man from Herald. The Times man stood with the others, listening absently, thinking of questions but reserving them. Joseph R. Nathan, the thin young man with the straight black hair and the tired lines on his face, was being treated with respect by his interviewers. He was obviously on edge, and they did not want to harry him with too many questions to answer at once. They wanted to keep his goodwill. Tomorrow he would be one of the biggest celebrities ever to appear in headlines. "No, nothing directly." "Any ideas or deductions?" Harold persisted. "Their world must be Earth-like to them," the weary-looking young man answered uncertainly. "The environment evolves the animal, but only in relative terms, of course." He looked at them with a quick glance, and then looked away evasively, his lank black hair beginning to cling to his forehead with sweat. "That doesn't necessarily mean anything." "Earth-like," muttered a reporter, writing it down as if he had noticed nothing more in the reply. The Timesman glanced at the Herald, wondering if he had noticed, and received a quick glance in exchange. The Herald asked Nathan, "You think they are dangerous, then?" It was the kind of question, assuming much, which usually broke reticence and brought forth quick facts when it hit the mark. They all knew of the military precautions, although they were not supposed to know. The question missed. Nathan glanced out the window vaguely. "No, I wouldn't say so." "You think they are friendly, then?" said the Herald, equally positive on the opposite track. A fleeting smile touched Nathan's lips. "Those I know are." There was no lead in this direction, and they had to get the basic facts of the story before the ship came. The Times asked, "What led up to your contacting them?" Nathan answered after a hesitation, "Static, radio static." "The army told you my job, didn't they?" The army had told them nothing at all. The officer who had conducted them in for the interview stood glowering watchfully, as if he objected by instinct to telling anything to the public. Nathan glanced at him doubtfully. "My job is radio decoder for the Department of Military Intelligence. I use a directional pickup, tune in on foreign bands, record any scrambled or coded messages I hear, and build automatic decoders and descramblers for all the basic scramble patterns." The officer cleared his throat but said nothing. The reporter smiled, noting that down. Security regulations had changed since arms inspection had been legalized by the UN, complete information being the only public security against secret rearmament. Spying and prying had come to seem a public service. Its aura had changed. It was good public relations to admit to it. Nathan continued. I started directing the pickup at stars in my spare time. There's radio noise from stars, you know. Just stuff that sounds like spatter static and an occasional squawk. People have been listening to it for a long time and researching, trying to work out why stellar radiation on those bands comes in such jagged bursts. It didn't seem natural. He paused and smiled uncertainly, aware that the next thing he would say was the thing that would make him famous. An idea that had come to him while he listened. An idea as simple and as perfect as the one that came to Newton when he saw the apple fall. I decided it wasn't natural. I tried decoding it. Hurriedly he tried to explain it away and make it seem obvious. You see, there's an old intelligence trick, speeding up a message on a record until it sounds just like that, a short squawk of static, and then broadcasting it. Undergrounds use it. I'd heard that kind of screech before. You mean they broadcast at us in code? Asked the news. It's not exactly code. All you need to do is record it and slow it down. They are not broadcasting at us. If a star has planets, inhabited planets, and there is broadcasting between them, they would send it on a tight beam to save power. He looked for comprehension. You know, like a spotlight. Theoretically, a tight beam can go on forever without losing power. But aiming would be difficult from planet to planet. You can't expect a beam to stay on target over such distances more than a few seconds at a time. So they'd naturally compress each message into a short half-second or 1 second length package and send it a few hundred times in one long blast to make sure it is picked up during the instant the beam swings across the target. He was talking slowly and carefully, remembering that this explanation was for the newspapers. When a stray beam swings through our section of space, there is a sharp peak in noise level from that direction. The beams are swinging to follow their own planets at home, and the distance between there and here exaggerates the speed of swing tremendously, so we wouldn't pick up more than a bip as it passes. How do you account for the number of squawks coming in? The Times asked. Do stellar systems rotate on the plane of the galaxy? It was a private question. He spoke impulsively from interest and excitement. The radio decoder grinned, the lines of strain vanishing from his face for a moment. Maybe we're intercepting everybody's telephone calls, and the whole galaxy is swarming with races that spend all day yakking at each other over the radio. Maybe the human type is standard model. It would take something like that, the Times agreed. They smiled at each other. The news asked, how did you happen to pick up television instead of voices? Not by accident, Nathan explained patiently. I'd recognized a scanning pattern, and I wanted pictures. Pictures are understandable in any language. Near the interviewers, a senator paced back and forth, muttering his memorized speech of welcome and nervously glancing out the wide streaming windows into the grey sleeting rain. Opposite the windows of the long room was a small raised platform flanked by the tall shapes of TV cameras and sound pickups on booms, and darkened floodlights, arranged and ready for the senator to make his speech of welcome to the aliens and the world. A shabby radio sending set stood beside it without a case to conceal its parts, 2 cathode television tubes flickering nakedly on one side and the speaker humming on the other. A vertical panel of dials and knobs jutted up before them, and a small hand mic sat ready on the table before the panel. It was connected to a box-like, expensively cased piece of equipment with "Radiolab, U.S. Property" stenciled on it. I recorded a couple of packaged screeches from Sagittarius and began working on them, Nathan added. It took a couple of months to find the synchronizing signals and set the scanners close enough to the right time to even get a pattern. When I showed the pattern to the department, they gave me full time to work on it and an assistant to help. It took 8 months to pick out the color bands and assign them the right colors to get anything intelligible on the screen. The shabby-looking mess of exposed parts was the original receiver that they had labored over for 10 months, adjusting and readjusting to reduce the maddening rippling plates of unsynchronized color scanners to some kind of sane picture. "Trial and error," said Nathan, "but it came out all right. The wideband spread of the squawks had suggested color TV from the beginning." He walked over and touched the set. The speaker bipped slightly and the gray screen flickered with a flash of color at the touch. The set was awake and sensitive, tuned to receive from the great interstellar spaceship which now circled the atmosphere. We wondered why there were so many bands, but when we got the set working and started recording and playing everything that came in, we found we tapped something like a landing library line. It was all fiction, plays. Between the pauses in Nathan's voice, the Times found himself unconsciously listening for the sound of roaring, swiftly approaching rocket jets. The Post asked, "How did you contact the spaceship?" I scanned and recorded a film copy of Rite of Spring, the Disney-Stravinsky combination, and sent it back along the same line we were receiving from. Just testing. It wouldn't get there for a good number of years, if it got there at all, but I thought it would please the library to get a new record in. 2 weeks later, when we caught and slowed a new batch of recordings, we found an answer. It was obviously meant for us. It was a flash of the Disney being played to a large audience, and then the audience sitting and waiting before a blank screen. The signal was very clear and loud. We'd intercepted a spaceship. They were asking for an encore, you see. They liked the film and wanted more. He smiled at them in sudden thought. You can see them for yourself. It's all right down the hall where the linguists are working on the automatic translator. The listening officer frowned and cleared his throat, and the thin young man turned to him quickly. "No security reason why they should not see the broadcasts, is there? Perhaps you should show them." He said to the reporters reassuringly, "It's right down the hall. You will be informed the moment the spaceship approaches." The interview was very definitely over. The lank-haired, nervous young man turned away and seated himself at the radio set, while the officer swallowed his objections and showed them dourly down the hall to a closed door. They opened it and fumbled into a darkened room crowded with empty folding chairs, dominated by a glowing bright screen. The door closed behind them, bringing total darkness. There was the sound of reporters fumbling their way into seats around him, but the Times man remained standing, aware of an enormous surprise, as if he had been asleep and wakened to find himself in the wrong country. The bright colors of the double image seemed the only real thing in the darkened room. Even blurred as they were, he could see that the action was subtly different, the shapes subtly not right. He was looking at aliens. The impression was of 2 humans disguised, humans moving oddly, half dancing, half crippled. Carefully, afraid the images would go away, he reached up to his breast pocket, took out his polarized glasses, rotated one lens at right angles to the other and put them on. Immediately the 2 beings came into sharp focus, real and solid, and the screen became a wide, elusively near window through which he watched them. They were conversing with each other in a grey-walled room, discussing something with restrained excitement. The large man in the green tunic closed his purple eyes for an instant at something the other said, and grimaced, making a motion with his fingers as if shoving something away from him. Melodrama. The second, smaller, with yellowish-green eyes, stepped closer, talking more rapidly in a lower voice. The first stood very still, not trying to interrupt. Obviously, the proposal was some advantageous treachery, and he wanted to be persuaded. The Times groped for a chair and sat down. Perhaps gesture is universal, desire and aversion, a leaning forward or a leaning back, tension, relaxation. Perhaps these actors were masters. The scenes changed. A corridor, a park-like place in what he began to realize was a spaceship, a lecture room. There were others talking and working, speaking to the man in the green tunic, and never was it unclear what was happening or how they felt. They talked a flowing language with many short vowels and shifts of pitch, and they gestured in the heat of talk, their hands moving with an odd lagging difference of motion, not slow but somehow drifting. He ignored the language, but after a time the difference in motion began to arouse his interest. Something in the way they walked. With an effort he pulled his mind from the plot and forced his attention to the physical difference. Brown hair in short silky crew cuts, varied eye colors, the colors showing clearly because their irises were very large, their round eyes set very widely apart in tapering light brown faces. Their necks and shoulders were thick in a way that would indicate unusual strength for a human, but their wrists were narrow and their fingers long and thin and delicate. There seemed to be more than the usual number of fingers. Since he came in, a machine had been whirring and a voice muttering beside him. He called his attention from counting their fingers and looked around. Beside him sat an alert-looking man wearing earphones, watching and listening with hawk-like concentration. Beside him was a tall, streamlined box. From the screen came the sound of the alien language. The man abruptly flipped the switch on the box, muttered a word into a small hand microphone, and flipped the switch back with nervous rapidity. He reminded the Times men of the earphoned interpreters at the UN. The machine was probably a vocal translator, and the mutterer a linguist adding to its vocabulary. Near the screen were two other linguists taking notes. The Times remembered the senator pacing in the observatory room, rehearsing his speech of welcome. The speech would not be just the empty pompous gesture he had expected. It would be translated mechanically and understood by the aliens. On the other side of the glowing window that was the stereo screen, the large protagonist in the green tunic was speaking to a pilot in a grey uniform. They stood in a brightly lit, canary yellow control room in a spaceship. The Times tried to pick up the thread of the plot. Already he was interested in the fate of the hero and liked him. That was the effect of good acting, probably, for part of the art of acting is to win affection from the audience, and this actor might be the matinee idol of whole solar systems. Controlled tension, betraying itself by a jerk of the hands, a too quick answer to a question. The uniformed one, not suspicious, turned his back, busying himself at some task involving a map lit with glowing red points, his motions sharing the same fluid dragging grace of the others, as if they were underwater or on a slow-motion film. The other was watching a switch set into a panel, moving closer to it, talking casually. Background music coming and rising in thin chords of tension. There was a close-up of the alien's face, watching the switch, and the Times noted that his ears were symmetrically half circles, almost perfect with no earholes visible. The voice of the uniformed one answered, a brief word in a preoccupied deep voice. His back was still turned. The other glanced at the switch, moving closer to it, talking casually. The switch coming closer and closer stereoscopically. It was in reach, filling the screen. His hand came into view, darting out, closed over the switch. There was a sharp clap of sound and his hand opened in a frozen shape of pain. Beyond him, as his gaze swung up, stood the figure of the uniformed officer, unmoving, a weapon rigid in his hand in the startled position in which he had turned and fired, watching with widening eyes as the man in the green tunic swayed and fell. The tableau held, the uniformed one drooping, looking down at his hand, holding the weapon which had killed, and music began to build in from the background. Just for an instant the room and the things within it flashed into one of those bewildering color changes which were the bane of color television, and switched to a color negative of itself. A green man standing in a violet control room, looking down at the body of a green man in a red tunic. It held for less than a second, then the color band alternator fell back into phase, and the colors reversed to normal. Another uniformed man came and took the weapon from the limp hand of the other, who began to explain dejectedly in a low voice, while the music mounted and covered his words, and the screen slowly went blank, like a window that slowly filmed over with grey fog. The music faded. In the dark someone clapped appreciatively. The earphoned man beside the Times shifted his earphones back from his ears and spoke briskly. "I can't get any more. Either of you want a replay?" There was a short silence until the linguist nearest the set said, "I guess we've squeezed that one dry. Let's run the tape where Nathan and that ship radio boy are kidding around CQing and tuning their beams in closer. I have a hunch the boy is talking routine ham talk and giving the old radio count. 1, 2, 3, testing." There was some fumbling in the semi-dark, and then the screen came to life again. It showed a flash of an audience sitting before a screen and gave a clipped chord of some familiar symphony. "Crazy about Stravinsky and Mozart," remarked the earphoned linguist to the Times, resettling his earphones. "Can't stand Gershwin. Can you beat that?" He turned his attention back to the screen as the right sequence came on. The post, who was sitting just in front of him, turned to the Times and said, "Funny how much they look like people." He was writing, making notes to telephone his report. "What color hair did that character have?" "I didn't notice." He wondered if he should remind the reporter that Nathan had said he assigned the color bands on guess, choosing the colors that gave the most plausible images. The guests, when they arrived, could turn out to be bright green with blue hair. Only the gradations of color in the picture were sure, only the similarities and contrasts, the relationship of one color to another. From the screen came the sound of the alien language again. This race averaged deeper voices than human. He liked deep voices. Could he write that? No, there was something wrong with that too. How had Nathan established the right soundtrack pitch? Was it a matter of taking the modulation as it came in, or some sort of heterodyning up and down by trial and error? Probably. It might be safer to assume that Nathan had simply preferred deep voices. As he sat there, doubting, an uneasiness he had seen in Nathan came back to add to his own uncertainty, and he remembered just how close that uneasiness had come to something that looked like restrained fear. "What I don't get is why he went to all the trouble of picking up TV shows instead of just contacting them," the news complained. "They are good shows, but what's the point?" "Maybe so we'd get to learn their language too," said the Herald. On the screen now was the obviously unstaged and genuine scene of a young alien working over a bank of apparatus. He turned and waved and opened his mouth in the comical O shape, which the Times was beginning to recognize as their equivalent of a smile, then went back to trying to explain something about the equipment in elaborate awkward gestures and carefully mouthed words. The Times got up quietly, went out into the bright white stone corridor, and walked back the way he had come, thoughtfully folding his stereo glasses and putting them away. No one stopped him. Secrecy restrictions were ambiguous here. The reticence of the army seemed more a matter of habit, mere reflex from the fact that it had all originated in the intelligence department, than any reasoned policy of keeping the landing a secret. The main room was more crowded than he had left it. The TV camera and sound crew stood near their apparatus. The senator had found a chair and was reading. and at the far end of the room 8 men were grouped in a circle of chairs, arguing something with impassioned concentration. The Times recognized a few he knew personally, eminent names in science, workers in field theory. A stray phrase reached him, reference to the universal constants as ratio. It was probably a discussion of ways of converting formulas from one mathematics to another for a rapid exchange of information. They had reason to be intent, aware of the flood of insights that novel viewpoints could bring if they could grasp them. He would have liked to go over and listen, but there was too little time left before the spaceship was due, and he had a question to ask. The hand-rigged transceiver was still humming, tuned to the sending band of the circling ship, and the young man who had started it all was sitting on the edge of the TV platform with his chin resting in one hand. He did not look up as the Times approached, but it was the indifference of preoccupation, not discourtesy. The Times sat down on the edge of the platform beside him and took out a pack of cigarettes, then remembered the coming TV broadcast and the ban on smoking. He put them away, thoughtfully watching the diminishing rain spray against the streaming windows. "What's wrong?" he asked. Nathan showed that he was aware and friendly by a slight motion of his head. "You tell me." "Hunch," said the Timesman. "Sheer hunch. Everything sailing along too smoothly. Everyone taking too much for granted." Nathan relaxed slightly. "I'm still listening." "Something about the way they move." Nathan shifted to glance at him. "That's bothered me too." "Are you sure they are adjusted to the right speed?" Nathan clenched his hands out in front of him and looked at them consideringly. "I don't know. When I turn the tape faster, they are all rushing, and you begin to wonder why their clothes don't stream behind them, why the doors close so quickly and yet you can't hear them slam, why things fall so fast. If I turn it slower, they all seem to be swimming." He gave the Times a considering sidewise glance. "Didn't catch the name." "Country-bred guy," thought the Times. "Jacob Luke, Times," he said, extending his hand. Nathan gave the hand a quick, hard grip, identifying the name. "Sunday Science Section editor. I read it. Surprised to meet you here." "Likewise," the Times smiled. "Look, have you gone into this rationally with formulas?" He found a pencil in his pocket. "Obviously there's something wrong with our judgment of their weight to speed to momentum ratio. Maybe it's something simple like low gravity aboard ship with magnetic shoes. Maybe they are floating slightly." "Why worry?" Nathan cut in. "I don't see any reason to try to figure it out now." He laughed and shoved back his black hair nervously. "We'll see them in 20 minutes." "Will we?" asked the Times slowly. There was a silence while the senator turned a page of his magazine with a slight crackling of paper, and the scientists argued at the other end of the room. Nathan pushed at his lank black hair again, as if it were trying to fall forward in front of his eyes and keep him from seeing. "Sure," the young man laughed suddenly, talked rapidly. "Sure we'll see them. Why shouldn't we, with all the government ready with welcome speeches? The whole army turned out and hiding over the hill, reporters all around, newsreel cameras, everything set up to broadcast the landing to the world. The president himself shaking hands with me and waiting in Washington." He came to the truth without pausing for breath. He said, "Hell no, they won't get here. There's some mistake somewhere. Something's wrong. I should have told the brass heads yesterday when I started adding it up. Don't know why I didn't say anything. Scared, I guess. Too much top rank around here. Lost my nerve." He clutched the Timesman's sleeve. "Look, I don't know what—" A green light flashed on the sending receiving set. Nathan didn't look at it, but he stopped talking. The loudspeaker on the set broke into a voice speaking in the alien's language. The senator started and looked nervously at it, straightening his tie. The voice stopped. Nathan turned and looked at the loudspeaker. His worry seemed to be gone. "What is it?" the Times asked anxiously. "He says they've slowed enough to enter the atmosphere now. They'll be here in 5 to 10 minutes, I guess. That's Bud. He's all excited. He says, 'Holy smoke, what a murky-looking planet we live on.'" Nathan smiled. "Kidding." The Times was puzzled. What does he mean, murky? It can't be raining over much territory on Earth. Outside the rain was slowing and bright blue patches of sky were shining through breaks in the cloud blanket, glittering blue light from the drops that ran down the window. He tried to think of an explanation. Maybe they are trying to land on Venus. The thought was ridiculous, he knew. The spaceship was following Nathan's sending beam. It couldn't miss Earth. Bud had to be kidding. The green light glowed on the set again, and they stopped speaking, waiting for the message to be recorded, slowed and replayed. The cathode screen came to life suddenly, with a picture of the young man sitting at his sending set, his back turned, watching a screen at one side which showed a glimpse of a huge dark plane approaching. As the ship plunged down toward it, the illusion of solidity melted into a boiling turbulence of black clouds. They expanded in an inky swirl, looking huge for an instant, and then blackness swallowed the screen. The young alien swung around to face the camera, speaking a few words as he moved, made the O of a smile again, then flipped the switch, and the screen went gray. Nathan's voice was suddenly toneless and strained. He said something like, "Break out the drinks, here they come." "The atmosphere doesn't look like that," the Times said at random, knowing he was saying something too obvious even to think about. Not Earth atmosphere. Some people drifted up. What did they say? "Entering the atmosphere, ought to be landing in 5 or 10 minutes, Nathan told them. A ripple of heightened excitement ran through the room. Cameramen began adjusting the lens angles again, turning on the mic and checking it, turning on the floodlights. The scientists rose and stood near the window, still talking. The reporters trooped in from the hall and went to the windows to watch for the great event. The 3 linguists came in, trundling a large wheeled box that was the mechanical translator, supervising while it was hitched into the sound broadcasting system. "Landing where?" the Times asked Nathan brutally. "Why don't you do something?" "Tell me what to do and I'll do it," Nathan said quietly, not moving. It was not sarcasm. Jacob Luke of the Times looked sidewise at the strained whiteness of his face and moderated his tone. "Can't you contact them?" "Not while they are landing." "What now?" The Times took out a pack of cigarettes, remembered the rule against smoking and put it back. "We just wait." Nathan leaned his elbow on one knee and his chin in his hand. They waited. All the people in the room were waiting. There was no more conversation. A bald man of the scientist group was automatically buffing his fingernails over and over and inspecting them without seeing them. Another absently polished his glasses, held them up to the light, put them on, and then a moment later took them off and began polishing again. The television crew concentrated on their jobs, moving quietly and efficiently, with perfectionist care, minutely arranging things which did not need to be arranged, checking things that had already been checked. This was to be one of the great moments of human history, and they were all trying to forget that fact and remain impassive and wrapped up in the problems of their jobs, as good specialists should. After an interminable age, the Times consulted his watch. 3 minutes had passed. He tried holding his breath a moment, listening for a distant approaching thunder of jets. There was no sound. The sun came out from behind the clouds and lit up the field like a great spotlight on an empty stage. Abruptly, the green light shone on the set again, indicating that a squawk message had been received. The recorder recorded it, slowed it, and fed it back to the speaker. It clicked, and the sound was very loud in the still, tense room. The screen remained grey, but Bud's voice spoke a few words in the alien language. He stopped. The speaker clicked, and the light went out. When it was plain that nothing more would occur, and no announcement was to be made of what was said, the people in the room turned back to the windows. Talk picked up again. Somebody told a joke and laughed alone. One of the linguists remained turned toward the loudspeaker, then looked at the widening patches of blue sky showing out the window, his expression puzzled. He had understood. "It's dark," the thin intelligence department decoder translated, low-voiced, to the man from the Times. "Your atmosphere is thick." That's precisely what Bud said. Another 3 minutes. The Times caught himself about to light a cigarette and swore silently, blowing the match out and putting the cigarette back into its package. He listened for the sound of rocket jets. It was time for the landing, yet he heard no blasts. The green light came on in the transceiver. Message in. Instinctively he came to his feet. Nathan abruptly was standing beside him. Then the message came in the voice he was coming to think of as Bud. It spoke and paused. Suddenly the Times knew. "We've landed," Nathan whispered the words. The wind blew across the open spaces of white concrete and damp soil that was the empty airfield, swaying the wet, shiny grass. The people in the room looked out, listening for the roar of jets, looking for the silver bulk of a spaceship in the sky. Nathan moved, seating himself at the transmitter, switching it on to warm up, checking and balancing dials. Jacob Luke of the Times moved softly to stand behind his right shoulder, hoping he could be useful. Nathan made a half motion of his head as if to glance back at him, unhooked 2 of the earphone sets hanging on the side of the tall streamlined box that was the automatic translator, plugged them in and handed one back over his shoulder to the Times man. The voice began to come from the speaker again. Hastily Jacob Luke fitted the earphones over his ears. He fancied he could hear Bud's voice tremble. For a moment it was just Bud's voice speaking the alien language, and then, very distant and clear in his earphones, he heard the recorded voice of the linguist say an English word, then a mechanical click and another clear word in the voice of one of the other translators. Then another as the alien's voice flowed from the loudspeaker, the cool single words barely audible, overlapping and blending with it like translating thought, skipping unfamiliar words, yet quite astonishingly clear. "Radar shows no buildings or civilization near. The atmosphere around us registers as thick as glue. Tremendous gas pressure, low gravity, no light at all. You didn't describe it like this. Where are you, Joe? This isn't some kind of trick, is it?" But hesitated, was prompted by a deeper official voice, and jerked out the words, "If it is a trick, we are ready to repel attack." The linguist stood listening. He whitened slowly and beckoned the other linguists over to him and whispered to them. Joseph Nathan looked at them with unwarranted bitter hostility while he picked up the hand mic, plugging it into the translator. "Joe calling," he said quietly into it in clear, slow English. "No trick. We don't know where you are. I am trying to get a direction fix from your signal. Describe your surroundings to us if at all possible." Nearby, the floodlights blazed steadily on the television platform, ready for the official welcome of the aliens to Earth. The television channels of the world had been alerted to set aside their scheduled programs for an unscheduled great event. In the long room the people waited, listening for the swelling sound of rocket jets. This time, after the light came on, there was a long delay. The speaker sputtered and sputtered again, building to a steady scratching they could barely sense as a dim voice. It came through in a few tinny words, and then wavered back to inaudibility. The machine translated in their earphones. Tried, seemed, repair. Suddenly it came in clearly. Can't tell if the auxiliary blew too. We'll try it. We might pick you up clearly on the next try. I have the volume down. Where is the landing port? Repeat. Where is the landing port? Where are you? Nathan put down the hand mic and carefully set a dial on the recording box and flipped the switch, speaking over his shoulder. This sets it to repeat what I said the last time. It keeps repeating. Then he sat with unnatural stillness, his head still half turned, as if he had suddenly caught a glimpse of answer and was trying, with no success whatever, to grasp it. The green warning light cut in. The recording clicked and the playback of Bud's face and voice appeared on the screen. We heard a few words, Joe, and then the receiver blew again. We are adjusting a viewing screen to pick up the long waves that go through the murk and convert them to visible light. We'll be able to see out soon. The engineer says that something is wrong with his stern jets, and the captain has had me broadcast a help call to our nearest space base. He made the mouth O of a grin. The message won't reach it for some years. I trust you, Joe. But get us out of here, will you? They are buzzing that the screen is finally ready. The screen went grey and the green light went off. The Times considered the lag required for the help call, the speaking and recording of the message just received, the time needed to reconvert a viewing screen. They work fast. He shifted uneasily and added at random, something wrong with the time factor. All wrong. They work too fast. The green light came on again immediately. Nathan half turned to him, sliding his words hastily into the gap of time as the message was recorded and slowed. They are close enough for our transmission power to blow their receiver. If it was on Earth, why the darkness around the ship? Maybe they see in the high ultraviolet. The atmosphere is opaque to that band, the Times suggested hastily as the speaker began to talk in the young extraterrestrial's voice. It was shaking now. Stand by for the description. They tensed, waiting. The Times brought a map of the state before his mind's eye. A half circle of cliffs around the horizon. A wide muddy lake swarming with swimming things. Huge strange white foliage all around the ship, and incredibly huge pulpy monsters attacking and eating each other on all sides. We almost landed in the lake, right on the soft edge. The mud can't hold the ship's weight and we are sinking. The engineer says we might be able to blast free, but the tubes are mud clogged and might blow up the ship. When can you reach us? The Times thought vaguely of the Carboniferous era. Nathan obviously had seen something he had not. Where are they? The Times asked him quietly. Nathan pointed to the antenna position indicators. The Times let his eyes follow the converging imaginary lines of focus out the window to the sunlit airfield, the empty airfield, the drying concrete and green waving grass where the lines met. Where the lines met, the spaceship was there. The fear of something unknown gripped him suddenly. The spaceship was broadcasting again. Where are you? Answer if possible. We are sinking. Where are you? He saw that Nathan knew. What is it? The Times asked hoarsely. Are they in another dimension or the past or on another world or what? Nathan was smiling bitterly, and Jacob Luke remembered that the young man had a friend in that spaceship. My guess is that they evolved on a high-gravity planet with a thin atmosphere near a blue-white star. Sure, they see in the ultraviolet range. Our sun is abnormally small and dim and yellow. Our atmosphere is so thick it screens out ultraviolet. He laughed harshly. A good joke on us. The weird place we evolved in. The thing it did to us. "Where are you?" called the alien spaceship. "Hurry up, please, we're sinking." The decoder slowed his tumbled, frightened words and looked up into the Time's face for understanding. "We'll rescue them," he said quietly. "You were right about the time factor, right about them moving at a different speed. I misunderstood. This business about squawk coding, speeding for better transmission to counteract beam waver. I was wrong." "What do you mean?" "They don't speed up their broadcasts." "They don't?" Suddenly, in his mind's eye, the Times began to see again the play he had just seen. But the actors were moving at blurring speed, the words jerking out in a fluting, dizzying stream, thoughts and decisions passing with unfollowable rapidity, rippling faces in a twisting blur of expressions, doors slamming wildly, shatteringly, as the actors leaped in and out of rooms. No, faster, faster. He wasn't visualizing it as rapidly as it was. An hour of talk and action in one almost instantaneous squawk. A narrow peak of noise, interfering with a single word in an Earth broadcast. Faster, faster. It was impossible. Matter could not stand such stress, inertia, momentum, abrupt weight. It was insane. Why, he asked. How? Nathan laughed again harshly, reaching for the mic. "Get them out? There isn't a lake or river within hundreds of miles from here." A shiver of unreality went down the Time's spine. Automatically and inanely he found himself delving in his pocket for a cigarette while he tried to grasp what had happened. "Where are they then? Why can't we see their spaceship?" Nathan switched the microphone on in a gesture that showed the bitterness of his disappointment. "We'll need a magnifying glass for that." End of Pictures Don't Lie by Catherine MacLean. Recording by Hihikitty.
Rough Beast by Roger D. Aycock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Rough Beast. The field of the experimental Telethink station in the Florida Keys caught the fleeing Morid's attention just as its stolen Federation lifeboat plunged into the outer reaches of night-side atmosphere. The Morid reacted with the instant decision of a harried wolf stumbling upon a dark cave that offers not only sanctuary, but a lost lamb for supper as well. With the pursuing Federation ship hot on its taloned heels, the Morid zeroed on the Telethink signals, fuzzy and incomprehensibly alien to its viciously direct mentality, but indicating life and therefore food, and aimed straight for their source. The lifeboat crashed headlong in the mangroves fringing Dutchman's Key, perhaps 10 miles west of the Oversea Highway and less than 2 from the Telethink station. The Morid emerged in snarling haste, anticipating the power plant's explosion by a matter of seconds, and vanished like a magenta-furred juggernaut into the moonlit riot of vegetation that crowded back from the mangroved strip of beach. The Morid considered it a success. The lifeboat went up in a cataclysmic roar and flare of bluish light that brought Van, the Telethink operator on duty, out of his Goldberg helmet with a prickly conviction of runaway range missiles. It all but blinded and deafened Ellis, his partner, who was cruising with a portable Telethink in the station launch through a low-lying maze of islands a quarter of a mile from Dutchman's Key. Their joint consternation was lost on the Morid because both at the moment were outside its avid reach. The teeming welter of life on Dutchman's Key was not. The Morid headed inland, sensing abundant quarry to satisfy the ravening hunger that drove it, and, that craving satisfied, to offer ample scope to its joy of killing. The Morid's escape left Zaxtal, Federation ship's commander, in a dilemma bordering upon the insoluble. It would have been bad enough to lose so rare a specimen even on a barren world, but to have one so voracious at large upon one so teeming, as the primitive telephic signals demonstrated, with previously unsuspected intelligence was unthinkable. This, at the outset, was Zaxtal's problem. Forbidden by strictest galactic injunction, he could not make planetfall and interfere with a previously unscouted primitive culture. Contrariwise, neither could civilized ethic condone his abandoning such an unsuspecting culture to the bloody mercies of a Morid without every effort to correct his blunder. Hanging in stationary orbit in order to keep a fixed relation to the Morid's landing site, the Federation commander debated earnestly with his staff until a sudden quickening of the barbarous telethic net made action imperative. 2 of the autochthons were isolated on a small island with the Morid. Unwarned, they were doomed. So he grouped his staff about him, sitting, crouching, coiling, or hovering, as individual necessity demanded, and as one entity put the whole into rapport with the all but meaningless signals that funneled up from the telethink station in the Florida Keys. And in doing so, roused a consternation as great as his own and infinitely more immediate. The flash brought Van away from the telethink console and out of the Quonset station to stare shakenly across the tangle of mangroved islands to the west. Wayman came out a moment later on the run, when the teeth-jarring blast of the explosion woke him. They stood together on the moon-bright sand, and Van relayed in 4 words the total of his information. "It fell over there," Van said. A pale pinkish cloud of smoke and steam rose and drifted phosphorescently toward a non-committal moon. "The second key out," Wayman said. "That would be Dutchman's, where the hermit lives." Van nodded, drawing minimal reassurance from the fact that there had been no mushroom. "It shouldn't be atomic." The Gulf breeze was steady out of the west, freighted with its perpetual salt and mangrove smell. "The Geigers would tell us soon enough," Wayman said. "Not that it'll help us, with Ellis out in the launch." They looked at each other in sudden shock of joint realization. "The launch," Van said. "Ellis is out there with the portable telethink rig. We were working out field strength ratios for personal equipment." They dived for the Quonset together. Van, smaller and more agile than the deliberate Wayman, reached the telethink first. "Nothing but the regular standby carrier from Washington," Van said. "Ellis may have been directly under the thing when it struck. He was working toward Dutchman's Key, hoping for a glimpse of the hermit." "Maybe he wasn't wearing the telethink when the blast came," Wayman said. Then, with characteristic practicality, "Better image Washington about this while we're waiting for Ellis to report in. Can't use the net radio. We'd start a panic." Van settled himself at the console. "I'll try. That is, if I can get across anything beyond the sort of subliminal rot we've been trading lately." He signaled for contact and felt the Washington operator's answering surge of subconscious resentment at being disturbed. With the closing of the net, the now familiar giddiness of partial rapport came on him, together with the oppressive sense of bodily sharing. There was a sudden trickle of saliva in his mouth, and he resisted the desire to spit. "Washington is having a midnight snack," Van said. "Rotted sardines and Limburger, I think." He made correction when the Washington operator radiated indignation. "Goose liver and dill pickles, then, but you wouldn't guess it. Salt tastes like brass filings." Wayman said shortly, "Get on with it. You can clown later." Van visualized the flare of explosion and winced at the panicky, hammer-and-sickled surmise that came back to him. "How would I know?" he said aloud. "We have a man out." He recalled the inherent limitation of phonetics then and fell back upon imagery, picturing Ellis' launch heading toward an island luridly lighted by the blast. For effect he added, on the Key's minuscule beach, a totally imaginary shack of driftwood, complete with bearded hermit. He knew immediately when authority arrived at the other end of the net. There was a mental backwash of conversation that told him his orders even before the Washington operator set himself for their relay. "They want an eyewitness account from Ellis," he told Wayman. "As if—" Ellis broke into the net at that moment, radiating a hazy image. He was still partially blinded from the glare of the blast, of a lowering quay overhung by a dwindling pall of pinkish smoke. In the foreground of lagoon and mangroves stood a stilted shack not unlike the one Van had pictured, but without the hermit. Instead, the rickety elevation of thatched porch was a blot of sable darkness, relieved only by a pair of slanted yellow eyes gleaming close to the floor. Climactically, Zaxtal entered the net then with an impact of total information that was more than the human psyche, conditioned to serialized thinking by years of phonetic communication, could bear. The Washington operator screamed and tore off his helmet, requiring restraint until he could compose himself enough to relay his message. Ellis, in his launch, fainted dead away and ran the boat headlong aground on the beach of Dutchman's Key. Van reeled in his chair, teetering between shock and lunacy, until Wayman caught him and slid the telethink from his head. It was minutes before Van could speak. When he did, it was with a macabre flippancy that Wayman found more convincing than any dramatics. "It's come," Van said. "There's an interstellar ship out there with 1,000-odd crew that would give Dolly himself nightmares." Wayman had to shake him forcibly before he could continue. "They're sorry they can't put down and help us," Van said. "Galactic regulations, it seems. But they feel they should warn us that they've let some sort of bloodthirsty jungle monster, a specimen they were freighting to an interplanetary zoo, escape in a lifeboat. It's loose down here." "Dutchman's Key," Wayman breathed. "What kind of brute could live through a blast like that?" "It left the lifeboat before the power plant blew," Van said. "They're tracking its aura now. It's intelligent to a degree, about on par with ourselves, I gather, and it's big. It's the largest and most vicious life form they've met in kilo-years of star trading." He frowned over a concept unsuited to words. "Longer than thousands. Their culture goes back so far that the term doesn't register." "Ellis," Wayman said, "tell him to sheer off. Tell him to keep away from that island." Van clapped on the telethink helmet and felt real panic when he found the net vacant except for a near-hysterical Washington operator. "Aliens are off the air," he said, "but I can't feel Ellis." "Maybe he isn't wearing his telethink. I'll try his launch radio." He had the microphone in his hand when Van said, "They got the message in Washington, and they're petrified. I asked for a copter to pick up Ellis, and the hermit if they can reach them before this thing does, but they're thinking along different lines. They're sending a squadron of jet bombers and a non-atomic HE to make sure the beast doesn't escape to the mainland and devastate the countryside." Wayman said incredulously, "They'll blow the key to bits. What about Ellis and the hermit?" "Ellis is to evacuate him if possible. They're giving us 20 minutes before the jets come. After that—" He didn't have to finish. At midnight, old Charlie Trask was wading knee-deep in the east side grass flats of his private lagoon, methodically netting shrimp that darted to the ooze-clouded area stirred up by his ragged wading shoes. An empty gunny sack hung across one shoulder, ready for the coon oysters he would pick up from mangrove roots on his way back to his shack. In his dour and antisocial way, Charlie was content. He had nearly enough shrimp for boiling and for bait, with the prospect of coon oyster stew in the offing. He had tobacco for his pipe and cartridges for his single-shot .22 rifle and a batch of potent homebrew ready for the bottling. What more could a man want? The blast and glare of the Morehead's Landing on the western fringe of his key jarred Charlie from his mellow mood like a clear-sky thunderbolt. The concussion rattled what teeth remained to him and brought a distant squall from his cat, a scarred and cynical old Tom named Max, at the shack. "Damn rockets," was Charlie's instant thought. "Fool around till they blow us all to hell." The rosy phosphorescence drifting up from the mangroves a quarter of a mile away colored his resentment with alarm. A blast like that could start a fire, burn across the key, and gut his shack. Grumbling at the interruption of his midnight foray, Charlie crimped the lid tight on his shrimp bucket and stalked back along the lagoon toward his shack. The coon oysters would have to wait. 5 minutes later, he reached his personal castle, perched on precarious piling in a gap hewn from the mangroves. The moon made it, to Charlie, a thing of black and silver beauty, with Max's yellow eyes gleaming from the porch floor like wicked, welcoming beacons. Still muttering, Charlie waded out of the shallow water ooze and stomped in squishing shoes up the ladder to his shack. The shrimp bucket he hung on a wall peg out of Max's calculating reach. He found his pipe in the kitchen and loaded and lighted it, deliberately because the capacity for haste was not in him. His homebrew crock bubbled seductively, and he took time out to raise the grimy toweling that covered it and sniff appreciatively. "Ready to cap by the time I come back and get the shrimp grated," he told Max. He changed his dripping brogans for a pair of snake-proof boots and took down his .22 rifle from its pegs, not because he really imagined that anyone might have lived through such a blast, but because strangers, them radio fellows 2 keys east, for instance, might take it into their heads to come prying around. He was halfway across the key when the drone of Ellis' launch entering his lagoon justified his suspicions. Charlie's investigation was soon over. A dying plume of steam rising from a circle of battered mangroves told him that no danger of fire impended, and he turned back in relief. It did not occur to him that the pilot of his hypothetical rocket might be lying desperately injured in the shallow water, at the mercy of sharks and crocodiles. If it had, he would not have moved to help. Any fool who got himself into such a spot, in Charlie's rude philosophy, could get himself out. The drone of the launch's engine was loud when he reached his shack. The boat, handled by a pilot grotesque in what Charlie took at first for a diver's helmet, was heading directly for his landing at an unsafe speed. "Serve him right if he shoals on an oyster bed and rips his bottom," Charlie said. As if on cue, the boat swerved sharply. Its pilot came half erect, arms flung wide in a convulsive gesture. The engine roared wildly. The boat heeled, slamming its occupant against the right gunwale, and blasted straight for Charlie's shack. Miraculously, it missed the shack's piling and lunged half its length upon the sand. The engine roar died instantly. The pilot was thrown headlong overside, Goldberg helmet flying off in mid-arc, to lie stunned at the foot of Charlie's ladder. Callously, Charlie stepped over Ellis' twitching form and stumped up the ladder to his shack. Max, who had taken to the porch rafters at the crash of the launch, came meowing gingerly down to meet him. "It's all right," Charlie told him. "Just some fool that don't know how to handle a boat." He leaned his rifle against the wall and brought a split bamboo chair from the kitchen. He was not too late. The bucket, when he took it from its peg, still slithered satisfactorily with live shrimp. The squawking of the launch radio roused Ellis. He groaned and sat up, dazed and disoriented by the combined shock of Zaxdal's telepathic bombshell and his own rude landing, just as Wayman gave up his attempt at radio contact. In the silence that fell, Ellis would have fainted again except for the chilling knowledge that he was unarmed and afoot on the same key with a man-eating alien monster that might make its appearance at any moment. He collected wits and breath to stave off the black pall of shock that still threatened. "Come down from there and help me push the launch off," he called up to Charlie Trask. "We've got to get off this key, fast." Charlie separated a menu-sized shrimp from his bucket. "You grounded her," he said sourly. "Push her off yourself." "Listen," Ellis said desperately. "That blast was a ship from space, from another star. A wild animal escaped from it, something worse than you ever dreamed of. We've got to get out of here before it finds us." Charlie grunted and chose another shrimp. The Morid, as Zaxdal had pictured it, rose vividly in Ellis' memory. Fanged and shaggy and insatiably voracious. A magenta-furred Urson embodiment of bloodlust made the worst by its near-human intelligence. He described it in dogged haste, his eyes frozen to the tangle of inland underbrush behind the shack. "No such varmint in these Ks," old Charlie said. The launch radio blared again in Wayman's voice, speaking urgently of jet bombers and deadlines. A glance at his watch brought Ellis up from the sand in galvanic resolution. "In 12 minutes, he said grimly. "A squadron of planes will pinpoint this key and blast it out of the water. I'm not going to be eaten alive or blown to bits arguing with you. If I can't push the launch off alone, I'll swim." He scooped up his fallen telethink helmet and ran for the launch. At the fourth step, his foot caught in the iron-hard stump of a mangrove root that had been chopped off inches above the sand, and he fell heavily. Pain blinded him. His right ankle lanced with fire and went numb. He fought to rise and fell again when the ankle collapsed under him. "Hell," he said just before blackness claimed him for the second time. "I've broken my leg." His 12 minutes had dwindled to 7 when Ellis roused. He tried to stand, his twisted ankle momentarily forgotten, and gave it up when the mangroves spun dizzily before his eyes. He couldn't afford to pass out again. He made one last-ditch bid for help. "My leg's broken," he yelled up at old Charlie Trask. "Get down here and lend a hand." Charlie glowered and said nothing. Max bounded down the ladder, tail stiffly erect and scarred ears cocked at the underbrush in baleful curiosity. "The thing is coming this way," Ellis called. "Your cats sense it. Will you let us all be killed?" Charlie Trask grated another shrimp. Swearing bitterly, Ellis caught up his telethink helmet and slid it over his head. He found the net in a welter of confusion. Washington demanded further information. Van at the station was calling him frantically. His own scramble for help images only added to the mental babble. On the Federation ship, confusion was nearly as rampant. Saxtall's dilemma still held. He could not make planetfall. Time was too short for aid now in any case, but neither could he, with clear galactic conscience, desert the hairy primitives below while hope remained. Ellis' predicament forced Saxtall to decision. He could only follow the Morid's aura and relay its progress. It could not be helped that the relayed image was blurred of definition and weirdly askew. The Morid's visual and auditory range differed so sharply from either human or galactic that even over the ship's wonderfully selective telecommunicator little of the Morid's immediate surroundings came through clearly. Its aura arrived with a burning intensity that turned Saxtall and his group faint with empathetic horror, but the fact that the Morid had just made its first kill obliterated all detail for the moment beyond a shocking welter of blood and torn flesh. Ellis fared a little better under the second telepathic blast than under the first. He managed to snatch off his telethink helmet just in time. "The thing just killed something out there," he yelled at Charlie Trask. "It's coming this way. Are you going to sit there and—" Charlie grated his last edible shrimp, took up his bucket, and went inside. The leisurely clinking of homebrew bottles drifted after him, clear and musical on the still, hot air. Ellis looked at his watch and considered prayer. He had 3 minutes left. When the Morid came, Ellis was sitting dumbly on the sand, nursing his broken ankle and considering with a shock-detached part of his mind a fragmentary line of some long-forgotten school-days poem. "What rough beast is this?" The rest eluded him. The underbrush beyond the shack rustled, and the Morid's ravening image sprang to Ellis' mind with a clarity that shook his 3 net participants to the core, one of them past endurance. Van in the station said, "Dear God," and braced himself for the end. In Washington, the operator fainted and had to be dragged from his console. Aboard the Federation ship, Saxtall radiated a shaken "Enough!" and tentacled a stud that sent his craft flashing on its way through subspace. At Charlie Trask's shack, Max bounded across the clearing and into the brush. There followed a riot of squalling and screaming that brought Charlie out of his shack on the run. Ellis sat numbly, beyond shock, waiting for the worst. Unaccountably, the worst was delayed. Charlie came back, clutching a protesting Max by the scruff of the neck, and threw down something at Ellis' feet. Something small and limp and magenta-furred, smeared with greenish blood, and very, very dead. "There's your varmint," said Charlie. With 1 minute remaining before the promised bombers roared over, Ellis, with a frozen clarity he had not dreamed he possessed, radiated a final message before he fainted again. "Call off the jets," he said in effect. "It's over. The beast is dead. The hermit's cat killed it." An hour later, at the station, his ankle bandaged and his third cup of coffee in hand, Ellis could review it all with some coherence. "We didn't consider the business of relative size," he said. "Neither did our galactic friends. Apparently they're small, and so are all the species they've met with before. Maybe we're something unique in the universe after all. And maybe it's a good thing they didn't land and learn how unique." "It figures," Wayman said. "Washington let it out on the air that DF stations made a fix on the spaceship before it jumped off. It measured only 22 feet. Van said wonderingly, "And there were hundreds of them aboard. Gentlemen, we are Brobdingnagians in a universe of Lilliputians." "I've been trying," Ellis said irrelevantly, "to recall a poem I read once in school. I've forgotten the author and all the verse but one line. It goes, 'What a rough beast is this,'" Van quoted. "You were thinking about it hard enough when the debacle in the brush took place. The image you radiated was rough enough. It shocked the pants off us." "And off the Galactics," Wayman said. "The shoe is on the other foot now, I think." He went to the Quonset door and looked out and up, listening. "Jets. The Washington brass on its way to cross-examine us." "The other foot?" Van said. "Don't be cryptic, man. Whose foot?" "Theirs," Ellis said. "Don't you see? One of these days we'll be going out there to make our own place in the galaxy. With our size and disposition, how do you think we'll seem to those gentle little people?" Van whistled in belated understanding. "Rough," he said. The end of Rough Beast by Roger D. Aycock.
The Sargasso of Space by Edmund Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Todd Majors. The Sargasso of Space by Edmund Hamilton. Helpless, doomed, into the graveyard of space floats the wrecked freighter Pallas. Captain Crane faced his crew calmly. "We may as well face the facts, men," he said. "The ship's fuel tanks are empty, and we are drifting through space toward the dead area." The 20-odd officers and men gathered on the middle deck of the freighter Pallas made no answer, and Crane continued. "We left Jupiter with full tanks, more than enough fuel to take us to Neptune. But the leaks in the starboard tanks lost us half our supply, and we had used the other half before discovering that. Since the ship's rocket tubes cannot operate without fuel, we are simply drifting. We would drift on to Neptune if the attraction of Uranus were not pulling us to the right. That attraction alters our course so that in 3 ship days we shall drift into the dead area." Rance Kent, first officer of the Pallas, asked a question. "Couldn't we raise Neptune with the radio, sir, and have them send out a fuel ship in time to reach us?" "It's impossible, Mr. Kent," Crane answered. "Our main radio is dead without fuel to run its dynamotors, and our auxiliary set hasn't the power to reach Neptune." "Why not abandon ship in the spacesuits?" asked Liggett, the second officer, "and trust to the chance of some ship picking us up?" The captain shook his head. "It would be quite useless, for we'd simply drift on through space with the ship into the dead area." The score of members of the crew, bronzed space sailors out of every port in the solar system, had listened mutely. Now, one of them, a tall tube man, stepped forward a little. "Just what is this dead area, sir?" he asked. "I've heard of it, but as this is my first outer planet voyage, I know nothing about it." "I'll admit I know little more," said Liggett. save that a good many disabled ships have drifted into it and have never come out. The dead area, Crane told them, is a region of space 90,000 miles across within Neptune's orbit in which the ordinary gravitational attractions of the solar system are dead. This is because in that region the poles of the Sun and the outer planets exactly balance each other. Because of that, anything in the dead area will stay in there until time ends, unless it has power of its own. Many wrecked spaceships have drifted into it at one time or another, none ever emerging. And it's believed there is a great mass of wrecks somewhere in the area, drawn and held together by mutual attraction. And we're drifting in to join them, Kent said. Some prospect. Then there's really no chance for us? Asked Liggett keenly. Captain Crane thought. As I see it, very little, he admitted. If our auxiliary radio can reach some nearby ship before the Pallas enters the dead area, we'll have a chance. But it seems a remote one. He addressed himself to the men. I have laid the situation frankly before you because I consider you entitled to the truth. You must remember, however, that while there is life, there is hope. There will be no change in ship routine, and the customary watches will be kept. Half rations of food and water will be the rule from now on, though. That is all. As the men moved silently off, the captain looked after them with something of pride. They're taking it like men, he told Kent and Liggett. It's a pity there's no way out for them and us. If the Pallas does enter the dead area and join the wreck pack, Liggett said, how long will we be able to live? Probably for some months on our present condensed air and food supplies, Crane answered. I would prefer myself a quicker end. So would I, said Kent. Well, there's nothing left but to pray for some kind of ship to cross our path in the next day or two. Kent's prayers were not answered in the next ship day, nor in the next, for, though one of the Pallas's radio operators was constantly at the instruments under Captain Crane's orders, the weak calls of the auxiliary set raised no response. Had they been on the Venus or Mars run, Kent told himself, there would be some chance, but out here in the vast spaces between the outer planets, ships were fewer and farther between. The big cigar-shaped freighter drifted helplessly on in a broad curve toward the dreaded area, the green light speck of Neptune swinging to their left. On the third ship day, Kent and Captain Crane stood in the pilot house behind Liggett, who sat at the now useless rocket tube controls. Their eyes were on the big glass screen of the gravograph. The black dot on it that represented their ship was crawling steadily toward the bright red circle that stood for the dead area. They watched silently until the dot had crawled over the circle's red line, heading toward its center. Well, we're in it at last, Kent commented. There seems to be no change in anything either. Crane pointed to the instrument panel. Look at the gravitiometers. Kent did. All dead. No gravitational pull from any direction. No, that one shows a slight attraction from ahead. Then gravitational attraction of some sort does exist in the dead area after all, Liggett exclaimed. You don't understand, said Crane. That attraction from ahead is the pull of the wreck pack at the dead area's center. And it's pulling the Pallas toward it? Kent exclaimed. Crane nodded. We'll probably reach the wreck pack in 2 more ship days. The next 2 ship days seemed to Kent drawn out endlessly. A moody silence had grown upon the officers and men of the ship. All seemed oppressed by the strange forces of fate that had seized the ship and were carrying it, smoothly and soundlessly, into this region of irrevocable doom. The radio operator's vain calls had ceased. The Pallas drifted on into the dreaded area like some dumb ship laden with damned souls. It drifted on, Kent told himself, as many a wrecked and disabled ship had done before it, with the ordinary activities and life of the solar system forever behind it, and mystery and death ahead. It was toward the end of the second of those 2 ship days that Liggett's voice came down from the pilot house. Wreck pack in sight ahead." "We've arrived, anyway," Kent cried as he and Crane hastened up into the pilot house. The crew was running to the deck windows. "Right ahead there, about 15 degrees left," Liggett told Kent and Crane, pointing. "Do you see it?" Kent stared, nodded. The wreck pack was a distant, disk-like mass against the star-flecked heavens, a mass that glinted here and there in the feeble sunlight of space. It did not seem large, but as they drifted steadily closer in the next hours, they saw that in reality the wreck pack was tremendous, measuring at least 50 miles across. Its huge mass was a heterogeneous heap composed mostly of countless cigar-like spaceships in all stages of wreckage. Some appeared smashed almost out of all recognizable shape, while others were, to all appearances, unharmed. They floated together in this dense mass in space, crowded against one another by their mutual attraction. There seemed to be among them every type of ship known in the solar system, from small, swift mailboats to big freighters. And, as they drifted nearer, the three in the pilot house could see that around and between the ships of the wreck pack floated much other matter. Fragments of wreckage, meteors, small and large, and space debris of every sort. The Pallas was drifting not straight toward the wreck pack, but in a course that promised to take the ship past it. "We're not heading into the wreck pack," Liggett exclaimed. "Maybe we'll drift past it and on out the dead area's other side." Captain Crane smiled mirthlessly. "You're forgetting your space mechanics, Liggett. We will drift along the wreck pack's edge, and then we'll curve in and go round it in a closing spiral until we reach its edge." "Lord, who'd have thought there were so many wrecks here?" Kent marveled. "There must be thousands of them." "They've been collecting here ever since the first interplanetary rocket ships went forth," Crane reminded him. "Not only meteor-wrecked ships, but ships whose mechanisms went wrong, or that ran out of fuel like ours, or that were captured and sacked and then set adrift by space pirates." The Pallas by then was drifting along the wreck pack's rim at a half-mile distance, and Kent's eyes were running over the mass. "Some of those ships look entirely undamaged. Why couldn't we find one that has fuel in its tanks, transfer it to our own tanks, and get away?" he asked. Crane's eyes lit. "Kent, that's a real chance. There must be some ships in that pack with fuel in them, and we can use the spacesuits to explore for them." "Look, we're beginning to curve in around the pack now," Liggett exclaimed. The Pallas, as though loath to pass the wreck pack, was curving inward to follow its rim. In the next hours it continued to sail slowly around the great pack, approaching closer and closer to its edge. In those hours Kent and Crane and all in the ship watched with a fascinated interest that even knowledge of their own peril could not kill. They could see swift-line passenger ships of the Pluto and Neptune runs shouldering against small space yachts with the insignia of Mars or Venus on their bows. Wrecked freighters from Saturn or Earth floated beside rotund grain boats from Jupiter. The debris among the pack's wrecks was just as varied, holding fragments of metal, dark meteors of differing size, and many human bodies. Among these were some clad in the insulated spacesuits, with their transparent glassite helmets. Kent wondered what wreck they had abandoned hastily in those suits, only to be swept with it into the dead area, to die in their suits. By the end of that ship day, the Pallas, having floated almost completely around the wreck pack, finally struck the wrecks at its edge with a jarring shock, then bobbed for a while and lay still. From pilot house and deck windows, the men looked eagerly forth. Their ship floated at the wreck pack's edge. Directly to its right floated a sleek, shining Uranus-Jupiter passenger ship whose bows had been smashed in by a meteor. On their left bobbed an unmarked freighter of the old type with projecting rocket tubes, apparently intact. Beyond them in the wreck pack lay another Uranus craft, a freighter, and, beyond it, stretched the countless other wrecks. Captain Crane summoned the crew together again on the middle deck. "Men, We've reached the wreck pack at the dead area center, and here we'll stay until the end of time unless we get out under our own power. Mr. Kent has suggested a possible way of doing so, which I consider highly feasible. He has suggested that in some of the ships in the wreck pack may be found enough fuel to enable us to escape from the dead area once it is transferred to this ship. I am going to permit him to explore the wreck pack with a party in spacesuits, and I am asking for volunteers for this service. The entire crew stepped quickly forward. Crane smiled. 12 of you will be enough, he told them. The 8 tube men and 4 of the cargo men will go, therefore, with Mr. Kent and Mr. Liggett as leaders. Mr. Kent, you may address the men if you wish. Get down to the lower airlock and into your spacesuits at once, then, Kent told them. Mr. Liggett, will you supervise that? As Liggett and the men trooped down to the airlock, Kent turned back toward his superior. There's a very real chance of your becoming lost in this huge wreck pack, Kent, Crane told him. So be very careful to keep your bearings at all times. I know I can depend on you. I'll do my best, Kent was saying when Liggett's excited face reappeared suddenly at the stair. There are men coming toward the palace along the wreck pack's edge, he reported. A half-dozen men in spacesuits. You must be mistaken, Liggett, exclaimed Crane. They must be some of the bodies in spacesuits we saw in the pack. No, they're living men, Liggett cried. They're coming straight toward us. Come down and see. Crane and Kent followed Liggett quickly down to the airlock room, where the men who had started donning their spacesuits were now peering excitedly from the windows. Crane and Kent looked where Liggett pointed, along the wreck pack's edge to the ship's right. 6 floating shapes, men in spacesuits, were approaching along the pack's border. They floated smoothly through space, reaching the wrecked passenger ship beside the palace. They braced their feet against its side and propelled themselves on through the void like swimmers underwater, toward the palace. They must be survivors from some wreck that drifted in here as we did, Kent exclaimed. Maybe they've lived here for months. It's evident they saw the palace drift into the pack and have come to investigate, Crane estimated. Open the airlock for them, men, for they'll want to come inside. 2 of the men spun the wheels that slid aside the airlock's outer door. In a moment, the half-dozen men outside had reached the ship's side and had pulled themselves down inside the airlock. When all were in, the outer door was closed and air hissed in to fill the lock. The airlock's inner door then slid open and the newcomers stepped into the ship's interior, unscrewing their transparent helmets as they did so. For a few moments, the visitors silently surveyed their new surroundings. Their leader was a swarthy individual with sardonic black eyes who, on noticing Crane's captain insignia, came toward him with outstretched hand. His followers seemed to be cargo men or deck men, looking hardly intelligent enough to Kent's eyes to be tube men. "Welcome to our city," their leader exclaimed as he shook Crane's hand. "We saw your ship drift in, but hardly expected to find anyone living in it." "I'll confess that we're surprised ourselves to find any life here," Crane told him. "You're living on one of the wrecks?" The other nodded. "Yes, on the Martian Queen, a quarter-mile along the pack's edge. It was a Saturn-Neptune passenger ship, and about a month ago we were at this cursed dead area's edge when half our rocket tubes exploded. 18 of us escaped the explosion, the ship's walls still being tight, and we drifted into the pack here, and have been living here ever since. My name's Krell," he added, "and I was a tube man on the ship. I and another of the tube men, named Jandron, were the highest in rank left, all the officers and other tube men having been killed, so we took charge and have been keeping order." "What about your passengers?" Liggett asked. "All killed but one," Krell answered. "When the tubes let go, they smashed up the whole lower 2 decks." Crane briefly explained to him the palace's predicament. "Mr. Kent and Mr. Liggett were on the point of starting a search of the wreck pack for fuel when you arrived," he said. "With enough fuel, we can get clear of the dead area." Krell's eyes lit up. "That would mean a getaway for all of us. It surely ought to be possible. Do you know whether there are any ships in the pack with fuel in their tanks? Kent asked. Krell shook his head. We've searched through the wreck pack a good bit, but never bothered about fuel, it being no good to us. But there ought to be some, at least. There's enough wrecks in this cursed place to make it possible to find almost anything. You'd better not start exploring, though, he added, without some of us along as guides, for I'm here to tell you that you can lose yourself in this wreck pack without knowing it. If you wait until tomorrow, I'll come over myself and go with you. I think that would be wise, Crane said to Kent. There is plenty of time. Time is the one thing there's plenty of in this damn place, Krell agreed. We'll be getting back to the Martian Queen now and give the good news to Jandron and the rest. Wouldn't mind if Liggett and I came along, would you? Kent asked. I'd like to see how your ship's fixed. That is, if it's all right with you, sir, he added to his superior. Crane nodded. All right if you don't stay long, he said. But to Kent's surprise, Krell seemed reluctant to endorse his proposal. I guess it'll be all right, he said slowly, though there's nothing much on the Martian Queen to see. Krell and his followers replaced their helmets and returned into the airlock. Liggett followed them, and, as Kent struggled hastily into a spacesuit, he found Captain Crane at his side. Kent, look sharp when you get over on that ship, Crane told him. I don't like the look of this Krell, and his story about all the officers being killed in the explosion sounds fishy to me. To me, too, Kent agreed. But Liggett and I will have the suit phones in our spacesuits and can call you from there in case of need. Crane nodded, and Kent, with spacesuit on and transparent helmet screwed tight, stepped into the airlock with the rest. The airlock's inner door closed, the outer one opened, and as the air puffed out into space, Kent and Krell and Liggett leapt out into the void, the others following. It was no novelty to Kent to float in a spacesuit in the empty void. He and the others now floated as smoothly as though under water toward a wrecked liner at the palace's right. They reached it, pulled themselves around it, and, with feet braced against its side, propelled themselves on through space along the border of the wreck pack. They passed a half-dozen wrecks thus before coming to the Martian Queen. It was a silvery, glistening ship whose stern and lower walls were bulging and strained, but not cracked. Kent told himself that Krell had spoken truth about the exploding rocket tubes, at least. They struck the Martian Queen's side and entered the upper airlock open for them. Once through the airlock, they found themselves on the ship's upper deck. And when Kent and Liggett removed their helmets with the others, they found a full dozen men confronting them, a brutal-faced group who exhibited some surprise at sight of them. Foremost among them stood a tall, heavy individual who regarded Kent and Liggett with the cold, suspicious eyes of an animal. My comrade and fellow ruler here, Wald Jandron, said Krell. To Jandron he explained rapidly. The whole crew of the palace is alive, and they say if they can find fuel in the wreck pack, their ship can get out of here. Good, grunted Jandron. The sooner they can do it, the better it will be for us. Kent saw Liggett flush angrily, but he ignored Jandron and spoke to Krell. You said one of your passengers had escaped the explosion? To Kent's amazement, a girl stepped from behind the group of men, a slim girl with pale face and steady, dark eyes. I'm the passenger, she told him. My name's Marta Mallon. Kent and Liggett stared, astounded. Good Lord, Kent exclaimed. A girl like you on this ship? Miss Mallon happened to be on the upper deck at the time of the explosion, and so escaped when the other passengers were killed, Krell explained smoothly. Isn't that so, Miss Mallon? The girl's eyes had not left Kent's, but at Krell's words she nodded. Yes, that is so, she said mechanically. Kent collected his whirling thoughts. But wouldn't you rather go back to the palace with us? He asked. I'm sure you'd be more comfortable there. She doesn't go, grunted Jandron. Kent turned in quick wrath toward him, but Krell intervened. Jandron only means that Miss Mallon is much more comfortable on this passenger ship than she'd be in your freighter." He shot a glance at the girl as he spoke, and Kent saw her wince. "I'm afraid that's so," she said. "But I thank you for the offer, Mr. Kent." Kent could have sworn there was an appeal in her eyes, and he stood for a moment, indecisive, Jandron's stare upon him. After a moment's thought, he turned to Krell. "You were going to show me the damage the exploding tubes did," he said, and Krell nodded quickly. "Of course. You can see from the head of the stair back in the afterdeck." He led the way along a corridor, Jandron and the girl and 2 of the men coming with them. Kent's thoughts were still chaotic as he walked between Krell and Liggett. What was this girl doing amid the men of the Martian Queen? What had her eyes tried to tell him? Liggett nudged his side in the dim corridor, and Kent, looking down, saw dark splotches on its metal floor. Bloodstains. His suspicions strengthened. They might be from the bleeding of those wounded in the tube explosions. But were they? They reached the afterdeck, whose stairs head gave a view of the wrecked tube rooms beneath. The lower decks had been smashed by terrific forces. Kent's practiced eyes ran rapidly over the shattered rocket tubes. "They've backblasted from being fired too fast," he said. "Who was controlling the ship when this happened?" "Garling, our second officer," answered Krell. "He had found us routed too close to the dead area's edge and was trying to get away from it in a hurry when he used the tubes too fast, and half of them backblasted." "If Garling was at the controls in the pilot house, how did the explosion kill him?" asked Liggett skeptically. Krell turned quickly. "The shock threw him against the pilot house wall and fractured his skull. He died in an hour," he said. Liggett was silent. "Well, this ship will never move again," Kent said. "It's too bad that the explosion blew out your tanks, but we ought to find fuel somewhere in the wreck pack for the Pallas. And now we'd best get back." As they returned up the dim corridor, Kent managed to walk beside Marta Mallon, and, without being seen, he contrived to detach his suit phone, the compact little radio phone case inside his spacesuit's neck, and slip it into the girl's grasp. He dared utter no word of explanation, but apparently she understood, for she had concealed the suit phone by the time they reached the upper deck. Kent and Liggett prepared to don their space helmets, and before entering the airlock, Kent turned to Krell. "We'll expect you at the Pallas first hour tomorrow, and we'll start searching the wreck pack with 12 of our men," he said. He then extended his hand to the girl. "Goodbye, Miss Mallon. I hope we can have a talk soon." He had said the words with double meaning, and saw understanding in her eyes. "I hope we can, too," she said. Kent's nod to Jandron went unanswered, and he and Liggett adjusted their helmets and entered the airlock. Once out of it, they kicked rapidly away from the Martian Queen, floating along with the wreck pack's huge mass to their right, and only the star-flecked emptiness of infinity to their left. In a few minutes they reached the airlock of the Pallas. They found Captain Crane awaiting them anxiously. Briefly, Kent reported everything. "I'm certain there has been foul play aboard the Martian Queen," he said. "Krell, you saw for yourself. Jandron is pure brute, and their men seem capable of anything. I gave the suit phone to the girl, however, and if she can call us with it, we can get the truth from her. She dared not tell me anything there in the presence of Krell and Jandron." Crane nodded, his face grave. "We'll see whether or not she calls," he said. Kent took a suit phone from one of their spacesuits and rapidly tuned it to match the one he had left with Marta Mallon. Almost at once they heard her voice from it, and Kent answered rapidly. "I'm so glad I got you," she exclaimed. "Mr. Kent, I dared not tell you the truth about this ship when you were here, or Krell and the rest would have killed you at once." "I thought that was it, and that's why I left the suit phone for you," Kent said. "Just what is the truth?" "Krell and Jandron and these men of theirs are the ones who killed the officers and passengers of the Martian Queen. What they told you about the explosion was true enough. for the explosion did happen that way, and because of it, the ship drifted into the dead area. But the only ones killed by it were some of the tube men and 3 passengers. Then, while the ship was drifting into the dead area, Krell told the men that the fewer aboard, the longer they could live on the ship's food and air. Krell and Jandron led the men in a surprise attack and killed all the officers and passengers and threw their bodies out into space. I was the only passenger they spared because both Krell and Jandron want me. There was a silence, and Kent felt a red anger rising in him. "Have they dared harm you?" he asked after a moment. "No, for Krell and Jandron are too jealous of each other to permit the other to touch me. But it's been terrible living with them in this awful place." "Ask her if she knows what their plans are in regard to us," Crane told Kent. Marta had apparently overheard the question. "I don't know that, for they shut me in my cabin as soon as you left," she said. "I've heard them talking and arguing excitedly, though. I know that if you do find fuel, they'll try to kill you all and escape from here in your ship." "Pleasant prospect," Kent commented. "Do you think they plan an attack on us now?" "No. I think that they'll wait until you've refueled your ship, if you are able to do that, and then try treachery." "Well, they'll find us ready. Miss Mallon, you have the suit phone. Keep it hidden in your cabin, and I'll call you first thing tomorrow. We're going to get you out of there, but we don't want to break with Krell until we're ready. Will you be all right until then?" "Of course I will," she answered. "There's another thing, though. My name isn't Miss Mallon. It's Marta." "Mine's Rance," said Kent, smiling. "Goodbye until tomorrow, then, Marta." "Goodbye, Rance." Kent rose from the instrument with the smile still in his eyes, but with his lips compressed. "Damn it! There's the bravest and finest girl in the solar system," he exclaimed. "Over there with those brutes." "We'll have her out, never fear," Crane reassured him. "The main thing is to determine our course toward Krell and Jandron." Kent thought. "As I see it, Krell can help us immeasurably in our search through the wreck pack for fuel," he said. "I think it would be best to keep on good terms with him until we've found fuel and have it in our tanks. Then we can turn the tables on them before they can do anything." Crane nodded thoughtfully. "I think you're right. Then you and Liggett and Krell can head our search party tomorrow." Crane established watches on a new schedule, and Kent and Liggett and the dozen men chosen for the exploring party of the next day ate a scanty meal and turned in for some sleep. When Kent woke and glimpsed the massed wrecks through the window, he was for the moment amazed, but rapidly remembered. He and Liggett were finishing their morning ration when Crane pointed to a window. "There comes Krell now," he said, indicating the single space-suited figure approaching along the wreck pack's edge. "I'll call Marta before he gets here," said Kent hastily. The girl answered on the suit phone immediately, and it occurred to Kent that she must have spent the night without sleeping. "Krell left a few minutes ago," she said. "Yes, he's coming now. You heard nothing of their plans?" "No. They've kept me shut in my cabin. However, I did hear Krell giving Jandron and the rest directions. I'm sure they're plotting something." "We're prepared for them," Kent reassured her. "If all goes well, before you realize it, you'll be sailing out of here with us in the palace." "I hope so," she said. "Rance, be careful with Krell in the wreck pack. He's dangerous." "I'll be watching him," he promised. "Goodbye, Marta." Kent reached the lower deck just as Krell entered from the airlock, his swarthy face smiling as he removed his helmet. He carried a pointed steel bar. Liggett and the others were donning their suits. "All ready to go, Kent?" Krell asked. Kent nodded. "All ready," he said shortly. Since hearing Marta's story, he found it hard to dissimulate with Krell. "You'll want bars like mine," Krell continued, "for they're damned handy when you get jammed between wreckage masses. Exploring this wreck pack is no soft job, I can tell you from experience." Liggett and the rest had their suits adjusted, and with bars in their grasp, followed Krell into the airlock. Kent hung back for a last word with Crane, who, with his half-dozen remaining men, was watching. "Marta just told me that Krell and Jandron have been plotting something," he told the captain, "so I'd keep a close watch outside." "Don't worry, Kent. We'll let no one inside the palace until you and Liggett and the men get back." In a few minutes they were out of the ship, with Krell and Kent and Liggett leading, and the 12 members of the palace's crew following closely. The 3 leaders climbed up on the Uranus Jupiter passenger ship that lay beside the palace, the others moving on and exploring the neighboring wrecks in parties of 2 and 3. From the top of the passenger ship, when they gained it, Kent and his 2 companions could look far out over the wreck pack. It was an extraordinary spectacle, this stupendous mass of dead ships floating motionless in the depths of space, with the burning stars above and below them. His companions and the other men clambering over the neighboring wrecks seemed weird figures in their bulky suits and transparent helmets. Kent looked back at the palace, and then along the wreck pack's edge to where he could glimpse the silvery side of the Martian Queen. But now Krell and Liggett were descending into the ship's interior, through the great opening smashed in its bows, and Kent followed. They found themselves in the liner's upper navigation rooms. Officers and men lay about, frozen to death at the instant the meteor-struck vessel's air had rushed out, and the cold of space had entered. Krell led the way on, down into the ship's lower decks, where they found the bodies of the crew and passengers lying in the same silent death. The salons held beautifully dressed women, distinguished-looking men, lying about as the meteor's shock had hurled them. One group lay around a card table, their game interrupted. A woman still held a small child, both seemingly asleep. Kent tried to shake off the oppression he felt as he and Krell and Liggett continued down to the tank rooms. They found their quest there useless, for the tanks had been strained by the meteor's shock and were empty. Kent felt Liggett's grasp on his hand and heard him speak, the sound vibrations coming through their contacting suits. "Nothing here. And we'll find it much the same through all these wrecks if I'm not wrong. Tanks always give it a shock." "There must be some ships with fuel still in them among all these," Kent answered. They climbed back, up to the ship's top, and leapt off it toward a Jupiter freighter lying a little farther inside the pack. As they floated toward it, Kent saw their men moving on with them from ship to ship, progressing inward into the pack. Both Kent and Liggett kept Krell always ahead of them, knowing that a blow from his bar, shattering their glassite helmets, meant instant death. But Krell seemed quite intent on the search for fuel. The big Jupiter freighter seemed intact from above, but when they penetrated into it, they found its whole underside blown away, apparently by an explosion of its tanks. They moved on to the next ship, a private space yacht, small in size, but luxurious in fittings. It had been abandoned in space, its rocket tubes burst, and tanks strained. They went on, working deeper into the wreck pack. Kent almost forgot the paramount importance of their search and the fascination of it. They explored almost every known type of ship: freighters, liners, cold storage boats, and grain boats. Kent's muscles ached from the arduous work of climbing over and exploring the wrecks. He and Liggett had become accustomed to the sight of frozen, motionless bodies. As they worked deeper into the pack, they noticed that the ships were of increasingly older types, and at last Krell signaled a halt. "We're almost a mile in," he told them, gripping their hands. "We'd better work back out, taking a different section of the pack as we do." Kent nodded. "It may change our luck," he said. It did, for when they had gone not more than a half-mile back, they glimpsed one of their men waving excitedly from the top of a Pluto liner. They hastened at once toward him, the other men gathering also, and when Kent grasped the man's hand, he heard his excited voice. "Fuel tanks here are more than half full, sir." They descended quickly into the liner, finding that though its whole stern had been sheared away by a meteor, its tanks had remained miraculously unstrained. "Enough fuel here to take the Pallas to Neptune," Kent exclaimed. How will you get it over to your ship? Krell asked. Kent pointed to great reels of flexible metal tubing hanging near their tanks. We'll pump it over. The Pallas has tubing like this ship's for taking on fuel in space, and by joining its tubing to this, we'll have a tube line between the two ships. It's hardly more than a quarter mile. Well, let's get back and let them know about it, Liggett urged, and they climbed back out of the liner. They worked their way out of the wreck pack with much greater speed than that with which they had entered, needing only an occasional brace against a ship's side to send them floating over the wrecks. They came to the wreck pack's edge at a little distance from the Pallas and hastened toward it. They found the outer door of the Pallas's airlock open and entered, Krell remaining with them. As the outer door closed and air hissed into the lock, Kent and the rest removed their helmets. The inner door slid open as they were doing this, and from inside almost a score of men leapt upon them. Kent, stunned for a moment, saw Jandron among their attackers, bellowing orders to them, and even as he struck out furiously, he comprehended. Jandron and the men of the Martian Queen had somehow captured the Pallas from Crane and had been awaiting their return. The struggle was almost instantly over, for, outnumbered and hampered as they were by their heavy spacesuits, Kent and Liggett and their followers had no chance. Their hands, still in the suits, were bound quickly behind them at Jandron's orders. Kent heard an exclamation and saw Marta starting toward them from behind Jandron's men. But a sweep of Jandron's arm brushed her rudely back. Kent strained madly at his bonds. Krell's face had a triumphant look. "Did it all work as I told you it would, Jandron?" he asked. "It worked," Jandron answered impassively. "When they saw 15 of us coming from the wreck pack in spacesuits, they opened right up to us." Kent understood and cursed Krell's cunning. Crane, seeing the 15 figures approaching from the wreck pack, had naturally thought they were Kent's party and had let them enter to overwhelm his half-dozen men. "We put Crane and his men over in the Martian Queen," Jandron continued, "and took all their helmets so they can't escape. The girl we brought over here. Did you find a wreck with fuel?" Krell nodded. "A Pluto liner a quarter-mile back, and we can pump the fuel over here by connecting tube lines." "What the devil?" Jandron had made a signal at which 3 of his men had leapt forward on Krell, securing his hands like those of the others. "Have you gone crazy, Jandron?" cried Krell, his face red with anger and surprise. "No," Jandron replied impassively. "But the men are as tired as I am of your bossing ways, and have chosen me as their sole leader." "You dirty double-crosser," Krell raged. "Are you men going to let him get away with this?" The men paid no attention, and Jandron motioned to the airlock. "Take them over to the Martian Queen, too," he ordered, "and make sure there's no space helmet left there. Then get back at once, for we've got to get the fuel into this ship and make her get away." The helmets of Kent and Krell and the other helpless prisoners were put upon them, and, with hands still bound, they were herded into the airlock by 8 of Jandron's men, attired in spacesuits also. The prisoners were then joined one to another by a strand of metal cable. Kent, glancing back into the ship as the airlock's inner door closed, saw Jandron giving rapid orders to his followers, and noticed Marta held back from the airlock by one of them. Krell's eyes glittered venomously through his helmet. The outer door opened, and their guards jerked them forth into space by the connecting cable. They were towed helplessly along the wreck pack's rim toward the Martian Queen. Once inside its airlock, Jandron's men removed the prisoners' space helmets and then used the duplicate control inside the airlock itself to open the inner door. Through this opening they thrust the captives, those inside the ship not daring to enter the airlock. Jandron's men then closed the inner door, reopened the outer one, and started back toward the Pallas with the helmets of Kent and his companions. Kent and the others soon found Crane and his half-dozen men, who rapidly undid their bonds. Crane's men still wore their spacesuits, but, like Kent's companions, were without space helmets. "Kent, I was afraid they'd get you and your men too," Crane exclaimed. "It's all my fault, for when I saw Jandron and his men coming from the wreck pack, I never doubted but that it was you." It's no one's fault, Kent told him. It's just something that we couldn't foresee. Crane's eyes fell on Krell. But what's he doing here? He exclaimed. Kent briefly explained Jandron's treachery toward Krell, and Crane's brows drew ominously together. So Jandron put you here with us? Krell, I am a commissioned captain of a spaceship, and as such can legally try you and sentence you to death here without further formalities. Krell did not answer, but Kent intervened. There's hardly time for that now, sir, he said. I'm as anxious to settle with Krell as anyone, but right now our main enemy is Jandron, and Krell hates Jandron worse than we do, if I'm not mistaken. You're not, said Krell grimly. All I want right now is to get within reach of Jandron. There's small chance of any of us doing that, Crane told them. There's not a single space helmet on the Martian Queen. You searched? Liggett asked. Every cubic inch of the ship, Crane told him. No, Jandron's men made sure there were no helmets left here, and without helmets, this ship is an inescapable prison. Damn it, there must be some way out, Kent exclaimed. Why, Jandron and his men must be starting to pump that fuel into the palace by now. They'll be sailing off as soon as they do it. Crane's face was sad. I'm afraid this is the end, Kent. Without helmets, the space between the Martian Queen and the palace is a greater barrier to us than a mile-thick wall of steel. And this ship will stay until the air and food give out and death releases us. Damn it, I'm not thinking of myself, Kent cried. I'm thinking of Marta. The palace will sail out of here with her in Jandron's power. The girl, Liggett exclaimed. If she could bring us over space helmets from the palace, we could get out of here. Kent was thoughtful. If we could talk to her. She must still have that suit phone I gave her. Where's another? Crane quickly detached the compact suit phone from inside the neck of his own spacesuit, and Kent rapidly tuned it to the one he had given Marta Mallon. His heart leapt as her voice came instantly from it. Rance! Rance Kent! Marta, this is Rance, he cried. He heard a sob of relief. I've been calling you for minutes. I was hoping that you'd remember to listen. Jandron and 10 of the others have gone to that wreck in which you found the fuel, she added swiftly. They unreeled a tube line behind them as they went, and I can hear them pumping in the fuel now. Are the others guarding you? Kent asked quickly. They're down on the lower deck at the tanks and airlocks. They won't allow me down on that deck. I'm up here in the middle deck, absolutely alone. Jandron told me that we'd start out of here as soon as the fuel was in, she added, and he and the men were laughing about Krell. Marta, could you in any way get space helmets and get out to bring them over here to us? Kent asked eagerly. There's a lot of spacesuits and helmets here, she answered, but I couldn't get out with them, Rance. I couldn't get to the airlocks with Jandron's 7 or 8 men down there guarding them. Kent felt despair. Then, as an idea suddenly flamed in him, he almost shouted into the instrument, Marta, unless you can get over here with helmets for us, we're all lost. I want you to put on a spacesuit and helmet at once. There was a short silence, and then her voice came, a little muffled. I've got the suit and helmet on, Rance. I'm wearing the suit phone inside it. Good. Now, can you get up to the pilot house? There's no one guarding it or the upper deck. Hurry up there, then, at once. Crane and the rest were staring at Kent. Kent, what are you going to have her do? Crane exclaimed. It'll do no good for her to start the palace. Those guards will be up there in a minute. I'm not going to have her start the palace, said Kent grimly. Marta, you're in the pilot house? Do you see the heavy little steel door in the wall beside the instrument panel? I'm at it, but it's locked with a combination lock, she said. The combination is 6, 34, 77, 81, Kent told her swiftly. Open it as quickly as you can. Good God, Kent, cried Crane. You're going to have her? Get out of there the only way she can, Kent finished fiercely. You have the door open, Marta? Yes. There are 6 or 7 control wheels inside. Those wheels control the palace's exhaust valves, Kent told her. Each wheel opens the valves of one of the ship's decks or compartments and allows its air to escape into space. They're used for testing leaks in the different deck and compartment divisions. Marta, you must turn all those wheels as far as you can to the right. But all the ship's air will rush out. The guards below have no suits on, and they'll be... she was exclaiming. Kent interrupted. It's the only chance for you, for all of us. Turn them. There was a moment of silence, and Kent was going to repeat the order when her voice came, lower in tone, a little strange. I understand, Rance. I'm going to turn them. There was silence again, and Kent and the men grouped round him were tense. All were envisioning the same thing, the air rushing out of the palace's valves, and the unsuspecting guards in its lower decks smitten suddenly by an instantaneous death. Then Marta's voice, almost a sob. I turned them, Rance. The air puffed out all around me. Your spacesuit is working all right? Perfectly, she said. Then go down and tie together as many space helmets as you can manage. Get out of the airlock and try to get over here to the Martian Queen with them. Do you think you can do that, Marta? I'm going to try, she said steadily. But I'll have to pass those men in the lower deck I just... killed. Don't be anxious if I don't talk for a little. Yet her voice came again almost immediately. Rance, the pumping has stopped. They must have pumped all the fuel into the palace. Then Jandron and the rest will be coming back to the palace at once, Kent cried. Hurry, Marta. The suit phone was silent, and Kent and the rest, their faces closely pressed against the deck windows, peered intently along the wreck pack's edge. The palace was hidden from their view by the wrecks between, and there was no sign as yet of the girl. Kent felt his heart beating rapidly. Crane and Liggett pressed beside him, the men around them. Krell's face was a mask as he, too, gazed. Kent was rapidly becoming convinced that some mischance had overtaken the girl when an exclamation came from Liggett. He pointed excitedly. She was in sight, unrecognizable in spacesuit and helmet, floating along the wreck pack's edge toward them. A mass of the glassite space helmets tied together was in her grasp. She climbed bravely over the stern of a projecting wreck and shot on toward the Martian Queen. The airlock's door was open for her, and, when she was inside it, the outer door closed and air hissed into the lock. In a moment she was in among them, still clinging to the helmets. Kent grasped her swaying figure and removed her helmet. Marta, you're all right? He cried. She nodded a little weakly. I'm all right. It was just that I had to go over those guards that were all frozen. Terrible. Get these helmets on, Crane was crying. There's a dozen of them, and 12 of us can stop Jandron's men if we get back in time. Kent and Liggett and the nearer of their men were swiftly donning the helmets. Krell grasped one, and Crane sought to snatch it. Let that go. We'll not have you with us when we haven't enough helmets for our own men. You'll have me or kill me here, Krell cried, his eyes hate-mad. I've got my own account to settle with Jandron. Let 'em have it, Liggett cried. We've no time now to argue. Kent reached toward the girl. Marta, give one of the men your helmet, he ordered, but she shook her head. I'm going with you. Before Kent could dispute, she had the helmet on again, and Crane was pushing them into the airlock. The 9 or 10 left inside without helmets hastily thrust steel bars into the men's hands before the inner door closed. The outer one opened, and they leapt forth into space, floating smoothly along the wreck pack's border with bars in their grasp, 13 strong. Kent found the slowness with which they floated forward, torturing. He glimpsed Crane and Liggett ahead, Marta beside him, Krell floating behind him to the left. They reached the projecting freighters, climbed over and around them, braced against them, and shot on. They sighted the palace ahead now. Suddenly, They discerned another group of 11 figures in spacesuits approaching it from the wreck pack's interior, rolling up the tube line that led from the palace as they did so. Jandron's party. Jandron and his men had seen them and were suddenly making greater efforts to reach the palace. Kent and his companions, propelling themselves frenziedly on from another wreck, reached the ship's side at the same time as Jandron's men. The two groups mixed and mingled, twisted and turned in a mad space combat. Kent had been grasped by one of Jandron's men and raised his bar to crack the other's glassite helmet. His opponent caught the bar, and they struggled, twisting and turning over and over, far up in space amid a half-score similar struggles. Kent wrenched his bar free at last from the other's grasp and brought it down on his helmet. The glassite cracked, and he caught a glimpse of the man's hate-distorted face frozen instantly in death. Kent released him and propelled himself toward a struggling trio nearby. As he floated toward them, he saw Jandron beyond them, making wild gestures of command, and saw Krell approaching Jandron with upraised bar. Kent, on reaching the three combatants, found them to be two of Jandron's men overcoming Crane. He shattered one's helmet as he reached them, but saw the other's bar go up for a blow. Kent twisted frantically, uselessly, to escape it, but before the blow could descend, a bar shattered his opponent's helmet from behind. As the man froze in instant death, Kent saw that it was Marta who had struck him from behind. He jerked her to his side. The struggles in space around them seemed to be ending. 6 of Jandron's party had been slain, and 3 of Kent's companions. Jandron's 4 other followers were giving up the combat, floating off into the wreck pack in clumsy, hasty flight. Someone grasped Kent's arm, and he turned to find it was Liggett. "They're beaten," Liggett's voice came to him. "They're all killed but those 4. "What about Jandron himself?" Kent cried. Liggett pointed to 2 space-suited bodies twisting together in space, with bars still in their lifeless grasp. Kent saw through their shattered helmets the stiffened faces of Jandron and Krell, their helmets having apparently been broken by each other's simultaneous blows. Crane had gripped Kent's arm also. "Kent, it's over," he was exclaiming. "Liggett and I will close the palace's exhaust valves and release new air in it. You take over helmets for the rest of our men in the Martian Queen." In several minutes, Kent was back with the men from the Martian Queen. The palace was ready, with Liggett in its pilot house, the men taking their stations, and Crane and Marta awaiting Kent. "We've enough fuel to take us out of the dead area and to Neptune without trouble," Crane declared. "But what about those 4 of Jandron's men that got away?" "The best we can do is leave them here," Kent told him. "Best for them, too, for at Neptune they'd be executed, while they can live indefinitely in the wreck pack." "I've seen so many men killed on the Martian Queen and here," pleaded Marta. "Please don't take them to Neptune." "All right, we'll leave them," Crane agreed, "though the scoundrels ought to meet justice." He hastened up to the pilot house after Liggett. In a moment came the familiar blast of the rocket tubes, and the palace shot out cleanly from the wreck pack's edge. A scattered cheer came from the crew. With gathering speed, the ship arrowed out, its rocket tubes blasting now in steady succession. Kent, with his arm across Marta's shoulders, watched the wreck pack grow smaller behind. It lay as when he first had seen it, a strange great mass, floating forever motionless among the brilliant stars. He felt the girl beside him shiver, and swung her quickly around. "Let's not look back or remember now, Marta," he said. "Let's look ahead." She nestled closer inside his arm. "Yes, Rance, let's look ahead." End of The Sargasso of Space by Edmund Hamilton. Recording by Todd Majors.
Survival Kit by Frederick Pohl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Loving. Survival Kit by Frederick Pohl. It wasn't fair. A smart but luckless man like Mooney had to scrounge, while Harse always made out just because he had a survival kit. By Frederick Pohl. Chapter 1. Mooney looked out of his window and the sky was white. It was a sudden, bright, cold flare, and it was gone again. It had no more features than a fog, at least not through the window that was showered with snow and patterned with spray from the windy sea. Mooney blew in his hands and frowned at the window. "Son of a gun," he said, and thought for a moment about phoning the Coast Guard station. Of course, that meant going out a quarter of a mile in the storm to reach the only other house nearby that was occupied. The Hansons had a phone that worked, but a quarter of a mile was a long way in the face of a December gale, and it was all dark out there now. Less than 20 miles across the bay was New York, but this Jersey Shore coast was harsh as the face of the moon. Mooney decided it was none of his business. He shook the kettle, holding it with an old dish towel because it was sizzling hot. It was nearly empty, so he filled it again and put it back on the stove. He had all 4 top burners in the oven going, which made the kitchen tolerably warm, as long as he wore the scarf and the heavy quilted jacket and kept his hands in his pockets, and there was plenty of tea. Uncle Lester had left that much behind him, plenty of tea. Nearly a dozen boxes of assorted cookies and a few odds and ends of canned goods and God's own quantity of sugar. It wasn't exactly a balanced diet, but Mooney had lived on it for 3 weeks now, smoked turkey sausages for breakfast, and oatmeal cookies for lunch, and canned black olives for dinner, and always plenty of tea. The wind screamed at him as he poured the dregs of his last cup of tea into the sink and spooned sugar into the cup for the next one. It was, he calculated, close to midnight. If the damn wind hadn't blown down the TV antenna, he could be watching the late movies now. It helped pass the time. The last movie was off the air at 2 or 3 o'clock, and then he could go to bed and, with any luck, sleep till past noon. And Uncle Lester had left a couple of decks of sticky, child-handled cards behind him, too, when the family went back to the city at the end of the summer. So what with 4 kinds of solitaire, and solo bridge, and television, and a few more naps, Mooney could get through to the next 2 or 3 a.m. again, if only the wind hadn't blown down the antenna. But as it was, all he could get on the cheap little set his uncle had left behind was a faint gray herringbone pattern. He straightened up with the kettle in his hand, listening. It was almost as though somebody was knocking at the door. "That's crazy," Mooney said out loud after a moment. He poured the water over the tea bag, tearing a little corner off the paper tag on the end of the string to mark the fact that this was the 2nd cup he had made with the bag. He had found he could get 3 cups out of a single bag, but even loaded with sugar, the 4th cup was no longer very good. Still, he had carefully saved all the used, dried-out bags against the difficult future day when even the tea would be gone. That was going to be one bad day for Howard Mooney. Rap, tap. It really was someone at the door. Not knocking exactly, but either kicking at it or striking it with a stick. Mooney pulled his jacket tight around him and walked out into the frigid living room, not quite so frigid as his heart. "Damn," he said. "Damn, damn." What Mooney knew for sure was that nothing good could be coming in that door for him. It might be a policeman from Seabright wondering about the light in the house. It might be a member of his uncle's family. It was even possible that one of the stockholders who had put up the money for that unfortunate venture into frozen food club management had tracked him down as far as the Jersey Shore. It could be almost anything or anybody, but it couldn't be good. All the same, Mooney hadn't expected it to turn out to be a tall, lean man with angry, pale eyes, wearing a silvery sort of leotard. "I come in," said the angry man, and did. Mooney slammed the door behind him. Too bad, but he couldn't keep it open, even if he was conceding a sort of moral right to enter to the stranger. He couldn't have all that cold air coming in to dilute his little bubble of warmth. "What the devil do you want?" Mooney demanded. The angry man looked at him with an expression of revulsion. He pointed to the kitchen. "Is warmer in there?" "I suppose so. What do?" But the stranger was already walking into the kitchen. Mooney scowled and started to follow, and stopped and scowled even more. The stranger was leaving footprints behind him, or anyway some kind of rug marks that showed black on the faded summer rug. True, he was speckled with snow, but that much snow? The man was drenched. It looked as though he had just come out of the ocean. The stranger stood by the stove and glanced at Mooney warily. Mooney stood 6 feet, but this man was bigger. The silvery sort of thing he had on covered his legs as far as the feet, and he wore no shoes. It covered his body and his arms, and he had silvery gloves on his hands. It stopped at the neck in a collar of what looked like pure silver, but could not have been, because it gave with every breath the man took and every tensed muscle or tendon in his neck. His head was bare, and his hair was black, cut very short. He was carrying something flat and shiny by a molded handle. If it had been made of pigskin, it would have resembled a junior executive's briefcase. The man said explosively, "You will help me." Mooney cleared his throat. "Listen, I don't know what you want, but this is my house, and you will help me," the man said positively. "I will pay you. Very well?" He had a peculiar way of parting his sentences in the middle, but Mooney didn't care about that. He suddenly cared about one thing, and that was the word pay. "What do you want me to do?" The angry-eyed man ran his gloved hands across his head and sluiced drops of water onto the scuffed linoleum and the bedding of the cot Mooney had dragged into the kitchen. He said irritably, "I am wayfarer who needs a guide. I will pay you for your assistance." The question that rose to Mooney's lips was, "How much?" But he fought it back. Instead, he asked, "Where do you want to go?" "One moment." The stranger sat damply on the edge of Mooney's cot, and click, snap, the shiny sort of briefcase opened itself in his hands. He took out a flat, round thing like a mirror and looked into it, squeezing it by the edges and holding it this way and that. Finally he said, "I must go to Wednesday, the 26th of December at—" He tilted the little round thing again. "Brooklyn," he finished triumphantly. Mooney said, after a second, "That's a funny way to put it." "Question?" "I mean," said Mooney, "I know where Brooklyn is, and I know when the 26th of December is. It's next week. But you have to admit that's an odd way of putting it. I mean, you don't go anywhere in time." The wet man turned his pale eyes on Mooney. "Perhaps you are wrong?" Chapter 2. Mooney stared at his napping guest in a mood of wonder and fear and delight. Time traveler. But it was hard to doubt the pale-eyed man. He had said he was from the future, and he mentioned a date that made Mooney gasp. He had said, "When you speak to me, you must know that my name is Harse." And then he had curled up on the floor, surrounding his shiny briefcase like a mother cat around a kitten, and begun dozing alertly. But not before he showed Mooney just what it was he proposed to pay him with. Mooney sipped his cooling tea and forgot to shiver, though the drafts were fiercer and more biting than ever now, just before dawn. He was playing with what had looked at first like a string of steel ball bearings, a child's necklace, half-inch spheres linked together in a strand a yard long. Wampum, that's what Harse had called the spheres when he picked the string out of his little kit, and that was what they were. Each ball bearing was hollow. Open them up, and out come the treasures of the crown. Pop, and one of the spheres splits neatly in half, and out spills a star sapphire, as big as the ball of your finger, glittering like the muted lights of hell. Pop, and another sphere drops a ball of yellow gold into your palm. Pop, for a narwhal's tooth. Pop, for a cube of sugar. Pop, pop, and there on the table before Harse sparkled diamonds and lumps of coal, a packet of heroin, a sphere of silver, pearls, beads of glass, machined pellets of tungsten, lumps of saffron, and lumps of salt. "It is," said Harse, "for your pay. No?" And he headed off Mooney's greedy fingers. Click, 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 and the little pellets of treasure and trash were back in the steel balls. No, said Harse again, grinning, snapping the balls together like poppets in a string. "After you have guided me to Brooklyn and the December 26th, but I must say to you, this, that some of the balls contain plutonium and some radium, and I do not think that you can get them open. But if you did, you perhaps would die. Oh, ho?" And laughing, he began his taut nap. Mooney swallowed the last of his icy tea. It was full daylight outside. "Very well, Castaway," he said silently to the dozing, pale-eyed man. "I will guide you." Oh, there never was a guide like Mooney, not when a guide's fee can run so high. But when you are where you want to go, then we'll discuss the price. A hacksaw, he schemed, and a Geiger counter. He had worn his fingers raw trying to find the little button or knob that Harse had used to open them. All right, he was licked there. There are more ways than one to open a cat's eye. A hacksaw, a Geiger counter, and, Mooney speculated drowsily, maybe a gun if the pale-eyed man got tough. Mooney fell asleep in joy and anticipation for the first time in more than a dozen years. It was the next morning, bright and very cold. "Look alive," Mooney said to the pale-eyed man, shivering. It had been a long walk from Uncle Lester's house to the bridge, in that ripping, shuddering wind that came in off the Atlantic. Harse got up off his knees, from where he had been examining the asphalt pavement under the snow. He stood erect beside Mooney, while Mooney put on an egg-sucking smile and aimed his thumb down the road. The station wagon he had spotted seemed to snarl and pick up speed as it whirled past them onto the bridge. "I hope you skid into a ditch," Mooney bawled into the icy air. He was in a fury. There was a bus line that went where they wanted to go, a warm, comfortable bus that would stop for them if they signaled, that would drop them off just where they wanted to be, to convert one of Harse's ball bearings into money. The gold one, Mooney planned. Not the diamond, not the pearl, just a few dollars was all they wanted, in this Jersey Shore area where towns were small and the gossip big. Just the price of fare into New York, where they could make their way to Tiffany's. But the bus cost 35 cents apiece, total 70 cents, which they didn't have. "Here comes another car." Mooney dragged back the corners of his lips into another smile and held out his thumb. It was a panel truck, light blue with the sides lettered, "Chris's Delicatessen, free deliveries." The driver slowed up, looked them over, and stopped. He leaned toward the right-hand window. He called, "I can take you as far as Red's Bay." He got a good look at Mooney's companion, then swallowed. Harse had put on an overcoat because Mooney insisted on it, and he wore a hat because Mooney had told him flatly that there would be trouble and questions if he didn't. But he hadn't taken off his own silvery leotard, which peeped through between neck and hat where the coat flapped open. "Ank," finished the driver thoughtfully. Mooney didn't give him a chance to change his mind. "Red Bank is just where we want to go. Come on." Already he had his hand on the door. He jumped in, made room for Harse, reached over him, and slammed the door. "Thank you very much," he said chattily to the driver. "Cold morning, isn't it? And that was some storm last night. Say, we really do appreciate this. Anywhere in Red Bank will be all right to drop us, anywhere at all." He leaned forward slightly, just enough to keep the driver from being able to get a really good look at his other passenger. It would have gone all right, it really would, except that just past Fairhaven, Harse suddenly announced, "It is the time for me to eat." He snip-snapped something around the edges of the gleaming sort of dispatch case, which opened. Mooney, peering over his shoulder, caught glimpses of shiny things and spinning things and things that seemed to glow. So did the driver. "Hey," he said, interested, "what have you got there?" "My business," said Harse, calmly and crushingly. The driver blinked. He opened his mouth, and then he shut it again, and his neck became rather red. Mooney said rapidly, "Say, isn't there a lot of snow?" He feigned fascination with the snow on the road, leaning forward until his face was nearly at the frosty windshield. "My gosh, I've never seen the road so snowy." Beside him, Harse was methodically taking things out of other things. A little cylinder popped open and began to steam. He put it to his lips and drank. A cube the size of a fist opened up at one end, and little pellets dropped out into a cup. Harse picked a couple up and began to chew them. A flat, round object the shape of a cafeteria pie flipped open, and something gray and doughy appeared. "Holy heaven!" Mooney's face slammed into the windshield as the driver tramped on his brakes. Not that Mooney could really blame him. The smell from that doughy mass could hardly be believed, and what made it retchingly worse was that Harse was eating it with a pearly small spoon. The driver said complainingly, "Out, you guys, I don't mind giving you a lift, but I've got hard rolls in the back of the truck, and that smell's going to... Out, you heard me." "Oh," said Harse, tasting happily. "No." "No?" roared the driver. "Now listen, I don't have to take any lip from hitchhikers. I don't have to..." "One moment," said Harse. "Please." Without hurry and without delay, beaming absently at the driver, he reached into the silvery case again. Snip, snippity-snap, a jointed metal thing wriggled and snicked into place, and Harse, still beaming, pointed it at the driver. Pale blue light and a faint whine. It was a good thing the truck was halted, because the whining blue light reached diffidently out and embraced the driver, and then there was no driver. There was nothing. He was gone beyond the reach of any further lip from hitchhikers. Chapter 3. So there was Mooney driving a stolen panel truck, Mooney the bankrupt, Mooney the ne'er-do-well, and now Mooney the accomplice murderer. Or so he thought. The pale-eyed man had laughed like a panther when he'd asked. He rehearsed little speeches all the day down US 1, Mooney did, and they all began, "Your Honor, I didn't know..." Well, he hadn't. How could a man like Mooney know that Harse was so bereft of human compassion as to snuff out a life for the sake of finishing his lunch in peace? And what could Mooney have done about it without drawing the diffident blue glow to himself? No, Your Honor, really, Your Honor, he took me by surprise. But by the time they ditched the stolen car nearly dry of gas at the Hoboken ferry, Mooney had begun to get his nerve back. In fact, he was beginning to perceive that in the glittering silvery dispatch case that Harse hugged to him were treasures that might do wonders for a smart man unjustly dogged by hard times. The wampum alone, but beyond the wampum, the other good things that might in time be worth more than any amount of mere money. There was that weapon. Mooney cast a glance at Harse, blank-eyed and relaxed, very much disinterested in the crowds of commuters on the ferry. Nobody in all that crowd would believe that Harse could pull out a little jointed metal thing and push a button and make one of them cease to exist. Nobody would believe it, not even a jury. Corpus delicti, body of evidence, why, there would be no evidence. It was a simple, workable, foolproof way of getting any desired number of people out of the way without fuss, muss, or bother. And couldn't a smart but misfortunate man like Mooney do wonders by selectively removing those persons who stood as obstacles in his path? And there would be more, much, much more. The thing to do, Mooney schemed, was to find out just what Harse had in that kit and how to work it. And then, who could know, perhaps Harse would find himself the diffident blue light reaching out for him before the intersection of Brooklyn and December 26th. Mooney probed. "Ah," laughed Harse. "Oh, I perceive what you want. You think perhaps there is something you can use in my survival kit." "All right, Harse," Mooney said submissively. But he did have reservations. First, it was important to find out just what was in the kit. After that, well, even a man from the future had to sleep. Mooney was in a roaring rage. How dared the government stick its bureaucratic nose into a simple transaction of citizens? But it turned out to be astonishingly hard to turn Harse's wampum into money. The first jeweler asked crudely threatening questions about an emerald the size of the ball of his thumb. The second quoted chapter and verse on the laws governing possession of gold. Finally, they found a pawnbroker who knowingly accepted a diamond that might have been worth a fortune, and when they took his first offer of $1,000, the pawnbroker's suspicions were confirmed. Mooney dragged Harse away from there fast. But they did have $1,000. As the cab took them across town, Mooney simmered down, and by the time they reached the other side, he was entirely content. What was a fortune, more or less, to a man who very nearly owned some of the secrets of the future? He sat up, lit a cigarette, waved an arm, and said expansively to Harse, "Our new home." The pale-eyed man took a glowing little affair with eyepieces away from in front of his eyes. "Ah," he said, "so." It was quite an attractive hotel, Mooney thought judiciously. It did a lot to take away the sting of those sordidly avaricious jewelers. The lobby was an impressively close approximation of a cathedral, and the bellboys looked smart and able. Harse made an asthmatic sound. "What is that?" He was pointing at a group of men standing in jovial amusement around the entrance to the hotel's grand ballroom, just off the lobby. They wore purple harem pants and floppy green hats, and every one of them carried a silver paper imitation of a scimitar. Mooney chuckled in a superior way. "You aren't up on our local customs, are you? That's a convention, Harse. They dress up that way because they belong to a lodge. A lodge is a kind of fraternal organization. A fraternal organization is," Harse said abruptly, "I want." Mooney began to feel alarm. "What?" "I want one for a specimen? Wait, I think I take the big one there." "Harse, wait a minute." Mooney clutched at him. "Hold everything, man. You can't do that." Harse stared at him. "Why?" "Because we'd upset everything, that's why. You want to get to your rendezvous, don't you? Well, if you do anything like that, we'll never get there." "Why not?" "Please," Mooney said, "please take my word for it. You hear me? I'll explain later." Harse looked by no means convinced, but he stopped opening the silvery metal case. Mooney kept an eye on him while registering. Harse continued to watch the conventioneers, but he went no further. Mooney began to breathe again. "Thank you, sir," said the desk clerk. Not every guest, even in this hotel, went for a corner suite with 2 baths. "Front." A smart-looking bellboy stepped forward, briskly took the key from the clerk, briskly nodded at Mooney and Harse. With the automatic reflex of any hotel bellhop, he reached for Harse's silvery case. Baggage was baggage, however funny it looked. But Harse was not just any old guest. The bellboy got the bag away from him all right, but his victory was purely transitory. He yelled, dropped the bag, grabbed his fist with the other hand. "Hey, it shocked me! What kind of tricks are you trying to do with electric suitcases?" Mooney moaned softly. The whole lobby was looking at them, even the conventioneers at the entrance to the ballroom, even the man in mufti mingling with the conventioneers carrying cameras and flash guns, even the very doorman, the whole lobby away. That was bad. What was worse was that Harse was obviously getting angry. Wait, Mooney stepped in between them in a hurry. "I can explain everything. My friend is, an inventor. There's some very important material in that briefcase, believe me." He winked, patted the bellhop on the shoulder, took his hand with friendly concern, and left in it a folded bill. "Now," he said confidently, "we don't want any disturbance. I'm sure you understand how it is, son, don't you? My friend can't take any chances with his, confidential material, you see, right? Well, let's say no more about it. Now, if you'll show us to our room." The bellhop, still stiff-backed, glanced down at the bill, and the stiffness disappeared as fast as any truck driver bathed in Harse's pale blue haze. He looked up again and grinned. "Sorry, sir," he began. But he didn't finish. Mooney had let Harse get out of his sight a moment too long. The first warning he had was when there was a sudden commotion among the Lodge brothers. Mooney turned much too late. There was Harse. He had wandered over there, curious and interested, and Harse. He had stared them up and down, but he hadn't been content to stare. He had opened the little silvery dispatch case and taken out of it the thing that looked like a film viewer, and maybe it was a camera too, because he was looking through it at the conventioneers. He was covering them as Dixie is covered by the dew, up and down, back and forth, heels to head. And it was causing a certain amount of attention. Even one of the photographers thought maybe this funny-looking guy with the funny-looking opera glasses was curious enough to be worth a shot. After all, that was what the photographer was there for. He aimed and popped a flash gun. There was an abrupt, thin squeal from the box. Black fog sprayed out of it in a greasy jet. It billowed toward Harse. It collected around him, swirled high. Now all the flash guns were popping. It was a clear waste of a $20 bill, Mooney told himself aggrievedly out on the sidewalk. There had been no point in buttering up the bellhop as long as Harse was going to get them thrown out anyway. On the other side of the East River, in a hotel that fell considerably below Mooney's recent brief standards of excellence, Mooney cautiously tipped a bellboy, ushered him out, locked the door behind them, and, utterly exhausted, flopped on one of the twin beds. Harse glanced at him briefly, then wandered over to the window and stared incuriously at the soiled snow outside. "You were fine, Harse," said Mooney without spirit. "You didn't do anything wrong at all." "Ah," said Harse without turning. "So?" Mooney sat up, reached for the phone, demanded set-ups and a bottle from room service, and hung up. "Oh, well," he said, beginning to revive. "At least we're in Brooklyn now. Maybe it's just as well." "As well? What?" "I mean, this is where you wanted to be. Now we just have to wait 4 days until the 26th. We'll have to raise some more money, of course," he added experimentally. Harse turned and looked at him with the pale eyes. $1,000 you have is not enough?" "Oh, no, Harse," Mooney assured him. "Why, that won't be nearly enough. The room rent in this hotel alone is likely to use that up, besides all the extras, of course." "Ah." Harse, looking bored, sat down in the chair near Mooney, opened his kit, took out the thing that looked like a film viewer, and put it to his eyes. "We'll have to sell some more of those things. After all," Mooney winked and dug at the pale-eyed man's ribs with his elbow, "we'll be needing some, well, entertainment." Harse took the viewer away from his eyes. He glanced thoughtfully at the elbow, then at Mooney. "So," he said. Mooney coughed and changed the subject. "One thing, though," he begged. "Don't get me in any more trouble like you did in that hotel lobby or with that guy in the truck. Please, I mean, after all, you're making it hard for me to carry out my job." Harse was thoughtfully silent. "Promise?" Mooney urged. Harse said, after some more consideration, "It is not altogether me. That is to say, it is a matter of defense. My picture should not be photographed, so the survival kit ensures it is not. You understand?" Mooney leaned back. "You mean—" The bellboy with the drinks interrupted him. He took the bottle, signed the chit, tipped the boy, and mixed himself a reasonably stiff but not quite stupefying highball, thinking hard. "Did you say survival kit?" he asked at last. Harse was deep in the viewer again, but he looked away from it irritably. "Naturally, survival kit, so that I can Survive?" He went back to the viewer. Mooney took a long, thoughtful slug of the drink. Survival kit. Why, that made sense. When the Air Force boys went out and raided the islands in the Pacific during the war, sometimes they got shot down, and it was enemy territory, or what passed for it. Those islands were mostly held by Japanese, though their populations hardly knew it. All the aboriginals knew was that strange birds crossed the sky, and sometimes men came from them. The politics of the situation didn't interest the headhunters. What really interested them was heads. But for a palatable second choice, they would settle for trade goods, cloth, mirrors, beads. And so the bomber pilots were equipped with survival kits, maps, trade goods, rations, weapons, instructions for proceeding to a point where, God willing, a friendly submarine might put ashore a rubber dinghy to take them off. Mooney said persuasively, "Harse, I'm sorry to bother you, but we have to talk." The man with the pale eyes took them away from the viewer again and stared at Mooney. "Harse, were you shot down like an airplane pilot?" Harse frowned, not in anger, or at least not at Mooney. It was the effort to make himself understood. He said at last, "Yes, call it that." "And this place you want to go to, is that where you will be rescued?" "Yes." "Aha," thought Mooney, and the glimmerings of a new idea began to kick and stretch its fetal limbs inside him. He put it aside to bear and coddle in private. He said, "Tell me more. Is there any particular part of Brooklyn you have to go to?" "Ah, the nexus point." Harse put down the viewer, and Snap opened the gleaming kit. He took out the little round thing he had consulted in the house by the cold Jersey Sea. He tilted it this way and that, frowned, consulted a small square sparkly thing that came from another part of the case, tilted the round gadget again. "Correcting for local time," he said, "the nexus point is 1 hour and 1 minute after midnight at what is called the Vale of Kashmir." Mooney scratched his ear. The Vale of Kashmir? Where the devil is that? Somewhere in Pakistan? "Brooklyn," said Harse with an imp's grimace. "You are the guide, and you do not know where you are guiding me to?" Mooney said hastily, "All right, Harse, all right, I'll find it. But tell me one thing, will you? Just suppose I said that for some reason or other we don't make it to the what you call nexus point. Then what happens?" Harse, for once, neither laughed nor scowled. The pale eyes opened wide and glanced around the room, at the machine-made candlewick spreads on the bed, at the dusty red curtains that made a suite out of a long room, at the dog-eared Bible that lay on the night table. "Sir," he stammered, "Sir, 17 years until there is another nexus point." Mooney dreamed miraculous dreams, and not entirely because of the empty bottle that had been full that afternoon. There never was a time, never will be a time like the future Mooney dreamed of, Mooney owned, where he inhabited a fair domain for a live-wire emperor of the eons. He woke up with a splitting head. Even a man from the future had to sleep, so Mooney had thought, and it had been in his mind that even this first night it might pay to stay awake a little longer than Harse, just in case it might then seem like a good idea to bash him over the head and grab the bag. But the whiskey had played him dirty, and he had passed out, drunk, blind drunk, or at least he hoped so. He hoped that he hadn't seen what he thought he had seen sober. He woke up and wondered what was wrong. Little tinkling ice spiders were moving around him. He could hear their tiny crystal sounds and feel their chill legs so lightly on him. It was still a dream, wasn't it? Or was he awake? The thing was, he couldn't tell. If he was awake, it was the middle of the night, because there was no light whatever, and besides, he didn't seem to be able to move. Thought Mooney with anger and desperation, "I'm dead, and what a time to die." But second thoughts changed his mind. There was no heaven and no hell in all the theologies he had investigated that included being walked over by tiny spiders of ice. He felt them. There was no doubt about it. It was Harse, of course. It had to be. Whatever he was up to, Mooney couldn't say, but as he lay there sweating cold sweat and feeling the crawling little feet, he knew that it was something Harse had made happen. Little by little, he began to be able to see, not much, but enough to see that there really was something crawling. Whatever the things were, they had a faint, tenuous glow, like the face of a watch just before dawn. He couldn't make out shapes, but he could tell the size, not much bigger than a man's hand, and he could tell the number, and there were dozens of them. He couldn't turn his head, but on the walls, on his chest, on his face, even on the ceiling, he could see faint moving patches of foxfire light. He took a deep breath. "Horace!" he started to call. Wake him up, make him stop this, but he couldn't. He got no farther than the first huff of the aspirate when the scurrying cold feet were on his lips. Something cold and damp lay across them, and it stuck, like spider silk, but stronger. He couldn't speak, couldn't move his lips, though he almost tore the flesh. Oh, he could make a noise, all right. He started to do so, to snort and hum through his nose, but Mooney was not slow of thought, and he had a sudden, clear picture of that same cold ribbon crossing his nostrils, and what would be the use of all the time's treasures then, when it was no longer possible to breathe at all. It was quite apparent that he was not to make a noise. He had patience, the kind of patience that grows with a diet of thrice-used tea bags and soggy crackers. He waited. It wasn't the middle of the night after all, he perceived, though it was still utterly dark except for the moving blobs. He could hear sounds in the hotel corridor outside, faintly though, the sound of a vacuum cleaner, and it might have been a city block away, the tiniest whisper of someone laughing. He remembered one of his drunken fantasies of the night before, little robot mice, or so they seemed, spinning a curtain across the window, and he shuddered because that had been no fantasy. The window was curtained, and it was mid-morning at the earliest because the chambermaids were cleaning the halls. Why couldn't he move? He flexed the muscles of his arms and legs, but nothing happened. He could feel the muscles straining, he could feel his toes and fingers twitch, but he was restrained by what seemed a web of Gulliver's cords. There was a tap at the door, a pause, the scratching of a key, and the room was flooded with light from the hall. Out of the straining corner of his eye, Mooney saw a woman in a gray cotton uniform carrying fresh sheets standing in the doorway, and her mouth was hanging slack. No wonder, for in the light from the hall, Mooney could see the room festooned with silver, with darting silvery shapes moving about. Mooney himself wore a cocoon of silver, and on the bed next to him, where Harsh slept, there was a fantastic silver hood, like the basket work of a baby's bassinet, surrounding his head. It was a fairyland scene, and it lasted only a second, for Harsh cried out and leaped to his feet. Quick as an adder, he scooped up something from the table beside his bed and gestured with it at the door. It was, Mooney half perceived, the silvery jointed thing he had used in the truck, and he used it again. Pale blue light streamed out. It faded, and the chambermaid, popping eyes and all, was gone. It didn't hurt as much the second time. Mooney finally attracted Harsh's attention, and Harsh, with a Masonic pass over one of the little silvery things, set it to loosening and removing the silver bonds. The things were like toy tanks with jointed legs. As they spun the silver webs, they could also suck them in. In moments, the webs that held Mooney down were gone. He got up, aching in his tired muscles and his head, but this time the panic that had filled him in the truck was gone. Well, one victim, more or less, what did it matter? And besides, he clung to the fact that Harsh had not exactly said the victims were dead, so it didn't hurt as much the second time. Mooney planned. He shut the door and sat on the edge of the bed. "Shut up, you put us in a lousy fix, and I have to think a way out of it," he rasped at Harsh when Harsh started to speak, and the man from the future looked at him with opaque, pale eyes and silently opened one of the flat canisters and began to eat. "All right," Mooney said at last. "Harsh, get rid of all this stuff." "This stuff?" "The stuff on the walls, what your little spiders have been spinning, understand? Can't you get it off the walls?" Harsh leaned forward and touched the kit. The little spider things that had been aimlessly roving now began to digest what they had created, as the ones that had held Mooney had already done. It was quick. Mooney hoped it would be quick enough. There were over a dozen of the things, more than Mooney would have believed the little kit could hold, and he had seen no sign of them before. The silvery silk on the walls and aimless tracing disappeared. The thick silvery coat of the window disappeared. Harsh's bassinet hood disappeared. A construction that haloed the door disappeared, and as it dwindled, the noises from the corridor grew louder, some sort of sound-absorbing contrivance, Mooney thought, wondering. There was an elaborate silvery erector set affair on the floor between the beds. It whirled and spun silently, and the little machines took it apart again and swallowed it. Mooney had no notion of its purpose. When it was gone, he could see no change, but Harsh shuddered and shifted his position uncomfortably. "All right," said Mooney when everything was back in the kit. "Now you just keep your mouth shut. I won't ask you to lie. They'll have enough trouble understanding you if you tell the truth. Hear me?" Harse merely stared, but that was good enough. Mooney put his hand on the phone. He took a deep breath and held it until his head began to tingle and his face turned red. Then he picked up the phone and said, when he spoke, there was authentic rage and distress in his voice, "Operator," he snarled, "give me the manager and hurry up. I want to report a thief." When the manager had gone, along with the assistant manager, the house detective, and the ancient shrew-faced head housekeeper, Mooney extracted a promise from Harse and left him. He carefully hung a Do Not Disturb card from the doorknob, crossed his fingers, and took the elevator downstairs. The fact seemed to be that Harse didn't care about aboriginals. Mooney had arranged a system of taps on the door which, he thought, Harse would abide by, so that Mooney could get back in. Just the same, Mooney vowed to be extremely careful about how he opened the door. Whatever the pale blue light was, Mooney wanted no part of it directed at him. The elevator operator greeted him respectfully, a part of the management's policy of making amends, no doubt. Mooney returned the greeting with a barely civil nod. Sure, it had worked. He'd told the manager that he'd caught the chambermaid trying to steal something valuable that belonged to that celebrated proprietor of valuable secrets, Mr. Harse. The chambermaid had fled. How dared they employ a person like that? And he had made very sure that the manager and the house dick and all the rest had plenty of opportunity to snoop apologetically in every closet and under the beds, just so there would be no suspicion in their minds that a dismembered chambermaid torso was littering some dark corner of the room. What could they do but accept the story? The chambermaid wasn't there to defend herself, and though they might wonder how she had got out of the hotel without being noticed, it was their problem to figure it out, not Mooney's to explain it. They'd even been grateful when Mooney offered handsomely to refrain from notifying the police. "Lobby, sir," sang out the elevator operator, and Mooney stepped out, nodded to the manager, stared down the house detective, and walked out into the street. So far, so good. Now that the animal necessities of clothes and food and a place to live were taken care of, Mooney had a chance to operate. It was a field in which he always had a good deal of talent, the making of deals, the locating of contacts, the arranging of transactions that were better conducted in private. And he had a good deal of business to transact. Harse had accepted without question his statement that they would have to raise more money. "Try heroin or platinum?" he had suggested, and gone back to his viewer. "I will," Mooney assured him, and he did. He tried them both, and more besides. Not only was it good that he had such valuable commodities to vend, but it was a useful item in his total knowledge concerning Harse that the man from the future seemed to have no idea of the value of money in the 20th century Shea USA. Mooney found a buyer for the drugs, and there was a few $1,000s there, which helped, for although the quantity was not large, the drugs were chemically pure. He found a fence to handle the jewels and precious metals, and he unloaded all the ones of moderate value, not the other diamond, not the rubies, not the star sapphire. He arranged to keep those without mentioning it to Harse. No point in selling them now, not when they had several $1,000s above any conceivable expenses, not when some future date would do just as well, just in case Harse should get away with the balance of the kit. Having concluded his business, Mooney undertook a brief but expensive shopping tour of his own and found a reasonably satisfactory place to eat. After a pleasantly stimulating cocktail, and the best meal he'd had in some years, doubly good, for there was no reek from Harse's nauseating concoctions to spoil it, he called for coffee, for brandy, for the day's papers. The disappearance of the truck driver made hardly a ripple. There were a couple of stories, but small and far in the back. Amnesia, said one, and underworld kidnapping, suggested another, but the story had nothing to feed on, and it would die. Good enough, thought Mooney, waving for another glass of that enjoyable brandy, and then he turned back to the front page and saw his own face. There was the hotel lobby of the previous day, and a pillar of churning black smoke that Mooney knew was Harse, and there in the background, mouth agape, expression worried, was Howard Mooney himself. He read it all very, very carefully. Well, he thought, at least they didn't get our names. The story was all about the Loyal and Beneficent Order of Exalted Eagles, and the only reference to the picture was a brief line about a disturbance outside the meeting hall. Nonetheless, the second glass of brandy tasted nowhere near as good as the first. Time passed. Mooney found a man who explained what was meant by the Vale of Kashmir. In Brooklyn, there is a very large park, The name is Prospect Park, and in it is a little planted valley with a brook and a pool, and the name of it on the maps of Prospect Park is the Vale of Kashmir. Mooney sent out for a map, memorized it, and that was that. However, Mooney didn't really want to go to the Vale of Kashmir with Harse. What he wanted was that survival kit. Wonders kept popping out of it, and each day's supply made Mooney covet the huger store that was still inside. There had been, he guessed, something like 100 separate items that had somehow come out of that tiny box. There simply was no room for them all, but that was not a matter that Mooney concerned himself with. They were there, possible or not, because he had seen them. Mooney laid traps. The trouble was that Harse did not care for conversation. He spent endless hours with his film viewer, and when he said anything at all to Mooney, it was to complain. All he wanted was to exist for 4 days, nothing else. Mooney laid conversational traps, tried to draw him out, and there was no luck. Harse would turn his blank, pale stare on him and refuse to be drawn. At night, however hard Mooney tried, Harse was always awake past him, and in his sleep, always and always, the little metal guardian strapped Mooney tight. Survival kit? But how did the little metal things know that Mooney was a threat? It was maddening, and time was passing. There were 4 days, then only 3, then only 2. Mooney made arrangements of his own. He found 2 girls, lovely girls, the best that money could buy, and he brought them to the suite with a wink and a snigger. A little relaxation, eh, Harse? The red-haired one is named Ginger, and she's partial to men with light-colored eyes. Ginger smiled a rehearsed and lovely smile. I certainly am, Mr. Harse. Say, want to dance? But it came to nothing. Though the house detective knocked deferentially on the door to ask if they could be a little more quiet, please, it wasn't the sound of celebration that the neighbors were objecting to. It was the shrill, violent noise of Harse's laughter. First he had seemed not to understand, and then he looked astonished as Mooney had ever seen him, and then the laughter. Girls didn't work. Mooney got rid of the girls. All right, Mooney was a man of infinite resource and sagacity. Hadn't he proved that many a time? He excused himself to Harse, made sure his fat new pigskin wallet was in his pocket, and took a cab to a place on Brooklyn's waterfront where cabs seldom go. The bartender had arms like beer kegs and a blue chin. Beer, said Mooney, and made sure he paid for it with a $20 bill, thumbing through a thick wad of 50s and 100s to find the smallest. He retired to a booth and nursed his beer. About 10 minutes, a man stood beside him, blue-chinned and muscular enough to be the bartender's brother, which Mooney found he was. Well, said Mooney, took you long enough. Sit down. You don't have to roll me. You can earn this. Girls didn't work? Okay, if not girls, then try boys. Well, not boys exactly, hoodlums. Try hoodlums and see what Harse might do against the toughest inhabitants of the area around the Gowanus Canal. Harse, sloshing heedlessly through melted snow, spattering Mooney, grumbled, I do not see why we must wander endlessly across the face of this wretched slum. Mooney said soothingly, We have to make sure, Harse. We have to be sure it's the right place. Huff, said Harse, but he went along. They were in Prospect Park, and it was nearly dark. Hey, look, said Mooney desperately. Look at those kids on sleds. Harse glanced angrily at the kids on sleds, and even more angrily at Mooney. Still, he wasn't refusing to come, and that was something. It had been possible that Harse would sit tight in the hotel room, and it had taken all of the persuasive powers Mooney prided himself on to get him out. But Mooney was able to paint a horrible picture of getting to the wrong place, missing the nexus point, 17 long years of waiting for the next one. They crossed the sheep meadow, crossed the walk, crossed an old covered bridge, and they were at the head of a flight of shallow steps. The Vale of Kashmir, cried Mooney, as though he were announcing a miracle. Harse said nothing. Mooney licked his lips, glancing at the kid Harse carried under an arm, glancing around. No one was in sight. Mooney coughed. You're sure this is the place you mean? If it is the Vale of Kashmir? Harse looked once more down the steps, then turned. No, wait, said Mooney frantically. I mean, well, where in the Vale of Kashmir is the nexus point? This is a big place. Harse's pale eyes stared at him for a moment. No, not big. Oh, fairly big, after all, Harse said positively. Come. Mooney swore under his breath and vowed never to trust anyone again, especially a bartender's brother. But just then it happened. Out of the snowy bushes stepped a man in a red bandana holding a gun. This is a stick-up. Give me that bag. Mooney exulted. There was no chance for Harsh now. The man was leaping toward him. There would be no time for him to open the bag and take out the weapon. But he didn't have to. There was a thin, singing, whining sound from the bag. It leaped out of Harsh's hand, leaped free as though it had invisible wings, and flew at the man in the red bandana. The man stumbled and jumped aside, the eyes incredulous over the mask. The silvery flat metal kit spun round him, whining. It circled him once, spiraled up. Behind it, like a smoke trail from a destroyer, a pale blue mist streamed backwards. It surrounded the man and hid him. The bag flew back into Harsh's hand. The violet mist thinned and disappeared. And the man was gone, as utterly and as finely as any chambermaid or driver of a truck. There was a moment of silence. Mooney stared without belief at the snow sifting down from the bushes that the man had hid in. Harsh looked opaquely at Mooney. "It seems," he said, "that in these slums are many dangers?" Mooney was very quiet on the way back to the hotel. Harsh, for once, was not gazing into his viewer. He sat erect and silent beside Mooney, glancing at him from time to time. Mooney did not relish the attention. The situation had deteriorated. It deteriorated even more when they entered the lobby of the hotel. The desk clerk called to Mooney. Mooney hesitated, then said to Harsh, "You go ahead, I'll be up in a minute. And listen, don't forget about my knock." Harsh inclined his head and strode into the elevator. Mooney sighed. "There's a gentleman to see you, Mr. Mooney," the desk clerk said civilly. Mooney swallowed. Gentleman to see me?" The clerk nodded toward the writing room. "In there, sir, a gentleman who says he knows you." Mooney pursed his lips. In the writing room? Well, that was an advantage. The writing room was off the main lobby. It would give Mooney a chance to peek in before whoever it was could see him. He approached the entrance cautiously. "Howard!" cried an accusing, familiar voice behind him. Mooney turned. A small man with curly red hair was coming out of a door marked Men. Why, Uncle Lester," said Mooney. "What a pleasant surprise." Lester, all of 5 feet tall, wispy red hair surrounding his red, plump face, looked at him belligerently. "No doubt," he snapped. "I've been waiting all day, Howard. Took the afternoon off from work to come here, and I wouldn't have been here at all if I hadn't seen this." He was holding a copy of the paper with Mooney's picture behind the pillar of black fog. "Your aunt wrapped my lunch in it, Howard. Otherwise I might have missed it. Went right to the hotel. You weren't there. The doorman helped, though. Found a cab driver. Told me where he'd taken you. Here I am." "That's nice," lied Mooney. "No, it isn't, Howard. What in the world are you up to? Do you know the Monmouth County Police are looking for you? Said there was somebody missing. Want to talk to you." The little man shook his head angrily. "Knew I shouldn't let you stay at my place. Your aunt warned me, too. Why do you make trouble for me?" "Police?" Mooney asked faintly. "At my age, police coming to the house. Who was that fellow who's missing, Howard? Where did he go? Why doesn't he go home? His wife's half crazy. He shouldn't worry her like that." Mooney clutched at his uncle's shoulder. "Do the police know where I am? You didn't tell them." "Tell them? How could I tell them? Only I saw your picture while I was eating my sandwich, so I went to the hotel and—" "Uncle Lester, listen. What did they come to see you for?" "Because I was stupid enough to let you stay in my house, that's what for," Lester said bitterly. 2 days ago, knocking on my door, hardly 8 o'clock in the morning. They said there's a man missing, driving a truck, found the truck empty. Man from the Coast Guard station knows him, saw him picking up a couple of hitchhikers at a bridge someplace. Recognized one of the hitchhikers, said the hitchhiker had been staying at my house. That's you, Howard, don't lie. He described you, pudgy, kind of a squinty look in the eyes, dressed like a bum. Oh, it was you, all right. Wait a minute, nobody knows you've come here, right? Not even Auntie? No, of course not. She didn't see the picture. So how'd she know? Would have said something if she had. Now come on, Howard, we've got to go to the police. And Uncle Lester... The little man paused and looked at him suspiciously. But that was all right. Mooney began to feel confidence flow back into him. It wasn't all over yet, not by a long shot. "Uncle Lester," he said, his voice low-pitched and persuasive, "I have to ask you a very important question. Think before you answer, please. This is the question. Have you ever belonged to any communist organization?" The old man blinked. After a moment, he exploded. "Now, what are you up to, Howard? You know I never... Think, Uncle Lester, please. Way back when you were a boy, anything like that." "Of course not." "You're sure? Because I'm warning you, Uncle Lester, you're going to have to take the strictest security check anybody ever took. You've stumbled onto something important. You'll have to prove you can be trusted or, well, I can't answer for the consequences. You see, this involves..." He looked around him furtively. The Schenectady Project. The Schenectady Project, Mooney nodded. You've heard of the atom bomb, Uncle Lester? This is bigger. Bigger than bigger. It's the molecule bomb. There aren't 75 men in the country that know what the so-called driver in the truck was up to, and now you're one of them. Mooney nodded soberly, feeling his power. The old man was hooked, tied, and delivered. He could tell by the look in the eyes, by the quivering of the lips. Now was the time to slip the contract in his hand, or, in the present instance, to tell you what to do, whispered Mooney. Here's my key. You go up to my room. Don't knock. We don't want to attract attention. Walk right in. You'll see a man there, and he'll explain everything. Understand? Why, sure, Howard, but why don't you come with me? Mooney raised his hand warningly. You might be followed. I'll have to keep a lookout. 5 minutes later, when Mooney tapped on the door of the room, 3 taps, pause, 3 taps, and cautiously pushed it open, the pale blue mist was just disappearing. Harse was standing angrily in the center of the room with the jointed metal thing thrust out ominously before him, and of Uncle Lester there was no trace at all. Chapter 5. Time passed, and then all time was gone, and it was midnight, nearly the nexus point. In front of the hotel, a drowsy cab driver gave them an argument. The public library? Listen, the library ain't open this time of night. I oughta... Oh, thanks, hop in. He folded the $5 bill and put the cab in gear. Harse said ominously, Library, Mooney? Why do you instruct him to take us to the library? Mooney whispered, There's a law against being in the park at night. We'll have to sneak in. The library's right across the street. Harse stared with his luminous pale eyes, but it was true. There was such a law, for the parks of the city lately had become fields of honor where rival gangs contended with bottle shards and zip guns, where a passer-by was odds-on to be mugged. High Command must know this, Harse grumbled. Must proceed, they say, to Nexus Point. But then one finds the aboriginals have made laws. Oh, I shall make a report. Sure you will, Mooney soothed, but in his heart he was prepared to bet heavily against it. Because he had a new strategy. Clearly he couldn't get the survival kit from Harse. He had tried that and there was no luck. His arm still tingled as the bellboys had from having seemingly absent-mindedly taken the handle to help Harse. But there was a way. Get rid of this clown from the future, he thought contentedly. Meet the Nexus Point instead of Harse, and there was the future, ripe for the taking. He knew where the rescuers would be, and, above all, he knew how to talk. Every man has one talent, and Mooney's was salesmanship. All the years wasted on peddling dime-store schemes like frozen food plans, but this was the big time at last, so maybe the years of seasoning were not wasted after all. That for you, Uncle Lester, he muttered. Harse looked up from his viewer angrily, and Mooney cleared his throat. I said, he explained hastily, we're almost at the Nexus Point. Snow was drifting down. The cab driver glanced at the back, quiet library, shook his head, and pulled away, leaving black, wet tracks in the thin snow. The pale-eyed man looked about him irritably. You, he cried, waking Mooney from a dream of possessing the next 10 years of stock market reports. You, where is this veil of cashmere? Right this way, Harse, right this way, said Mooney placatingly. There was a wide sort of traffic circle. Grand Army Plaza was the name of it, and there were a few cars going around it, but not many, and none of them looked like police cars. Mooney looked up and down the broad, quiet streets. Across here, he ordered, and led the time traveler toward the edge of the park. We can't go in the main entrance. There might be cops. Cops? Policemen, law enforcement officers. We'll just walk down here a way and then hop over the wall. Trust me, said Mooney in the voice that had put frozen food lockers into so many suburban homes. The look from those pale eyes was anything but a look of trust, but Harse didn't say anything. He stared about with an expression of detached horror, like an Alabama gentlewoman condemned to walk through Harlem. Now, Mooney whispered urgently, and over the wall they went. They were in a thicket of shrubs and brush, snow-laden, the snow sifting down into Mooney's neck every time he touched a branch, which was always, he couldn't avoid it. They crossed a path, and then a road, long, curving, broad, white, empty, down a hill onto another path. Mooney paused, glancing around. You know where you are going? I think so. I'm looking for cops. None in sight? Mooney frowned. What the devil did the police think they were up to? They passed laws. Why weren't they around to enforce them? Mooney had his landmarks well in mind. There was the drive, and there was the fork he was supposed to be looking for. It wouldn't be hard to find the path into the vale. The only thing was, it was kind of important to Mooney's hope of future prosperity that he find a policeman first, and time was running out. He glanced at the luminous dial of his watch, self-winding, shock-proof, non-magnetic. The man in the hotel's jewelry shop had assured him only yesterday that he could depend on its timekeeping as on the beating of his heart. It was nearly 1:15. Come along, grumbled Harse. Mooney stalled. I think we better go along this way. It ought to be down there. He cursed himself. Why hadn't he gone in the main entrance, where there was sure to be a cop? Harse would never have known the difference, but there was the artist in him that wanted the thing done perfectly, and so he had held to the pretense of avoiding police, had skulked and hidden, and now, look, he whispered, pointing. Harse spat soundlessly and turned his eyes where Mooney was pointing. Yes, under a distant light, a moving figure swinging a nightstick. Mooney took a deep breath and planted a hand between Harse's shoulder blades. "Run!" he yelled at the top of his voice and shoved. He sounded so real, he almost convinced himself. "We'll have to split up. I'll meet you there. Now run!" Chapter 6. Oh, clever Mooney. He crouched under a snowy tree, watching the man from the future speed effortlessly away in the wrong direction. The cop was hailing him, clever cop. All it had taken was a couple of full-throated yells, and at once the cop had perceived that someone was in the park. But cleverer than any cop was Mooney. Men from the future? Why, thought Mooney contentedly, no Miss Mayor Hauser of the suburbs would have let me get away with a trick like that to sell her a freezer. There's going to be no problem at all. I don't have to worry about a thing. Mooney can take care of himself. By then he had caught his breath, and time was passing. He heard a distant, confused yelling. Harse and the cop? But it didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was getting to the nexus point at 1:01. He took a deep breath and began to trot. Slipping in the snow, panting heavily, he went down the path, around the little glade, across the covered bridge. He found the shallow steps that led down to the vale. And there it was below him, a broad space where walks joined, and in the space a thing shaped like a dinosaur egg, rounded and huge. It glowed with a silvery sheen. Confidently, Mooney started down the steps toward the egg and the moving figures that flitted soundlessly around it. Harse was not the only time traveler, Mooney saw. Good, that might make it all the simpler. Should he change his plan and feign amnesia, pass himself off as one of their own men? Or... A movement made him look over his shoulder. Somebody was standing at the top of the steps. "Hell's fire," whispered Mooney. He'd forgotten all about that aboriginal law, and here above him stood a man in a policeman's uniform, not staring down with pale eyes. No, not a policeman. The face was... Harse's. Mooney swallowed and stood rooted. "You!" Harse's savage voice came growling. "You are to stand still?" Mooney didn't need the order. He couldn't move. No 20th century cop was a match for Harse, that was clear. Harse had bested him, taken his uniform away from him for camouflage, and here he was. Unfortunately, so was Howard Mooney. The figures below were looking up, pointing and talking. Harse from above was coming down. Mooney could only stand and wish that he were back in Seabright, living on cookies and stale tea. Wish he had planned things with more intelligence, more skill, perhaps even with more honesty, but it was too late for wishing. Harse came down the steps, paused a yard from Mooney, scowled a withering scowl, and passed on. He reached the bottom of the steps and joined the others waiting about the egg. They all went inside. The glowing silvery colors winked and went out. The egg flamed purple, faded, turned transparent, and disappeared. Mooney stared, and, yelling a demand for payment, ran stumbling down the steps to where it had been. There was a round, thawed spot, a trampled patch, nothing else. They were gone. Almost gone, because there was a sudden bright wash of flame from overhead, cold, silvery flame. He looked up, dazzled. Over him the egg was visible as thin smoke, hovering. A smoky, half-transparent hand reached out of a port. A thin, reedy voice cried, "I promised you, pay!" And the silvery dispatch case sort of thing, the survival kit, dropped soundlessly to the snow beside Mooney. When he looked up again, the egg was gone for good. He was clear back to the hotel before he got a grip on himself, and then he was drunk with delight. Honest Harse, splendidly trustable Harse. Why, all this time Mooney had been so worried, had worked so hard, and the whole survival kit was his after all. He touched it gingerly before picking it up, but it didn't shock him. Clearly the protective devices, whatever they were off. He sweated over it for an hour and a half, looking for levers, buttons, a slit that he might pry wider with the blade of a knife. At last he kicked it and yelled past endurance, "Open up, damn you!" It opened wide on the floor before him. "Oh, bless your heart!" cried Mooney, falling to his knees to drag out the string of wampum. The little mechanical mice, the viewing machine sort of thing. Treasures like those were beyond price. Each one might fetch a fortune, if only in the wondrous new inventions he could patent if he could discover just how they worked. But where were they? Gone. The wampum was gone. The goggles were gone. Everything was gone. The little flat canisters, the map instruments, everything but one thing. There was, in the corner of the case, a squarish, sharp-edged thing that Mooney stared at blindly for a long moment before he recognized it. It was a part, only a part, of the jointed construction that Harse had used to rid himself of undesirables by bathing them in blue light. What a filthy trick! Mooney all but sobbed to himself. He picked up the squarish thing bitterly. Probably it wouldn't even work, he thought. The world a ruin around him. It wasn't even the whole complete weapon. Still... There was a grooved, saddle-shaped affair that was clearly a sort of trigger. It could move forward or it could move back. Mooney thought deeply for a while. Then he sat up, held the thing carefully away from him with the pointed part toward the wall, and pressed, ever so gently, pressed forward on the saddle-shaped thumb trigger. The pale blue haze leaped out, swirled around, and, not finding anything alive in its range, dwindled and died. Aha, thought Mooney, not everything is lost yet. Surely a bright young man could find some use for a weapon like this, which removed, if it did not kill, which prevented any nastiness about a corpse turning up, or a messy job of disposal. Why not see what happened if the thumb piece was moved backward? Well, why not? Mooney held the thing away from him, hesitated, and slid it back. There was a sudden shivering tingle in his thumb, and the gadget he was holding running all up and down his arm. A violet haze very unlike the blue, and licked soundlessly forth, not burning, but destroying as surely as flame ever destroyed. For where the haze touched the gadget itself, the kit, everything that had to do with the man from the future, it seared and shattered. The gadget fell into white crystalline powder in Mooney's hand, and the case itself became a rectangular shape traced in white powder ridges on the rug. "Oh, no," thought Mooney, even before the haze had gone. "It can't be." The flame danced away like a cloud, spreading and rising. While Mooney stared, it faded away, but not without leaving something behind. Mooney threw his taut body backwards, almost under the bed. What he saw he didn't believe. What he believed filled him with panic. No wonder Harse had laughed so when Mooney asked if its victims were dead, for there they were, all of them. Like gin out of a jar, human figures gelled and solidified where the cloud of violet flame had not at all diffidently rolled. They were alive, as big as life, and beginning to move, and so many of them, 3, 5, 6. The truck driver, yes, and a man in long red flannel underwear who must have been the policeman, and Uncle Lester, and the bartender's brother, and the chambermaid, and a man Mooney didn't know. They were there, all of them, and they came toward him, and oh, but they were angry. End of Survival Kit by Frederick Pohl. Recording by David Loving. www.davidaloving.com.
There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeWet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeWet. Doctors had given him just 1 month to live, a month to wonder what comes afterward. There was one way to find out. Ask a dead man. The amber brown of the liquor disguised the poison it held, and I watched with a smile on my lips as he drank it. There was no pity in my heart for him. He was a jackal in the jungle of life, and I was one of the carnivores. It is the lot of the jackals of life to be devoured by the carnivore. Suddenly the contented look on his face froze into a startled stillness. I knew he was feeling the first savage twinge of the agony that was to come. He turned his head and looked at me, and I saw suddenly that he knew what I had done. "You murderer!" he cursed me, and then his body arched in the middle, and his voice choked off deep in his throat. For a short minute he sat tense, his body stiffened by the agony that rode it. unable to move a muscle. I watched the torment in his eyes build up to a crescendo of pain until the suffering became so great that it filmed his eyes, and I knew that though he still stared directly at me, he no longer saw me. Then, as suddenly as the spasm had come, the starch went out of his body and his back slid slowly down the chair edge. He landed heavily with his head resting limply against the seat of the chair. His right leg doubled up in a kind of jerk before he was still. I knew the time had come. "Where are you?" I asked. This moment had cost me $60,000. 3 weeks ago the best doctors in the state had given me a month to live, and with $7 million in the bank I couldn't buy a minute more. I accepted the doctor's decision philosophically, like the gambler that I am. But I had a plan, one which necessity had never forced me to use until now. Several years before I had read an article about the medicine men of a certain tribe of aborigines living in the jungles at the source of the Amazon River. They had discovered a process in which the juice of a certain bush, known only to them, could be used to poison a man. Anyone subjected to this poison died, but for a few minutes after the life left his body, the medicine men could still converse with him. The subject, though ostensibly and actually dead, answered the medicine men's every question. This was their primitive, though reportedly effective method of catching glimpses of what lay in the world of death. I had conceived my idea at the time I read the article, but I had never had the need to use it until the doctors gave me a month to live. Then I spent my $60,000, and 3 weeks later I held in my hands a small bottle of the witch doctor's fluid. The next step was to secure my victim, my collaborator, I prefer to call him. The man I chose was a nobody, a homeless, friendless non-entity picked up off the street. He had once been an educated man, but now he was only a bum, and when he died he'd never be missed. A perfect man for my experiment. I'm a rich man because I have a system. The system is simple. I never make a move until I know exactly where that move will lead me. My field of operations is the stock market. I spend money unstintingly to secure the information I need before I take each step. I hire the best investigators, bribe employees and persons in position to give me the information I want. And only when I am as certain as humanly possible that I cannot be wrong, do I move. And the system never fails. $7 million in the bank is proof of that. Now, knowing that I could not live, I intended to make the system work for me one last time before I died. I am a firm believer in the adage that any situation can be whipped, given prior knowledge of its coming, and, of course, its attendant circumstances. For a moment he did not answer, and I began to fear that my experiment had failed. "Where are you?" I repeated louder and sharper this time. The small muscles about his eyes puckered with an abnormal tension, while the rest of his face held its death frost. Slowly, slowly, unnaturally, as though energized by some hyper-rational power, his lips and tongue moved. The words he spoke were clear. "I am in a tunnel," he said. "It is lighted dimly, but there is nothing for me to see." Blue veins showed through the flesh of his cheeks like watermarks on translucent paper. He paused, and I urged, "Go on." "I am alone," he said. "The realities I knew no longer exist, and I am damp and cold. All about me is a sense of gloom and dejection. It is an apprehension, an emanation, so deep and real as to be almost a tangible thing. The walls to either side of me seem to be formed, not of substance, but rather of the soundless cries of melancholy of spirits I cannot see. I am waiting, waiting in the gloom for something which will come to me. That need to wait is an innate part of my being, and I have no thought of questioning it." His voice died again. "What are you waiting for?" I asked. "I do not know," he said, his voice dreary with the despair of centuries of hopelessness. "I only know that I must wait. That compulsion is greater than my strength to combat." The tone of his voice changed slightly. "The tunnel about me is widening, and now the walls have receded into invisibility. The tunnel has become a plain, but the plain is as desolate, as forlorn and dreary as was the tunnel, and still I stand and wait. How long must this go on?" He fell silent again, and I was about to prompt him with another question. I could not afford to let the time run out in long silences. But abruptly the muscles about his eyes tightened, and subtly a new aspect replaced their hopeless dejection. Now they expressed a black, bottomless terror. For a moment I marveled that so small a portion of a facial anatomy could express such horror. "There is something coming toward me," he said. "A beast of brutish foulness. Beast is too inadequate a term to describe it, but I know no words to tell its form. It is an intangible and evasive thing, but very real, and it is coming closer. It has no organs of sight as I know them, but I feel that it can see me, or rather, that it is aware of me with a sense sharper than vision itself. It is very near now. O God, the malevolence, the hate, the potentiality of awful, fearsome destructiveness that is its very essence, and still I cannot move." The expression of terrified anticipation centered in his eyes lessened slightly, and was replaced instantly by its former deep, deep despair. "I am no longer afraid," he said. "Why?" I interjected. "Why?" I was impatient to learn all that I could before the end came. "Because," he paused, "because it holds no threat for me. Somehow, some day, I understand, I know, that it too is seeking that for which I wait." "What is it doing now?" I asked. "It has stopped beside me, and we stand together, gazing across the stark empty plain. Now a second awful entity, with the same leashed virulence about it, moves up and stands at my other side. We all three wait, myself with the dark fear of this dismal universe, my unnatural companions with patient, malicious menace. Bits of," he faltered, "of, I can name it only, aura, go out from the beasts like an acid stream, and touch me, and the hate and the venom chill my body like a wave of intense cold. Now there are others of the awful breed behind me. We stand waiting, waiting for that which will come. What it is, I do not know." I could see the pallor of death creeping steadily into the last corners of his lips, and I knew that the end was not far away. Suddenly a black frustration built up within me. "What are you waiting for?" I screamed, the tenseness and the importance of this moment forcing me to lose the iron self-control upon which I have always prided myself. I knew that the answer held the secret of what I must know. If I could learn that, my experiment would not be in vain, and I could make whatever preparations were necessary for my own death. I had to know that answer. "Think, think," I pleaded. "What are you waiting for?" "I do not know." The dreary despair in his eyes, sightless as they met mine, chilled me with a coldness that I felt in the marrow of my being. "I do not know," he repeated. Yes, I do know." Abruptly the plasmatic film cleared from his eyes, and I knew that for the first time since the poison struck, he was seeing me clearly. I sensed that this was the last moment before he left for good. It had to be now. "Tell me, I command you," I cried. "What are you waiting for?" His voice was quiet as he murmured softly, implacably, before he was gone. "We are waiting," he said, "for you." The end. End of There Is a Reaper by Charles V. de Wet. Recording by Hihikiti.
Traveling Companion Wanted by Richard Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Loving. Traveling Companion Wanted by Richard Wilson. To share exp, relieve at wheel, must be able to drive under grit pressure, in return tramps dozen mi or so under ocean bottom. You remember Regan. He's the man who fell overboard in a spacesuit and found that there really is a passage to India. It winds down from the Champion Deep in the Atlantic and comes out somewhere off Bombay. It took Regan a week to pop in one end of that underworld river and emerge at the other. He was delirious when he bobbed to the surface and was picked up by the Chinese motor ship. Starved, of course, had to spend a long time in the hospital after he'd been transferred to shore. The newspapers and radio and television made quite a thing of it. Reporters managed to interview Regan while he was still weak and maybe talking a little crazy. They got together afterward and agreed among themselves on what parts to leave out. Then Regan sold the first-person rights to a syndicate. He insisted on writing the installments himself, but a lot was edited out while the staff writer was redoing it. I didn't hear Regan's unpublished story till I met him in the bar at the Palmer House in Chicago. He'd been attending a geophysical meeting that I'd had to cover, and we'd both got bored with it about the same time. I thought I recognized him from his pictures and said so. Regan seemed glad to have a non-long-hair to talk to, and he talked. You know why Regan had been wearing a spacesuit in the first place? He'd become something of a hero on the return trip of one of the Earth-Mars hops after a meteor struck. Regan went out through the airlock to make repairs. It was his job as chief of maintenance. Patched up the hole and went back in. Routine, he said. But the skipper messaged a report to Earth, and when the spaceship reached the way station to take on landing fuel, the press was waiting for it. The photographers were along and they wanted Regan to reenact the repair scene. He didn't want to, but the skipper insisted because it would be good public relations. So Regan climbed into the spacesuit again and took along his mobile repair gear and tinkered away on the hull while the photog snapped away from a patrol boat. That was when the repair unit went out of whack. Its mobility factor wasn't supposed to do anything more than move him around on the hull to wherever he had to go. He'd worked with it 100 times in test sessions and once in reality, and had always been a lamb. But this time it went all screwy and shoved him off the hull. In some way, one of the conduits wrapped itself around his arms like an octopus, pinning them so he couldn't reach the controls. And in some other way, the tiny rocket engine zipped over to full power and plunged him down toward the Earth. If it had headed him out toward space, it would have been all right. The patrol boat could have overtaken him in a few hours at most and hauled him aboard. But Regan was heading earthward, and soon he was down where the traffic's pretty congested. The patrol boat made some valiant efforts, but after a couple of near misses with transcontinental rockets, it gave up. Better to lose one person than a couple of hundred. Radio messages were sent to low-flying craft and ships at sea. These didn't do any good, except that a trawler was able to spot the position where Regan, in his spacesuit, smacked the water and went under. The trawler didn't have a radio transmitter. It waited a while, and when nothing came up, it put about for land. A day later, the spot where Regan had gone down was alive with would-be rescue ships, submarines, and diving equipment. But Regan never came up. Not in that ocean, at any rate. I knew this story pretty well, so Regan didn't elaborate on it. He'd blacked out, anyway, soon after he hit the atmosphere and didn't come to till he was close to smacking the surface. That's when it began to get interesting. You've seen enough undersea movies to know what the ocean is like, so we won't go into that. This is what happened when Regan got down to what should have been the bottom. There was a big crater there, with the bottom stretching away in all directions from the cavity, but the hole itself kept going down. Funnel-shaped, Regan said. He could see it quite clearly because he was plunging into it head down. The tentacles of the conduit were still wrapped around his arms, and the Mobility Gadget's rocket was naturally working almost as well underwater as it had in space. After a while it got dark, with Regan still zipping along into the depths of the funnel. He'd long since passed the stage of being merely worried. Now he was scared. By this time it was entirely black, but Regan could sense that he was being carried along swiftly. Not because he thought it would do any good, but because he had to do something, Regan experimented with his feet. He found that after some backstretching calisthenics, he was able to bring his right boot up near his waist. Maneuvering it with total disregard for his sacroiliac, Regan managed to hook the boot under one of the coils the conduit had made around him. Gradually he was able to loosen it enough to give his left arm some play, and from there it was relatively simple. He switched off the rocket engine, switched on his headlamp, and looked around. Regan said it was quite a sight, in a reverse sort of way. Nothing anywhere. With the rocket turned off, he kind of floated around aimlessly, going nowhere in particular. He should have been going up, but that didn't happen. He swirled like a lazy eddy, a school of things that were caricatures of fish, big, white, revolting things, swished over and puckered blindly into his faceplate, then went away. Otherwise, there was nothing. Regan was pretty discouraged. By this time, he'd been in a slow spin for so long that he had no idea which way was up. He had the equipment for getting up. There were about 200 hours of fuel in the rocket engine strapped to his back, but no way seemed any better than another. He remembered that the funnel had steadily narrowed, and so he tried experimental bursts from the engine to see if he could reach one of the sides. Eventually, he got to something that wasn't water. It was a sort of mud. Regan studied the markings on it for a possible clue. No go. Regan was a spaceman, not an oceanographer. So, since it was better than doing nothing, Regan got himself into a drift parallel with the mudslide and switched on his rocket. He whizzed along at a good rate, staying close to the mud wall, but not knowing whether he was going down, up, or around in circles at the same depth. After what he judged to be some hours of this, the mud began to be streaked with a gray substance, and still farther along, it appeared to become rock. Regan didn't know whether this was good or bad. More hours went by, apparently. Regan was still wearing a watch, but it was hidden under the heavy sleeve of his spacesuit. He dozed off, he said, and when he snapped back into consciousness, he noticed that there was another wall, far off, opposite the one he was rocketing along. It was gray, too, as far as he could make out in the light of his headlamp, which was weak over distances. What woke him up fully was something that went skimming past him at a much greater rate than his own. It was a cask, its wood brown as if from long submersion, and its hoops rusted into redness. The cask was turning lazily end over end, but it outdistanced him and disappeared ahead as he watched. It had been traveling out in the middle of the passage. Regan pondered this for a while, and then reasoned that there was a swift current, swifter in the middle even than his rocket propulsion at the side of the channel. He worked himself out toward the center, then switched off his rocket experimentally. By watching the rock side of the passage, he was able to gauge that he was moving much faster. The watching, however, had a hypnotic effect on him, and Regan felt himself dozing off. He tried to fight it, but reasoned finally that there wasn't much point, so he turned off his headlamp and let himself go to sleep. It felt weird when he woke up. He was hot and sweating. He remembered instantly where he was. It was no comfort to him. He felt entirely hopeless, even more so than if he'd been marooned in space. At least there was traffic out there. Here there was just himself, with a wooden cask up ahead and nightmarish fish somewhere behind. He also felt weak. Spacesuits come equipped with water, of course, if they're the repair variety, and Regan drank sparingly through the tube at the base of his faceplate, but his suit carried no rations, so he tried to ignore his hunger. He drowsed again and switched off his headlamp. This became a pattern for him, a semi-conscious nightmare of smooth, eerie motion, punctuated with sips at his water supply and hopeless watching through the faceplate, blinking away the sweat. Regan talked to himself, he said, and sometimes sang to keep himself sane in the silence and loneliness. It probably helped, although some of his talk was pretty idiotic. It was after one of his dozes, whose duration he had no way of measuring even by his thirst and hunger, which were constant, that he awoke to something new. Automatically he switched on his headlamp, then switched it off again, realizing what the newness was. The passage he was being washed through was no longer dark. There was a radiance in the water now. Regan twisted himself around to see what the light came from. Up ahead, apparently. As it got stronger, his eyes began to ache. It was a gorgeous ache, Regan said, and he stared ahead almost hypnotized. He made an effort and focused on the walls of the passageway he was being thrust along. They were white with streaks of black in them like marble, but without marble's glossy hardness. He could see all parts of the tunnel now. It was roughly circular and had narrowed to a diameter of about 200 feet. Regan could only suppose that he was nearing the surface, that he'd been sweeping through some U-shaped fissure, and he adjusted himself kinesthetically to the theory that he was now traveling up instead of down. This took a lot of doing and occupied his mind. His spirits soared with his imagined ascent, and he could visualize himself traveling faster and faster until, with a pop, he would be thrust into the air and fall back to float on the surface. Regan wanted most desperately to be able to look at the sky again. It would be kind to see land, too, but a ship or a plane would do temporarily. He was half lost in this reverie when he had to make a second adjustment. Remember, he thought he was going up, as from the bottom of a well. Therefore, he was puzzled, as the radiance increased to daylight strength, to see one wall of his tubular, water-filled prison darken to deep green, while the other turned to sort of blue-white pink. He was moving in the same swift rush of current, his body positioned so that he was facing the green half. He twisted as if to face the opposite way in an elevator, and then became giddy when the entire concept of his surroundings did a 90-degree flop. In that split second, Regan realized that he wasn't traveling vertically, but horizontally. The well he had pictured himself in now took on the aspect of a river with the bright blend of colors, the sky, and the deep green riverbed. The banks of the river were above him. Regan gave himself a tiny rocket assist to rise. He wasn't at all prepared for what he saw. Far away, beyond the green plain through which the river was racing, was a city. Unmistakably, it was a metropolis of man, not towering or turreted, but massive and with a relative newness which spoke of life. And as he had this thought, he could see other smaller dwellings closer by, one-storied and circular in a variety of colors. He noted then that the level of the river was higher than that of the land, that the marble-like banks which channeled the racing water had become a transparent, glass-like substance which rose and curved in a seemingly endless archway. The torrent completely filled the half-transparent tube, flowing smoothly so that he almost had the sensation of flying above the ground. Regan maneuvered toward the top, and from there he saw the road. It paralleled the river and ran in a straight line as far as he could see. While he watched, a vehicle sped along it from behind, paced beside him, and then pulled ahead. The driver was only vaguely visible, but he had a reassuringly human appearance. The man in the car, which was a three-wheeled box-like affair of brilliant yellow, looked neither left nor right. Regan yelled instinctively and waved. The cumbersome motion turned him over on his back. Opportunistically, he studied the sky from his new position, but could make nothing of it. There were no clouds, only the blue-white-pink brightness that seemed to extend to infinity. Something flashed across his field of vision. Regan caught only a glimpse of it, then reasoned that it must have been a bridge spanning the enclosed river. He twisted himself around to a prone position and tried to think constructively. Somewhere there had to be an exit to this land. For his sake, there had to be, although of course this guaranteed nothing. But surely these people made use of this abundant supply of water. It would be fresh and good to drink after its long passage through the earth, despite its source in the salt ocean. They would use it for irrigation, probably, and perhaps somewhere it was channeled for transportation of a more comfortable kind than his own. And they might use it for power. Certainly its rushing strength would be tapped. This thought scared him. He pictured a giant hydroelectric plant into which he would be swept and in the bowels of which his body would be mangled by the blades of a turbine. He had to slow his mad passage. He maneuvered the equipment attached to his spacesuit and pointed the rocket exhaust ahead of him. He flicked on the power and felt his speed being cut. The powerful current pressed from behind him like a live thing, but the rocket thrust was strong too. His progress slackened to the pace of a canoe. Balancing himself behind the makeshift braking apparatus was difficult, both because the torrent threatened constantly to turn him end for end, and because his strength was only a memory of itself. But somehow Regan managed to achieve an equilibrium which allowed him to look about and reassure himself that the city was still there. Its position had shifted on the horizon to a point slightly behind him, but there apparently was no end to the expanse of this underground world. The road was there too, still parallel to the roofed-over river. A surge of hope went through him as he spotted a man walking along the road. Regan braked himself still further until his speed matched that of the man. The man's costume was a brief one, knee-length trousers, a vest-like garment over a white skin, and sandals, so apparently the climate was tropical. Regan stared hard at the man, mutely begging him to turn. Both Regan's hands gripped the rocket tube. He didn't dare let go to wave. Then, as though he had been reached telepathically, the man looked in Regan's direction. Regan couldn't make out his expression, but apparently it was one of disbelief. The man stopped, took an indecisive step, and then ran toward the river. He jogged alongside it, and now Regan could see his face clearly. It was an intelligent face, round, broad-nosed, the eyes almond-shaped, and the hair abundant and black. The man's body was stocky and powerful, graceful as he ran beside the tubed-in river. He waved and smiled, and Regan hoped his own answering smile was visible behind the faceplate of his spacesuit. Regan doubted that telepathy had anything to do with making the man notice him originally. Nevertheless, he thought furiously, "How do I get out of here?" The response was made more to Regan's obvious predicament than because of the thought transference, he was sure. At any rate, the man pointed, then raised a head. Regan lost sight of him for an agonizingly long minute or two, and then saw him again, standing and pointing up. Another bridge was spanning the river. The man gestured to it emphatically, then pointed ahead and held up 2 fingers. Alternately, he pointed to the bridge and gestured with his fingers. Regan decided that this meant there would be some sort of help for him at the second bridge beyond. He nodded his head vigorously. The man seemed to see the motion. He nodded and smiled. Regan cut the power of the rocket engine and let the current speed his journey. The man outside increased his own pace, and when another bridge swept overhead, he nodded and held up 1 finger. Regan trembled with relief at this confirmation of the pantomimed message. He fought back the weariness that had begun to creep over him again, and clung doggedly to the rocket, whose exhaust regulated his speeds to that of the running man. Regan thought the bridge would never be reached. He felt supremely weary. He was sopping wet, his eyes kept going out of focus, his throat ached, and his head was throbbing with jagged pains. It took all his waning strength to cling to consciousness. Finally, the bridge was in sight, then overhead. The running man pointed up. Beyond the bridge, the glass-like covering ended. Regan was out of the tunnel. The river widened now, and its velocity eased, but the current was still a powerful one. Regan pointed the rocket tube so that it thrust him upward. His rubber and steel-clothed head broke the surface. He felt a surge of freedom. In his joy, Regan lost control of the rocket brake and was twisted crazily about. Instinctively, he shut off the power. He was swept ahead. As the river whirled him forward, he saw the man on the bank point ahead to the right, wave him on, and gesture that he would catch up later. It was with relief that Regan let himself be carried forward by the strong current. He was traveling out of the mainstream now. In a few minutes the river was so broad that he seemed to be barely moving, but this was merely an illusion of contrast. Then Regan saw the mesh fence. It was a giant strainer across the river, apparently fashioned to prevent debris from being carried into the structure which straddled the river beyond, without doubt the hydroelectric plant whose existence he had dreaded. Regan was swept into the fence. It gave, cushioning the shock, and he pulled himself along it toward the bank. He reached it, but lacked the strength to pull himself onto land. Nearby, hugging the mesh fence, was the cask which had passed him back in the dark of the tunnel. Just as Regan was passing out, he saw the stocky man in the knee-length shorts come into sight, running as fast as he could make his legs pump. When Regan came to, he found himself being carried on the back of an open truck. He was lying there like a sack of cabbages, being bounced around as the truck sped over a bumpy road. His undersea friend was squatting next to him on the bed of the truck, holding onto the side to keep from being jolted off. He smiled when he saw that Regan had regained consciousness and patted the chest of the spacesuit. He pointed in the direction the truck was going, but Regan was flat on his back and weak and couldn't turn to look. The jolting was making him sick. The road became smoother, and soon they entered the city. Regan said it was the damnedest place he ever saw. Everything looked like a beehive. He meant that literally, he said. All the buildings were circular, with doors down at the base and no windows. They were all different sizes and all colors. Some of the bigger ones towered up pretty high, but just how high was hard to say. They weren't built in stories, but in one continuous curving line from bottom to top. The truck would pass through a square or a park now and again, and the buildings in the distance looked like a mass of soap bubbles, all pastel colors under that blue, white, pink sky. The truck stopped in front of a big yellow beehive. Now that he was close and not being jolted around, Regan could see that the building was constructed of a kind of oversized bricks about a foot square. They weren't joined with mortar as far as he could tell. Apparently their own weight and shape held them together as they rose up and formed a dome. And the color was within the bricks, not painted on. Two men, taller than his friend, came out of the building carrying a plank. They loaded Regan onto it and carried him stretcher fashion into the building. The friend tagged along behind. There was a sort of anteroom inside, with a man at a desk. The bearers stopped while the man took down a gadget that looked like a chessboard with buttons and pushed down half a dozen of them. Then he held out the board to Regan's friend, who pushed down some of the buttons in a different combination. After that, the little friend went away, first patting Regan on the chest and smiling. Regan was carried into a rotunda in the center of the building. The floor rose and took them to the top level. The bearers carried him off to the side, and he saw the floor drop down again. They took him to a windowless room which had light radiating from the walls, and dumped him off the plank stretcher onto a high stone table. Regan climbed down. He supposed they were being as gentle as possible, considering his great weight in the spacesuit. Regan's weight also manifested itself to him. He felt the heaviness of a person who's been buoyed up for a long time in water, but is now on land. All this happened, except for the clank as he was set down, in complete silence. He was entirely isolated from outside sound, of course. He lay there feeling less sick, but still hot and dizzy, trying to compose his stomach. After a while he felt calm enough to drink a little water through the tube inside the faceplate. A rotund man wearing a kind of white tunic came into his field of vision. Regan could see him only from the waist up. Like the friend he had met at the river, this man had abundant black hair, but his face was fat, with puffy cheeks and sagging jowls. He was much older. His hands were pudgy. He waggled them in what might have been a gesture of delight or greeting. It was hard to say which. His expression was one of pleasure. He stood at Regan's side and smiled at him. His hands felt over the headpiece of the spacesuit, then went thumping down the rest of it. "I'll be out of the damn thing soon," Regan thought. But apparently it was too much for the fellow. Regan tried to gesture to the fastening on the back of his neck to show how it was done, but he was unable to raise his arms. He realized then how exhausted he was. The rotund man in the tunic patted him on the chest. It seemed to be a universal gesture, and went away. Regan felt at peace in the room. He felt that now he was going to be taken care of, and that everything somehow was going to be all right. He went to sleep. He woke up ravenously hungry. He seemed to be alone in the room. His encased body felt as heavy as the whole world. He tried to raise up to bring his mouth to the water tube. He couldn't. He cried out in a voice that was weak even inside the confines of his suit. No one could possibly have heard, and no one came. He tried to raise his arm. The muscles strained and quivered. By using all his strength, he was able to lift it a few inches above the table. Then the arm fell back on the stone with the barest tap of sound. The jovial fat one reappeared. He was carrying a metal box with 2 dials on it and wires coming from it, which ended in kinds of suction cups. He stuck one of the cups to Regan's faceplate, fastened another one to his ear, and twirled a dial. "Please get me out of this suit," Regan said. The man's face lit up with pleasure. He nodded and patted the chest of the suit. Then he spoke. The language was a guttural, fast-paced one. Regan had never heard anything like it. "Please," he said, "please get me out." The man continued to smile. He beckoned, and 2 other men appeared. They took turns listening to Regan plead to be released. They smiled, too, though obviously none of them understood a word. Without gestures, it was impossible for Regan to convey his plight. They stood around him, chattering in their outlandish tongue. Others joined them. They all had the same look about them, friendly, smiling faces, and hands that patted him on the chest. It became a confused nightmare as still others streamed in, as if he were the main attraction in a 50-cent tour. But apparently there was method in their milling around. They measured him from top to toe, from side to side, in circumference and in depth. They used steel tapes and calipers and jotted down their findings in little books or punched them out on button-studded chessboards. They wheeled in a huge contraption, which must have been a camera, and clicked it at him from every angle. They lifted his arms and legs and chattered with excitement to see how peculiarly he bent at the joints. It was as if Regan were a new kind of animal that had swum into their ken and which they were classifying, or which they would classify at their leisure after they had measured it in all possible ways. They kept it up for an eternity and a half. Regan's vision got hazy, his throat burned, and his stomach ached in irregular spasms. He was barely conscious when the two bearers came back in, loaded him on the plank, and took him out into the rotunda. The throng of scientists followed. The floor-wide elevator sank to the main level, and they all went out into the street. A big, rectangular, doorless, bus-like vehicle was standing there. The bearers, with a great deal of effort, propped Regan up in the front seat. His head lolled back inside the suit. The shift in position blacked him out temporarily. He came out of a period of nausea to hear himself saying over and over, "You open it at the back of the neck. I'd do it myself if I could move my arms. You open it at the back of the neck." The bus was in motion. It rumbled through the streets among the pastel beehives. In Regan's state, they were so many bouncing balloons being pointed out by madmen in white smocks in a caricature of a vehicle under an impossible sky. They eventually reached a kind of park or estate. Shrubs and trees were neatly set out, and a big golden beehive stood at the end of a long drive. They took him inside, half fainting, sweating, gibbering to himself. Through a half-dozen anterooms they went, to what could only have been a throne room. It was sumptuously hung with tapestries. There were guards standing at a post, and a thick carpet laid to a dais on which there were two huge chairs. A tall, slender, dark-haired man sat in one of them. The other was empty. There was a confused kind of ceremony in which everyone got down on one knee before the man on the throne, and a ridiculous struggle began to get Regan into a semblance of the same position. The king, or whatever he was, gestured, and Regan found himself being dragged up on the dais and set on the other's throne. Then the nightmare took a turn for the worse. From an anteroom came a procession of women bearing gifts. They were the first women Regan had seen in this underground world, but he was less interested in them than in what they carried. Food. Baskets of fruit. Platters of meat. Cups of liquids. The smiling creatures curtsied before the thrones and set out the feast in front of Regan. One of them, dressed in a single pale blue garment belted at the waist, laid a basket of fruit in his lap. Regan began to quiver in a fever of frustration. It got worse when, at a sign from the king, everyone helped himself to some of this or that, raised it to Regan in a kind of toast, and began to eat. If any of them noticed that Regan didn't join them, they were polite enough not to take offense. The feast over, everyone went for an after-dinner ride. The king went too, riding in a richly draped palanquin on wheels ahead of the squared-off bus. This was the royal tour. Points of interest were visited. Regan's bleary eyes and uncomprehending brain half-observed gardens, factories, schools, a sporting event, a parade, a farm, and dozens of examples of the culture of the world of people who were kindly starving him to death. In his semi-delirium, he once reproached himself for being such an unappreciative guest, and wondered what they must think of this emissary from outside who was such a cumbersome clod. He had come to them in the strange trappings he apparently preferred, so how could he blame them for respecting his costume and leaving it to him to wear it or remove it as he chose? In his own world, he wouldn't strip a visitor or skin a stray dog. A bump in the road and the shudder it gave the bus jolted his eyes fully open. Ahead was the hydroelectric plant spanning the river. They were going to show the king where Regan had come from. The procession pulled over to the bank next to the mesh fence, which screened debris from the water flowing into the plant. On the bank lay his mobility unit, which apparently had been detached before they trucked him into the city originally. The king got out of his palanquin and examined it curiously. Then he got back in, and they drove along the bank to the other side of the hydroelectric plant. The river continued its swift passage, apparently unslowed by the drain on it. Regan thought the river looked tremendously inviting. In its depths he could be free of the well-meaning crowd of sightseeing guides. The river represented peace, an end to being shown around, measured, observed, exhibited, and tantalized. In it he could die calmly without any frustrating diplomacy. A bridge spanned the river below the plant. By the gestures of the scientists, he gathered that they were going to cross over to see interesting things which lay across the river. The bridge was a narrow wooden one. Parallel to it was the stone framework of an unfinished replacement. They proceeded slowly over the rickety, railless bridge. The approach to it was banked, so that Regan was tilted in his seat toward the outside. The bus leveled off as it reached the wooden planking, and Regan tilted the other way. A loose plank under a wheel sent him swaying back again. With all his remaining strength, he leaned with the tilt. It was just enough to send him off balance. They reached out to pull him back, but it was too late. He was out of the bus and dropping the short distance to the water. The current was so swift that he went only a little way under, then bobbed up and was rushed along, turning over and over. As he revolved, he caught glimpses of consternation on the bridge. He saw the bus back off and race along the road on the bank, hands waving out of it, but it couldn't catch up with him. He was moving too fast. The even motion of the river was soothing. Regan took a swallow from his tube and relaxed. There was a dull ache in his stomach, but no more stabbing spasms. Maybe he was dying. He didn't care. Regan knew he was in a hospital even before he opened his eyes. The ether and disinfectant smell told him that. It was taking an effort to thrust his eyelids up. He moved his arms and felt them close to his body. He raised one hand to his face and rubbed his closed eyes. Of course they'd have got him out of the spacesuit. He opened his eyes. A brown-faced man was leaning over the bed. He was wearing a white smock and had a fountain pen in the breast pocket. Beyond the man, the doctor, there was a window. A perfectly ordinary window through which Regan could see the sky, a blue sky with white clouds in it. The doctor smiled at Regan and said in English, "How do you feel, son?" Regan tried to speak, but couldn't. "This is Bombay," the doctor said. "Bombay, in India. It must be quite a surprise to you, but I'm glad to say you'll be all right." "What?" Regan asked vaguely. "It's strange, of course," said the doctor. "You should be on the other side of the world, by all that's natural. We communicated with the American authorities when we saw your identification. It is extremely odd. Still, here you are, and you will be well quite soon, too. But—" Regan began. Then he gave up. He said nothing more until after he'd eaten and slept, and the doctor asked him if he felt strong enough now to see the reporters. "Two more, sir?" the bartender at the Palmer House asked. I nodded. "Naturally, they thought I was delirious," Regan said, "or had been. They had to accept the fact that I'd been through the earth, not through the center of it or anywhere near it. They tell me that's practically solid nickel or molten or whatever. But there was no disputing that I'd gone down in the Atlantic and come up in the Indian Ocean. They'd seen me go down and they'd seen me come up, and obviously I'd been somewhere in the interval. I hadn't walked, that was for sure. They credited my story of the underground river. The Greeks had a word for it, they tell me. The Greeks thought the Alpheus River wandered down under the Adriatic and came up in Sicily. I don't know much about their river, but mine apparently follows the Earth's curve, maybe a dozen miles below the surface. But nobody wanted any part of my story of the city and the king and the beehive houses and the rectangular bus. Delirium, they said. Oh, they were kind about it, but they said it. So did the geophysical boys upstairs in their 8-syllabled way. The bartender brought fresh highballs, but Regan still held the glass the old drink had been in. He put it on its side on the bar and stared at the open end. I got the image, a tunnel filled with rushing water, a tunnel under the world. Regan almost echoed my thoughts. "Tunnel under the Antarctic," he said half to himself. "That's where it must have been, that city, down there, deep under the ice. Used to be tropics, you know." "The Antarctic?" I said. "Before the ice came, before the Earth's axis shifted. Those people, they didn't evacuate, I guess. They went underground. Funny they should have built themselves houses the same shape as those of the Eskimos who stayed above ground in the north, like igloos. But probably that's just coincidence. You don't find igloos in the tropics. I guess their beehive houses are naturally influenced by the cavern they live in, their little universe." Regan looked up. He grinned and set the empty glass upright on the bar. "I've had a lot of time to think about it. They're awfully nice people, all of them. I could have had a wonderful time if I'd been able to climb out of that damn spacesuit. In time, I could even have communicated with them passably well. Good-looking women, too." He looked at me speculatively. He opened his mouth as if to speak again, then smiled and shook his head. I said it for him. "You're going back." "Yes," he answered. "Yes, I'm going back. I know the coordinates of the entrance to the passageway and its dimensions and the kind of equipment I'll need. Nothing elaborate. In another year or so, I'll have enough saved up, I think. Get myself a little space launch, one of the smaller ones, lifeboat size. Fitted out with food and water, and some picture books, of course, to show them what it's like where I come from. I'd take somebody along with me if I could find anyone who wanted to go and who believed me. I believe you, I said, but sure, you'd be crazy to go. Wife and kids. I've got none of that. Mostly what I want to do, I guess, is prove those long beards upstairs are cockeyed. I hope you do. Maybe you'll let me write about it when you get back. It'll be a good story, Regan assured me. I'll be waiting for it, I promised. That was 5 years ago. 4 years ago, Regan went, as he said he would. He went alone in a little space launch. I'm still waiting to write the end of the story. End of Traveling Companion Wanted by Richard Wilson. Recording by David Loving. www.davidaloving.com.
With the Night Mail, a story of 2000 AD by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands. With the Night Mail, a story of 2000 AD by Rudyard Kipling. At 9 o'clock of a gusty winter night, I stood on the lower stages of one of the GPO outward mail towers. My purpose was a run to Quebec in postal packet 162 or such other as may be appointed, and the Postmaster General himself countersigned the order. This talisman opened all doors, even those in the dispatching caisson at the foot of the tower, where they were delivering the sorted continental mail. The bags lay packed close as herrings in the long grey underbodies which our GPO still calls coaches. 5 such coaches were filled as I watched, and were shot up the guides to be locked onto their waiting packets 300 feet nearer the stars. From the dispatching caisson, I was conducted by a courteous and wonderfully learned official, Mr. L. Geary, second dispatcher of the Western Route, to the captain's room. This wakes an echo of old romance, where the male captains come on for their turn of duty. He introduces me to the captain of 162, Captain Purnell, and his relief, Captain Hodgson. The one is small and dark, the other large and red, but each has the brooding sheathed glance characteristic of eagles and aeronauts. You can see it in the pictures of our racing professionals from L.V. Rauch to little Ada Worley, the fathomless abstraction of eyes habitually turned through naked space. On the notice board in the captain's room, the pulsing arrows of some 20 indicators register, degree by geographical degree, the progress of as many homeward-bound packets. The word Cape rises across the face of a dial. A gong strikes. The South African mid-weekly mail is in at the Highgate receiving towers. That is all. It reminds one comically of the traitorous little bell which in pigeon fanciers' lofts notifies the return of the Homer. "Time for us to be on the move," says Captain Purnell, and we are shot up by the passenger lift to the top of the dispatch towers. Our coach will lock on when it is filled and the clerks are aboard. Number 162 waits for us in slip E of the topmost stage. The great curve of her back shines frostily under the lights, and some minute alteration of trim makes her rock a little in her holding down slips. Captain Purnell frowns and dives inside. Hissing softly, 162 comes to rest as level as a rule. From her North Atlantic winter nose-cap, worn bright as diamond with boring through uncounted leagues of hail, snow, and ice, to the inset of her 3 built-out propeller shafts is some 240 feet. Her extreme diameter, carried well forward, is 37. Contrast this with the 995 of any crack liner, and you will realize the power that must drive a hull through all weathers at more than the emergency speed of the cyclonic. The eye detects no joint in her skin plating save the sweeping hair crack of the bow rudder, Magniac's rudder, that assured us the dominion of the unstable air and left its inventor penniless and half-blind. It is calculated to Castelli's gull-wing curve. Raise a few feet of that all but invisible plate 3/8 of an inch, and she will yaw 5 miles to port or starboard ere she is under control again. Give her full helm, and she returns to her track like a whiplash. Cant the whole forward, a touch on the wheel will suffice, and she sweeps at your good direction, up or down. Open the complete circle, and she presents to the air a mushroom head that will bring her up, all standing within a half-mile. Yes, says Captain Hodgson, answering my thought. Castelli thought he'd discovered the secret of controlling aeroplanes when he'd only found out how to steer dirigible balloons. Magniac invented his rudder to help war boats ram each other. And war went out of fashion and Magniac went out of his mind because he said he couldn't serve his country anymore. I wonder if any of us ever know what we're really doing. If you want to see the coach locked, you'd better go aboard. It's due now, says Mr. Geary. I enter through the door amidships. There is nothing here for display. The inner skin of the gas tanks comes down to within a foot or two of my head and turns over just short of the turn of the bilges. Liners and yachts disguise their tanks with decoration, but the GPO serves them raw under a lick of grey official paint. The inner skin shuts off 50 feet of the bow and as much of the stern, but the bow bulkhead is recessed for the lift shunting apparatus as the stern is pierced for the shaft tunnels. The engine room lies almost amidships. Forward of it, extending to the turn of the bow tanks, is an aperture, a bottomless hatch at present, into which our coach will be locked. One looks down over the combings 300 feet to the dispatching caisson, whence voices boom upward. The light below is obscured to a sound of thunder as our coach rises on its guides. It enlarges rapidly from a postage stamp to a playing card, to a punt, and last a pontoon. The two clerks, its crew, do not even look up as it comes into place. The Quebec letters fly under their fingers and leap into the docketed racks, while both captains and Mr. Geary satisfy themselves that the coach is locked home. A clerk passes the waybill over the hatch combing. Captain Purnell thumb marks and passes it to Mr. Geary. Receipt has been given and taken. "Pleasant run," says Mr. Geary, and disappears through the door, which a foot-high pneumatic compressor locks after him. Captain Hodgson opens the great colloid underbody porthole, through which I watch million-lighted London slide eastward as the gale gets hold of us. The first of the low winter clouds cuts off the well-known view and darkens Middlesex. On the south edge of it I can see a postal packet's light ploughing through the white fleece. For an instant she gleams like a star ere she drops toward the Highgate receiving towers. "The Bombay mail," says Captain Hodgson, and looks at his watch. "She's 40 minutes late." "What's our level?" I ask. 4,000. Aren't you coming up on the bridge?" The bridge, let us ever bless the GPO as a repository of ancientest tradition, is represented by a view of Captain Hodgson's legs, where he stands on the control platform that runs thwart ships overhead. The bow colloid is unshuttered, and Captain Purnell, one hand on the wheel, is feeling for a fair slant. The dial shows 4,300 feet. "It's steep tonight," he mutters as tier on tier of cloud drops under. "We generally pick up an easterly draft below 3,000 at this time of year. I hate slathering through fluff." "So does Van Cutsum. Look at him hunting for a slant," says Captain Hodgson. A fog light breaks cloud 100 fathoms below. The Antwerp night mail makes her signal and rises between two racing clouds far to port, her flanks blood red in the glare of Sheerness double light. The gale will have us over the North Sea in half an hour, but Captain Purnell lets her go composedly, nosing to every point of the compass as she rises. 5,000, 6,800. The dip dial reads ere we find the easterly drift, heralded by a flurry of snow at the 1,000-fathom level. Captain Purnell rings up the engines and keeps down the governor on the switch before him. There is no sense in urging machinery when Aeolus himself gives you good knots for nothing. We are away in earnest now, our nose notched home on our chosen star. At this level the lower clouds are laid out, all neatly combed by the dry fingers of the east. Below that again is the strong westerly blow through which we rose. Overhead, a film of subtly drifting mist draws a theatrical gauze across the firmament. The moonlight turns the lower strata to silver without a stain, except where our shadow underruns us. Bristol and Cardiff double lights, those statelily inclined beams over Severn Mouth, are dead ahead of us, for we keep the southern winter route. Coventry Central, the pivot of the English system, stabs upward once in 10 seconds its spear of diamond light to the north, and a point or two off our starboard bow, the Leek, the great cloud breaker of St. David's Head, swings its unmistakable green beam 25 degrees each way. There must be half a mile of fluff over it in this weather, but it does not affect the Leek. Our planet's overlighted, if anything, says Captain Pennell at the wheel, as Cardiff Bristol slides under. I remember the old days of common white verticals that'd show 2,000 or 3,000 feet up in a mist, if you knew where to look for 'em. In really fluffy weather they might as well have been under your hat. One could get lost coming home then, and have some fun. Now it's like driving down Piccadilly. He points to the pillars of light where the cloud breakers bore through the cloud floor. We see nothing of England's outlines, only a white pavement pierced in all directions by these manholes of variously coloured fire. Holy Island's white and red, St. Bees interrupted white, and so on, as far as the eye can reach. Blessed be Sargent, Arends, and the Dubois brothers, who invented the cloud breakers of the world whereby we travel in security. "Are you going to lift for the Shamrock?" asked Captain Hodgson. Cork light, green, fixed, enlarges as we rush to it. Captain Pennell nods. There is heavy traffic hereabouts. The cloud bank beneath is streaked with running fissures of flame where the Atlantic boats are hurrying Londonward, just clear of the fluff. Mail packets are supposed, under the conference rules, to have the 5,000-foot lanes to themselves, but the foreigner in a hurry is apt to take liberties with English air. Number 162 lifts to a long-drawn wail of the breeze in the fore-flange of the rudder, and we make Valencia, white, green, white, at a safe 7,000 feet, dipping our beam to an incoming Washington packet. There is no cloud on the Atlantic. The faint streaks of cream round Dingle Bay show where the driven seas hammer the coast. A big SATA liner is diving and lifting half a mile below us in search of some break in the solid west wind. Lower still lies a disabled Dane. She is telling the liner all about it in International. Our general communication dial has caught her talk and begins to eavesdrop. Captain Hodgson makes a motion to shut it off, but checks himself. "Perhaps you'd like to listen," he says. "Argyle of St. Thomas," the Dane whimpers. "Report owners 3 starboard shaft collar bearings fused. Can make Flores as we are, but impossible further. Shall we buy spares at Fayal?" The liner acknowledges and recommends inverting the bearings. The Argyle answers that she has already done so without effect, and begins to relieve her mind about cheap German enamels for collar bearings. The Frenchman assents cordially, cries "Courage, mon ami," and switches off. Their lights sink under the curve of the ocean. "That's one of Lunt and Bleemer's boats," says Captain Hodgson. "Serves 'em right for putting German Campos on their thrust blocks. She won't be in Fayal tonight. By the way, wouldn't you like to look around the engine room?" I've been waiting eagerly for this invitation, and I follow Captain Hodgson from the control platform, stooping low to avoid the bulge of the tanks. We know that Fleury's gas can lift anything, as the world-famous trials of '89 showed, but its almost indefinite powers of expansion necessitate vast tank room. Even in this thin air, the lift shunts are busy taking out 1/3 of its normal lift, and still 162 must be checked by an occasional downdraw of the rudder, or our flight would become a climb to the stars. Captain Pennell prefers an overlifted to an underlifted ship, but no two captains trim ship alike. "When I take the ship," says Captain Hodgson, "you'll see me shunt 40% of the lift out of the gas and run her on the upper rudder, with a swoop upwards instead of a swoop downwards, as you say. Either way will do. It's only habit. Watch our dip dial. Tim fetches her down once every 30 knots as regularly as breathing." So is it shown on the dip dial. For 5 or 6 minutes the arrow creeps from 6,700 to 7,300. There is the faint zzz of the rudder, and back slides the arrow to 6,500 on a falling side of 10 or 15 knots. In heavy weather you jockey her with the screws as well, says Captain Hodgson, and unclipping the jointed bar which divides the engine room from the bare deck, he leads me onto the floor. Here we find Fleury's paradox of the bulk-headed vacuum, which we accept now without thought, literally in full blast. The three engines are HT&T assisted vacuum Fleury turbines running from 3000 to the limit, that is to say, up to the point when the blades make the air bell, cut out a vacuum for themselves precisely as overdriven marine propellers used to do. 162's limit is now on account of the small size of her 9 screws, which, though handier than the old colloid Thelusons, bell sooner. The midships engine, generally used as a reinforce, is not running, so the port and starboard turbine vacuum chambers draw direct into the return mains. The turbines whistle reflectively. From the low-arched expansion tanks on either side of the valves descend pillar-wise to the turbine chests, and thence the obedient gas whirls through the spirals of blades with a force that would whip the teeth out of a power saw. Behind is its own pressure, held in leash or spurred on by lift shunts. Before it, the vacuum where Fleury's ray dances in violet-green bands and whirled tourbillons of flame. The jointed U-tubes of the vacuum chamber are pressure-tempered colloid. No glass would endure the strain for an instant. And a junior engineer with tinted spectacles watches the ray intently. It is the very heart of the machine, a mystery to this day. Even Fleury, who begat it, and unlike Magniac, died a multi-millionaire, could not explain how the restless little imp shuddered in the U-tube can, in the fractional fraction of a second, strike the furious blast of gas into a chill greyish-green liquid that drains, you can hear it trickle, from the far end of the vacuum through the eduction pipes and the mains back to the bilges. Here it returns to its gaseous, one had almost written sagacious, state and climbs to work afresh. Bilge tank, upper tank, dorsal tank, expansion chamber, vacuum main return as a liquid, and bilge tank once more is the ordained cycle. Fleury's rays sees to that, and the engineer with the tinted spectacles sees to Fleury's ray. If a speck of oil, even the natural grease of a human finger, touch the hooded terminals, Fleury's ray will wink and disappear and must be laboriously built up again. This means half a day's work for all hands and an expensive 170-odd pounds to the GPO for radium salts and such trifles. Now look at our thrust collars. You won't find much German compo there. Full jewelled, you see, says Captain Hodgson as the engineer shunts open the top of a cap. Our shaft bearings are CMC, Commercial Minerals Company, stones, ground with as much care as the lens of a telescope. They cost £37 apiece. So far we have not arrived at their term of life. These bearings came from number 97, which took them over from the old Dominion of Light, which had them out of the wreck of the Perseus aeroplane in the years when men still flew linen kites over thorium engines. They are shining reproof to all low-grade German ruby enamels, so-called Bort facings, and the dangerous and unsatisfactory alumina compounds which please dividend-hunting owners and turn skippers crazy. The rudder gear and the gas lift shunt, seated side by side under the engine room dials, are the only machines in visible motion. The former sighs from time to time as the oil plunger rises and falls half an inch. The latter, cased and guarded like the U-tube aft, exhibits another Fleury ray, but inverted and more green than violet. Its function is to shunt the lift out of the gas, and this it will do without watching. That is all. A tiny pump rod, wheezing and whining to itself beside a sputtering green lamp. 150 feet aft down the flat-topped tunnel of the tanks, a violet light, restless and irresolute. Between the two, like ill baskets laid on their side, accentuate the empty perspectives. You can hear the trickle of the liquefied gas flowing over the vacuum of the bilge tanks, and the soft gluck-glock of gas locks closing as Captain Pennell brings 162 down by the head. The hum of the turbines and the boom of the air on our skin is no more than a cotton wool wrapping to the universal stillness, and we are running an 18-second mile. I peer from the fore end of the engine room over the hatch combings into the coach. The male clerks are sorting the Winnipeg, Calgary and Medicine hat bags, but there is a pack of cards ready on the table. Suddenly a bell thrills. The engineers run to the turbine valves and stand by, but the spectacled slave of the ray in the U-tube never lifts his head. He must watch where he is. We are hard braked and going astern. There is language from the control platform. "Tim's sparking badly about something," says the unruffled Captain Hodgson. "Let's look." Captain Pennell is not the suave man we left half an hour since, but the embodied authority of the GPO. Ahead of us floats an ancient aluminium-patched twin-screw tramp of the dingiest, with no more right to the 5,000-foot lane than has a horse cart to a modern town. She carries an obsolete barbette conning tower, a 6-foot affair with railed platform forward, and our warning beam plays on the top of it as a policeman's lantern flashes on the area sneak. Like a sneak thief, too, emerges a shock-headed navigator in his shirt sleeves. Captain Pennell wrenches open the colloid to talk with him man to man. There are times when science does not satisfy. "What under the stars are you doing here, you skyscraping chimney sweep?" he shouts as we two drift side by side. "Do you know this is a mail lane? You call yourself a sailor, sir? You ain't fit to peddle toy balloons to an Eskimo. Your name and number. Report and get down and be—" "I've been blown up once," the shock-headed man cries hoarsely as a dog barking. "I don't care 2 flips of a contact for anything you can do, postie." "Don't you, sir? But I'll make you care. I'll have you towed stern first to Disco and broke up. You can't recover insurance if you're broken for obstruction. Do you understand that?" Then the stranger bellows, "Look at my propellers. There's been a wally-wah down under that has knocked us into umbrella frames. We've been blowing up about 40,000 feet. We're all one conjurer's watch inside. My mate's arm's broke, my engineer's head's cut open, my ray went out with the engine smashed, and for pity's sake, give me my height, Captain. We doubt we're dropping." 6,800. Can you hold it?" Captain Pennell overlooks all insults and leans half out of the colloid, staring and snuffing. The stranger leaks pungently. "We ought to blow into St. John's with luck. We're trying to plug the fore-tank now, but she's simply whistling it away," her captain wails. "She's sinking like a log," says Captain Pennell in an undertone. "Call up the Banks Mark boat, George." Our dip dial shows that we, keeping abreast the tramp, have dropped 500 feet the last few minutes. Captain Pennell presses a switch and our signal beam begins to swing through the night, twizzling spokes of light across infinity. "That'll fetch something," he says while Captain Hodgson watches the general communicator. He has called up the North Banks Mark boat a few hundred miles west and is reporting the case. "I'll stand by you," Captain Pennell roars to the lone figure on the conning tower. "Is it as bad as that?" comes the answer. "She isn't insured, she's mine." "Might have guessed as much," mutters Hodgson. "Owner's risk is the worst risk of all." "Can't I fetch St. John's?" "Not even with this breeze?" the voice quavers. "Stand by to abandon ship. Haven't you any lift in you, fore or aft?" "Nothing but the midship tanks, and they're none too tight. You see, my ray gave out and—" he coughs in the reek of the escaping gas. "You poor devil." This does not reach our friend. "What does the Mark boat say, George?" "Wants to know if there's any danger to traffic. Says she's in a bit of weather herself and can't quit station. I've turned in a general call, so even if they don't see our beams, someone's bound to help, or else we must. Shall I clear our slings? Hold on, here we are. A planet liner too. She'll be up in a tick." "Tell her to have her slings ready," cries her brother captain. "There won't be much time to spare. Tie up your mate," he roars to the tramp. "My mate's all right, it's my engineer. He's gone crazy." "Shunt the lift out of him with a spanner. Hurry." "But I can make St. John's if you'll stand by." "You'll make the deep, wet Atlantic in 20 minutes. You're less than 5,800 now. Get your papers." A planet liner eastbound, heaves up in a superb spiral and takes the air of us humming. Her underbody colloid is open and her transporter slings hang down like tentacles. We shut off our beam as she adjusts herself, steering to a hair over the tramp's conning tower. The mate comes up, his arms strapped to his side, and stumbles into the cradle. A man with a ghastly scarlet head follows, shouting that he must go back and build up his ray. The mate assures him that he will find a nice new ray already in the liner's engine room. The bandaged head goes up, wagging excitedly. A youth and a woman follow. The liner cheers hollowly above us, and we see the passengers' faces at the saloon colloid. "That's a good girl. What's the fool waiting for now?" says Captain Pennell. The skipper comes up, still appealing to us to stand by and see him fetch St. John's. He dives below and returns, at which we little human beings in the void cheer louder than ever, with the ship's kitten. Up fly the liner's hissing slings. Her underbody crashes home and she hurtles away again. The dial shows less than 3,000 feet. The mark boat signals we must attend to the derelict, now whistling her death song as she falls beneath us in long sick zigzags. "Keep our beam on her and send out a general warning," says Captain Pennell, following her down. There is no need. Not a liner in air but knows the meaning of that vertical beam and gives us and our quarry a wide berth. "But she'll drown in the water, won't she?" I ask. "Not always," is his answer. "I've known a derelict upend and sift her engines out of herself and flicker round the lower lanes for 3 weeks on her forward tanks only. We'll run no risks. Pith her, George, and look sharp. There's weather ahead." Captain Hodgson opens the underbody colloid, swings the heavy pithing iron out of its rack, which in liners is generally cased as a settee, and at 200 feet releases the catch. We hear the whir of the crescent-shaped arms opening as they descend. The derelict's forehead is punched in, starred across and rent diagonally. She falls stern first, our beam upon her, slides like a lost soul down the pitiless ladder of light, and the Atlantic takes her. "A filthy business," says Hodgson. "I wonder what it must have been like in the old days." The thought had crossed my mind too. What if that wavering carcass had been filled with international speaking men of all the internationalities, each one of them taught, that is the horror of it, that after death he would very possibly go for ever to unspeakable torment. And not half a century since, we, one knows now that we are only our fathers re-enlarged upon the earth, we, I say, ripped and rammed and pithed to admiration. Here Tim, from the control platform, shouts that we are to get into our inflators and to bring him his at once. We hurry into the heavy rubber suits, and the engineers are already dressed, and inflate at the air pump taps. GPO inflators are thrice as thick as the racing man's flickers and chafe abominably under the armpits. George takes the wheel until Tim has blown himself up to the extreme of rotundity. If you kicked him off the CP to the deck, he would bounce back. But it is 162 that will do the kicking. "The mark boat's mad, stark raving crazy," he snorts, returning to command. "She says there's a bad blowout ahead and wants me to pull over to Greenland. I'll see her pitched first. We wasted an hour and a quarter over that dead duck down under, and now I'm expected to go rubbing my back all round the pole. What does she think a postal packet's made of? Gummed silk? Tell her we're coming on straight, George." George buckles him into the frame and switches on the direct control. Now under Tim's left toe lies the port engine accelerator, under his left heel the reverse, and so with the other foot. The lift shunt stops stand out on the rim of the steering wheel where the fingers of his left hand can play on them. At his right hand is the midships engine lever ready to be thrown into gear at a moment's notice. He leans forward in his belt, eyes glued to the colloid, and one ear cocked toward the general communicator. Henceforth he is the strength and direction of 162, through whatever may befall. The Banks mark boat is reeling out pages of ABC directions to the traffic at large. We are to secure all loose objects, hood up our flurry rays, and on no account to attempt to clear snow from our conning towers till the weather abates. Underpowered craft, we are told, can ascend to the limit of their lift, mail packets to look out for them accordingly. The lower lanes westward are pitting very badly, with frequent blowouts, vortices, laterals, etc. Still the clear dark holds up unblemished. The only warning is the electric skin tension. I feel as though I were a lace-maker's pillow, and an irritability which the gibbering of the general communicator increases almost to hysteria. We have made 8,000 feet since we pithed the tramp, and our turbines are giving us an honest 210 knots. Very far to the west, an elongated blur of red, low down, shows us the North Bank's mark boat. There are specks of fire round her rising and falling, bewildered planets about an unstable sun, helpless shipping hanging on to her light for company's sake. No wonder she could not quit station. She warns us to look out for the backwash of the bad vortex in which, her beam shows it, she is even now reeling. The pits of gloom about us begin to fill with very faintly luminous films, wreathing in uneasy shapes. One forms itself into a globe of pale flame that waits shivering with eagerness till we sweep by. It leaps monstrously across the blackness, alights on the precise tip of our nose, pirouettes there an instant, and swings off. Our roaring bow sinks as though that light were lead, sinks and recovers to lurch and stumble again beneath the next blowout. Tim's fingers on the lift shunt strike chords of numbers, 147, 246, 753, and so on, for he is running by his tanks only, lifting or lowering her against the uneasy air. All three engines are at work, for the sooner we have skated over this thin ice, the better. Higher we dare not go. The whole upper vault is charged with pale krypton vapours, which our skin friction may excite to unholy manifestations. Between the upper and the lower levels, 5,000 and 7,000 hints the mark boat, we may perhaps bolt through if our bow clothes itself in blue flame and falls like a sword. No human skill can keep pace with the changing tensions. A vortex has us by the beak, and we dive down a 2,000-foot slant at an angle, the dip dial and my bouncing body record it, of 35. Our turbines scream shrilly. The propellers cannot bite on the thin air. Tim shunts the lift out of 5 tanks at once and by sheer weight drives her bullet-wise through the maelstrom till she cushions with a jar on an upgust 3,000 feet below. "Now we've done it," says George in my ear. "Our skin friction that last slide has played old Harry with the tensions. Look out for laterals, Tim. She'll want some holding." "I've got her," is the answer. "Come up, old woman." She comes up nobly, but the laterals buffet her left and right like the pinions of angry angels. She is jolted off her course in 4 ways at once, and cuffed into place again, only to be swung aside and dropped into a new chaos. We are never without a corpuscent grinning on our bows, or rolling head over heels from nose to midships, and to the crackle of electricity around and within us is added once or twice the rattle of hail that will never fall on any sea. Slow we must, or we may break our back, pitch-poling. "Air's a perfectly elastic fluid," roars George above the tumult. "About as elastic as a head sea off the fast net, ain't it?" He is less than just to the good element. If one intrudes on the heavens when they are balancing their vault accounts, if one disturbs the high god's market rates by hurling steel hulls at 90 knots across tremblingly adjusted electric tensions, one must not complain of any rudeness in the reception. Tim met it with an unmoved countenance, one corner of his under lip caught up on a tooth, his eyes fleeting into the blackness 20 miles ahead, and the fierce sparks flying from his knuckles at every turn of the hand. Now and again he shook his head to clear the sweat trickling from his eyebrows, and it was then that George, watching his chance, would slide down the life rail and swab his face quickly with a big red handkerchief. I never imagined that a human being could so continuously labour and so collectedly think as did Tim through that hell's half hour when the flurry was at its worst. We were dragged hither and yon by warm or frozen suctions, belched up on the tops of wallywas, spun down by vortices and clubbed aside by laterals under a dizzying rush of stars in the company of a drunken moon. I heard the rushing click of the midship engine lever sliding in and out, the low growl of the lift shunts, and, louder than the yelling winds without, the scream of the bow rudder gouging into any lull that promised hold for an instant. At last we began to claw up on a cant, bow rudder and port propeller together. Only the nicest balancing of tanks saved us from spinning like the rifle bullet of the old days. "We've got to hitch the windward of that mark boat somehow," George cried. "There's no windward," I protested feebly, where I swung shackled to a stanchion. "How can there be?" He laughed. As we pitched into a 1,000-foot blowout, that red man laughed beneath his inflated hood. "Look," he said, "we must clear those refugees with a high lift." The mark boat was below and a little to the southwest of us, fluctuating in the centre of her distraught galaxy. The air was thick with moving lights at every level. I take it most of them were trying to lie head to wind, but, not being hydras, they failed. An under-tanked Marabi boat had risen to the limit of her lift and, finding no improvement, had dropped a couple of thousand. There she met a superb Waliwa and was blown up, spinning like a dead leaf. Instead of shutting off, she went astern and naturally rebounded as from a wall almost into the mark boat, whose language, RGC took it in, was humanly simple. "If they'd only write it out quietly it'd be better," said George in a calm, as we climbed like a bat above them all. "But some skippers will navigate without enough lift. What does that Tad boat think she is doing, Tim?" "Playing kiss in the ring," was Tim's unmoved reply. A Transasiatic direct liner had found a smooth and butted into it full power, but there was a vortex at the tail of that smooth, so the TAD was flipped out like a pea from off a fingernail, breaking madly as she fled down and all but over-ending. "Now I hope she's satisfied," said Tim. "I'm glad I'm not a mark boat. Do I want help?" The CG dial had caught his ear. "George, you may tell that gentleman with my love, remember, George, that I do not want help. Who is the officious sardine tin?" "A Rimouski droga, on the lookout for a tow." "Very kind of the Rimouski droga. The postal packet isn't being towed at present." "Those drogas will go anywhere on a chance of salvage," George explained. "We call them kittiwakes." A long-beaked, bright steel 90-footer floated at ease for one instant within hail of us, her slings coiled ready for rescues, and a single hand in her open tower. He was smoking. Surrendered to the insurrection of the airs through which we tore our way, he lay in absolute peace. I saw the smoke of his pipe ascend untroubled ere his boat dropped, it seemed, like a stone in a well. We had just cleared the mark boat and her disorderly neighbours when the storm ended as suddenly as it had begun. A shooting star to northward filled the sky with the green blink of a meteorite dissipating itself in our atmosphere. Said George, "That may iron out all the tensions." Even as he spoke the conflicting winds came to rest. The levels filled. The laterals died out in long easy swells. The airways were smoothed before us. In less than 3 minutes the covey around the mark boat had shipped their power lights and whirred away upon their businesses. "What's happened?" I gasped. The nerve storm within the vault tingle without had passed. My inflators weighed like lead. "God, He knows," said Captain George soberly. "That old shooting star's skin friction has discharged the different levels. I've seen it happen before. Phew, what a relief. We dropped from 10 to 6,000 and got rid of our clammy suits. Tim shut off and stepped out of the frame. The mark boat was coming up behind us. He opened the colloid in that heavenly stillness and mopped his face. "Hello, Williams," he cried. "A degree or two out of station, ain't you?" "Maybe," was the answer from the mark boat. "I've had some company this evening." "So I noticed. Wasn't that quite a little draft? I warned you. Why didn't you pull out round by Disco? The eastbound packets have. Me? Not till I'm running a polar consumptive sanatorium boat. I was squinting through a colloid before you were out of your cradle, my son." "I'd be the last man to deny it," the captain of the mark boat replies softly. "The way you handled her just now. I'm a pretty fair judge of traffic in a vault flurry. It was 1,000 revolutions beyond anything I've ever seen." Tim's back supples visibly to this oiling. Captain George on the CP winks and points to the portrait of a singularly attractive maiden pinned up on Tim's telescope bracket above the steering wheel. I see. Wholly and entirely do I see. There is some talk overhead of coming round to tea on Friday, a brief report of the derelict's fate, and Tim volunteers as he descends. For an ABC man, young Williams is less of a high-tension fool than some. Were you thinking of taking her on, George? Then I'll just have a look around that port thrust. Seems to me it's a trifle warm, and we'll jog along. The mark boat hums off joyously and hangs herself up in her appointed eyrie. Here she will stay, a shuttleless observatory, a lifeboat station, a salvage tug, a court of ultimate appeal cum meteorological bureau for 300 miles in all directions, till Wednesday next when her relief slides across the stars to take her buffeted place. Her black hull, double conning tower and ever-ready slings represent all that remains to the planet of that odd old word, authority. She is responsible only to the aerial board of control, the ABC of which Tim speaks so flippantly. But that semi-elected, semi-nominated body of a few score persons of both sexes controls this planet. Transportation is civilization, our motto runs. Theoretically, we do what we please so long as we do not interfere with the traffic and all it implies. Practically, the ABC confirms or annuls all international arrangements and, to judge from its last report, finds our tolerant, humorous, lazy little planet only too ready to shift the whole burden of private administration on its shoulders. I discussed this with Tim sipping mate on the CP while George fans her along over the white blur of the banks in beautiful upward curves of 50 miles each. The dip dial translates them on the tape in flowing freehand. Tim gathers up a skein of it and surveys the last few feet, which record 162's path through the volt flurry. I haven't had a fever chart like this to show up in 5 years, he says ruefully. A postal packet's dip dial records every yard of every run. The tapes then go to the ABC, which collates and makes composite photographs of them for the instruction of captains. Tim studies this irrevocable past, shaking his head. Hello, here's a 1,500-foot drop of 85 degrees. We must have been standing on our heads then, George. You don't say, George answers. I fancied I noticed it at the time. George may not have Captain Pennell's cat-like swiftness, but he is all an artist to the tips of the broad fingers that play on the shunt stops. The delicious flight curves come away on the tape with never a waver. The mark boat's vertical spindle of light lies down to eastward, setting in the face of the following stars. Westward, where no planet should rise, the triple verticals of Trinity Bay, we keep still to the southern route, make a low lifting haze. We seem the only thing at rest under all the heavens, floating at ease till the Earth's revolution shall turn up our landing towers. And, minute by minute, our silent clock gives us a 16-second mile. Some fine night, says Tim. We'll be even with that clock's master. He's coming now, says George over his shoulder. I'm chasing the night west. The stars ahead dim no more than if a film of mist had been drawn under unobserved, but the deep air boom on our skin changes to a joyful shout. The dawn gust, says Tim. It'll go on to meet the sun. Look, look! There's the dark being crammed back over our bow. Come to the after colloid. I'll show you something. The engine room is hot and stuffy. The clerks in the coach are asleep and the slave of the ray is near to follow them. Tim slides open the aft colloid and reveals the curve of the world, the ocean's deepest purple, edged with fuming and intolerable gold. Then the sun rises and through the colloid strikes out our lamps. Tim scowls in his face. Squirrels in a cage, he mutters. That's all we are, squirrels in a cage. He's going twice as fast as us. Just you wait a few years, my shining friend, and we'll take steps that will amaze you. We'll Joshua you. Yes, that is our dream, to turn all earth into the Vale of Ajalon at our pleasure. So far, we can drag out the dawn to twice its normal length in these latitudes, but some day, even on the equator, we shall hold the sun level in his full stride. Now we look down on a sea thronged with heavy traffic. A big submersible breaks water suddenly. Another and another follow with a swash and a suck and a savage bubbling of relieved pressures. The deep-sea freighters are rising to lung up after the long night, and the leisurely ocean is all patterned with peacock's eyes of foam. "We'll lung up too," says Tim, and when we return to the CP, George shuts off, the colloids are opened, and the fresh air sweeps her out. There is no hurry. The old contracts, they will be revised at the end of the year, allow 12 hours for a run which any packet can put behind her in 10. So we breakfast in the arms of an easterly slant which pushes us along at a languid 20. To enjoy life and tobacco, begin both on a sunny morning, half a mile or so above the dappled Atlantic cloud belts, and after a volt flurry which has cleared and tempered your nerves. While we discuss the thickening traffic with the superiority that comes of having high-level reserve to ourselves, we heard, and I for the first time, the morning hymn of a hospital boat. She was cloaked by a skein of ravelled fluff beneath us, and we caught the chant before she rose into the sunlight. "O ye winds of God," sang the unseen voices, "bless ye the Lord. Praise him and magnify him for ever." We slid off our caps and joined in. When our shadow fell across her great open platforms, they looked up and stretched out their hands neighbourly while they sang. We could see the doctors and the nurses and the white button-like faces of the cot patients. She passed slowly beneath us, heading northward, her hull wet with the dews of the night, all ablaze in the sunshine. So took she the shadow of a cloud and vanished, her song continuing, "O ye holy and humble men of heart, bless ye the Lord, praise him and magnify him for ever." She's a public lunger, or she wouldn't have been singing the Benedicite, and she's a Greenlander, or she wouldn't have snow blinds over her colloids, said George at last. She'll be bound for Frederickshaven or one of the glacier sanatoriums for a month. If she was an accident ward, she'd be hung up at the 8,000-foot level. Yes, consumptives. Funny how the new things are the old things. I've read in books, Tim answered, that savages used to haul their sick and wounded up to the tops of hills because microbes were fewer there. We hoist them into sterilised air for a while. Same idea. How much do the doctors say we've added to the average human life of a man? 30 years, says George with a twinkle in his eye. Are we going to spend all of them up here, Tim? Flap along then. Flap along. Who's hindering? The senior captain laughed as we went in. We held a good lift to clear the coastwise and continental shipping, and we had need of it. Though our route is in no sense a populated one, there is a steady trickle of traffic this way along. We met Hudson Bay furriers out of the Great Preserve, hurrying to make their departure from Bona Vista with sable and black fox for their insatiable markets. We overcrossed Keewatin liners small and cramped, but their captains, who see no land between Trepassey and Blanco, know what gold they bring back from West Africa. Transasiatic directs we met, soberly ringing the world round the 50th meridian at an honest 70 knots, and white-painted Ackroyd and Hunt fruiters out of the south fled beneath us, their ventilated hulls whistling like Chinese kites. Their market is in the north among the northern sanatoria, where you can smell their grapefruit and bananas across the cold snows. Argentine beef boats we sighted too, of enormous capacity and unlovely outline. They too feed the northern health stations in icebound ports where submersibles dare not rise. Yellow-bellied ore flats and ungaver petrol tanks punted down leisurely out of the north like strings of unfrightened wild duck. It does not pay to fly minerals and oil a mile farther than is necessary, but the risks of transshipping to submersibles in the ice pack of Nain and Hebron are so great that these heavy freighters fly down to Halifax direct and scent the air as they go. They are the biggest tramps aloft except the Athabasca grain tubs, but these last, now that the wheat is moved, are busy, over the world's shoulder, timber lifting in Siberia. We held to the St. Lawrence. It is astonishing how the old waterways will pull us children of the air, and followed his broad line of black between its drifting ice blocks, all down the park that the wisdom of our fathers... But everyone knows the Quebec run. We dropped to the Heights receiving towers 20 minutes ahead of time, and there hung at ease till the Yokohama Intermediate packet could pull out and give us our proper slip. It was curious to watch the action of the holding down clips all along the frosty river front as the boats cleared or came to rest. A big hamburger was leaving Pont Levis, and her crew, unshipping the platform railings, began to sing Elsinore, the oldest of our chanties. You know it, of course. Mother Rugan's tea house on the Baltic, 40 couple waltzing on the floor, and you can watch my ray, for I must go away and dance with Ella Swain at Elsinore. Then, while they sweated home the covering plates, Nor, 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 west from Sourabaya to the Baltic, 90 knot an hour to the score, Mother Rugan's tea house on the Baltic, and a dance with Ella Swain at Elsinore. The clips parted with a gesture of indignant dismissal, as though Quebec, glittering under her snows, were casting out these light and unworthy lovers. Our signal came from the heights. Tim turned and floated up, but surely then it was with passionate appeal that the great tower arms flung open. Or did I think so, because on the upper staging a little hooded figure also opened her arms wide towards her father? In 10 seconds the coach with its clerks clashed down to the receiving caisson. The hostlers displaced the engineers of the idle turbines, and Tim, prouder of this than all, introduced me to the maiden of the photograph on the shelf. And by the way, said he to her, stepping forth in sunshine under the hat of civil life, I saw young Williams in the mark boat. I've asked him to tea on Friday. End of With the Night Mail, a story of 2000 AD, by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands.